Chapter 751 beginning. However, Yang Bo would not take the initiative to provoke Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen. These two young ladies were originally from the family, and were taught by the family to put their interests first, unlike commoners like Annie and Xia. Besides, he was not that angry. After transforming into Bart, there was a person in the family who could calm down the anger. Lu Jingxiang herself did not notice it at all because she was too excited. In fact, it was nothing to know. It was nothing in the alliance. Liar! Yang Bo, you are a liar. Hardney cursed on the ring, because Hardney felt that this matter was not so simple. It seemed that everything was planned. But Yang Bo's actions did not have any flaws. But Yang Bo beat him. It was that simple. Hardney, you big idiot. Hardney, you are a rubbish. Many people in the stands cursed Hardney, because some people who lost money were jealous. Today, the most people lost because many people were optimistic about Hardney. Hardney was beaten up as soon as he came out of the lounge. When he was running in circles, he encountered people smashing all kinds of stinky things. It started to rain when he ran to the back. Hardney was washed by the heavy rain, and his mind gradually became clear. Fuck. I was cheated. From the beginning to now, Yang Bo has been acting. And Hardney calculated carefully. And his eyes widened. This rubbish has actually made 20 billion blue coins. I am also a big idiot. I am a big idiot. Hardney shouted in the heavy rain. Many people saw this scene and thought that Hardney was hit by this incident. Yang Bo happily returned to the hotel and chatted with Su Wei on the game. While chatting, Yang Bo recalled today's challenge. The main moves of Yang's Meteor Fist are surprise and change of strength. Through the moves, the whole body's strength is concentrated in one part. This set of moves should be practiced well. It is easy to use this set of moves when you meet people of the same level. I am so strong now. I will be stronger if I use this move. Using talent to bully people can only bully those of low level. And those of high level are not easy to bully. In the evening, Yang Bo's opponent for the next day was drawn. Ranking 289th. Today is also the last day of the second week. After this week's competition, there will be a week of free competition. The next day, Yang Bo defeated his opponent. In the evening, Yang Bo ranked 18th. This is the ranking after several buys. If there were no buys, I am afraid he would have been the first. Now the points gap in the entire sword competition ranking is not very large. A few points or 1 or 2 points is a ranking. Because the free game involves human rights. The players of the alliance do not participate. Because some free games will lead to the death of both parties. This depends on what the two parties agreed before going on the court. No need to play. Yang Bo got up in the morning to accompany Su Wei to watch the sunrise. And then chatted with Su Wei in the game. Finally, the date for the whites to arrive has arrived. Yang Bo, who transformed into Bart, returned to the territory one night in advance. Looking at the princess sleeping next to him, Yang Bo muttered in his heart, "Is this woman not going to leave?" Then he got up and went out with the housekeeper. This time, Yang Bo and his butler drove a spaceship directly to the airport to pick up people. Yang Bo recognized the black-haired Wilson, the silver-haired Davis, and the bald White at a glance. White and the other two did not know Yang Bo's true identity. "White!" Yang Bo shouted from a distance. White and the others saw a young man and were a little unbelievable. This was the gentleman they had met? "Get out of here. You don't have eyes. Be careful, I'll beat you up." Because White and the other two had not passed the security check yet. Someone wanted to stop Yang Bo. And Yang Bo cursed directly. A staff member next to him quickly pulled the person who was blocking Yang Bo away. He also apologized. "I'm sorry, Lord Viscount. Didn't I know it was your guest? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me calling people? Get out of here." Bart's character was originally fucked up. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bart. Come with me. Yang Bo stepped forward to introduce himself to the three people. White and his two companions followed Yang Bo half-believingly. And the servants who followed helped White and his two companions carry their luggage. White and his two companions had long known that nobles in the Blue Water Empire had many privileges. White and his two companions took a small spaceship and left the airport directly, feeling a little indescribably comfortable. Because in the Alliance, no matter how high your status is, you don't have the privilege to pass the security check and be picked up directly in public. The more famous you are, the less arrogant you dare to be. Of course, there are also member channels. And VIP channels are just separate channels. and you have to go through security checks. This is where our dream sets sail. I hope you can quickly get into work. Of course, we will sign a cooperation agreement before that. Yang Bo took the 3 people to the sky above the island where the laboratory was built. My family is the Altina family, and it is also one of the oldest nobles in this country. So you can do things here with confidence. If you bring your family over, I will allocate one of the small islands next to you. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to. The Alliance dare not do anything to your family. After the spaceship landed, White and the other 2 looked at the luxurious carpet on the ground, the ancient manor buildings around, and the servants who bowed to welcome them. Let's eat first. You 3 must have doubts about me. When they walked into the restaurant, a servant brought water towels and other things. Yang Bo showed them to the other 3 guests. White and the other 3 felt very uncomfortable looking at the maids kneeling in front of them to serve. And these maids were dignified and beautiful. But they still followed Yang Bo. Bart, the princess, would of course come to eat. The princess looked at White and the other 2, and her heart was full of curiosity. This is my female companion. Her identity is quite special, so I won't introduce her. Yang Bo's introduction was equivalent to no introduction. This is White. This is Davis. And this is Wilson. The 3 of them are my future business partners. And I met them by coincidence. Yang Bo's words made White and the other 2 understand how to say they know each other when they meet in the future. Let's eat first. These are all specialties of our empire. I know that people in your alliance don't like this system in our country, so we won't let the maids serve us. Let's do it ourselves. Yang Bo waved his hand and let the servant go. Thank you for your hospitality, sir. We are indeed a little unaccustomed to servants. Bald White nodded. Well, there is a menu next to you to see what dishes are being eaten. I will not introduce them to you. It is like a gathering of friends. After dinner, we will discuss the details of cooperation, and then select suitable laboratories, build laboratories as soon as possible, and produce results as soon as possible. With our family, I think our experimental results will soon be transformed into wealth. Yang Bo talked while eating. The princess was speechless about Bart's bad habits. Nobles usually seldom talk when eating. White and the other 2 had just checked what status the Altina family had in the Blue Water Empire. The 3 of them were also relieved. The great nobles in the Blue Water Empire were equivalent to the great families in the Alliance. White and the other 3 were also very excited because the ultra-high temperature material was about to produce results. But the embarrassing thing was that Bart's assistance was needed. Cheers to our cooperation. Yang Bo raised the drink cup in his hand. White and the other 3 had raised their cups. The princess was eating silently beside him, because everyone had something on their mind. They ate very quickly. After dinner, of course, Yang Bo took the 3 people to his study without the princess. When White and the other 2 saw the fireball in Yang Bo's hand, they were completely relieved. This was the person they were looking for. The patent fee for the research results will be 10% for each of you. You must also know the special situation of our Shuilan Empire. Giving you laboratory shares or something like that is also fake. Yang Bo directly stated the cooperation plan. Of course, if it is finished product materials, each of you will take 10% of the profit. What do you think? Sir, can we add a rule that the product materials cannot be less than 1% of the total sales price? White said after listening. Of course, no problem. White and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief. This is much more favorable than the conditions given by the Alliance. Besides, their experiments cannot be separated from the person in front of them. Soon, the 3 people signed a cooperation agreement with Yang Bo. The other 3 have joined Yang Bo's territory and become Yang Bo's subjects. In this way, if someone troubles the 3 people in the future, as a lord, they can justifiably beat them up. Of course, the identities of the 3 people are free people. Then the butler brought the energy laboratory materials and various laboratory materials for the 3 people to choose. These are all top-level laboratories, which can be freely configured. These configurations are modular, and these modules can be installed while they are being built and installed. And the project can be completed quickly. I wonder what your budget is. White and the other 3 drooled at these top laboratory modules. Yang Bo looked at the butler next to him, and the butler said, a budget of 50 billion is no problem. White and the other 2 were even more impressed with Yang Bo. So they chose some modules with a total price of nearly 40 billion, mainly for energy experiments and material experiments. White and the other two took out a blueprint of a space particle oscillation test device, which is this thing that can summon Yang Bo's space mecha. The butler immediately took the blueprint to find someone to customize it. Meanwhile, the princess on the other side has also found the identity information of White and the other two. She was extremely surprised. When did the rubbish from Devon Star know such a great scientist? These three were the former chief scientists of the Space Energy Laboratory of Dimension Company. According to the information, the three had just resigned from Dimension Company. Unexpectedly, they turned around and came to the territory of the rubbish from Devon Star. And what are these three scientists doing here? No wonder Bart knows how to repair space mechas. I wanted to take you three out to play. But now our planet is going to hold a noble meeting. So you can easily meet a few nobles when you go out. The cost of breaking the law for these nobles is very low. If someone robs you three, they may have to pay me a little money. Wait until these bastards leave, and then take you out to play. After the contract was signed, Yang Bo chatted with the three people. White and the other two nodded. On the way here, the three had done all kinds of homework. The cost of breaking the law for the nobles of the Blue Water Empire is very low. But don't worry. I have a bad reputation on this planet, and many people don't dare to mess with me. Yang Bo released spiritual seeds to the three people, but he still had to respect them on the surface. After all, it is much easier to let the three people work actively than to control them to work. When the laboratory is built, the laboratory will be fully managed by you three, and no one else will have the right to enter. In addition, after the laboratory is built, I still have things to do. If I want to come back, you can use the old method to get me back. White and the other two nodded. Even if the people in front of them didn't say it, they would often need it. The Viscount in front of them cooperated with the experiment. After arranging White and the other two to rest, Yang Bo picked up the communicator and called Alan. The fat guy. Fatty, my report has been submitted. Hurry up and give me the subsidy. After the call was connected, Yang Bo shouted directly. So fast? I'll call the ancestor right away. Alan was still very good in this regard. He would do what he promised very quickly. After a while, Alan called again. Bart, you robbed a bank and took out nearly 40 billion to buy such a laboratory? It's not that I looked down on the banks of Devon Star. I just robbed them to give me 40 billion. Yang Bo said unhappily. No wonder you, a dog, bid billions for an insignificant thing at the auction. And your membership card is here with me. It seems that you have forgotten it. It turns out that you, a dog, have made a fortune. Alan also said rudely on the phone. Hurry up and give me the subsidy. You've made a fortune. Yang Bo scolded angrily. Hee hee. I didn't want it at first. But since you're richer than me, I'll take it. Alan smiled. Those who know about subsidies know about it. After the subsidy is given, Yang Bo will return a certain percentage to Alan. In the evening, Yang Bo had dinner with White and the other two. The princess looked at Yang Bo with a smile, and then looked at White and the other two. After dinner, the butler came to report, Master, it has been done. The Ministry of Finance has subsidies for high-tech projects, plus the equipment we customized. A total of 44 billion. Now we only need to pay 14 billion, and the financial department will subsidize 30 billion. In addition, the relevant company has received the order and is expected to start construction at noon tomorrow. It is planned to complete the construction of the laboratory in 5.5 days. Yang Bo nodded, according to the rules. What should be given to Alan should be given to him. Yes, Master. In subsequent competitions and challenges, you should still bet on Yang Bo to win. It doesn't matter if you lose. Even if you lose. Yang Bo spoke again. Chapter 752 Preparing to leave. Where do you get so much money? The princess looked at Yang Bo with a pair of eyes, as if she wanted to see through Yang Bo. I worked hard to earn this money, because she got subsidies from the Ministry of Finance. The princess must know the relevant information. Besides, the establishment of the laboratory also needs to be reported. A laboratory with a total investment of 44 billion is like a huge bomb dropped on the aristocratic circle. Don't look at how many assets the nobles have. But assets are assets. And a high-tech laboratory of 44 billion means that Bart also has relevant scientists. Otherwise it is impossible for him to buy things with 44 billion. Forget it. You didn't really go out to rob, did you? The princess was a little suspicious. But she couldn't rob so much. Hee hee. It's easier than robbing. Yang Bo smiled. Part of his money was transferred from Zhang Boizhen, and most of it was won by betting on this swordsmanship competition. Every time he wins, he earns billions. So far, he has only lost once, and lost 500 million, which was the game was too high. Jerry, the butler, was not surprised at all that his young master bet on Yang Bo to win, because his young master liked to bet small for big. According to the young master, betting on others to win would not win much. What are you going to do? Make a space mecha? It's a secret. Facing the princess's question, Yang Bo did not cooperate at all. The angry princess hit Yang Bo hard. At noon the next day, the laboratory began to be built, and now all large-scale intelligent mechanical equipment is used. The module for building a laboratory is input into the intelligent device. As long as enough materials are placed in the machine can start to build the laboratory, while starting to build the laboratory in a similar way to 3D printing. Only special equipment such as optical computers need to be installed later. There are also pieces of battleship armor. The defense level of this laboratory is the highest. The entire construction equipment is 150 meters long and 20 meters in diameter. It looks like a centipede made of machines. The entire equipment is transported and landed on the ground by a spaceship. The huge centipede crawled out of the hatch of the spaceship and started working. There are also countless robots responsible for carrying materials. The huge centipede excavated in front, and the various mechanical arms behind started working. The excavated soil and gravel were directly calcined into liquid magma at high temperature, and then sprayed around the excavated channel to form the first layer of protection. Before the liquid magma cooled down, the battleship armor was inlaid piece by piece, just like laying tiles. The entrance to the laboratory was built in just 1 hour, and the entire machine had entered 50 meters inside. The two spacecraft began to transport various materials in turn, and countless robots of various models were constantly busy adding materials to the equipment. Great! Yang Bo was also very happy to see the construction progress. In the Interstellar Society, as long as you are willing, you can dig underground as you like, and it is not impossible to open up the planet. It's just that the cost is too high and it is meaningless, because passing through the ultra-high temperature area at the center of the Earth requires various cooling facilities. And these facilities are not cheap. Bart is famous in the Blue Water Empire again. He became famous a few days ago because he couldn't find a good wife and robbed someone else, but ended up robbing the princess. And this time, the waste Bart from Devon Star actually invested 44 billion in a high-tech laboratory. This made many people dizzy, because who among the young generation of all families has 44 billion to invest? The identity information of White and the other three was also exposed. Everyone was more suspicious of how Bart could know such a great scientist, given his perennial second-to-last performance. Those young generation geniuses, who were previously touted, were simply ashamed in front of Bart. This made many geniuses feel embarrassed. They used to brag about how great they were, but now they are not even as good as a so-called waste. Not only does he have money now, but he also has 3 great scientists joining him, and his career is taking off. Many big families also look at Bart with new eyes. The patriarch of the Altina family felt a little embarrassed, because his old friend asked him how Bart grew up, and he didn't know it all. This guy had been missing for many years, and he would cause trouble everywhere when he came back. However, the clan leader knew that Bart's money came from gambling, from matters related to the laboratory. The housekeeper had to listen to White. Yang Bo quickly ran away. He did not return to the hotel last night after returning to the territory the night before. You didn't come back last night? Yang Bo changed back to himself just returning to the hotel. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen looked at Yang Bo suspiciously. I went to meet an online friend. Yang Bo admitted honestly. Second world game? Lu Jingxiang asked. It's the second world game. Male or female? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen immediately looked at Yang Bo with gossip. It was a man in the game, but it turned out to be a woman. Yang Bo thought about taking Sui back, so he simply admitted it. You two got together right after you met? How is that possible? I couldn't reveal my identity, and I couldn't stay in a hotel, so we just ate, drank and chatted. That's right. Don't talk about me. I chose another stupid son of a noble. Yang Bo decided not to pretend anymore, make more money, and then prepare to run away. So the genius swordsman of the Stern family, Lister, became the unlucky guy chosen by Yang Bo. After receiving the call from the Sword Association, Lister jumped up excitedly, because these genius players of the nobles have their own strength. coupled with a series of misleading situations by Yang Bo. These people think that they are lucky people who can defeat Yang Bo like Su Hai and gain great fame. The more the noble disciples lose, the higher Su Hai's reputation will be. The Fencing Association soon announced that Yang Bo will face List at 1 p.m. tomorrow. List also posted a string of text on his social account. Who will be the final winner? Let's wait and see. When Yang Bo came to the competition the next day, he shook his head when he saw the betting amount. Today's total amount is just 40 billion. But nearly 6 billion are bets on him to win. And the income is getting lower and lower. Fortunately, with his status, 5 billion is enough. Yang Bo, today is your nightmare. List gave his pre-match speech very arrogantly. Yang Bo did not speak. Start. With the host start, List and Yang Bo launched a fierce attack on each other at the same time. KO. Yang Bo wins. In an instant, the voice of the intelligent referee sounded. Yang Bo saluted and left gracefully. It took less than 10 seconds from the beginning to the end. No one in the arena reacted. The arena was silent for several seconds. And then a huge sound broke out. Everyone looked back at the video. Both of them launched a fierce attack on each other. Yang Bo's direct, fast, fierce and accurate blow was fatal. And Yang Bo himself dodged List's attack. Liar. Lizard. You are here to make fun of me. Tell me if you are here to make fun of me. Lizard. 5.45 seconds. This is your shame as a man. This shame will follow you for the rest of your life. Lizard. You are a complete clown. You don't know how to play it safe and steady. The nobles of the empire are all a bunch of trash. They are more boastful than each other. But they are more emaciated than each other when they go on the court. A huge curse broke out at the scene. And then a lot of things were thrown out. Lizard came out of the lounge in a daze. Ah. I dirty my hands by beating a clown like you. Ah. But this time Lizard was not beaten, but was sprayed with saliva in the face. This was more uncomfortable than beating Lizard. Lizard ran the lap in a daze. And the blow he suffered was too great. Hartney, who lost to Yang Bo in the previous game, sneered from afar, Yang Bo. This bastard cheated so many people. But fortunately, I recovered some of the losses. Because Hartney bet on Yang Bo to win today. Ah! Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen didn't expect to win so quickly. And they jumped up excitedly. How did you do it? I don't know how I did it. Anyway, I rushed to the front and slashed with a sword. I just felt that it should be done that way. Yang Bo was too lazy to explain. After returning to the hotel, Yang Bo quickly chose the next unlucky guy. Ho Fang, a genius player of the Empire Ho family. This guy has a strange face shape, which looks like a donkey face. But this also proves the strength of this guy. Because the weirder the look, the higher the strength is likely to be. However, Ho Fang is not sure now. But he has to accept it. Because if he doesn't accept it, it will be more embarrassing. So Ho Fang just modestly said on the social account that he would do his best. The game time is still tomorrow at 1 p.m. But many people subconsciously overlooked one point. That is, Yang Bo has now won 30 billion. Su Hai is a little envious every time he sees his sister. Because Yang Bo has 30 billion in his hand. And it came so easily. Of course, Su Hai also won a lot. And Su Hai also keenly discovered that Yang Bo was no longer pretending. Su Hai also knew that Yang Bo's success today was closely related to the arrogance of the nobles. In the Blue Water Empire, the nobles, especially the great nobles, all felt that they were superior and were unwilling to acknowledge the excellence of others, let alone the excellence of a cleaner in the alliance. Because in the stereotype of the nobles, cleaners were at the bottom of society and the most useless, and were not worthy of being on an equal footing with themselves, let alone defeating themselves. And Yang Bo, this sinister, despicable, shameless and cunning guy, cleverly took advantage of this and made a fortune. Nobles are never as humble and gentlemanly as the legend says. Su Hai certainly knows how outrageous nobles can do for their own interests. In fact, a long time ago, nobles were just a status that the rich people gave themselves. In essence, it was built up by money. Nobles without money had a harder life than ordinary people. There are also many downtrodden nobles in the Shuilan Empire. Due to their status, they disdain to work with ordinary people. And some downtrodden nobles even starve to death. Su Wei felt very comfortable that Yang Bo defeated his opponent quickly today. And Su Wei had already counted on her fingers how much money Yang Bo won. thinking that Yang Bo had won 30 billion. Su Wei was very happy for Yang Bo. In this way, Yang Bo can buy a big villa and a piece of land when he returns to his hometown. In the evening, in the private room, Yang Bo met Su Hai. How long do you plan to leave? Su Hai asked. In these few days, your league players also want to go back. I'd better take the spaceship alone. Please help me find a spaceship. That's no problem. Yang Bo, I find that you have unlimited future achievements. You know when to stop. How long will it take to leave? 2 days later. I will challenge twice more. Okay. Su Hai nodded. Yang Bo felt that there was no need to wait until the laboratory was built before leaving, because the laboratory still needed to be debugged after it was built. He left a few days before the next regular game, and it was already several days before others found out that he had run away. Then I'll arrange it the day after tomorrow. Su Hai nodded. The night after tomorrow. Yang Bo felt that there was no need to wait until the day after tomorrow. Then he whispered something to Su Wei, and Yang Bo transformed into Bart and returned to the territory. Only then did he realize that the princess had left. Butler, I'll be out recently, and I'll leave the housework to you. Everything in the laboratory is up to white. Yang Bo explained this matter to Butler Jerry. How long do you plan to come back this time? Master? Just 1 month. Butler Jerry was relieved to hear his young master's answer. If the defense in the territory is high, something will happen to the Carter family. Okay, Master. Butler Jerry nodded. He had also heard about the Carter family. He didn't know the details, but the loss was huge. As for where his young master went this month, Butler Jerry didn't ask at all, because his young master was away from home for a month, which was already a short time. Chapter 753 Big Idiot. White. After the lab is built, you will be responsible for the follow-up. If you need anything, please contact the housekeeper. I have other things to do now. After the lab is built, we will still follow the old rules for testing. When the time comes, we will get out the ultra-high temperature materials as soon as possible. Yang Bo instructed White again. Boss, don't worry. White and the other two were very excited, because with such a large investment, such an advanced lab, and the boss's superpower, the high-temperature lab will soon produce results. Is there any way to use the space particle oscillator to suck other people's space mechas? Yang Bo asked in a low voice. This is possible. White nodded. But even if we suck it over, it will be useless, because the control buttons and control systems of each mecha have energy frequency matching, and the three of us are not very proficient in this aspect. White spoke again. That's good. Is there anyone in Dimension Company who can use the same method to suck my mecha over? Boss, don't worry about this. We have already made relevant arrangements, and according to your ability, whoever sucks your mecha over is looking for death. I like your flattery. Something should happen in the space laboratory of Dimension Company, because we have left too many traces in it. So we must. White made a gesture of stretching out his hand to explode. Then I feel relieved. In fact, Yang Bo knew these things, but he pretended to ask again. At night, Yang Bo returned to the hotel. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen also felt bored. Now the people of the Blue Water Empire are very unfriendly to the people of the Alliance, just because Yang Bo has won them too many times. The others will go back tomorrow. Lu Jingxiang said. Let them go back first. We will go alone. After all, we won so much money, and we might be targeted by some bad guys. Yang Bo found an excuse. Yeah, we listen to you. The two nodded. The next day, Yang Bo arrived at the ring on time. He looked at the total amount of bets today, which was still about 40 billion. But nearly 10 billion was bet on himself to win. It seems that my idea is right. I can't hide it no matter what. Mainly because I won too much. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Ho Fong saw Yang Bo take a deep breath and then waited quietly. The host said start. Yang Bo rushed towards the opponent like a leopard. And Ho Fong also moved, but at a much slower speed. However, in the middle of the way, Ho Fong instantly accelerated, ready to use this situation to interrupt Yang Bo's plan. Seeing this scene in the stands, everyone cheered. The two collided violently. Yang Bo's body shook, and he slid sideways, leaning back to avoid the sword in Ho Fong's hand, and his own sword passed through Ho Fong's neck. KO! Yang Bo wins. The two sides crossed each other, and Yang Bo appeared several meters behind Ho Fong. Everyone in the stands was stunned. It was so fast again. And Yang Bo's body shook with a series of fake moves. And every change of direction was unexpected. Liar. Big liar. Fuck. Give me back. Give me back. Fake match. Give me back. Give me back. The audience in the stands roared. Ho fine. You fucking fake match. After returning to the lounge, Yang Bo left in a hurry without any hesitation. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen felt like they were floating when they walked. Because it was like this again. Choose another one. I feel like it. Yang Bo's plan was to have another one. Yeah. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen now obeyed Yang Bo's orders. After Yang Bo chose an opponent, the rest was left to Lu Jingxiang. What? Alan's genius brother was also clamoring to take out 5 billion to let Yang Bo choose him. Of course. This video was 2 days ago. Now what wished he had never posted this video. Because Yang Bo really chose him. In the last 2 games, what felt that he couldn't understand Yang Bo's moves even more. It was too damn fast. And he was taken down in one move. But as a great noble, he had to have face. Even if he knew that there was a high possibility of losing, he still had to bite the bullet and agree. The challenge between What and Yang Bo was at 1 p.m. the next day. This year's free game was far less lively than before. First of all, the amount of bets in each game was far lower than the previous game. Because the money has flowed to the regular competition venue. The people of the Blue Water Empire have already regarded the regular competition as a matter of face. For those who bet on Yang Bo to win, those who lost also cursed. The Carter family actually suspected their own people. Yang Bo entered the game and went online with Su Wei, only to find that the last time he made trouble. The Carter family thought that there was a problem inside. This made Yang Bo a little unexpected. The main thing is that Yang Bo killed 3 family geniuses and the butler. The biggest loss of the Carter family is the 3 geniuses and the butler. Don't underestimate the butler. As for the loss of the laboratory, it is not important. Because the staff are all there. But the data is gone. So this gave the Carter family a misjudgment. Thinking that someone in the family colluded with outsiders to kill the 3 geniuses. Buddy just wanted to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. And didn't think that these 3 young people were geniuses. But it's okay this way. Wait until we return to March Star to see the harvest. Yang Bo did not open the harvest from last time now. Because he was not sure if there was something that could be tracked in it. Because Yang Bo felt that there were deeper things hidden in the Water Blue Empire. For example, the soft power obtained by killing these 3 geniuses. And the skills obtained by killing Feng Yilio before. And the suction on the opponent's sword in the previous game. What kind of power is this? In what way are these powers passed down? And the power application method in the second world game. If you learn the last trick, you will benefit infinitely. Then what about the previous power methods? Yang Bo will have to wait until he returns to March Star to experience these things one by one. Of course, he has to become Bart to continue to find this secret. After Su Wei finished the game, she looked at the things in her room. Because she was leaving tomorrow afternoon. Su Wei actually didn't have much attachment to this family. Although her father treated her well. She only saw him once or twice a year. Most of the time, Su Wei was alone facing the servants. And there was no one to talk to. However, when she thought about going to Yang Bo's house far away, Su Wei felt a little melancholy, thinking that she was an ordinary person, while Yang Bo was a superpower. Brother, what about father? The next day, Su Wei found Su Hai and asked, Sister, let me tell you something unpleasant. Among the nobles, daughters, especially those without ability, may not be as important as their father's pipe. You are going to a very far place. So take care of yourself. Your brother has no other ability. But I can still protest to the alliance. In addition, after you leave, the news of your departure with Yang Bo will be announced. The alliance is very friendly to women. If you have been wronged, you must speak out. Su Hai sighed in his heart. His sister didn't know at all that all this was the direction of development that his father hoped for. Well, go and prepare your things. Su Hai said again. Su Hai knew that he had to learn to detach his feelings and learn to consider everything with interests. As a county king, the first thing is to let his family pass on, instead of considering these feelings. Sometimes Su Hai felt very painful. But when he saw those downtrodden nobles, Su Hai felt that he still had to work hard, because he had not only himself on his shoulders, but also other people in his family. If the family falls into decline, the fate of others will be even worse. And Su Hai thinks that it is 10,000 times better for Su Wei to follow Yang Bo than to stay in the Blue Water Empire. Because an ordinary girl like Su Wei, if she enters other noble families, she may really be a captive decoration. It is just a nominal bond between the two families. If Su Wei has an accident, then her father will not hesitate to choose another daughter to marry the other party. Or a boy from his own family will marry the other party's daughter. No one will investigate this matter. And the person who got into the accident will soon be forgotten. This is the reality. At noon the next day, What stood on the ring and hoped that this was a dream. Because he watched a lot of Yang Bo's games last night and found that he only lost one game. But there was no way. Because other geniuses all posted challenge videos. And if he didn't, he would be laughed at as a coward in the circle. Looking at Yang Bo standing not far away. What made up his mind? If I lose, I must reward this bastard with money. Yang Bo looked at the bet amount. The total amount was only 32 billion. And 12 billion bet on him to win. The two sides were almost tied. Start. With the host start. What and Yang Bo rushed towards each other like leopards. KO. Yang Bo won. Just a touch. The intelligent referee gave the winner. Both sides' moves were fast and accurate. But Yang Bo still used a fake move of his body to mislead What. This was like a bayonet fight between the two sides. Life and death were immediately revealed. Of course. To be more precise. Yang Bo's body movements were a bit strange. I'm going to kill you. League rubbish. Wait for me. What angrily smashed the sword in his hand to the ground. Then pointed at Yang Bo's back and cursed. After Yang Bo returned to the lounge, he returned to the hotel with Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen. Ah. This? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were also a little surprised when they heard that they were leaving soon. Don't take anything. So as not to attract attention. Yang Bo said. What a pity. I bought so many specialties. I also bought so many clothes. After hearing this, the two looked at the things they bought and were reluctant to leave. You are all so rich. You can buy everything when you go back. The Blue Water Empire exports so many things to us. It's best for us to return home safely now. We have offended the nobles this time. Yang Bo said hurriedly, his voice a little anxious. Lu Jingxiang and the others nodded quickly when they heard Yang Bo's anxious voice. Because the nobles of the Blue Water Empire have many privileges. It would be unfair if these guys really killed the three of us. So the three of them left the hotel in batches. And Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were extremely nervous. After finding a place to meet outside, Yang Bo took the two people to a small fighter plane. The small fighter plane was unmanned. After Yang Bo took the two people up, the small fighter plane flew directly into space. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen held Yang Bo's hands tightly. The small fighter plane flew directly into space, and then docked with a small spaceship. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen never thought that they would leave Devon Star directly without going through the airport. After boarding the small spaceship, the fighter plane flew directly to the distant star. The small spaceship also started sailing. The speed of the small spaceship is much faster than the large spaceship with mixed passenger and cargo. Yang Bo. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen saw a girl rushing towards Yang Bo. And their eyes widened. This is my netizen Su Wei. This is my agent Lu Jingxiang. And this is my assistant Zhou Kersen. Yang Bo introduced the three people to each other. Nice to meet you. Su Wei greeted the two generously. We are very happy too. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were a little confused. Yang Bo actually kidnapped a young girl. I am 18 years old this year. Su Wei took the initiative to speak when she saw the questioning in Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen's eyes. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen felt itchy in their hearts. No wonder Yang Bo wanted to run away halfway. It turned out that he kidnapped someone else's daughter. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen did not realize that there was anything wrong with Su Wei's last name. Yang Bo then realized that this spaceship was the one that sent White and the other two here. There are not many guests on this small spaceship because the price is very high. The small spaceship can reach the capital star of the Alliance in about 15 days. Last time, White and his men did not set out from the capital star of the Alliance. In Su Wei's room, Yang Bo also saw a device, which was the protective equipment that ordinary people need to use when the spaceship jumps in space. Several people still chose a suite. Yang Bo. Su Wei snuggled tightly in Yang Bo's arms. Don't be sad. If you have the chance, you can come back often to see your father and your brother. Yang Bo felt Su Wei's psychological changes. Will it be troublesome? We ordinary people have a lot of trouble when we go out. Although the people at home don't have a good relationship with her, Su Wei still feels uncomfortable when she thinks about leaving her home. After all, she is just an 18-year-old girl. Let's buy a spaceship when we go back. You can't spend money carelessly. A spaceship is not cheap. Money is for spending. Well, I want to live with you. Of course, no problem. Yang Bo hugged Su Wei tightly. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen felt a little empty about Yang Bo living with Su Wei, but they were more worried about the next journey. Here are the black rock bees prepared by my brother. Su Wei pointed to a container next to her, where she could see eggs. After a month, these eggs will hatch. This is the queen bee inside, which can command the entire group. This is a drone. And these are worker bees. My brother said that their types are mainly determined by their energy absorption rate when they hatch. Yang Bo nodded. This black rock honey has some function of restoring mental power, but it is too low. Yang Bo will go back and build a large garden, and then use energy to cultivate these bees to see if he can make them stronger. 3 days after Yang Bo left, the regular season of the swordsmanship competition started again on the 4th day. At this time, a piece of news suddenly broke out. Yang Bo is a big liar. He won 40 billion and then ran away. Then the official of the Swordsmanship Association confirmed that the lead contestant Yang Bo, his agent and assistant were missing. And now they have reported the case. 40 billion. The people were shocked by this number. A garbage cleaner in the alliance actually won 40 billion from the Blue Water Empire. Find him. Many people have this idea in their minds, because there was no official information about Yang Bo's departure. Many people believe that Yang Bo must have used a disguise potion. Devon Star fell into chaos all of a sudden, especially the group of noble disciples. The noble disciples who lost money were crazy to find Yang Bo, because I was one of the big idiots who let Yang Bo win 40 billion. That's right. All those who lost money to Yang Bo were ridiculed as big idiots by the Blue Water Empire. Chapter 754 Self-Deception. 40 billion. This is an astronomical figure. It was actually won by a cleaner from the TMD Alliance. Those noble disciples who lost money and were laughed at now dare not participate in any social activities. As long as they participate in social activities, they will be laughed at by everyone. Even those who posted videos to challenge Yang Bo, but were not chosen by Yang Bo, quickly deleted the challenge videos. But it was useless. Opponents had already saved the videos. These noble disciples were frantically looking for Yang Bo on Devon Star, because there was no information that Yang Bo had left. But this method of looking was useless, because most of Devon Star was the territory of nobles, and others would not open their territories for you to find. Some people carefully analyzed Yang Bo, and found that Yang Bo's swordsmanship level was very high. Some people even suspected that Yang Bo's resume was fake. Looking back at Yang Bo's last few games, it was obvious that he had finished cutting leaks. In the end, the disciples of these great nobles had no choice but to be stubborn, saying that Yang Bo was inferior to others in skills, and he had used everything he could, and now he would lose if he didn't run. These noble disciples also said that Yang Bo couldn't afford to lose. This statement was recognized by many people, because many people lost money on Yang Bo and were unwilling to accept it. Some people even blamed the Swordsmanship Association. The opponents ranked for Yang Bo were all at the bottom, and they didn't let the top few play against Yang Bo. Anyway, these guys who lost money didn't admit that they had problems, but others had problems. Then Yang Bo was named a big liar. This news was passed back to the alliance, shocking everyone. Zhang Buizhen was leisurely tasting tea, and the mutant animals similar to the pangolin that Yang Bo mentioned before leaving last time had been found and had undergone preliminary tests. Although the energy content of this mutant animal is very low and can hardly be rated, the energy of this animal is more gentle. The more gentle the energy is, the lower the side effects of human use when it is made into a genetic evolution medicine. Puff! 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 Niu Bo hurried in and showed the news of Yang Bo to his young master, who sprayed 3 mouthfuls of tea in a row. In the end, Zhang Buizhen had to use his superpowers to recover. WOC. Zhang Buizhen burst out with a swear word without any image. My brother is a talent. He actually knows how to stop when he is ahead. I was worried that he would have problems over there. That's 40 billion won. Although Zhang Buizhen is now the biggest behind-the-scenes boss of March Star, it is not realistic to ask him to take out tens of billions of cash at once. March Star used to have a fiscal deficit every year. although the value of the entire planet is inestimable. They are all fixed assets. And it is difficult to realize this kind of fixed assets. Of course, if Zhang Boijin wants to get 40 billion now, he can do it. At most, he can mortgage a lot of assets. But one thing to note is how long Yang Bo took. Yes, the media reports of the Blue Water Empire are very detailed. Niu Bo nodded. My brother is really a talent. At such a young age. He is worth 10 billion. No. At least 100 billion. Zhang Boijin was also a little sad. Other people who knew Yang Bo had already calculated how much money Yang Bo had won. But they didn't expect Yang Bo to sneak away. 40 billion. Everyone was amazed at how much money this was. Yang Bo was entering the game with Su Wei at this time. Su Wei didn't use the nerve to access the helmet. I'm not used to this. Su Wei used a normal helmet to access the game and found it very uncomfortable. Just take it slowly. After returning to the Alliance, I will buy another set of external equipment so that it can have power sensing. Yang Bo said. Yeah. I can't taste the various delicacies in it anymore. But it's good. I don't have to smell the stinky smell of those people. Su Wei thought of the benefits again. Yeah. Although Yang Bo lived with Su Wei, they didn't communicate deeply. Yang Bo. We all live together. Why? Su Wei asked with a blushing face. Because it is said that after becoming a superpower, people who have not communicated deeply grow faster. Yang Bo said while hugging Su Wei. In fact, facing such a beauty, Yang Bo himself felt very uncomfortable. But with Su Wei's current appearance, Yang Bo felt that it was better not to move. Otherwise, it would be more uncomfortable to be neither up nor down. Ah, I've heard of this rumor. But what does it have to do with me? Su Wei had tied her hair into a ponytail, and her face became rounder and more tender. Because you can also become a superpower. Yang Bo whispered. It's just not convenient on this spaceship. Seeing Su Wei's astonishment, Yang Bo explained in a low voice. Ah, this? Su Wei looked at Yang Bo with some suspicion. Let's talk about it when we get to March Star. Yang Bo did not explain too much. Although it seems that there is no monitoring equipment in the spaceship now. But there are monitoring equipment in the public places on the spaceship. Besides, he has just become a superpower. And he can't hide the energy fluctuations on his body. When you pass these public areas, you might be recorded by the surveillance system of the spacecraft. Is it true? Is it true? Su Wei looked at Yang Bo excitedly. I have to go back and try it to find out. My other two girlfriends were ordinary people before. But they are not now. I also roughly noticed the problem with you. Yang Bo whispered in Su Wei's ear. Yang Bo. Su Wei hugged Yang Bo's neck tightly when she heard this. She was so excited. During the meal, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen looked at Yang Bo and Su Wei. Su Wei blushed, which made the two misunderstand that Yang Bo was doing something bad. After dinner, Yang Bo accompanied Su Wei to stroll around the public area on the spacecraft. The public area of this small spacecraft is very small. But the virtual scene inside changes every day. Su Wei held Yang Bo's arm tightly. WOC? Which damn noble in the Blue Water Empire can't afford to play? Yang Bo released the spiritual power seed to Jerry. The butler. Butler Jerry received a message that someone offered a reward of 3 billion credit points to kill Yang Bo. And a member of the Brotherhood has already accepted the order. And Butler Jerry also knew that the 3 billion did not seem to be taken out by a noble. But he had no idea how many nobles it was, and who they were. What a bullshit noble. You get angry when you lose some money. Don't let me know who it is. Or even if you are hiding in the territory. I will find you out and kill you. You bastard. Yang Bo was going to wait until he returned to March Star. And the next time he returned to Devon Star, he would directly attack the Brotherhood branch. Did I really go too far? Yang Bo found out from Butler Jerry that the butler also had opinions about Yang Bo and thought he had gone too far. Forget it. Don't think about it for now. When we get to Green Demon Star, we will build a space vibration device there. And then we can travel around. When the laboratory becomes famous, we can build a branch in the Alliance capital star. And it will be convenient to go back and forth. It seems that I have to build at least 3 laboratories. One on March Star, one on Green Demon Star, and one on the Alliance capital star. The 3 laboratories will cost at least 100 billion. Which is not enough. But the nobles of the Blue Water Empire are rich. And I can change my identity to Bart and make money again. Su Wei took Yang Bo's hand. Feeling happy, although Su Wei was still a little skeptical about what Yang Bo said. Yang Bo's intention explained everything. After a stroll, he went back to play the game. Yang Bo now eats 3 meals on time, because Su Wei is an ordinary person. Su Wei changed her game equipment, so her combat effectiveness in the game has dropped a lot. In the second world game, Yang Bo and Su Wei came to the public security station to report. Andy! Adam. Welcome back. Locke looked at the 2 young men in front of him with mixed feelings. Although he had made great contributions when he encountered a bandit group outside the city, his contribution was pitifully small compared to saving the Viscountess and the Viscount's property. Green City directly rewarded him for his contributions and made him the head of the East City District Security Office. The rewards for the 2 people in front of him and the other 2 city guards were directly reported to the kingdom, and the kingdom's approval was required, which showed how important the rewards were. Your rewards have been reported to the kingdom and will be approved soon. This time, you are in a hurry to come back mainly for the Harvest Festival, which is the most grand festival of the year, so we must do our best in terms of security and protection. Locke said the intention of letting the 2 come back this time. It's all because of the commander's good teaching. The commander usually teaches us to pay attention to careful observation when patrolling. It was because of the commander that I dared to take the risk and try it. Yang Bo is very good at speaking. In fact, this is also normal, because the credit of the direct superior cannot be escaped. Haha. Andy, I didn't see you wrong. This time you are likely to get a title, although it is only the lowest level of knight. But this is already very good. Of course, not everyone can get a noble title. Locke laughed. Thank you, Commander. Yang Bo was of course a little excited, because in the game, the power of the nobles is greater than that of the Shuilan Empire in reality. They are the truly privileged class among the privileged. This time we received news that a bandit group will destroy the Harvest Festival in Green City. These bandit groups are omnipresent. In addition, these bandit groups are very cruel. They not only steal things, kidnap women, but also steal children. These stolen children are trained by them to become new thieves. They sell the kidnapped women directly to other places. Every year, many women and children go missing. In addition, they kidnap and extort, and sometimes even turn into robbers. Locke explained the matter in detail. Because the Harvest Festival is not held in the city, but on the river beach outside the city, which will attract thousands of people. Because the nobles will give out various things for free at this festival to show their gentlemanliness. Don't worry, sir. We will do our best, Yang Bo said immediately. Andy, you have good archery and observation skills, so when the time comes, you can carefully observe the people below from the sentry tower. Locke continued to assign tasks. Chapter 755 Appreciation. Sandy's blonde hair looked messy. Lord, who had brown hair, had his head shaved and was said to have parasites. Together with Yang Bo and Su Wei, the 4 of them came to the festival decoration site. Locke is now the head of the Dongcheng District Public Security Bureau, and he usually doesn't come to these places. Yang Bo and others came to see the scene. The river beach has been cleaned up, and then a lot of wooden platforms have been built. And there are many simple thatched sheds. Several tall watchtowers are being built. The watchtowers are about 8 or 9 meters high and are all made of thick logs. Yang Bo looked at the simple watchtower and was a little scared. Yang Bo directly knocked the wood of the arrow tower twice with the sword in his hand. Through the vibration of the sound, Yang Bo knew that the depth below this thing was not enough. But he was not in charge of the construction. If something happened to this thing, the whole arrow tower would fall down, and the people on it would be seriously injured if they didn't die. Who is responsible here? Yang Bo shouted loudly. What do you want? Yang Bo and his group were wearing the uniforms of the city guards and had long been noticed. The 4 pillars of this arrow tower are not buried deep enough. Do it again, Yang Bo said directly in a vicious tone, and waved the long sword in his hand vaguely. Yes, yes. The middle-aged man in charge of the project did not dare to explain or refute after seeing the scene. He quickly asked others to put down the erected pillars and then dig the pit again. Yang Bo had worked on many construction sites in his previous life, and this thing was almost the same as planting telephone poles. Don't fill it with stones. 1 or 2 idiots. Yang Bo took the tools himself. First filled the soil around the wood pile, and then compacted it while filling. Just do it this way. If anyone doesn't do it well, don't let me see them in the future. Yang Bo threatened fiercely again. Those who were working were actually farmers around. They were afraid of these soldiers. And they worked honestly after hearing this. Handy. Do you know these things? Sandy asked in surprise when he saw Yang Bo's command. I did these things in the academy. Yang Bo made up an excuse to fool around. At the scene, Yang Bo saw several suspicious people with Grandmaster-level disguises. Although these guys looked like honest farmers, others were either working hard or being cunning. These guys, while working, their eyes were like thorns, looking around everywhere. But Yang Bo didn't expose them, because this was a credit. If these people didn't come to make trouble, how could he make a contribution? Although the characters in the game cannot use their superpowers, it is still easy to distinguish who is disguised and who is not. When I stand on the Arrow Tower, these members of the thieves group will be credited one by one. Yang Bo hates these child traffickers the most. As long as they dare to come, I dare to keep their lives. However, after returning to the police station, Yang Bo privately reported to Locke, Sir, I saw several suspicious guys at the scene today, but I didn't take any action. Really? Locke didn't expect Handy to get anything when he went there today. Sir, we don't have any evidence now, and there is no credit for catching them now. Yang Bo whispered meaningfully again. Locke patted Yang Bo's shoulder hard. You have to remember what they look like. There will be many nobles and officials of Green City who will attend the festival celebrations. As long as the opportunity is right, you can do it. The more Locke looked at Handy, the more he liked him. If he had 2 more subordinates like him, he would be able to make contributions. Thank you, sir, for trusting me. Then your team will be responsible for patrolling the festival site every day. You have to remember every suspicious person. As long as they take action, you should also take action if there is evidence. Yes. The reason why Yang Bo reported first was because the matter still needed the approval of the superior. If you want to get along well with the leader, you have to report more when something happens, even if it is a trivial matter, because you don't know the position of each matter in the leader's mind. Sometimes you think it is a small matter, and you make the decision yourself. But the leader thinks it is not a small matter, although asking for instructions and reporting more often may cause trouble to the leader. It is good for your own growth. Next, Yang Bo played games with Su Wei every day, and went to the festival decoration site to see. After the game, the two studied some miscellaneous things together, such as the design of the garden, and Su Wei learned a lot about the Alliance. After another space jump, Yang Bo hurried to see Su Wei and found that there was no problem. Because after this space jump, it arrived at the star field of the Alliance. The spacecraft passed the inspection of the Alliance border inspection, and then set sail again. Not long after, the Alliance broke a news that Yang Bo, the cleaner who won 40 billion in the Blue Water Empire, had successfully returned to the Alliance. Because Yang Bo's identity information was registered when the spacecraft entered the Alliance star field. Although Su Wei also registered, Su Wei's identity information was disguised. However, the nobles of the Blue Water Empire still did not believe it, thinking that this was false news released by the Alliance, and that Yang Bo was still on Devon Star. This was the Alliance deliberately misleading everyone so that Yang Bo, the big liar, could sneak away. Although there was news that Yang Bo had returned from the Alliance, there was no specific news, because no one dared to reveal Yang Bo's specific flight information or anything, because Yang Bo was a celebrity in the Alliance, and being sued by such a celebrity would result in bankruptcy, and even related companies or departments would be implicated. It can be said that Yang Bo occupied the top of the Alliance news hotspot list for more than 2 months, from breaking the Sword Association's KO winning streak at the beginning. And then the Blue Water Empire netizens and the Alliance netizens had a large-scale war of words. Then Yang Bo went to the Blue Water Empire and continued to write legends one after another, killing opponents again and again, winning 40 billion, and then sneaking back to the Alliance successfully. The people of the Blue Water Empire think that Yang Bo is a big liar, shameless, and ran away secretly. But the people of the Alliance think that what Yang Bo did was right, and that what he put in his pocket is his own, and that Yang Bo is a real hero. Netizens from the 2 countries are cursing each other online again. What makes those netizens of the Blue Water Empire upset is that no matter what they say, those rubbish netizens of the Alliance say that Yang Bo won 40 billion. The netizens of the Blue Water Empire think that Yang Bo won 40 billion, and their defenses are broken. This is caused by the huge cultural differences between the 2 countries. As Yang Bo's agent, Lu Jingxiang received many calls and invitations, but she refused them all, because everyone is not short of money now. There is no need to sign some high-priced contracts to restrict themselves. Lu Jingxiang's girlfriends are jealous and hateful, because Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen, one is Yang Bo's agent and the other is Yang Bo's assistant, are all divided into billions of dollars. Wow! Su Wei looked at the huge Tianyun star on the airport. Among the three countries, the alliance has the most advanced science and technology. Rest well for 2 days at the hotel, and then we will set off again. Yeah. Su Wei nodded. After arriving at the hotel, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen couldn't wait to go shopping, because they didn't bring anything. They also took Su Wei with them. Girls like to go shopping, so Su Wei agreed. Although Yang Bo is now a celebrity, the hotel dare not leak any information about Yang Bo. Otherwise, they will wait for bankruptcy. But many staff members are a little excited when they see Yang Bo. After Yang Bo went out, he came to the underground city again, and then changed people in the casino. Arriving at the hotel in the underground city again, Lin Yu was already waiting here. Yang Bo, who had been holding back for a long time, made Lin Yu feel what ferocity was. You didn't touch any women when you went out? Lin Yu asked after she recovered and vaguely felt uncomfortable in some places. I'm not such a casual person. Although Yang Bo was not completely comfortable, it was not bad. How is your life now? Yang Bo certainly knew that Lin Yu was living a good life now. She lived in a villa every day, either shopping or having afternoon tea, and she could buy any bag she liked. But she still had to ask what she should ask. I'm living a comfortable life now, but sometimes I lack a man. Let's buy a machine. I rarely come here. The machine doesn't have the feeling of a real person like you? Then come again. Yang Bo didn't let Lin Yu freeze by herself, because Lin Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Yang Bo sneaked out for a walk and came back, but the three people who were shopping hadn't come back yet. After waiting for a long time, the three people came back with big bags. Su Wei had changed into a new set of clothes, a beige sweater, and her hair looked styled. She looked like a girl, and with her chubby face, people wanted to kiss her. Yang Bo. Su Wei is an ordinary person. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen only knew that Su Wei was an ordinary person now. Yeah. What's wrong? Yang Bo nodded. She is an ordinary person. You too. Is there something wrong with you because of your superpowers? Zhou Kersen's eyes were filled with gossip. How could it not be possible? Yang Bo rolled his eyes. It is true that some people have gained superpowers, but some functions have been lost. Some functions lost are messy, such as the sense of taste and smell, and some functions in some aspects. However, some people's superpowers make some functions increase in a mess, such as amplifying the sense of smell hundreds of times. This thing can't survive at all. When you go out, there are hundreds of smells mixed together. You can only bring air purification equipment. We too didn't do anything. Yang Bo answered unhappily, really wanting Zhou Kersen to taste his own power. Oh! The two of them were obviously still a little unconvinced. Yang Bo didn't argue with the two of them. When he came to the room, he saw Su Wei bought a lot of things and bought Yang Bo a set of sportswear and a pair of shoes. During the 2 days on Tianyun Star, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen took Su Wei shopping and visited the scenic spots. Yang Bo took the opportunity to comfort Lin Yu. As soon as Yang Bo left, the Energy Stone Reserve Warehouse of Tianyun Star was attacked. It is said that the loss was as high as hundreds of billions, and all the spare energy stones distributed to various fleets were stolen. Lin Yu was also shocked to see the news. And Li Yong, who was serving as an intern captain of a warship in the First Fleet, was also shocked, because someone said last time that he wanted to rob the reserve warehouse. Only Yang Bo was speechless. He did nothing. But the shit pot was put on his head. The Third Fleet? Collusion between inside and outside? Soon Yang Bo checked the spiritual seeds of several pirates and found that this matter was probably a collusion between the Third Fleet and some people in the Energy Stone Reserve Warehouse. Chapter 756 Denial. In addition, the news media also exposed the surveillance video of the robbery at that time. Or to be more precise, theft. There were 5 robbers in total. These 5 people disguised themselves as employees of the reserve warehouse. They drove a special flying car for transporting energy stones and took away all the spare energy stones in the energy stone warehouse. The energy stones on the warships are used as backup energy, as long as there is no fierce battle. The energy stones on the warships are generally not used. The energy stones on the warships are used to supplement the engine energy. Because in war, warships must not only take into account their own power, but also provide sufficient energy for weapon systems and defense systems. It is not that such a powerful enough engine cannot be designed, but the larger the engine, the higher the cost, the higher the maintenance cost, and the larger the size. Because there may be no war or fierce battles for hundreds of years, there is no need to equip the engine according to the highest power. The energy stone is to provide compensation when the energy provided by the engine is insufficient. The energy stones in this energy stone reserve have not been moved for almost 200 years. The robbers drove a special flying car for transporting energy stones into a rich man's villa. Then they disappeared completely, only to find the special flying car in the rich man's underground parking lot. And the rich man's villa was rented out. It is worth mentioning that these 5 people all wore various clown masks on their faces. One of the clown masks was exactly the same as the one Young Bo wore when he went to the Carter family to cause trouble. I wonder if these guys are lucky or unlucky. Young Bo muttered to himself after watching the video on the news. Because if the Carter family saw this news, they would probably send someone to investigate. Li Yong, who was far away in the First Fleet, was speechless, because Tianyun Star was the defense zone of the First Fleet, although the reserve center was not under the jurisdiction of the First Fleet. And Lin Yu believed that this was done by the pirate leader. In fact, strictly speaking, the loss of energy stones in the reserve center was a theft incident, and it should not be said to be an attack, because this matter was too embarrassing. The warehouse where the energy stones were stored could not be equipped with various intelligent systems. So when the manual inspection was carried out, it had been a while since the theft occurred. The spaceship returning to March Star was much larger. It is worth mentioning that other players who went to the competition together are still on their way back to the capital star of the Alliance. The small spaceship that Yang Bo and others took was 1/3 faster than them. Although Yang Bo was a celebrity, no one came to harass him, because those who knew him did not dare to disclose Yang Bo's identity information. Personal privacy is a very important thing in the Alliance. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were also in trouble. Many people who were not so familiar with him took the initiative to chat, inquire about Yang Bo's relevant information, and even solicited investment, because the share of the agent and assistant can be roughly calculated. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen did not expect that they would be able to get billions of dollars this time when they came to the Blue Water Empire. Yang Bo, what do you think we should do with so much money? Now there are many people introducing very impressive projects. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen asked Yang Bo while they were having dinner. Can't you just keep it and use it slowly? If you have to invest, there are no good investment projects in the current bad investment environment of the Alliance. If there are any, they have been snatched away by the big families long ago. Yang Bo shook his head. Then where is your money? The two heard this and thought Yang Bo was right. My money will be left and spent slowly. I will also build a big garden. I have agreed with Su Wei that all the open space in front of my door will be turned into a garden. Yang Bo looked at Su Wei and said. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were a little surprised. All built into a garden? Because the garden in front of Yang Bo is thousands of square kilometers. To put it more vividly, it is an area as large as a square with a side length of about tens of kilometers. When Yang Bo first bought it, the land price of March Star was extremely cheap, and the government was willing to compensate because Yang Bo was hijacked by pirates on an immigration spaceship and then suffered a series of changes. In addition, Yang Bo chose a mountain range next to the city, and the whole shape is like a pig kidney. The outer circle of the pig kidney is the sea, and the inner circle is the river between Oma City and the mountains. Yang Bo's villa is located at 2/3 of the pig kidney. A large area in front is made of lawn. The original land area was more than 200,000 square kilometers, but part of it was sea area and beach. There was also a large mountain range behind the villa, and a large area near the river on one side. There was no flat place at all, and the garden in front of the villa was also a big slope. Of course, it is more than that now, because Yang Bo used the development rights of the mutant animals in his territory to exchange for a 2,000-kilometer long and 600-kilometer wide coastline, and also included hundreds of kilometers of sea area. Yeah, Yang Bo nodded. It's good to be rich. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were a little envious. Yang Bo was willing to spend money on an ordinary woman. However, the two did not say anything, because they felt that Yang Bo had just become a superpower, and his mind had not changed. Besides, Everything was free in the alliance. If he said something, it would make him look wrong. Just as a few people were chatting, another piece of news directly hit the people of the Blue Water Empire. According to unconfirmed news, the daughter of a prince was abducted by Yangbo, a garbage cleaner of the alliance. This news instantly caused a huge sensation in the Blue Water Empire. But there were many princes in the Blue Water Empire, and no one knew how many daughters these princes had. There was news that the prince knew the news too late, and it was with the help of this princess that Yangbo escaped from the Blue Water Empire. Ordinary people in the Blue Water Empire, and the disciples of those families were envious and jealous. The daughter of the prince is the princess. No matter how ugly or useless she is still the princess. How can marrying the princess be glorious? And there was news that the two met in the game, which was the Second World Game. This led to many people in the Blue Water Empire pouring into the Second World Game. Then the news spread to the Alliance, and the people in the Alliance were envious and jealous. Yangbo, a cleaner, went to the Blue Water Empire and won 40 billion, and also brought back a princess. But more people are concerned about what the Second World Game is. Then many people cried and shouted that they wanted to pay money to join the Sword Association, and they wanted to learn swordsmanship. When Liu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen received the news, they had just finished their meal and discussed how to spend the money in their hands. The two were also very surprised when they saw the news. And then, they remembered that Su Wei's surname was the surname of the royal family. The two hurriedly sent a message to Yangbo. But Yangbo refused to admit it. Yangbo, Su Wei is an orphan. We did know each other while playing games. Liu Jingxiang, don't pretend. I have always been curious about how you got the fighter plane when we left. Yangbo, nonsense. There is no fighter plane. We got on the spaceship normally. Liu Jingxiang, you can fool others with this, but you can't fool us. Yangbo, you two should not talk nonsense. I will sue you for defamation and make you bankrupt. Liu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were speechless when they saw Yangbo's serious denial. However, the two also knew that as long as Su Wei's identity certificate showed the princess, no one could confirm his identity unless Su Wei's father personally admitted it. Yangbo became the public enemy of the unmarried disciples of the nobles of the Blue Water Empire for a while. There were even noble disciples who shouted at Yangbo to go back and hand over the princess. Some even shouted that they would bet tens of billions against Yangbo. But they just wanted to participate in the free competition. This seemed to have made the noble disciples of the Blue Water Empire find a way to defeat Yangbo. Yangbo, if you are a man, come and play the free competition with me. Yangbo, you rubbish liar. I have 10 billion blue coins here. If you have the guts, let's go to the arena and take a walk. In our Blue Water Empire, the free competition is truly a man's competition. Your Highness, you don't want the man next to you to be a despicable, shameless, and cowardly coward. Right. So a bunch of noble disciples posted videos to provoke Yangbo. After seeing these videos, Su Wei said, these people are so childish. Yangbo, don't compete with them in a free game. Even if it's a free game, they will admit defeat when they see me. Yangbo chuckled. I forgot to ask you. What superpowers do you have? Su Wei looked at Yangbo curiously. Laser. Yangbo whispered. Su Wei looked at Yangbo curiously. What does laser mean? My superpower is light attribute. I can release laser like a laser weapon. Only a few people know my secret. Yangbo said with a chuckle. Su Wei's eyes widened. And Yangbo whispered again, I'll show you when we get back to our house. Yeah. If that's the case, then these guys are just clowns. Su Wei looked at the noble young men in the video again. They were all dressed very handsomely, and made all kinds of fancy moves. Let's go to the Blue Water Empire again later. And I'll win another one. Yeah. Su Wei nodded. Sister Jingxiang sent another message. It turned out that Yangbo and Su Wei sent the message to Liu Jingxiang just now. Of course, Yangbo would not say that Su Wei was an orphan. You can reply to her casually. Sister Jingxiang is actually quite pretty. In fact, I don't mind if you have other women, as long as you treat me well. I also know that your superpowers are much stronger than ordinary people like us. Su Wei leaned her head on Yangbo's shoulder and said, Silly. Don't think too much. When you get there, you will intensify your practice after you have superpowers. Were the other two sisters really ordinary people before? Let's talk about this when we get back. It's not convenient to talk here now. Yeah. The princes of the Blue Water Empire have more than one wife. So Su Wei is no longer surprised by these things. But Yang Bo still feels a little sorry for Su Wei. Who is this fourth brother? A message has been sent. Su Wei saw another message coming from Yang Bo's communicator. This is the real owner behind our planet. Ah. He owns the entire planet by himself? Not yet. But definitely in the future. Then why do you call him the fourth brother? He asked me to call him the fourth brother. A planet belongs to him alone. Not his family. Even if a family has a planet. That's amazing. Su Wei found it hard to imagine that someone actually owns a planet. Now his family is fighting with him for the control of this planet. But now he has the upper hand. Let's talk about it when we get home. You should reply to him in the same way as you replied to Liu Jingxiang first. Zhang Buizhen was really envious. Yang Bo won 40 billion. Which made Zhang Buizhen very envious. He didn't expect that this guy actually kidnapped the princess. Although the other party did not admit it. Zhang Buizhen knew it must be true. Because Yang Bo wanted to leave the Blue Water Empire secretly. And it would definitely not work without help. Another person who was jealous and mad was the assistant to the president of the March Star Sword Association. It turns out that Adam in the game is actually a princess. And I don't know which princess it is. It's really outrageous. The president was also very surprised by the news. But he laughed when he heard this. You should think about how to work overtime. You have already advanced 10 years of salary. If you don't work overtime, you won't have the money to return to the Blue Water Empire in the future. Yang Bo. This big liar. Deceived all of us. He obviously has enough strength. But he pretended to be a big liar. Shameless. Vulgar. And despicable. The assistant to the president finally discovered Yang Bo's true strength. But unfortunately, he had already lost too much. Yang Bo won 40 billion. And he won it from the so-called geniuses of those great nobles. I think your majesty is very willing to see this result. And don't you think about it. Any princess can take a few people away secretly? The president said with a smile. When he said that Yang Bo won 40 billion, the assistant to the president's face turned green. You mean your majesty? The assistant to the president immediately thought of something when he heard this. After all, the great nobles and the royal family are still one. Yang Bo chose to withdraw halfway, which was actually giving face to the great nobles, and also to the Shuilan Empire. Giving face to the Shuilan Empire is to give face to His Majesty the Emperor. The president did not answer this question, but said something else. The president's assistant seemed to understand, that is to say, if someone is unfavorable to Yang Bo, then? It's good that you understand. This time, the royal family not only did not lose face, but gained face. The only one who won Yang Bo was Su Hai. Although he is only a prince, his surname is Su. Look at those so-called noble geniuses who lost billions and billions. What is their reputation in the country now? These so-called geniuses of the great nobles are now big idiots in the eyes of the people of the Blue Water Empire. The prestige of the great nobles was hit hard this time. The prestige of the royal family was established again in the hearts of the people. This is also the reason why the Noble Conference was postponed. It is conceivable that the original Noble Assembly must have some meeting contents that are not favorable to His Majesty. But now there are so many idiots. And I am afraid that the people will not be happy if these nobles want to propose some excessive contents. The president laughed. Do you mean that Yang Bo will have no problems in the future when he goes to the Blue Water Empire? The assistant to the president turned pale when he heard this. No matter whether it is the nobles or the royal family, no one will allow anyone to deal with Yang Bo privately, because they know that Yang Bo is dead. Then the whole system will collapse. And the so-called chivalry and the so-called dual spirit are a joke. The assistant to the president asked unconvincedly, then someone hired a killer to kill Yang Bo? What's wrong with your brain? Do those nobles really want to hire a killer? Don't they train killers themselves? The president asked back unhappily. Chapter 757 Harvest Festival. How can there be such news? The president's assistant asked in confusion. There should be two possibilities. The first is that there are really some idiots. But this possibility is relatively small. After all, noble disciples have been educated since childhood to put interests first. The possibility of idiots is small. But it is not impossible. The second is that although Yang Bo helped the royal family win praise, he still slapped the face of the Blue Water Empire. It is not ruled out that His Majesty the Emperor wants to let Yang Bo know something. The president's assistant was speechless when he heard this. He helped the emperor, but he was taught a lesson by the emperor. However, the president's assistant did not say this, because as superiors, They only measure interests, and do not care about feelings at all. Accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger. Zhou Rui was also speechless when she saw the news that Yang Bo abducted the princess. And they met in the game. But this also fits Yang Bo's character. Wang Muxue was puzzled. There were many women around Yang Bo. But why did he bring back a princess? Wang Muxue knew that Zhou Rui and Lu Jingxiang were interested in Yang Bo. Now that Zhou Rui was a politician, it might be difficult for her to marry Yang Bo. But Lu Jingxiang was fine. As a result, Yang Bo actually found a girlfriend in the game. And she was a princess. What's more exaggerated is that he won 40 billion by just going out for a walk. I knew that some people's foxtails could not be hidden. Wang Muxue looked into the distance. However, Yang Bo still showed no flaws. So many people in the Blue Water Empire were still unwilling to accept the loss. Because Yang Bo was fast, fierce and accurate in the last few games. But many people think that Yang Bo was motivated by the huge amount of money. Besides, Yang Bo's quick, fierce and accurate moves in those games looked like he was risking his life. And he also used fake moves. Yang Bo ignored the outside voices and took Su Wei to play the game. Su Wei bought a lot of things on Tianyun Star. All kinds of clothes and accessories. In the Interstellar era, gold and gems are the least valuable. Because any gem can be synthesized artificially. And it is purer than naturally produced. In addition, gems are everywhere on some mineral stars. Su Wei can't touch some beautiful energy gems now. Because energy gems have some radiation effects. In the second world game, Green City celebrates the Harvest Festival. And Yang Bo also purchased 2 sets of second world external equipment on Tianyun Star. Through these 2 sets of external equipment, the use of power in the game can be simulated. That is, these 2 sets of equipment can allow game players to feel the power in their hands. Of course, not nerve intervention. Because this is illegal in the Alliance. With this kind of game auxiliary equipment, Yang Bo's archery in the game has improved rapidly. Su Wei's skills have declined instead. Yang Bo has also been observing the virtual game helmet and found that there are only a few ways to stimulate the brain. Yang Bo was alone on the Arrow Tower, wearing a 3-layer leather armor. The main reason is that the characters in the game have poor physiques. If they have good physiques, they can be equipped with light armor. That is, metal armor. The entire festival site is very large. And the entire river beach is basically full of people. All the city guards of Green City are on duty. But there are only 200 people here to maintain law and order. Because Green City's own defense is more important. And there are many nobles here today. So there are also many knights. Yang Bo saw a gorgeous carriage, followed by 2 knights. And 2 more knights behind. These knights were equipped with light armor. When the civilians around saw this kind of carriage, they hurriedly stood on both sides and bowed. There were at least dozens of knights on the scene. Not to mention the nobles' private guards. So the safety of the nobles was basically no problem. And the city guards were mainly responsible for maintaining other public security. On the first day, the city lord led the nobles to offer sacrifices and pray for another good harvest next year. The whole festival lasted for 3 days. And it was also the grandest transaction. The nobles would give a lot of things to the civilians. Such as some nobles brewed wine. Because there were not only civilians, but also many businessmen. Of course, the people who came were from Green City and the surrounding areas. Other people from far away would not come here. And each village would also hold a harvest festival. The city lord of Green City is a middle-aged man. He looks like a big and strong man. And with a big belly, he looks like a butcher. But the skin of the city lord of Green City is very white, which means he is a noble. In this game world, the most important thing to identify a noble is to look at his skin. According to Adam, not only is the skin white, but there is also a scent of perfume, which is definitely a noble. Because the perfume in the game world is all made of flowers. The price is extremely expensive. Yang Bo was far away from the city lord's speech, and he couldn't hear what he said clearly. Plus there were many people below. The arrow towers were mainly distributed around. And Yang Bo looked at the dense crowd below. Not to mention that you can see unique scenery here, such as the noble lady being protected by the guards below wearing a low-cut skirt. Yang Bo said that he definitely didn't mean it. And the ladies' faces weren't very good-looking. Some parts were too dark. In addition, these ladies had thick foundation on their faces. The whole festival celebration scene gave Yang Bo the feeling of a large trade fair. A roar came from a distance. Queue up. Everyone. Yang Bo didn't know what happened at all. Adam sent a message. Some nobles started to give money. Adam and others patrolled below. And if they met suspicious people, they would check them. If there was a dispute, they would go up and beat the people without thinking. When there was a dispute among civilians here, there was no mediation at all. Those involved in the dispute were beaten up and then dispersed. Because if they really wanted to mediate, there were not so many people, let alone arresting and locking them up. This method was a bit rough, but it was really useful. As long as the people in dispute heard the sirens of the city guards, they would immediately disperse. If they ran slowly, they would be caught by the city guards and beaten up. Because the city guards don't know the law, it's hard to judge who's right and who's wrong. And most of the soldiers can't read. Of course, if someone dies or is seriously injured, all the people involved will be arrested. And if they are slightly injured or lightly injured, they will be beaten violently. That's why there is such a simple and rough treatment method. Soon Yang Bo found the suspicious guys in the dense crowd. However, these guys didn't take action now, but looked around. Yang Bo estimated that these people would take action tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, because there are many nobles and knights coming today. By tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, the number of nobles will gradually decrease, and the number of knights and guards will also be small. Yang Bo saw the black carriage in the distance again. A woman in a low-cut skirt stood beside the carriage, holding a fan in her hand, and kept fanning her exposed chest. Occasionally, a passerby would come up to chat for a few words, and then the two would continue to go into the carriage for in-depth communication. There was a circus farther away. The Banshee Circus came again, and would perform here for a week. The circus was actually a distance away, and there was no performance now. The performance started in the afternoon. There were also some large caravans stationed farther away. These caravans surrounded the carriages in a circle, and the people in the caravans began to put out the goods and shouted loudly. Yang Bo saw a thief and picked up a small stone and threw it at him. The thief was about to steal something from the person in front of him, but he didn't expect to be hit on the head. He turned his head and saw Yang Bo on the arrow tower pointing at him. The thief was so scared that he ran away quickly. Yang Bo also turned a blind eye to these thieves, because if these thieves were really caught, there was a high probability that they would be sent to the front line as cannon fodder. Of course, if they have money to pay the bail, they will definitely not be sent away. In fact, there are two benefits to sending cannon fodder to the front line. The first is to remove all the unstable factors in the local area, and the second is to have enough cannon fodder to consume the equipment of the enemy country. If it is a virtual game, Yang Bo does not mind sending all these thieves to the front line, because they are just a string of data. But this is a real world, so Yang Bo sending them to the front line is a bit too much. Thieves are different from real thieves. Yang Bo has relatively small stones in his hands, and he will throw a stone at a thief when he sees one. After the thief was hit by Yang Bo's stone, he was so scared that he ran away, fearing that he would be caught by the city guards. Someone changed shifts in the middle of the game, and Yang Bo came down to rest and eat. What a pity. There are too many delicious foods today, Su Wei said with some regret after finishing the game. Yang Bo couldn't do anything about Su Wei, a little foodie. At the same time, he felt a little distressed, because she was almost kept in captivity since she was a child, and couldn't do what she liked. And there were few people she could talk to, let alone friends. So she could only taste the delicious food carefully. When we get there, we will build a garden, and you can grow anything you want to eat in it. How big a garden would that be? There are so many things I want to eat, and I grow them myself, so I feel I can't do it. Su Wei shook her head when she heard this. But it's okay today. If I had encountered such a thing in the past, there would be a stinky smell everywhere. I don't know how this game is made. It's so realistic. Today I saw several people's hair full of parasites, still wriggling. This game is sometimes disgusting. And those ladies almost exposed their breasts. Even the patrolling Sander secretly looked at the breasts of these ladies and swallowed his saliva. You observe very carefully. They also told a lot of dirty jokes. What dirty jokes are they telling? Tell me. You are so bad. Oh, I thought you would want to tell me dirty jokes after hearing them. Yang Bo looked disappointed. Bad guy. Su Wei hit Yang Bo with her fist. Then the two of them hugged each other jokingly, and then kissed each other. The next day, they continued to be on guard on the Arrow Tower. There were still nobles coming here today, but there were much fewer than yesterday, because Yang Bo knew that the smell was actually very bad down there. Didn't you see those noble ladies using the fans in their hands to block their noses when they walked? That's because there was perfume on the fans, which could suppress the smell around. There are 2 black horse carriages with problems. They didn't make a single deal yesterday. And they didn't make a deal today. Yang Bo looked at the black horse carriages in the distance. Because Yang Bo knew that if you want to abduct women and children, you must have a means of transportation. There are also problems with the 2 caravans over there. The caravans in this world may become robbers at any time. So once the villages in this world see foreign caravans, they are not allowed to enter the village, and can only be stationed outside the village at a certain distance. There is also a noble carriage that is suspicious. The places where this carriage passes are places with more girls. Although Yang Bo's game character is not strong, he can clearly remember the trajectory of each of them by seeing what he sees. Just like a high-performance monitoring machine. And it also has various big data model algorithms. Yang Bo's current strength is equivalent to an intelligent optical computer. Many of these suspicious guys are players. And you can tell from their actions that they are game players of the Blue Water Empire. Yang Bo can judge who these people are through various subtle actions. Chapter 758 Doubts. Yang Bo's head was like a light computer, remembering the routes of suspicious people in his mind. Suddenly, there were shouts and sirens in the distance. Many city guards rushed towards the sound of the sirens. Adam, Sander and others looked at Yang Bo on the arrow tower. Yang Bo saw the shouts in the distance and sneered. Then he looked at Adam and others looking at him. So he made a gesture. Adam and others did not run in the direction of the sirens, but in another direction. Yang Bo knew that these bandits were going to take action, and they would definitely make trouble to attract the attention of the city guards. The shouts in the distance also caused some confusion among the people who came here to participate in the festival. Yang Bo saw a target he had been eyeing for a long time, and 2 people skillfully covered a child's mouth and took him to a temporary stall next to him. Yang Bo sneered and picked up the bow and arrow, waiting for the moment when the child's mouth was tied and stuffed into the sack. An arrow silently pierced the head of a thief. Unlock +1. Yang Bo. Adam and his men saw the direction of Yang Bo's arrows and immediately locked onto the people in the temporary stall. The other men saw a piece of arrow sticking out of their companion's forehead and knew they were discovered. So they were ready to turn around and run. But the next second, another arrow shot over and pierced another person's brain directly. Identification +1. Yang Bo. Interesting. And at this time, Sander and his men had already arrived. Adam also picked up a bow, and the thieves also picked up weapons. But the next second, another person's brain was pierced. Pottery +1. Yang Bo. There are 3 more thieves in this group. When they saw Sander rushing up, they quickly dropped their weapons. The reason why Yang Bo waited until they put the child into the sack before taking action was to catch the thief and get the dirt. The onlookers watched the child with his mouth tied and his hands and feet tied being released from the sack. The child's mother cried loudly while holding the child, because her child disappeared in an instant. If he had not been rescued, he would have been easily transported away in the sack. Because the most common thing at this festival is the goods in sacks. It is impossible to check every sack carefully. The onlookers picked up stones and threw them at the remaining 3 thieves. The 3 thieves were beaten to a bloody mess. And then, they were stopped by the city guards because it was a credit. Yang Bo knew that there was something wrong with these temporary stalls. Handy! Sander and others saw Yang Bo coming down from the arrow tower and quickly surrounded him. Over there. Let's go! Yang Bo's arrows could not reach the farther place. So he pointed in a direction and quickly rushed to another stall with a group of city guards. What are you doing? This stall was also run by 2 strong men, who sold some local specialties. Seeing a group of aggressive city guards, the 2 strong men immediately asked loudly. Sander and others didn't listen to them at all, and rushed over with swords in hand. The 2 strong men saw that these city guards didn't listen at all, and just when they were about to take out their weapons, one of them was pierced in the head by an arrow. Tracking +1. Yang Bo. The remaining one was directly hit into a ball by the 2 anxious city guards. The 2 city guards didn't care about the weapons in the remaining guy's hands at all, relying on their own protective gear. Then, in the corner of the stall, there was still a child in the sack. The remaining guy's tendons were immediately cut by a sword. Such child traffickers will be sentenced to hanging. Of course, this man cannot die now, because there are accomplices. Yang Bo took Sander and others, and did not stay here. The 2 accomplices of the stall just now tied up another child. The 2 guys were very skilled. One covered the mouth, and the other quickly tied the hands and feet, and then tied a rope inside the mouth. The two used their bodies to cover all this. Just after tying the child, the two were knocked out by two city guards. Yang Bo was a little speechless. Please pay attention to the child. It would be better for me to shoot arrows. The two thieves didn't react at all, and they were tied up. The child's mother only then reacted. The child was just beside her. How could he be tied up like this? Yang Bo led a group of city guards. As long as Yang Bo pointed to someone would immediately rush over with a cry. What is this? This is the credit. As for the two black carriages in the distance, Yang Bo did not move. Because these two black carriages might have something bigger going on. Because the people caught now do not match the intelligence received. And these are small groups of thieves. Not a group of thieves. So Yang Bo suspected that these two black carriages might be related to the real group of thieves. The city guards following Yang Bo were very excited. Because a lot of criminals were caught today. And they were all child traffickers. And the bounty for these criminals was very large. Those petty thieves have little money at all. After hearing about this, Locke also praised Yang Bo. Handy. You did a great job. I didn't expect that more than 30 people were arrested today, and several were killed. The most important thing is that there are witnesses and evidence. So there is no need to spend time interrogating. This is all because of the commander's command, and the commander's leadership, that we can crack so many criminals. But I have one more thing to say. Yang Bo answered modestly. Locke was looking at the criminals, who were taken to the carriage. These people will soon be publicly hanged. You say it? Locke turned back to look at Yang Bo after hearing this. And then the two walked to one side. I think the real thieves have not started yet. I have made some discoveries. But I don't know what their goal is. Yang Bo reported in a low voice. Are you saying there are other suspicious situations? Locke was a little surprised to hear this. Because he thought the matter was over. There are two black horse carriages over there. They have been here for 2 days, but have not made any business. This is very abnormal because some people ask for the price. The other black horse carriages made an average of nearly 15 business yesterday. Of course, it may also be that I am too suspicious. Locke waved his hand when he heard this. You are absolutely right. These black horse carriages will not let go of business. Even if it is a business of 2 or 3 copper coins. Who do you think they are targeting? Locke asked again. I think their target should not be the current festival site, but the large caravans in the distance. Of course, this is just my guess. Those large caravans have enough money. But their guards are also very powerful. The other is their target. Maybe other unknown people. Yang Bo paid attention to Locke when he said this. Because Yang Bo felt that the festival scene was so hard. And he couldn't make much money at all. The thieves group was mainly for money. There are 2 guesses for arranging 2 black carriages here. One is to transport weapons and equipment, which means that there are various weapons hidden inside. The other is to transport people. That is, the people the thieves want to kidnap. Locke looked into the distance after hearing this, and then asked, I don't understand it for a moment. But those big caravans are not easy to provoke. Even in the wild, these thieves dare not confront these caravans head-on. What about the Banshee Circus? Yang Bo asked again. In recent days, many nobles and dignitaries have come to the Banshee Circus to watch performances. But the guards of the Banshee Circus are stronger than the caravans. Locke shook his head. Yang Bo vaguely grasped a little bit when he heard this. But it seemed that he didn't grasp it at all. Because if the Banshee Circus was weak, it would have been robbed by others long ago. So Yang Bo couldn't determine who these bandits were targeting. Handy. What do you think I should do? Sir, it's not appropriate for you to make any preparations now. Because if something happens, if you are prepared but fail to solve the problem, then the responsibility will be on you. Yang Bo hurriedly whispered. Locke's eyes lit up, patted Yang Bo on the shoulder, and then left. Chapter 759, Take it one step at a time. Locke was very satisfied with these words. If he had made preparations first, and then something unexpected happened, he would definitely be blamed. But now, he pretended not to know. I believe that with Handy watching him here, he can rest assured and get the news in the first place. After playing the game in the evening, Sui looked at Yang Bo and said, You are so amazing. You can actually remember so many people. Sui is now dressed in home clothes, wearing a pink nightgown, with her hair simply tied up, and her round face is full of admiration. The whole person looks a bit kawaii and a bit cute. The main reason is that Sui usually does things a little bit slower. In fact, her mental strength cannot be concentrated, which is what we often say, that she can't react for a while. In addition, her round face makes people want to kiss her. Yang Bo kissed Sui on the face. My memory is a little better. We have made merit again this time. I wonder how much bonus we will get. Sui said with a little excitement. I don't know. But be careful when patrolling tomorrow. I always feel that something might happen tomorrow. Yang Bo has not figured out who the thieves' target is. The possibility that there are problems with the several large caravans and the Banshee acrobatic troupe nearby is very small, because these large caravans are backed by some great nobles. As for the origin of the Banshee acrobatic troupe, Yang Bo did not find out clearly, but there must be a reason why they were so popular and accepted by the nobles. Because ordinary people are not valued by the nobles at all, let alone being popular. The Banshee acrobatic troupe only opened in the afternoon and lasted until the evening. And there were many beasts in the Banshee acrobatic troupe. I will be careful. You should be careful too. Sui nodded. Yang Bo also nodded, and was reviewing what he saw in his mind. But he did not see any other suspicious people, which made Yang Bo most puzzled. Could it be that someone is in the black carriage observing the movements outside? Suddenly Yang Bo thought of something. That is, there were people in the two black carriages paying attention to the outside. Although no one came out to inquire about the news, they could still see the outside from the carriage. What is the most valuable target in Green City? Yang Bo carefully recalled what was worth the thieves' group in Green City. Nothing more than wealth? Headache. Yang Bo felt a little headache because he didn't know all the information in the game. The nobles in the second world are more arrogant than in reality, and some of their related information is difficult for people at the lower level to know. In the second world, the level of civilization, the news in the circle of nobles will not spread outside at all. In the second world, it is not easy to read and learn to read. You must have a letter of recommendation to study in Green Academy. No matter how much money you have, you can't enter the academy to study and learn skills without a letter of recommendation. Moreover, the speed of information transmission in the second world is very slow, except for some official business. Other things are transmitted through caravans or special postmen. Of course, the nobles are well informed about the news, but they will not tell the people below, let alone make it public. What is so attractive about the Banshee Circus that makes the nobles so popular? The nobles often hold cocktail parties and other dances, so information is exchanged quickly, while other people can only listen to some gossip in the tavern. Let's take it one step at a time. There are still very powerful beasts in this world, and I don't know where they are. Yang Bo thought for a while, and decided to take it one step at a time. The second world must have a big secret, because his meteor fist has proved everything. Not to mention that the Blue Water Empire spent so much to do these things. It must not be boring. During the meal, Su Wei and Lu Jingxiang were already very familiar with each other. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were envious when they heard that Yang Bo might become a noble in the game. They didn't expect Yang Bo to have such good luck. Su Wei was very kind and wanted to give Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen some money. However, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen refused because the two of them were doing well in the game and had a stable life. The external power control equipment in the second world game is good. With this, we can make shoes and other things better than before. Lu Jingxiang ate a piece of fruit and said. Zhou Kersen ate a piece of vegetable and nodded. The external equipment now is better than before. When we made clothes and leather shoes before, we were always unsure of the power in the game. Su Wei, do you think the way of playing games now is better or before? Lu Jingxiang asked again. Su Wei was eating a piece of meat. After finishing it, she drank a sip of water and said, each has its own advantages. There are good and bad sensory aspects. In the past, when there were many people, it felt stinky. Those people in the game don't like to take a bath. And those nobles have a pungent perfume smell. But there are also many delicious foods in the game. And through the neural network, the power can be controlled to the best. Of course, there will be pain, but I always set the pain to the lowest. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were a little envious and wanted to experience the neural network access. But unfortunately it was illegal in the Alliance. Now there are many more people in the game. Today, a game player was caught by the city guards not far from our store. This guy was complaining while complaining, but was knocked out directly. Lu Jingxiang said again. It's all because of Yang Bo. Zhou Kersen glanced at Yang Bo. Winter will soon come in the game, and there will be a surprise for these new players. Yang Bo smiled. The Alliance Sword Association recently issued an announcement that it will no longer accept new members within 3 months, because the number of applicants has exceeded 2 million in just a few days, and the Sword Association needs to screen these 2 million applications. As for the Blue Water Empire, there are even more. It is said that in a short period of time, there are as many as 5 million people who want to enter the Second World Game. The Blue Water Empire Sword Association is also screening these people. Some people are offering a bounty for Yang Bo in the game. Anyone who provides Yang Bo's identity information in the game can get 1 billion credit points. Many people in the Blue Water Empire have an illusion that if a garbage cleaner in the Alliance can pick up a princess in the game, then they can definitely pick up some noble ladies or princesses. This is actually the stereotype of those people in the Blue Water Empire. Yang Bo is indeed a cleaner, because in the official archives, Yang Bo did not resign from the position of cleaner, and the company did not fire Yang Bo. In this way, Yang Bo is still a resident, although everyone knows that this information is nonsense. They are unwilling to believe that Yang Bo is better than them. The Second World Game is indeed difficult in winter. Many people think that the Second World Game is the same as other games. Adam nodded. Yang Bo certainly knows why the Swordsmanship Association is slow to review the membership list. Because there are millions or tens of millions of people in the game all of a sudden. What is the concept? How much material will be consumed when there are so many clones in the Second World all of a sudden? In ancient society, there are hundreds of millions of people all of a sudden. How much hidden danger will these lawless game players bring? The Blue Water Empire created this Second World just to find some secrets. Not to destroy this world. If it really wants to destroy it, a super energy bomb can destroy the entire world. These people will definitely be released into the game in small batches. If the game players really want to mess around in it, the characters will be poisoned or sick, and then die. This is why so many gamers don't overturn the order in the game, because the authorities will intervene. Otherwise, according to the nature of gamers, they would have rebelled and overthrown the rulers, and then turned over and sang. Anyone who wants to make trouble in the game will not have a good result. Some people even want to be bandits. They are reborn several times, but they are wiped out by the cavalry of the kingdom. As for whether these are real cavalry or fake cavalry, who knows? I will be home in a few days. It feels like a dream. When I get home, we will treat you to a drink. Lu Jingxiang looked at Yang Bo and spoke. Joe Curson also nodded. Sometimes looking at the balance in my account is like a dream. I owed a large debt last year. That's fine. In fact, we are also in danger this time. If we hadn't run fast, the people in the Blue Water Empire would definitely not let us go. Look at how crazy they are now after we ran away. Yang Bo nodded. After Su Wei finished eating, she took a sip of water. These nobles in the Blue Water Empire are just unwilling to admit defeat. Because once they admit it, it proves that they are not as good as Yang Bo. Not as good as a cleaner in the Alliance. When Su Wei talked about cleaners, she had to look at Yang Bo and wanted to laugh. Because in the position of cleaners in the Alliance, it can be said that they are more secure than employees in the government units of the Blue Water Empire. Because the position of cleaners is not allowed to be dismissed. That is, if the cleaners do not resign themselves, no company or employer can dismiss them. Because they are a vulnerable group. And the benefits enjoyed by these vulnerable groups remind Su Wei of the nobles in the Blue Water Empire, who also cannot enjoy such high benefits, tax exemptions, etc. It's better if they don't want to admit it. We can win them again when we have a chance later. Yang Bo smiled. At night, Yang Bo and Su Wei lay together. Su Wei curled up in Yang Bo's arms like a kitten. Yang Bo felt a little angry because he could only look but not eat. But he thought that there would be only a few days left. Yang Bo, what does our home look like? Su Wei curled up in Yang Bo's arms, feeling the temperature of Yang Bo's body. Yang Bo's body temperature can be adjusted. Not only can it become cooler, but also hotter. I told you to watch the video, but you didn't watch it. Yang Bo said with a smile. I want to see what our home looks like in real life. It's only a few days away. I'm looking forward to it. Su Wei hugged Yang Bo comfortably, and lifted one leg up and pressed it on Yang Bo's leg. Chapter 760 Notice. After playing the game the next day, Yang Bo watched the sunrise with Su Wei again. The pace of life of these people in the Second World Game is very slow. No one came to the festival site until after 10 o'clock in the morning. Many vendors have been ready at the festival site. And today is the last day. Some goods are starting to be sold at a reduced price. Especially some food. Yang Bo has been very good to the game characters recently, and meat and the like have never been cut off. As for whether it tastes good or not, it doesn't matter. Sui now also feeds meat to the game characters. Sui didn't like to eat meat before because meat didn't taste good, but now it's not neurally connected, so it doesn't matter. But in reality, Sui still likes to eat meat. Yang Bo stood on the arrow tower, looking at the two black carriages, thinking about various problems in his mind. The terrain and various distributions of the entire festival site formed a map in his mind. Today the festival site is relatively peaceful, perhaps because the thieves were caught yesterday, which played a deterrent role. After lunch, a number of noble carriages appeared in the distance in the afternoon. These nobles came to the Banshee Circus to watch the performance, which is inside the tent for nobles. Got it. When Yang Bo saw the arrival of these noble carriages, the fence outside the Banshee Circus opened a passage directly to the tent for nobles. Yang Bo understood at once that the two black carriages must be preparing to hit the tent for nobles. If the two black carriages lost control and crashed into the tent area for nobles, it would cause chaos, because it was related to the nobles. All the security forces would lean towards that side at that time. At that time, it would be easier for the bandits to do anything, whether it was robbing the people at the festival, or robbing the nobles directly. There was also a bolder idea. That is, the bandits would kidnap the nobles, and then leave calmly to extort ransom. Yang Bo turned his attention to the noble carriages, which had the badges of various nobles. Not all the nobles were good people, and some of them might be the masterminds behind the bandits. Soon Yang Bo found the clues. A baron's carriage had several more guards than others, and these guards followed the carriage and looked around. When the baron got off the carriage, he deliberately stood on the carriage and looked around. Has Green City never seen this badge? Could it be a baron from another city? Yang Bo looked at the badge carefully and found that he had never seen it. There were even more scammers in the second world, pretending to be nobles or even envoys of the kingdom, and pretending to be some other people. Not to mention this world with low civilization development. Even in the previous life, there were people who pretended to be senior military generals and deceived many people. Logically speaking, the internet information was so developed in the previous life, and the information of these people could be basically found out by just searching. There are also people working in the hotel. Are you sure they are not scammers? Great. Yang Bo now determined that the target of the thieves group is the nobles. The target area is the Banshee Circus. Two black carriages rushed over from the outside, causing chaos, and the Baron and his followers inside would take action. As long as they could catch two nobles, the thieves group would not be in any danger. In the noble tent of the Banshee Circus, each noble had limited guards. It is not even ruled out that this fake Baron or real Baron is a guest of a noble in the city. However, all this is speculation, and Yang Bo has no way to report to Locke. The nobles' carriages are all parked in one place, and the guards of the Banshee Circus are all very strong. The nobles' guards are waiting outside the tent, but some of them went to other tents to watch the performance. Yang Bo did not send a message to Sui because everything is still uncertain. Today is the last day of the festival, so these people have greatly reduced the price of goods in the afternoon, and today has attracted many people to purchase large and small packages. Not long after lunch, the number of people here gradually decreased, because the people who set up stalls here have to pack up and leave. It is very dangerous to travel at night in the second world. Some of the black carriages in the distance have begun to set off back to the city. The two suspected black carriages seem to be packing up and preparing to leave. The two black carriages slowly left, and the tent of the Banshee Circus was not far from the festival site, less than 500 meters away. The return route of the black carriages was 200 meters away from the Banshee Circus tent. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, which startled everyone, and several black carriages were also frightened. The horses pulling the black carriages were ordinary horses, and they were not trained, so they were very sensitive to such frightening sounds. The war horses pulling the noble carriages were trained, and they just shook their heads twice, then looked up and looked around. Two of the frightened black carriages rushed directly to the Banshee Circus tent. Someone noticed this scene and blew the sirens. Yang Bo carefully confirmed on the arrow tower that there were no suspicious people at the festival, so he quickly slipped down the arrow tower and rushed towards the Banshee tent a few hundred meters away. Under the control of the coachman, the two black carriages rushed directly to the gap in the fence of the Banshee Circus. The noble guards looked at the carriages rushing over nervously, and some even picked up weapons. Although the guards of the Banshee Circus were experienced, the distance was too close. When Yang Bo just left the festival area, the two carriages had already rushed into the inner area of the Banshee Circus fence. The two guards of the Banshee Circus jumped on the horses pulling the two carriages and successfully controlled the horses. The noble guards were relieved when they saw this scene. Many city guards rushed over, and patrolling knights also came over. Adam sent a message to ask what happened, and Yang Bo directly replied that it was not clear for the time being. When Yang Bo's character arrived panting, the patrolling knight was interrogating the two carriage drivers. The two carriage drivers kept explaining in a humble manner, "Sir, we really didn't do it on purpose. I don't know which evil person did it." Yang Bo circled the two black carriages and hit them with his sword. The women in the black carriages had come out. The two women looked average and a little old, but they showed more white breasts. There was another one who didn't know if it was intentional. When she got off the car, she fell to the ground. When she got up, her skirt stepped on her feet again, and two rabbits jumped out at once. The guards present whistled when they saw this scene. Yang Bo took the opportunity to sneak to the parking area of the noble carriages. The war horses pulling the carriages for the nobles looked at Yang Bo with vigilant eyes. Yang Bo came directly to the side of the Baron's carriage. This carriage has indeed been modified. Just by tapping the carriage lightly, Yang Bo found that this carriage was not ordinary, and the two horses pulling the carriage seemed to be good horses. Yang Bo came directly to the back of the carriage, took out his own flying knife, and pried open the trunk. There were some sundries in the trunk. At this time, the sound of sirens came not far away. Two nobles in gorgeous clothes were standing at the entrance of the tent with swords on their necks by two masked men. The masks of the two masked men were red, and the hoods were also red. Red turban thieves. Yang Bo understood it when he saw this. The noble guards at the scene took out their weapons one after another. But at this moment, some of these noble guards slashed at their teammates around them, then jumped out and took out a red scarf and put it on. Another move directly scared these noble guards and made them scatter, keeping alert to other colleagues around them. Even the city guards quickly scattered and looked at each other. "Get out of the way." One of the members of the red turban thieves, who held two nobles hostage, directly scratched the neck of one of the nobles. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The two held nobles shouted loudly in fear. Judging from their dress, the titles of these two people are viscounts. In this way, the people surrounding the exit of the tent had to get out of the way. What Yang Bo didn't expect was that there were other people kidnapped later. There were two members of the Red Turban, who kidnapped two women. The two young women were covered with black hoods, but judging from their figures and dress, they seemed to be singers. "Is this tent just for listening to people singing?" Yang Bo muttered to himself. At this time, the drivers of the two black carriages and the women inside changed into leather armor. The two women took off their skirts in front of everyone, put on leather armor, and also put on red turbans. This made all the guards and city guards more nervous, because they didn't know who was still an accomplice of the thieves. Two more people jumped out of the trunk of the black carriage. Yang Bo saw this scene and originally wanted to wait here, but now it seemed that he couldn't do it. So he lay directly in the trunk of the carriage and covered himself with the sundries inside. The trunks of noble carriages are relatively large because nobles have more things. There are almost no such things placed on the top of the carriage, because if it rains, the things will be damaged. The entire trunk also includes the space under the rear seats of the nobles in the carriage. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Yang Bo could hear the abducted nobles crying. Soon Yang Bo felt the carriage vibrate, and it seemed that someone got on the carriage. Yang Bo heard that the two abducted nobles had been taken to the carriage. He also heard that the people of the thieves group had robbed the horses pulling the carriages of other nobles. Then there was the vibration of the carriage and the sound of horse hooves. "Where are you?" At this time, Yang Bo's private chat message appeared, and it was a message from Adam. "I'm in the trunk of the thieves group's carriage. Go find Locke and I'll show you the direction." Yang Bo sent a message to Adam. Su Wei was very surprised and hurried to find Locke. But Locke knew that something might happen today, so he didn't come out. After Locke came out, Adam reported to Locke privately. Then Yang Bo received a message asking him to pay attention. Chapter 761 Clues. The members of these bandits were well trained. They did not chat privately or say anything else. At least Yang Bo did not hear them say where they were going. Members of the bandits rode back and forth outside to report information. "There are still 5 knights behind us. We have gotten rid of the other city guards. These 5 knights are still following us. Tell these knights that if they follow us again, we will choose one of the hostages to kill. We are the most trustworthy red turban bandits. We only want money and not kill people." A rider outside the carriage gave an order. After a while, the people behind came to report that the 5 knights were not chasing. Then the bandits slowed down and wiped out the traces along the way. Yang Bo could only know the approximate location now, which was probably in the northwest of Green City. In this way, the bandits continued to send people to spy behind. 16. Yang Bo judged from the sound that there were 16 people in the whole bandit group. 4 people came out of the tent to take hostages. 6 people in the noble guards. And 6 people in 2 black carriages. There were 2 hostages in the carriage, and they were tied up and gagged. There was a coachman, and 4 people followed the carriage. The rest of them took turns to spy and guard at the back. And the spying and guarding at the back were in groups of 3. Just 3 groups, because there were too few people, and they were afraid of being killed by the knights chasing behind. The carriage ran for about 40 minutes, and the speed slowed down. The leader asked everyone to take a break, and asked the people on guard at the back to set the guard distance further. The carriage was not like a machine like a car. The horse pulling the carriage was exhausted from running wildly. After the carriage stopped, the coachman and the 2 thieves next to the carriage went to help release the horse and let it drink water. "Boss, this guy peed?" One of the 2 thieves in the carriage shouted. "Don't care about him." The person in charge outside answered directly. "It stinks." The 2 thieves in the carriage also got out of the carriage. Yang Bo's brain was turning rapidly in the trunk. Take a chance to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Because there were only 4 thieves near the carriage. Originally, there were 7 thieves around the carriage. But the coachman and 2 other thieves went to give the horse water. So now is the best opportunity. Clone, if you die this time, don't blame me. I'm also for your happy life. Let's take a gamble. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Yang Bo could hear that the 4 robbers next to the carriage were all on the left side of the carriage. And they seemed to be drinking water. Yang Bo prepared 4 throwing knives, and then gently opened the trunk. Fortunately, the trunk did not make any other noise. Standing on the ground with both feet, Yang Bo gently put down the trunk. And then he breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time put the bow and arrow on the trunk. Yang Bo picked up a stone on the ground and threw it to the far right of the carriage. The stone made a sound in the distance. The 4 people on the left side of the carriage heard the movement, and 2 of them took up their weapons and took 2 steps forward because their vision was blocked by the carriage. Yang Bo just appeared from the left side behind the carriage, and the throwing knife in his hand flew fiercely towards the leading guy. Yang Bo was only 2 meters away from the leader, and the throwing knife was directly inserted into the back of the man's head. Mind control +2. Yang Bo, hey, not an ordinary person. There are also evolvers in this second world. The leader stood at the back, and there was another person next to him watching the other 2 accomplices, who were checking the situation. When he found that the leader was not right, he felt a chill on the back of his head. Archery +1. The other 2 people who were checking Yang Bo's stone throwing had just found something wrong, and one of them had just turned his head and was stabbed in the eye socket by a flying knife. Gunmanship +1. The remaining one was startled, and just turned his head to look over, and then his neck was pierced by a flying knife. In the end, this guy was not dead, and was killed by Yang Bo with a sword. Gunmanship +1. Yang Bo, could it be a spearman? Yang Bo's adrenaline was soaring when he was playing games. But unfortunately, the reaction speed of the game character was still a little slow. But fortunately, he was facing ordinary people. Yang Bo then realized that this place was close to a small river, and the carriage road was still 5 or 6 meters below the river. Yang Bo first picked up the bow and arrow. The driver of the bandit group was a woman, who was relieving herself behind a rock. The arrow suddenly appeared and pierced her forehead. In fact, there was no sound when the arrow was flying, and she fell to the ground. Lock-picking +1. The other 2 members of the bandit group were leading 2 horses and feeding them water. One of them was filling his water bag with water, and suddenly he felt a chill in his chest, and saw a piece of arrow protruding from his chest. And then he fell into the water. Horsemanship +1. Another member of the bandit group heard the sound and squatted down to take a look, because there were 2 horses between them. Seeing the arrow on his accomplice's back, he felt something on his chest before he could shout. Planting +1. Yang Bo. Then he fell to the ground, and the 2 horses were startled. They didn't even bother to drink water and trotted back. Sir, I am a city guard under the command of Chief Locke of East City District. Yang Bo quickly got on the carriage with a flying knife. In the panic eyes of the two nobles, Yang Bo respectfully explained and untied the two. Your Excellencies have been wronged. I have only found an opportunity now along the way. Yang Bo said respectfully to the two viscounts. What's your name? One of the fat middle-aged men asked with lingering fear. My name is Handy. And I don't know where this place is. Yang Bo untied the ropes for the other two women. One of the two women is a girl, and the other is more mature. They are both very beautiful. One of them has golden hair, and the other has silver hair. The difference is that their pupils are a little green. The two were still in fear, and didn't know what to do. This place is called Baishatin. Another young viscount answered. Are you Mr. Rabbit Hunter? The fat middle-aged man finally reacted. Thank you for your compliment. This is the water I brought with me. I have to go down to deal with the thieves behind. You two had better get off the carriage and wait for rescue together on the hillside next to it. Yang Bo jumped off the carriage after saying that. Then Yang Bo sent a message to Adam, asking Locke to bring people to Baishatin as soon as possible. Then Yang Bo began to search these thieves. Poor bastard. Yang Bo searched for a while and found only some silver coins, but found a scroll of strange material on the leader. Of course, stuffed it in his arms. And some silver rings and other things were not moved, because this might be the identity clues of these people. Moreover, the leader was wearing the clothes of the nobles. The two nobles saw the two horses in front of the carriage and wanted to ride away. But after looking at the dead thieves at the scene and thinking that there were more thieves behind, they quickly climbed up the hill next to them. You two hurry up and follow them. Yang Bo looked at the two women who had just got off the carriage. My legs are weak. The words of the two women who supported each other made Yang Bo speechless. Yang Bo quickly supported the two women and climbed up the hill next to them. Although the two women had good figures, it was a pity that Yang Bo did not feel it because there was no nerve intervention control. You quickly climb by yourself. At least hide in the big rocks above. Yang Bo heard the sound of horse hooves and left the two women. 3 members of the thieves came from behind. 3 people riding 3 horses. The 3 people had no idea that the god of death was coming. Yang Bo, who was on the hillside next to them, looked down at the 3 guys. Then he shot an arrow, and then quickly picked up the second arrow and shot it out again. The first arrow directly hit the last thief, who fell to the ground without a sound. Horsemanship +1. The second arrow flew to the second thief who was behind, and was also shot down. At this time, the first thief seemed to hear a sound behind him, turned his head and looked back, and was startled, and quickly reined in his mount. Then, there was an arrow in his chest. Archery +1. Swordsmanship +1. The 2 nobles on the mountain were trembling, but they were relieved when they saw Yang Bo easily kill 3 members of the thieves. Yang Bo quickly ran down the road again, collected the arrows on the body, and threw the body to the side of the road. Then, he drove the 3 horses forward. He quickly went to the riverbed to collect the 3 arrows, and looted them. But they were still some silver coins. A bunch of poor guys. As for the weapons and leather armor on these people, Yang Bo did not touch them, because they could not run away. Yang Bo poured some clean water into the river again. My lords. Yang Bo took several water bags. Handy. You are very good. We need excellent warriors like you in Green City. One of the fat old nobles saw Yang Bo giving so many water bags and praised him sincerely. The other noble nodded. And then the fat old noble took 2 water bags and went into the woods because he was smelly. Yang Bo took another water bag to the 2 women. Thank you. The 2 women's voices were very crisp and very pleasant. Yang Bo sat down again to drink water, eat something, and calculate the time, because the people behind the bandit group would come back to report the situation after a certain period of time. Suddenly Yang Bo thought of one thing. That is, the 3 people in front did not go back, and the people behind might be alert. So he walked forward along the hillside, and after walking for a distance, he really heard the sound of horse hooves. However, the road here is not straight but curved, so the 3 people did not see the situation over there. However, the 3 people were still very alert, and one of the women had already taken a bow and arrow in her hand, and the other 2 still had weapons in their hands. Obviously, these guys did not see the 3 people who just came back. The woman holding the bow and arrow suddenly felt something was wrong and fell to the ground. However, it seemed that the other party had anticipated this, so an arrow went straight through her back. Archery +1. The other two members of the thieves immediately shouted loudly, and leaned sideways on the other side of the horse. The members of the thieves were indeed very good at riding. But they overlooked one point. They were robbing other people's horses. And these war horses were eliminated. That is, the war horses eliminated during training. Not eliminated on the battlefield. Because most of the eliminated on the battlefield were seriously injured. The mount of one of the thieves seemed to have an unstable center of gravity, and fell to the ground all of a sudden. The mount stood up all of a sudden. And the thief on the ground was still a little confused. And then he was hit by an arrow. Swordsmanship +1. The horse controlled by another thief rushed forward. But there was a carriage blocking the way. The mount and the thief crashed into the carriage together. Riding +1. Yang Bo was still preparing to go down to see how the last thief was doing. But he didn't expect to give him a skill. This is too random. I have such a bad riding skill. But I still have riding skills? Yang Bo was a little speechless. Although there were 3 thieves behind him, Yang Bo did not plan to take the initiative to attack. Because he did not know if anyone would come to support him. Yang Bo went to the road below to collect the arrows. And also collected all the weapons of these people. Mainly because Yang Bo was afraid that someone would come to support him. And these weapons would become weapons in the hands of the other party. How long will it take for you to arrive? Yang Bo sent a message to Adam. We have seen 3 thieves from a distance. Adam sent a message. The road we just followed was wrong. Adam sent another message. And Yang Bo realized that it was the thieves behind who deliberately led people to the fork in the road. I have dealt with the ones in front. Only these 3 guys. You hurry up. I am worried that these thieves will have support. Yang Bo sent another message. After seeing this message, Adam made a rush gesture to Locke. Although Locke didn't know how Adam could contact Handy. Everyone had taken the wrong road just now. Adam said to go this way, and everyone saw the traces of thieves not long after they came here. So Locke took the lead and rushed out directly. The 3 thieves were also very surprised that they had hostages in their hands. And these knights dared to chase so closely. Could it be that these knights behind didn't want the lives of the nobles? Seeing a group of knights chasing them, the 3 thieves fled in a panic. And they must report to the leader that they would kill a noble and let these people be buried with him. However, the 3 thieves obviously felt something was wrong. Because why didn't the people who should have come back in front come back? But now they didn't care about thinking so much. The 3 people fled madly. And the people behind them chased madly. Yang Bo could hear the sound of the horse's hooves and the smoke from afar. Unfortunately, he didn't take any of the 3 heads, but was taken by the 2 knights behind. Handy. Good job. Locke saw the 2 nobles intact and patted Yang Bo's shoulder fiercely. Sir, I suspect there are other people who can disguise themselves as them. Yang Bo gave Locke another idea. Young man, if there were no thieves, there would be no credit for us. Locke whispered in Yang Bo's ear. Thank you for your teaching. Sir. Locke, you and your men are great. The 2 nobles now have the gentlemanly manners of nobles and praised Locke. Locke's mouth was broken with laughter. And the other city guards, who followed him, were full of envy and jealousy. Because the members of these thieves group would now be counted as cavalry merits. In addition to the merits of rescuing the 2 viscounts. Handy has made a fortune again, and may even be promoted to a noble. Handy. Someone wants to buy your cavalry merits. Last time, they reported your noble title, and reported you the lowest knight. Theoretically, the noble parliament will not grant you a higher title in a short time. Locke pulled Yang Bo aside again. No problem. We are all colleagues in Locke City. But I want to give Adam a cavalry merit. Yang Bo did not want to promote Suwei's character too high. Because if Suwei has superpowers later, she may have less time to play the game. And Suwei's ability to control characters is not as strong as his own. No problem. I'll help you negotiate the price later. Locke patted Handy on the shoulder. Then a group of people began to clean up the scene and threw all the bodies of the thieves on the carriage. Locke inspected the scene more carefully. Especially the guy wearing noble clothes. And checked his ring. The 2 viscounts had been escorted away first. The 2 ladies from the Banshee Circus were also picked up by the guards of the Banshee Circus, who came later. And the people from the Banshee Circus invited Handy to be their guest tomorrow. And the circus would thank Handy. Of course. Yang Bo nodded and agreed. And then cleaned up the scene with others. After hurrying back to Green City at nightfall, Yang Bo and Adam went back to the academy directly. Because the nobles were involved in this incident. Further verification was needed. It was hard to judge whether they were real nobles or fake nobles. Yang Bo, you are so awesome. After leaving the game, Sui jumped into Yang Bo's arms. Playing games requires risk to bring benefits. Yang Bo smiled. Sui was wearing home clothes. Her whole body was soft, and she smelled like lilies. It was so comfortable to hug her. Sui had been in the room for a long time, and the whole room was filled with a fragrance similar to lilies. You also gave me a cavalry merit, which is all gold coins. Why don't you sell it? It's useless to have so many gold coins. My brother is a waste compared to you. Sui felt that her brother had been in the game for a few times, and he was so miserable. Your brother is already good. There are worse ones. Yeah. Yang Bo was wondering why the leader would give 2 skill points. Because only E-level evolvers would give 2 points. Could there be superpowers in the second world? Or is this the secret that the Blue Water Empire is looking for? Chapter 762 Special Gift. Recently, Yang Bo has been very fulfilled. He plays games with Sui during the day. When they are not playing games, they are together. Yang Bo also knows that Sui is an ordinary person. She took a great risk to follow him to March Star. Of course, he will not treat her badly. Sui does rely on Yang Bo. After all, she is an ordinary person. Yang Bo enjoys Sui's little woman mentality. The next day, they went to the police station. When they entered the city, they saw the bodies of the red turban thieves grouped yesterday hanging on the wooden poles at the city gate, attracting a large number of onlookers. Yang Bo saw a few sneaky guys inside at a glance. But Chief Locke was right. If there were no thieves, where would the credit come from? Handy! Locke is now the highest chief of the police station in Dongcheng district. When he saw Yang Bo coming, he greeted him warmly. You received a total of 10 cavalry merits yesterday, including one guy who pretended to be a noble, Locke said after letting Yang Bo sit down. Yang Bo killed 13 people, of which the 2 in the carriage and the coachman were not counted as cavalry merits, but only as bandit merits. The reason why these were counted as cavalry was because Yang Bo rescued 2 viscounts. If it were normal, at most a few cavalry merits would be awarded, because cavalry merits are the most difficult and the highest. Generally speaking, when reported to the lower level, the parliament would directly cut half. But the parliament is composed of nobles, so when it comes to the nobles themselves, it will be more relaxed. Give Adam 1 cavalry merit, and keep 4 cavalry merits for yourself. These merits are enough for you to be promoted from a knight to a baron, but the specific details may take a year. For the remaining 5 cavalry merits, I will give you a total of 2,500 gold coins. This is the highest price. The 50 gold coins I gave you last time, and a bow worth 500 gold coins. If you want something, you can pay more, such as horses, servants, etc. Locke talked about Yang Bo's gains this time. In addition, there are additional bonuses for these few. Locke was interrupted by Yang Bo's words. I don't want the remaining bonuses. Please drink with my colleagues. Yang Bo didn't want it directly, because the army as a whole. If he is too stingy, the next time he encounters something, maybe others will watch the robbers deal with him. In addition, I will take out 500 gold coins from the 2,500 gold coins to build Green City. Yang Bo said so. As for who the 500 gold coins are given to, of course he doesn't care. Sui listened to Yang Bo's words and felt a little dizzy. 500 gold coins are so many credit points. Hundreds of millions of credit points. And he gave it as he said. Then I will donate these 500 gold coins to the city council. I believe you will get the baron title soon. Locke said meaningfully after hearing Yang Bo's words. The credit of the other bandits? I don't want this either. If the commander hadn't brought people here, I don't know what would happen. Everything is up to the commander. Yang Bo was giving Locke a chance to do a favor. If Locke wanted to climb up, he had to bring a group of people. Thank you very much. It's still the commander's timely reinforcement. Maybe someone in the bandit group is secretly supporting him. Yang Bo certainly knew what this kind of aristocratic privileged class represented in ancient times. If you are too stingy and carry 2,500 gold coins, believe it or not, there may be an accident at any time. This is 2,500 gold coins. Even in the real world, it is a huge number. Yang Bo never thought about cashing these gold coins. On the one hand, he is not short of money. And on the other hand, playing games is a game that requires Krypton gold. If you play games without charging money, you are already a great player. Next, I will give you a half-month vacation. I will find a way to get you a good bow, Locke said with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, sir, Yang Bo and Adam said at the same time. It's a lot of money. How many credit points do you have to sell 500 gold coins for? Su Wei was a little obsessed with money and sent a message to Yang Bo privately. For these 2,000 gold coins, I will donate 1,000 gold coins to the college. Yang Bo replied again. Ah, I still need to donate. Yang Bo sent another message. If someone in this city knew that I had 2,000 gold coins on me, do you think it is possible that dozens of people would rush into the academy at night to kill me and then rob the gold coins? In the second world game, this society is the world of the nobility. If you want to integrate into the circle of the nobility, you can't just make merit. You also need to be a good person. If gamers like your brother knew that I had so many gold coins in the game, would they dare to take the risk? Come to kill people and rob gold coins? Although my thoughts are a bit dark. But if I don't benefit others, do you believe that some people in Green City will leak this news? Su Wei saw the messages sent by Yang Bo and thought of her brother's behavior in the game. So she sent a message. My brother doesn't want to say that he knows you have 2,000 gold coins. If you have 100 gold coins, if he knows, he will dare to find some people to rob together. The gold coins Yang Bo took were gold notes. Yang Bo and Su Wei returned to the academy in fear. Eddie was also very surprised when he heard that Yang Bo was going to donate 1,000 gold coins. Handy. You should think about it. These 1,000 gold coins can buy some good land, a set of top-quality light armor, and even a beautiful house. Dean, if the academy hadn't taught me skills, I wouldn't be here today, Yang Bo said confidently. Su Wei didn't come when the money was donated because she felt sorry for the 1,000 gold coins. Thank you so much. Eddie looked at Yang Bo's sincere look and said, Dean, I got a scroll from the leader of the Red Turban Thieves, but I can't understand it. After Yang Bo gave the gold note to Eddie, he took out the scroll. The words on the scroll were twisted, and there were things like constellations. Yang Bo had taken a photo to record it. This should be a scroll of secret arts. The details need to be carefully studied by the instructor of the academy, because I have never seen the words on it. The method of using power that you saw last time was actually a secret art in the past. Every country, every family, and even every organization may have secret arts. Eddie answered Yang Bo after reading it carefully. Thank you, Dean. The Red Turban Thieves group has existed for many years. How many people are there, and where they are active are all secrets now. This may be able to solve these secrets. The Dean spoke again. Yang Bo nodded, and then said goodbye to the Dean. Of course, Yang Bo's treatment in the academy has also been improved. Yang Bo and Adam have been living in the cave on the highest floor of the academy. The cave here is very dry, and the most important thing is that it is closest to the water source. There is a water source not far away, and the water source here is also the cleanest. Although there is a canal with clean water, people often draw water from it, and the things used to draw water are placed directly on the ground. And when war comes, this is also the safest place. How should the Banshee Circus thank you? Su Wei went to the Banshee Circus with Yang Bo. I don't know. Maybe give money? Yang Bo shook his head. The performance of the Banshee Circus was affected, especially after what happened yesterday. There were very few people who came to watch the circus today. The nobles were scared, and even the civilians were scared. Thank you, Messenger of Light. Yang Bo had just approached the Banshee Circus when a sturdy guard came to the side and bowed and said. Yang Bo looked at the guard. His skin was tanned and shiny, and it was yellow and black. He was at least 2.1 meters tall and looked like a mountain of flesh. There were many traces of battle on the leather armor he wore. You're welcome. Yang Bo had no idea why the Banshee Circus called him that. The sturdy guard did not take Yang Bo and others to the tent, but to an inconspicuous large carriage. This carriage was a bit like a caravan. Thank you, my friend. The guard took Yang Bo to the caravan. It looked big from the outside, but it looked small inside. A skinny old man with white hair and beard, wearing a black robe, sat on a carpet with strange patterns. The two women rescued yesterday brought 2 cushions to Yang Bo and Adam and placed them in front of them. The old man looked at Yang Bo and said, the black starry sky gave birth to several dazzling stars. The Messenger of Light, under the guidance of these stars, arrived at this beautiful and rich land. The evil power passed through the void and fell on the earth. The Messenger of Light will bring peace and tranquility to the entire continent. The old man in front of him was chattering. Su Wei sent a message to Yang Bo at this time. This carpet may be related to the stars. This may be an astrologer, which is what we used to call an astronomer. After reading Su Wei's message, Yang Bo said to the old man, I just did it casually. Old man, don't worry. The old man looked at Yang Bo's character with a pair of gray eyes. The string of crystals or glass in his hand was made of something. And it was clacking. The will of the messenger of light passed through the void. The body of a mortal imprisoned the power of the messenger. Yang Bo suspected that he had encountered a charlatan. And the nobles were very fond of this. If nothing happens, we'll leave first. Maintaining the public order of Green City is also what we should do. Yang Bo didn't want to deal with these people. Yang Bo didn't believe in the charlatan before. But now, he believes it a little. Because he has traveled through time. Why don't he believe it? Messenger of light. We will meet again. The old man closed his eyes after saying that. Su Wei also sent a message to Yang Bo privately. This old man might be a charlatan. And only supernatural things can deceive these nobles. Sir, thank you for saving us. This is our gift. After the two women who rescued people yesterday sent Yang Bo and Adam out, they took out a cage made of sticks. There was a leopard in the cage. Its fur was gray. And it looked like it weighed only about 10 pounds. Yang Bo was about to refuse. But Su Wei quickly sent a message. Yang Bo, I want this. Yang Bo, but we don't know how to keep this. Yang Bo still had to ask. Feel it with your heart. The two women were also talking nonsense. Yang Bo felt that it was difficult to deal with these people. So he took the cage back to the academy. Rock leopard. This is a very ferocious beast that lives near the snow-capped mountains. Its fur changes with the seasons. In summer, it is rock gray. And in winter, it is snow white. Yang Bo brought his pet directly to ask the dean. Mainly because Yang Bo was afraid that this little thing would carry a virus. And then his role, and Su Wei's role would die. The Banshee Circus has a secret technique to tame wild beasts. Wild beasts are their companions. When they spend the night in the wild, they will release all the wild beasts. The wild beasts they tame are already able to understand human nature. But it is not cheap to feed such beasts. They need to eat fresh meat and drink fresh milk. But for you, Handy, it is not a difficult task. Eddie's words made Su Wei very happy. And Su Wei opened the cage. The little thing inside tucked its tail and sneaked out of the cage. Then stood at the feet of Su Wei's character, leaning against the character's legs. Su Wei quickly sent a message to Yang Bo, asked the dean what to feed and how to feed it. And what name do you think this little baby should be named? Chapter 763 Big Liar. Now the benefits of Yang Bo's donation to the college are shown. There are so many people in the college eating. And there are farms and ranches that deliver fresh meat and milk every day. Yang Bo directly paid a sum of money, and then received it every day. There is no instructor who trains wild animals in the college. But there are instructors who train hounds. And they gave instructions for training hounds. Yang Bo. What do you think is a good name? Adam sent a message to Yang Bo. Adam held a little leopard in his arms. The little guy has a pair of black eyes. Adam walked while holding the little leopard. The little leopard's eyes turned around and gave people a sense of cunning. How about Shen Gong Bao? Yang Bo typed a name at random. What kind of name is this? It doesn't sound good at all. Adam certainly didn't know what the joke was. How about Mao Mao? It's all furry. Yang Bo knew that whenever a woman asked you to do something or asked you to name something, if you really said it, they would say this is not good or that is not good. In fact, they already have the answer in their hearts. If they encounter any problems in the future, they will say that I have asked for your opinion. I think this name is nice too. Yang Bo sent a message to agree. Anyway, this little thing will definitely follow Adam in the future. I downloaded the game late today because Su Wei placed Mao Mao in the game. She took some insect repellent powder from the college hound training instructor, combed Mao Mao's hair, and finally tied him up with a rope and placed him in the cave where Adam lived. The official reward for the Red Turban Thieves incident has not been approved yet. Yesterday, Yang Bo took the money from everyone's private trading of credit. Yang Bo and Su Wei play games every day to train their game characters. Of course, there is a furry little thing following them now. However, Yang Bo found something wrong. Because Green City was organizing people to transport some supplies. And the dried meat and other things stored in the academy were transported away. Maybe there will be a war. Yang Bo said to Su Wei after watching the movement. Why? Su Wei was a little curious about what Yang Bo said. It is estimated that some countries will have a poor harvest this year. In ancient society, if a country does not have enough food to feed its people, it will choose war. If you win, you can naturally grab enough food back. If you lose, you can also consume the population and reduce domestic food consumption. Yang Bo said again. I'll send a message to ask my brother. Su Hai's character was sent to the border. Su Hai's answer was indeed like this. In the Second World Game, Yang Bo's country is called the Maple Leaf Kingdom, and the royal emblem is a red maple leaf with a gold edge. Although the neighboring Luoluo Kingdom is mostly plains, it suffered from floods this year. So the grain production this autumn has been severely reduced. There are more and more people on the border between Luoluo Kingdom and Maple Leaf Kingdom. Finally home. Su Wei stood at the airport and looked at March Star. Now it is the storm season on March Star, and you can see large white whirlpools on the planet. These white whirlpools are generated on the sea surface and then continue to move towards the land. Many people who come to March Star are watching this spectacle. Brother, welcome back. Zhang Buizhen came to the airport to pick up Yang Bo in person. Thank you, fourth brother, for picking me up. This is my girlfriend, Su Wei. Su Wei. This is the fourth brother I'm talking about. Sister-in-law. Zhang Buizhen looked at Su Wei's appearance. It turned out that she was still a cute girl. However, it was normal for a geek like Yang Bo to like this kind of thing. Fourth brother. Su Wei also greeted Zhang Buizhen generously. This is a gift for my sister-in-law. Zhang Buizhen took out another small box. Su Wei opened it in front of him. Inside was a certificate document, which was a villa in Oma City. Thank you, fourth brother. Yang Bo and Su Wei both thanked Zhang Buizhen. I don't have anything else to show off. I hope you can take a look at this thing. Zhang Buizhen knew that Su Wei's last name was indeed a royal family name when he heard it. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen also greeted Zhang Buizhen. Zhang Buizhen was a little envious of their good luck. They could earn 2 billion by following Yang Bo for a trip. Then the group boarded Zhang Buizhen's fighter plane and landed on the planet. Fourth brother. Can I buy a fighter plane to play with? Yang Bo also envied this kind of fighter plane. Although the small spaceship is better in terms of experience, because the space is more spacious and comfortable, the performance of the fighter plane is better. Of course, this is no problem. Zhang Buizhen nodded. In fact, this kind of small fighter plane is more spacious than the private plane on the Earth. But of course, it is far worse than the small spaceship. The living space for each person on the small spaceship is at least 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Oma City is experiencing a storm, so the terrain is not clear. Zhang Buizhen first sent Yang Bo and Su Wei to Yang Bo's villa, and then sent Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen back to Oma City. And Zhang Buizhen also made an appointment with Yang Bo to have tea in 2 days. Huh? Su Wei entered the gate of the villa and looked at the spacious villa. Why was it different from what she imagined? Don't stand there. This is our home, Yang Bo said. Is the villa so big? In Su Wei's impression, it was already amazing that a cleaner like Yang Bo could afford a house. How could there be such a big villa? The first floor was better because it was not decorated much inside and looked a bit too simple. However, after coming to the second floor, Su Wei was shocked. The decoration was more luxurious than where she lived. Although Su Wei was the daughter of the prince had more than one daughter. It was impossible to spend hundreds of millions to decorate the place where each daughter lived. Generally, it was handed down from ancestors. Although the overall value was also very high, it must look old. Of course, some people think it has a heritage. Yang Bo's was destroyed last time and officially renovated. Our alliance has many smart systems, so there is only one place on the second floor that can access the internet. On the one hand, we are afraid that smart devices will steal some private information. And on the other hand, the walls of these rooms are all battleship armor. Yang Bo took Su Wei to look around each room. The functions of the second floor are also very complete. And they are all new, because Yang Bo used to live on the first floor. There are bedrooms, a multi-purpose room with internet access, a gym, and an indoor swimming pool. Why is your villa so big? And it is built with battleship armor? This is a fortress, the highest level of civilian defense. The energy we use here is independent, and there are several floors underground. But there are many materials in my laboratory that have radiation. Su Wei asked. How much is your villa? It's probably several hundred million. But I paid 100 million myself. I'm not from this planet, I immigrated from another planet. But on the immigration ship, Yang Bo gave Su Wei a brief introduction. It's so scary. Is the security here so bad? You must have suffered a lot of grievances at that time? Su Wei asked when she heard that Yang Bo had encountered pirates. Everything is over. Then the two came to the third floor, only half of which was a room, and the other half was a platform. But now the platform can't go, because there are strong winds and rainstorms. Su Wei quickly chose a room. According to Yang Bo, this room can see the garden at the door. But now the large windows are full of water, and occasionally there are fish or something hitting the windows, which scared Su Wei and quickly drew the curtains, because there is no intelligent system in the bedroom. If there is an intelligent system, virtual images can be projected on the glass. Have a good rest today. Tomorrow I will help you see if I can make you a superpower. Yang Bo did not go to see the things in the underground laboratory first, because he can control the interstellar creatures below through the spiritual seeds to control some things in the basement. Yang Bo found that interstellar creatures are best used as remote puppets. He also has the method of shaping interstellar creatures. When the time comes, he will shape the interstellar creatures. At that time, no matter where he is, he can control everything through remote puppets. Yeah, Su Wei nodded, and she was looking forward to it. Yang Bo, your cooking is so delicious. Yang Bo personally cooked a small stir-fry, and Su Wei praised him while eating. Then I will cook for you every day if I have time. Yang Bo was also very happy. Although the food he cooked alone was delicious before, it felt like something was missing. Now that they are together, he can fully demonstrate his cooking skills. Yeah, Su Wei nodded. After eating, they rested. Su Wei originally thought that she would not be able to sleep in a strange place, but she didn't expect that hugging Yang Bo would not affect her at all. Yang Bo originally wanted to find Xia and Annie, but Su Wei had just come to a strange place, so he stayed with her more. Su Wei got up the next morning and couldn't wait to come to the window, because the weather forecast said that the wind would stop today. Su Wei was stunned when she opened the window. This was not a garden, but a grassland. Now there are many robots working on the grassland, and these robots clean up the garbage blown by the storm. From a high vantage point, you can see that the sea in the distance is so blue, and the clean grassland in front of you is green. The place that has not been cleaned is like a garbage dump, because these robots will repair the lawns that were blown away by rain and storms while cleaning the garbage. Now these grasses are specially cultivated and are not afraid of storms. It's just that storms bring some garbage, and these garbage will destroy the lawns with the movement of wind. Yang Bo. Su Wei quickly opened the door and rushed to the first floor. I got up just in time. Wash up and eat. Is your garden so big? Su Wei looked at Yang Bo and asked. Didn't I tell you yesterday? This planet used to be very desolate, with fiscal deficits every year, when they paid compensation. I just asked for some land. Su Wei widened her eyes and asked angrily, how much did you ask for? At that time, it was about 200,000 square kilometers. But later I bought some more land. To be precise, there is a mutant creature in my territory that can be used as a genetic medicine material. I sold the development rights of this mutant creature. Are you saying that there are mutant creatures on our land? Su Wei was shocked. It's the place where a river meets the seawater under the grassland, you see. There is a mutant aquatic fish with very little energy in the water. Yang Bo explained. Su Wei was dizzy. Of course, she knew how valuable mutant creatures that can be used as genetic medicine materials are. And how much land did you buy? 2,000 kilometers north along the coastline. 2,000 kilometers. You mean 2,000 kilometers? Su Wei was completely stunned. Her father didn't have such a large area of land. The coastline is 2,000 kilometers, and the inland area seems to be 600 kilometers. And there are still hundreds of kilometers in the sea. Yang Bo nodded, then came over and hugged Su Wei. Big liar. What else do you have to say? I said I would show you a virtual map of my home on the spaceship, but you didn't look at it. How would I know you have so much land? You are just a cleaner. I am lucky. And I also found a mutant plant. Another mutant animal looks almost the same as an ordinary one, with very weak energy fluctuations. As for the research results, they are not out yet. Also on our land? Su Wei was a little bit unconvinced. Some of them live on our land, and I don't know if there are any in other places. I can't explore other people's land. Yang Bo nodded. Wash up first. After dinner, I will drive you to see our land in a flying car. I will use the gene medicine for you first. But I have used the gene medicine once. Su-wei was a little worried when she heard this. Don't worry. Yang Bo hugged Su-wei, who was wearing pajamas, to wash up. After dinner, Yang Bo took Su-wei to ride in a flying car. Su-wei looked at the hillside she imagined, which turned out to be like a peninsula. But there was a big river on one side, and the sea on the other side. There was a large mountain behind, and there was a mecha warehouse in the mountain. Su-wei looked at the huge mecha warehouse, and there were mechas worth tens of millions. And she was no longer surprised. Then Su-wei looked at the map while Yang Bo drove a flying car around the 2,000-kilometer coastline. How much tax do you have to pay every year? There is a maximum tax limit for our residents. Where are your other two girlfriends? They are practicing their superpowers at home. They don't live with you. It's convenient for them to live in the city. But my place is a bit remote. And everyone in our alliance prefers freedom. Chapter 764 Su-wei's Thoughts. Oh! Su-wei wanted to meet Yang Bo's other two girlfriends. But she felt a little inferior when she thought that she was not a superpower user, while the other party was. And Su-wei did not expect Yang Bo to have such a large industry, and so much land. So now her mind is a little confused. Do you want to go around the city? Yang Bo asked Su-wei again. Not for the time being. Su-wei is very confused now. Yang Bo nodded. This year is the third year he has been in March Star. Time flies. After lunch, Yang Bo bought a lot of fresh milk and honey. Why buy so many things? Su-wei asked curiously. Once you awaken your superpowers, you need to replenish a lot of energy. Is there such a saying? Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. After everything was ready, Su-wei looked at the medicine in Yang Bo's hand and asked nervously, how much does this gene medicine cost? I prepared this myself. You prepared it yourself? Su-wei felt a little uneasy. Don't worry. I have done a lot of experiments on this. And there are 100% successful examples. Yang Bo didn't plan to say more. Then, while Su-wei was nervous and wide-eyed, Yang Bo directly injected Su-wei with the gene medicine. The gene medicine quickly reacted in Su-wei's body, stimulating Su-wei's own superpowers. You must listen to me now. Don't think about anything else. This is your last chance to become a superpower. Yang Bo was a little confused when he saw the pink energy light on Su-wei's body. What kind of energy is this? Su-wei nodded quickly, because she clearly felt that her body had changed. Concentrate your mind. Look at the ball in front of you. Imagine it can move. Imagine it can move. Don't ask why. Just do what I want. Yang Bo didn't want to use the spiritual seed to release Su-wei, because sometimes when two people know each other's thoughts, they will become a little strange. There is a plate in front of Su-wei, and there is a very light ball in it. The energy of the gene potion is stimulating the superpowers of Su-wei's body. Su-wei clearly feels that this gene potion is better than what she used before. A pair of big eyes stared at a small ball on the table, and then tried hard to make it move. Make it move. Make it move. You must think hard, because becoming a superpower can live many more years. And then, you can accompany me to watch the sunrise at home every day. Don't worry about a wrinkle on your face in the future. Think hard. Think hard. This is your last chance. You don't want to leave me alone in the end. Yang Bo said in a very low voice beside him. Now Su-wei can only rely on herself. If the last step doesn't work, I will intervene with the spiritual seed. After the gene energy potion enters the body, there will be a stimulation process. After about 10 minutes, the energy potion will have the greatest effect. Su-wei thought of all that Yang Bo said and tried hard to push it. Push it. Push it. But the damn ball still didn't move. But Su-wei didn't dare to give up. Finally, at the 8th minute, Su-wei saw that the ball seemed to shake slightly. Don't stop. You read it right. It just moved a little bit just now. You have to find the feeling just now to push it. Don't give up when you see the ball moving. Keep pushing it. Yang Bo saw this scene and quickly cheered Su-wei. Su-wei didn't have time to think now. And the feeling just now was still trying to push it. Finally, the ball moved again. And Su-wei quickly remembered this feeling. The ball was in a plate, shaking slightly, and then it really moved. Su-wei was ecstatic. But she didn't dare to give up. So she looked for the feeling of pushing the ball. This feeling became clearer and clearer. And the speed of the ball was getting faster and faster. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Su-wei had now succeeded in the first step. Now close your eyes and look for the feeling of pushing the ball just now. and then put this feeling in your mind. Put this feeling in your mind and store it. Just like you save money. This is the second step. The first step is to let Sue be aware of the existence of her mental power. The second step is to control the mental power. Sue closed her eyes to find the feeling just now, and then put this feeling in her mind. In fact, the first step is to control the ball with mental power, which is already mastering mental power. So the second step was accomplished easily. Sue felt the power in her brain begin to gather. It was the power that pushed the ball. That's it. You have to keep it. Store the feeling of pushing the ball in your brain. And keep reminding yourself. While drinking milk and honey, slowly store this power. Yang Bo poured the honey milk into a cup. Then inserted a straw and handed it to Sue. Sue had never felt that milk and honey were so delicious. After about 10 minutes, Sue opened her eyes and said tiredly, I feel powerless. This is normal. You are consuming too much energy now. Drink some honey and milk. Then go to sleep quickly. When you wake up, we will talk about other superpowers. Am I a superpower now? You are already. Although Sue knew that she had superpowers, she still asked Yang Bo. And Yang Bo was also surprised after confirming it, because he became a superpower in just 20 minutes. However, Sue was really tired, so she drank a lot of milk and honey, and then fell asleep. Yang Bo took the opportunity to go out, with gifts prepared for Annie and Xia. You are more powerful than before. Yang Bo cooked a dish with Annie and Xia said without any image, panting. In comparison, Annie leaned tightly on Yang Bo. I haven't touched a woman for so many days. Of course, I am very powerful. Yang Bo smiled. Where's the princess? She's still an ordinary person. But I just gave her a genetic drug today, and she became a superpower. How can an ordinary person stand you? Annie asked in confusion. I didn't do anything to her at all. And you guys haven't practiced hard enough. That's true. Come again. Wait a little longer. What are you waiting for? When you can't do it, Xia can do it again. Yang Bo stayed with Annie and Xia for several hours, and then left secretly with satisfaction. After returning to the villa, Sue was still sleeping. So Yang Bo came to the laboratory, put the separated gerbils back together in pairs. When I went to the competition, I separated these guys to prevent them from multiplying too much. Then I looked at the others. The mutant leeches were still the same. As for the interstellar creatures, the speed of absorbing energy became much faster. There was also an unknown life energy body, which had almost absorbed an energy stone. Now this life energy body seemed to be just instinctive and had a little self-awareness. This thing looked like a ball of green fluorescence. The whole thing looked a little bigger than a mung bean, but the color of the body was darker than before. Yang Bo changed another energy stone for this little thing, and he was looking forward to what it would look like in the end. Sue slept until the next morning and was awakened by hunger. After Sue woke up, she was still a little confused, looking at this unfamiliar environment. She didn't know where she was for a while, but she immediately remembered that she seemed to be a superpower. Get up and eat. Yang Bo saw Sue sitting on the bed with sleepy eyes. Yang Bo, am I a superpower? Sue quickly got up. Let's eat first to replenish our nutrition, and then we can talk slowly. Yang Bo nodded. Yeah. Sue jumped up excitedly after getting Yang Bo's affirmation. The so-called eating is to drink milk and honey, and then eat other high-energy and high-calorie foods. When Sue used her mental power to push the small ball in the plate again, she found the familiar feeling again, and her face flushed with excitement. What kind of superpower is this? Sue asked quickly. You have a spiritual power, but you have another kind of superpower. In fact, Yang Bo was also surprised, because Sue had just become a superpower user and could release her spiritual power. To be precise, Sue had already become a superpower user after using the gene evolution potion for the first time. It's just that she couldn't control her spiritual power, and some spiritual power superpowers were all dissipated by themselves. So Yang Bo took this approach to let Sue push the ball. Releasing spiritual power is not something that anyone can do. Geniuses must at least reach the late C level, while ordinary people basically have to reach the late B level. Of course, this ordinary person is just an assumption, because the talent is too ordinary, and it can't reach the B level at all. Then what is my other superpower? It should be related to the fragrance on your body before. But this superpower is not recorded, and I can only slowly explore it later. Yang Bo didn't know what Suwei's pink superpower was. You can continue to train your mental superpowers. And you can use other superpowers when the time comes. Is it to push the ball? Not necessarily. Look at me! Yang Bo moved his mental power. And a teacup on the table flew up. Then spun in the air, jumping up and down. Suwei immediately understood. Of course, pushing the ball is the most effective now. Because it is very light. If it is too heavy like a teacup, on the one hand, it consumes a lot of mental power, and the training time will be very short. And on the other hand, it is too heavy and difficult to control. Yang Bo said again. Suwei nodded. And then Yang Bo asked, the black rock bees are about to hatch. What about the garden? You decide for yourself. I want to cultivate my superpowers. Suwei only has superpowers in her mind now. Not the garden. No. You have to choose one. Because this is the garden I built for you. Yang Bo didn't want to make a decision privately. Suwei looked at the garden construction renderings in Yang Bo's hand. How about we build a garden in the back mountain? It's a bit too ugly to build an artificial building on the large grassland in front. Suwei proposed again. Of course, no problem. Yang Bo nodded. Then I will let the garden design company design the garden according to the terrain behind our mountain, and you can choose the plant at that time? Yang Bo said again. Isn't this troublesome? Of course not. They originally do this kind of work. And there are many flowers. What kind of flowers do you like? Yeah. In the Interstellar era, there are too many kinds of flowers in the garden. Suwei looked at tens of thousands of kinds of flowers, including plants, shrubs, trees, and others. I'll ask my brother what flowers the black rock bees like best. Suwei just remembered something. Suwei didn't plan to tell her father and brother that she had become a superpower. Because Suwei knew that she could become a superpower, which was inseparable from Yang Bo. And Yang Bo must have some secrets. The gene potion used for herself must not be an ordinary gene potion. Suwei was very satisfied now. She didn't expect that although Yang Bo was such a treasure boy, Suwei felt that Yang Bo had many things to surprise her. However, Suwei would not ask so many questions now, because she had already obtained a lot. At the same time, Suwei made up her mind. I must see what superpowers Yang Bo's other two girlfriends have. And see whose superpowers are stronger. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know what Suwei was thinking. So Suwei continued to drink milk and honey while pushing the ball to roll on the table. But at the beginning, the mental control was indeed not good. And the ball rolled under the table without paying attention. Chapter 765 The Disappointing Su-Hai. White and the other two were still debugging the laboratory. And Yang Bo was looking forward to the completion of the laboratory debugging. He had a lot of things in his hands that needed to be cleaned, including the space mecha and the obtained cracked space, and some energy metals. It was very difficult to build his own armed forces in the Alliance. Even the military of the Alliance was controlled by the Parliament. Of course, the nobles in the Blue Water Empire had limited private armed forces. Not to mention that Yang Bo really had his eyes on a place. That is, the planet where the second world was located. The planet where the mecha game was located was not suitable for human survival. And the Alliance military had not yet found a way to transform the planet. Once a method of planet transformation was found, he could also occupy the territory. But the premise of all this was to have enough armed forces in hand. Bart's identity was a springboard. And Bart's family was also a springboard. If the Su family could be emperor, couldn't the Altina family be emperor? The Altina family had been emperors in history. Of course, there were many families that had been emperors in the history of the Blue Water Empire. But White and the others didn't send him a message, which proved that everything was going well. Suwei is very busy now. She has to play games and train her game characters and Mao Mao every day. She also has to train her mental strength in reality. Once her mental strength is almost exhausted, Suwei will recover it by resting. Yang Bo has already cancelled his mecha game account and asked Xia and Annie to cancel their game accounts as well. Then he registered his account again. Xia and Annie were a little reluctant because they had practiced their secondary professional skills in the Apocalypse game very well. However, facing the huge compensation given by Yang Bo, he did not say anything else. The main reason was that the previous account performed too well, and he had already opened a backdoor for the advanced bionic people. When these advanced simulation people are mass-produced after experiments, there is a high possibility that the backdoor will still be there. This is just a casual move. What if it can be used in the future? The same is true for mechas. It does not mean that you can definitely use it if you open a back door. It may be discovered during subsequent maintenance. Although this possibility is low, it is not impossible. Moreover, the only skills worth brushing in the Doomsday copy are the mind control skills given by the boss inside. The war mode of the mecha game is about to start. I don't know if this is a purely virtual game, or if it is really remote control to participate in the war. But now I haven't seen the Alliance declare a state of war. So Yang Bo is very curious about this matter. In the second world game, Mao Mao has meat to eat and milk to drink every day. And someone combs his hair every day. And the hair he grows now is already white. Because it is late autumn. This guy is now chubby. These wild animals are very slim. Mainly because they have irregular diets. Sometimes they only eat once every 10 days or half a month. These captive animals have fresh meat every day, as well as milk, and grow meat quickly. Mao Mao is very smart and can already understand some of Adam's commands. Su Wei sometimes takes Mao Mao to train with other beagles. Now there is no need to tie him up with a rope. Adam lets Mao Mao sit there, and Mao Mao squats there. He also knows to go back to his nest at night. Handy. Congratulations. In the second world game, in the meeting hall of Green City, Yang Bo was awarded the title of Knight of Green City of Maple Leaf Kingdom. And the Speaker of the Green City Noble Council personally awarded Yang Bo the Knight Medal. Serve the kingdom with loyalty. Yang Bo looked at the character, wearing gorgeous noble clothes. This set of clothes is 60 gold coins. And there are 5 sets of clothes for different environments. 1 set of clothes for the knighthood. And then 1 set of clothes for the city council meeting. 1 set of clothes for public government activities. 1 set of clothes for private cocktail parties. And 1 set of clothes for hunting. It is 300 gold coins in total. This is issued by the kingdom, which means that the money must be handed over to the kingdom's noble council. Sir is the lowest title, and there is no right of inheritance, because the title with inheritance rights generally has to be reduced by 1 level every generation. The city council, to put it bluntly, is the noble council. The council members are wearing gorgeous clothes and applauding. Handy. Your baronial title may be awarded within 3 months. Congratulations in advance. The speaker is a chubby middle-aged man. This is a member of the Green family. And he is an earl. The current patriarch of the Green family is a marquis. But the patriarch is not in Green City, but in the capital. He is a member of the upper house of the Green City Kingdom Parliament. Green City was first built by the Green family. More than half of the land around Green City belongs to the Green family. Thank you. Sir. Congratulations. Sir Handy. I have a gift for you later. The young Viscount who saved people last time. Viscount Rolf, who was talking to Yang Bo now. Thank you. Sir. Yang Bo naturally knew that the Viscount had not said he would give him a gift before, because it was embarrassing for nobles to give gifts to ordinary people. Nobles giving ordinary people things is called rewards. Everyone knows that they will become nobles. So after becoming nobles, there is no problem with giving gifts. Sir Handy, I like your knife-throwing skills very much. I wonder if you can teach me. A fat Viscount. This is Viscount Horton who peed his pants in the last Red Turban Thieves group. Of course. Viscount. Yang Bo nodded. I will also have a gift for Sir Handy later. Viscount Horton also said with a smile. Congratulations. Sir Handy. Locke, the immediate superior, is a baron, patted Yang Bo on the shoulder and said, Thank you. Sir. Yang Bo said with a smile. After the ceremony of granting the title, everyone attended the official cocktail party in Green City. The official cocktail party is more formal, and not many women attend. At the cocktail party, everyone discussed the time for this year's hunting meeting. These nobles are eager to fight. After the autumn harvest, there is nothing blocking the earth. And now all the prey is the most valuable and the fattest. The nobles stayed there for several months, because other times there were crops everywhere, which was not suitable for hunting. In addition, it was too hot at that time, and it was difficult to move in the forest, and there were poisonous insects and snakes. In addition, animal fur is not valuable in summer, and animal fur is the most valuable after late autumn. Handy, you should learn to ride a horse. Otherwise it will be difficult to stand out in the hunting meeting. Locke and Yang Bo sat together, with a large piece of barbecue on the plate in front of them, and bright red wine in the silver wine glass next to them. Yang Bo let the game character eat by himself, and waited until the character finished eating the food before saying, Thank you. Sir, I think I will take time to study, And I wish you a promotion. Both times, I have made contributions thanks to you. Locke raised his glass and answered with a smile. After attending the cocktail party, Yang Bo received gifts. Every noble in the city council gave gifts. This is also an unspoken rule. When others are granted titles or promoted, the value of the gifts varies according to their levels. Viscount Rolf gave a set of good warhorse equipment. Viscount Horton gave a warhorse. And then Chief Locke gave a set of armored leather armor. Warhorse Yang Bo can only be fostered in the academy. And the fostering fee for a warhorse for 1 month is 2 gold coins. Because warhorses eat better than most ordinary people in this world. And they also need to be washed, walked, trained, and so on. Su Wei's eyes lit up when she saw the warhorse Yang Bo brought back. But unfortunately, it is not a neurological intervention now. So it is still a bit difficult to ride a horse. So Su Wei sent a message to Yang Bo, "Aren't you going to be a knight? It's not good to be a knight with our current control mode. The cooperation between the warhorse and the knight must be the best. Now I can't sense the status of the warhorse. And the warhorse can't sense my status either. Besides, being a cavalryman is not good. If there is a war, the knights will be the first to be recruited. Of course, Yang Bo still wants to be a knight. But it is difficult to do it well with the current game control method. Then just keep it like this? Don't we still have your brother? When your brother's game character dies this time, let him come to us, and I will take him with me." Yang Bo sent a message. And as a noble, I already have a knight recruitment quota. Yang Bo sent another message. After leaving the game, Su Wei quickly sent a message to Su Hai. "Brother, Yang Bo is now a noble in the game. Do you want to join Yang Bo?" Su Hai saw the message Su Wei sent him, and replied firmly, "I am doing well in the border now. I will not come back to join Yang Bo." Su Wei, then wait until your game character dies. Create a new game character and come back. By then, Yang Bo will be a baron in the game. Su Hai, sister, don't listen to Yang Bo's bragging. It's not that easy to become a baron in the game. If he becomes a baron, I will join him. Su Wei, don't underestimate Yang Bo. He is very capable. Our family's land is larger than yours. When Su Hai saw the message Su Wei sent, he felt that his sister had learned bad things. This was obviously showing off in front of him. I feel a bit bad. A good sister has only been with Yang Bo for a few days, and she has learned to be like this? So Su Hai fought back. What's the use of a large territory? Such a desolate place can only pay taxes to them for nothing. Su Wei, as a resident, Yang Bo has a maximum tax limit. Su Hai was furious when he saw the scene. Is there any justice in the world? Yang Bo is still a resident. Are all the people in this alliance blind? Su Hai, I will never come to Yang Bo for help. Don't send any news about Yang Bo in the future. Su Wei, oh, Yang Bo has hundreds of gold coins in the game. Su Hai, let him send me another 5 gold coins. Su Wei, transfer the money first. Su Hai, I am your brother. Su Wei, it is precisely because you are your brother that you should give the money first. Su Hai, tell him to send the money quickly. Su Wei, didn't you say you were doing well in the game? Su Hai, the money has been transferred to you. Don't send me messages if you have nothing to do. Yang Bo saw Su Wei's chubby face was deformed by laughter. So he asked, what's so funny? My brother is just stubborn. He doesn't believe you can become a baron in the game. And then he transferred money to buy 5 gold coins. Su Wei explained with a smile. Su Wei is now relaxed. Because now she is a superpower. She is no longer afraid of getting old early. And it is really easy to be with Yang Bo. I can also feel that Yang Bo treats me very well. Although Yang Bo still has many secrets. Su Wei will not ask. Because in the teachings of the nobles, girls should not ask if their husbands do not tell them after they marry other nobles. Otherwise they will feel uncomfortable if they know some things. Yang Bo shook his head and said, if your brother is smart, he will take the gold coins and run away. If the noble commanders on the front line know that your brother has gold coins, they will definitely exploit your brother and send him to the battlefield to die when he can't take out the gold coins. The nobles in the game don't take a prisoner seriously unless this prisoner can bring great benefits to the nobles. Su Wei nodded. My brother and other nobles are used to doing things according to their own ideas. If you say they are wrong, they will not admit it at all. But they can't get through it. Thank them for putting the noble's face first. Otherwise I can't win so much money. Yang Bo hugged Su Wei and felt that the fragrance on Su Wei's body was getting fainter and fainter recently. This is because Su Wei is becoming more and more proficient in the use of mental power. and her own energy will slowly condense in her body. As for the pink energy light on Suwei's body, Yang Bo has not studied it yet, because now is not the right time to study it. He has to wait until there is more energy before he can conduct research on animals or other subjects. Chapter 766 Shengong Mao? Brother. Congratulations. Yang Bo came to the company dormitory again, and Lu Jijia smiled and congratulated him when he saw him. It was stormy outside again. Yang Bo came here today to attend a small gathering of 4 people. Wang Muxue, Zhou Rui, Lu Jijia and himself. Wang Muxue looked at Yang Bo with a smile, but said nothing, as if she said something again. Although this general has both temperament and beauty, Yang Bo is always a little annoyed. Sometimes a woman who is too smart is a pressure for a man. Zhou Rui is now a politician of March Star, and there is a little temperament of a superior in her every move. Yang Bo. Congratulations. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo with mixed feelings in her heart. Thank you. Yang Bo smiled slightly. Why didn't you bring your sister-in-law to let us meet today? Lu Jijia asked again. She is too embarrassed to come out at home. She is an ordinary person. Yang Bo just fooled around. Suwei couldn't come out for a short time because she couldn't absorb all the energy in her body. A higher level person would know that she was a superpower. Let's get together this time to report the content of our cooperation. The 9th Fleet now has 80% of its personnel, and has been trained and has initially mastered the relevant skills. The only thing missing now is actual combat, which doesn't matter, because most of the soldiers in the Alliance have not experienced actual combat. The fleet is also lacking some high-end technical talents. Warship Repair, Senior Mecha Division, Senior Robot Maintenance Division, and other technical talents. When the warship is engaged in war, the intelligence system is likely to be interfered by the enemy's energy. So at this time, some machines need to be manually operated to execute the program. So Yang Bo needs to prepare some potions to recruit some talents. I have collected the relevant materials, but everyone should pay attention, because the number of high-quality potions we have sold is not small. So it has attracted the attention of some people. Wang Muxue informed everyone of some things at this stage. Yang Bo was still planning to ask Wang Muxue about the potion, but he didn't plan to ask after hearing this. High-quality energy potions must go through informal channels. Who are they? Lu Jijia asked after hearing this. People from the Blue Water Empire, the Crimson Federation and the Alliance. But they are not sure whether the potion comes from us. But they will find it here one day, and there is nothing they can do about it. Wang Muxue spoke again. Everyone nodded. Because energy potions are physical objects, different from virtual currency or other things. There will always be some traces of the handover of physical objects. If they dare to come, keep them on March Star. Master Zhang is ready to strengthen the security of March Star. No matter how powerful the superpowers are, they are nothing in front of laser weapons. Lu Jijia said. Wang Muxue looked at Lu Jijia after hearing this, and the latter explained. Another mutant animal was discovered on March Star, and its energy is more gentle. Now there are many mutant animals on this planet that have not been discovered. It will take a few days for the planetary parliament to pass this bill. Yang Bo was relieved when he heard this. He really couldn't make trouble on this planet. If he made too many troubles in one place, it would attract other people's attention. But now he can go to Devon Star again, just in time to change his identity and develop secretly. Zhang Laosi is so lucky. Wang Muxue was envious when she heard this. The whole galaxy was envious of Zhang Boishan's luck. A disciple who was not valued by the family was sent to a remote, desolate and undeveloped planet. Then he suddenly changed his identity. Mutated animals were found on the planet, and they could also be made into genetic evolution potions. And the key is that Zhang Boishan has almost established a foothold now. This kind of luck is envied by many genius disciples of big families, even heirs. The heirs of big families can only inherit and manage the family, not to take the family's wealth into their arms, which is impossible. And Zhang Boishan now owns the entire planet. Of course, these planets are under the management of the various planetary councils. And now the planetary councils of March Star are basically all controlled by Zhang Boishan. Yang Bo, you have to be extra careful. There are more and more high-tech means used by interstellar criminals now, mainly because the Alliance's defense system cannot be made too advanced. Wang Muxue said to Yang Bo again. I will pay attention. I basically won't go out. Yang Bo certainly knew what the other party meant. The planetary defense system has been developed from generation to generation since a very early time. Now the defense systems of various planets and regions in the entire alliance are not the latest. And there is a huge generation gap. Because if you want to replace all the defense systems with the latest ones, you need an astronomical amount of money. March Star is better now, because it was more desolate in the past. So it developed later. And now the warning system may be more advanced than other planets. The entire planetary warning system is composed of many satellites and ground facilities. The more advanced the satellite, the higher the cost. And there is another problem here. The compatibility problem. That is, the new generation must adapt to the equipment and standards of the previous generation. This will invisibly put a framework restriction on the new generation. But as a criminal, he only needs to focus on making some high-tech equipment. Not too much. Dozens or hundreds of pieces will do. This is why Wang Mushua said this. When the time comes, I will install intelligent warning systems on all my land, including the sea. Yang Bo nodded. That's the best. You are not short of money now. Wang Mushua nodded. Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui heard this strangely. As for Yang Bo's own light superpowers, they have seen it. And the laser released is comparable to a powerful laser gun. If there are really criminals who are blind, they will probably be pierced by lasers in an instant if they find Yang Bo again. Of course, the two did not say it, because this is Yang Bo's trump card. Of course, it is the trump card that the two people think. Yang Bo himself will not show it on himself. And other combat power will only use lasers to deal with opponents. As for the various skills that the pirate leader used before, none of them will appear on him. So Yang Bo did not show that he could control high-end mechas, or command and control training mechas. Yang Bo gave himself a character that was a self-propelled laser cannon, and he didn't know anything else. In this way, he avoided using the same skills. People would see him as Wang Mushua, although they always suspected Yang Bo. But there was no evidence, because Yang Bo did not show any talent in mecha. No matter how you suspect, as long as I don't come out, you have no evidence. If anyone talks nonsense without evidence, Yang Bo can sue him to death in jail, and then let them see what happens when they slander rich people. The small group of 4 people excluded Wang Mushua invisibly. For 2 consecutive days, Yang Bo came to the laboratory downstairs of the company's dormitory to prepare potions. This time, a D-level gene energy evolution potion was prepared, which has various properties. Although the auction price Yang Bo saw on Devon Star Paradise Island last time was billions. For a huge fleet, this amount of money can't last long. And these potions may not have passed through many hands. As for whether Yang Bo's investment will go down the drain, this possibility is not impossible. But it is not very large. On the one hand, it is because he has the ability to prevent the other party from breaching the contract. On the other hand, there are Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui. Once Wang Mushua doesn't want to fulfill her promise, Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui will definitely not let it go. As long as these 2 people announce that Wang Mushua has been in private contact with them, Wang Mushua will be kicked out by the military. There are actually some relationships between the politicians and the military in the alliance, but everyone hides it very deeply. Anyway, the relationship between politicians and the military is a combination of contradictions, just like the relationship between the nobles and the royal family of the Shuilan Empire. Yang Bo, aren't you going out today? Su Wei woke up in the morning and found Yang Bo still lying beside her. So she put her head on Yang Bo's chest and looked at Yang Bo and asked, "Not going today. The work is done." Yang Bo looked at Su Wei's messy hair, reached out and touched it, making Su Wei's hair even messier. "Great. How about we get a pet? After you leave, I'll be a little too bored alone." Su Wei spoke again. Of course, Su Wei knew that she was not suitable to go out now. "What kind of pet do you like?" "I like furry pets. When I was at home, I liked to go to the nearby forest to feed some animals. I like to talk to them." Okay then. Yang Bo decided to bring a gerbil directly from the laboratory to Su Wei, because Su Wei now has energy radiation. Ordinary small animals will only accelerate their rapid death after approaching. Yang Bo prepared to take a mutant gerbil. It would be great if Mao Mao could be in real life. Mao Mao is so obedient. During the training with other beagles yesterday, he grabbed prey several times. Su Wei talked about the things in the game again. Yang Bo nodded. Some animals are very smart, while others are not. Even if they are from the same litter. Some are smart, while others are stupid. It's just like people. So there are also very smart gerbils. After Su Wei got up and washed up, she had just finished her meal when she saw Yang Bo appear with a cage. Inside the cage was a fat, furry gerbil. Gerbils grow in semi-arid areas, so they don't have any bad smells. Plus Yang Bo's automatic feeding system in the laboratory. Ah! Su Wei didn't expect Yang Bo to find the pet she wanted so quickly. This is a small animal in my laboratory. They have energy, but it's not enough to be rated. You can't keep ordinary small animals now. The energy fluctuations that you can't completely converge have radiation, which will accelerate the death of small animals. Yang Bo said. Ah, will that cause harm to this small animal? Su Wei asked worriedly after hearing this. No. It also has energy fluctuations. But you can't sense it. It's very faint. Such a cute little animal is used for experiments. The ones I experiment with are stupid and dumb, and the smart ones are left. Ah! Give this little animal a name? Yang Bo kissed Su Wei's chubby face. So soft, smooth, and elastic. How about calling it Shingong Bao? Su Wei's words almost broke Yang Bo's defense. Shingong Bao, when did I become a mouse? Why don't you change your name? I just said it casually at that time. It doesn't matter what you call it. Shingong Bao. Oh! So fat. The fur is smooth and soft. Su Wei has opened the cage, and the gerbil in the cage is no longer afraid of people. After seeing Su Wei, it came closer. Su Wei reached out to touch it, and this guy tilted his head and looked like he was enjoying it. Facts that prove that wild animals will lose their wildness after being kept in captivity for a long time. Not to mention that the wildness of gerbils is timidity. Yang Bo didn't care when he heard this. Whatever happens, he knows the joke anyway. Su Wei used the same method she used to train Mao Mao in the game to train Shingong Bao. At this moment, Yang Bo felt the energy of the space mecha vibrate. I'll go to the laboratory to do the experiment, and you can do your mental training. Put the food and drinks in the refrigerator. Yang Bo greeted Su Wei. Go! Go! I'll get familiar with Shingong now, and then I'll train him, and then rest. Su Wei now sleeps most of the time because she needs to recover her mental power. Mental training consumes energy very quickly, and she will be exhausted in just 10 minutes. Once she is mentally exhausted, Su Wei can only recover her mental power by sleeping. Yang Bo is not afraid of Su Wei's problems, because he has cast the mental seed on Shingong Bao. And only the gerbils that have successfully mutated can bear the mental seed. Chapter 767. Need help again? Boss! Half an hour later, Yang Bo appeared in the energy laboratory of Devon Star. White also greeted Yang Bo excitedly. Of course. Now in Bart's identity. Very good. I think you are already waiting to do the experiment. Yang Bo did not drag on with White and others, and started to do the experiment directly. Thank you, boss. White and the other two almost jumped up with joy when they heard this. So Yang Bo cooperated with the three people to do the ultra-high temperature material test. White and others are in a very good mood now, watching the energy released by their boss. The temperature is getting higher and higher. This means that the boss's strength is getting stronger and stronger. It is hard to imagine what the consequences will be if someone is the boss's opponent and is hit by the boss's ultra-high temperature flame. Moreover, the boss's reputation on this planet is not good, and no one knows the boss's strength. At least the news that the three people learned from public channels did not find that the boss is so strong. This proves that the boss is scheming and good at disguise. To be a boss, you must be treacherous, despicable, and cunning to survive in the mall. White and his two friends didn't want to produce their own research results and then be snatched away by others. The boss's public reputation gave people a feeling of being useless. But in fact, the three of them knew how powerful the boss was. With such a boss, they could do research boldly. 4 hours later, the staged high-temperature material test was completed. Yang Bo walked out of the laboratory, and the island where the laboratory was located had changed a lot. The originally desolate island had changed a lot, with many buildings on it, and some people working here. The most conspicuous thing is the 3 laser turrets on the island, as well as the energy shield generator. Master? Yang Bo returned to his manner. Butler Jerry was no longer surprised by his master's elusiveness. What happened recently? Has the old ancestor stopped forcing me to get married? Yang Bo's words gave people the illusion that he had been avoiding the old ancestor for more than a month. The clan leader asked you to think about it yourself. If you don't get married or have children when you reach the age, your noble title will be deprived. Butler Jerry replied in a low voice. Tell the old ancestor not to push too much. Believe it or not, I will marry into the royal family and become a son-in-law, Yang Bo said unhappily. Butler Jerry didn't dare to speak. And then said another thing. Master, are you coming back to attend the noble meeting the day after tomorrow? It's boring to see a group of people quarreling. But I'll go and see. Yang Bo was ready to see it. Has anyone come to see me recently? Yang Bo asked again. 2 princes came to see you. One is Su Ruoxin and the other is Su Ruoyun, Butler Jerry said. Su Ruoxin is the 46th princess, and Su Ruoyun is the youngest princess of the emperor. Go and do your work. Send all the recent events to my study. Yang Bo waved his hand. Butler Jerry recorded all the recent events. Did this Yang Bo really kidnap the princess? Yang Bo asked when he saw his news. The rumor is probably true, but there is no positive news to confirm it. And there are too many princesses. Many princes may not even know how many daughters they have. Because many princesses are ordinary people. They just have an identity. Butler Jerry nodded. What do you think of me going to rob a princess? Yang Bo asked indifferently. Butler Jerry just bowed slightly and didn't dare to answer directly. Because if he said yes, his young master might really go to rob. Someone has offered a reward for hunting Yang Bo. This is simply embarrassing for our nobles. Do you know who did it? I will beat them up when I see them. Yang Bo saw the news that someone offered a reward for him again, and cursed angrily. It is probably Hardney from the Harlan family. Because there are news that this guy privately said that he wanted to kill Yang Bo. And some people said that he mortgaged his property and borrowed some money after the game. Butler Jerry said. It's really embarrassing for our nobles. He looks like he can't afford to lose. When I see him, I have to slap him twice. Yang Bo cursed casually. Butler Jerry bent down. Because the butler knew that his young master had done even more outrageous things when he lost badly in the past. The old emperor wants to increase taxes again? Does he think that the royal family has been managing the country for too long? Should he change the family to manage it? This noble meeting is hosted by the useless prince? Butler Jerry pretended not to hear the treasonous words from his young master's mouth. I will be in the laboratory recently. If you have anything, come to the laboratory to find me. Yang Bo roughly looked at the account book again, and then said, Yes. Butler Jerry nodded. Butler Jerry just left the study, and saw Su Ruoxin coming. He bowed and said, Your Highness. Yes. Su Ruoxin went straight to the 2nd floor. I didn't expect you to hide in the territory? Su Ruoxin asked in surprise when she saw Bart. Stop talking nonsense and pay your debt. Yang Bo picked up Su Ruoxin directly. You met for this matter? You still have the right to not pay your debt? Can you help me deal with another person? Let's finish the business first. Su Ruoxin is strong, so Yang Bo can play happily. Although Annie and Xia are 2 people, they are helplessly too weak. After a stir-fry, Su Ruoxin felt that she had no strength in her body. She could feel that Bart's strength was a little stronger than before. Yang Bo is playing with the ball now. Wait until Su Ruoxin recovers, and then serve the 2nd dish without waiting for Su Ruoxin to ask what to help. How long will you leave this time? Su Ruoxin asked after the 2nd dish was served for a long time. Why should I leave? This is my home, and I am in the rising period of my career now. Yang Bo stood up and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Su Ruoxin asked, looking at Bart's appearance. I'm going to the lab to do research. Where do you think I've been these days? Would you like me to go to the lab with you? No. I'm afraid your royal family will poach my people. Get lost. Let's talk about helping tomorrow. As long as the reward is in place. I don't mind if you ask me to slap the crown prince twice. I have plenty of money now. Yang Bo said arrogantly. But then he saw Su Ruoxin's look. And Yang Bo was a little surprised. Wow. You don't really want me to make trouble for the crown prince. Do you? It's just the crown prince, not his majesty. Su Ruoxin said lightly. I don't participate in your royal family's affairs. I'm just one of my brother's supporters. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Yang Bo returned to the space laboratory, and then returned to March Star through the space energy oscillator. After White and the other 2 succeed in their ultra-high temperature experimental materials, we still have to let them study space energy, and strive to use the space oscillator to deliver long distance as long as there are space coordinates in the future. In addition, the space box should be made bigger. Although at this stage, only I can cross space in this way. But isn't this exactly where my advantage lies? Others can't do it and won't be prepared at all. When the time comes, Put the interstellar creatures in the space box. And then, I will bring a robot army or an interstellar creature army. If anyone wants to go against me, I will go directly to his hometown and destroy his body. Hee hee. Of course, Yang Bo only dared to think about it now. Because space delivery also has energy fluctuations. And because my basement is a special structure, the energy fluctuations are not emitted. Similarly, my energy laboratory on Devon Star is also a special structure. So there is no energy fluctuation emission. If you want to send it to a place without these professional protective equipment, the energy fluctuations can be easily captured by the warning system. And the robot army also faces many problems. Especially the problem of energy interference. The strongest anti-interference measure now is the space quantum communication system. Unless such a communication system is installed for each robot. As for interstellar creatures, they are still cubs now. And it is unknown how many years it will take for them to mature. But it is always good to have a direction to strive for. Of course, the premise of all this is that money is needed. The higher the level and quality of the robot, the more expensive it is. However, Yang Bo is not worried at all. After all, there is still Li Yang's first fleet, Wang Mushua's ninth fleet, and pirates. He has given the spiritual seeds to the 2 deputy captains of the pirates. If it doesn't work, he will let the 2 deputy captains become regular. Then he has the status of a noble, which is a great advantage. Yang Bo restored his appearance, and went to the first floor from the laboratory. First came to the internet room, and found that Zhang Buishan asked him to have dinner. After thinking about it, he made an appointment 10 days later, because the other party said to bring his younger brother and sister-in-law. After 10 days, Su Wei can basically converge her energy fluctuations. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen also asked him to have dinner to express their gratitude to him, and also asked what to do in the future. Yang Bo sent a message saying that they had enough time to eat together, and now everyone should take a few months to rest. Then Yang Bo came to the second floor. Su Wei was sleeping with her quilt wrapped around her, in the nest not far away on the floor. Shin Gongmao was also sleeping with his legs spread out in front of him. His belly was round and round, and he had obviously eaten too much. After hearing the noise, and seeing that it was Yang Bo, Shin Gongmao turned over, and ran over to look at him. Yang Bo touched him. This little thing was the smartest among these gerbils. Then Yang Bo left the bedroom. Shin Gongmao watched Yang Bo leave, looked at the bed, and then returned to his nest. A hunting meeting will be held in the second world game in a week. Do you want to participate? Su Wei asked during dinner. Yes. Do you want to join? Yang Bo nodded. I won't join. I'm now busy training my mental strength and restraining my superpowers. I'll just go online every day to take care of Mao Mao and so on. Yang Bo. I don't want to fight and kill in the game. What do you think I should do? Su Wei said again. How about you be an instructor in the academy? Yang Bo could understand that Su Wei didn't want to fight and kill in the game. Su Wei used to play games just to kill time, not because she liked playing games. Really? Of course. You can teach them archery. And you can also continue to learn sculpture and gardening. Or you can find a job in the academy. Yang Bo nodded. Then I'll listen to you. The main reason is that this game is too realistic. It feels bad to watch those people die in front of me. Su Wei took a sip of honey milk before speaking. Chapter 768 Go Cry. In the game, the dean asked Adam to be an assistant to the archery tutor, teaching archery for 2.5 days every week. And the monthly salary was 10 silver coins. If you do an archery assessment and get the corresponding position assessment, the salary will be even higher. However, after this position assessment, it will be recorded in the kingdom's archives. If the front line needs archers, they may be transferred. Being an assistant does not require a professional assessment. As for sculpture and gardening, the dean suggested that Adam should still learn it. On the one hand, it is related to the student quota, and on the other hand, it is also related to the income of the tutor. If he doesn't go now, the tutor's income will decrease. And these tutors may say bad things about Adam in private. Su Wei didn't expect that the interpersonal relationships in this game world would be so complicated. But in winter, there is only one gardening and sculpture course per week. Because in winter, there is not much gardening work. And the sculpture tutor also has to do some sculptures for the New Year festival. It's just a pity for Locke. But it's okay if Adam doesn't come. Anyway, he is in the academy. The next day, Yang Bo returned to Devon Star. Today, he did not conduct ultra-high temperature material experiments, because he needed to do a series of data analysis after the experiment yesterday, and then continue the experiment. How about what I told you yesterday? Su Ruoxin, wearing a white dress, looked good in anything she wore. She looked at Bart with a pair of big watery eyes and asked, "You should tell me who it is first. Although I am not afraid of offending His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I don't need to create an enemy." Yang Bo was drinking tea with Su Ruoxin, and they were drinking tea seriously. After all, they had done what they should do yesterday. "Hardney of the Harlan family," Su Ruoxin said. "Is it the big idiot who lost to the cleaner of the Alliance in the end?" Yang Bo asked casually after hearing this. "That's him," Su Ruoxin answered. "Is the Harlan family going to join your royal family? What handle do you have on them?" Yang Bo reacted quickly. It was a bit unbelievable that a big family like Harlan would lean on the royal family. "Father is old." Su Ruoxin just said this. Yang Bo understood it instantly after hearing this. Although there are conflicts between the royal family and the nobles, the issue of heirs is also a big problem, because the royal family and the nobles are inseparable. So these families that have made arrangements in advance can get some benefits. Hardney's fiancée is the crown princess's biological sister, the kind of siblings from the same mother, and the Harlan family supports many of His Royal Highness's suggestions. Su Ruoxin said again, "Support it if you want. If His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is incapable, we can just change another family to be the Emperor. Your family has been in power for so many years. Aren't you tired of it?" Yang Bo said indifferently. "Don't you want to know who Hardney's fiancée is? She is one of the genius students of the Imperial Academy in the past 100 years, and is known as the top 10 young females in the Empire." Yang Bo interrupted Su Ruoxin when he heard this. This woman must have had bad intentions for saying so much. So he said, "I hate dealing with smart people the most in my life. If such a smart person wants to sleep with me for the rest of my life, I feel like I'm going crazy." Su Ruoxin saw Bart's expression and asked playfully, "Do you mean I'm stupid? We call this mutual help. You help me solve the problem, and I help you solve the problem. It's a cooperative relationship." Yang Bo grinned. "Is that how I am in your mind?" Su Ruoxin made a childish expression. "What else do you want? We are the same kind of people. I'm sorry, I can't do anything about this matter." Yang Bo felt that there was something more complicated behind this matter. The Harlan family wanted to support the prince, with or without this woman. Yang Bo felt that the woman in front of him might want to stir up conflicts between the nobles. Although Yang Bo also wanted to teach Hardney a lesson. Teaching him a lesson himself and listening to the princess' words to teach him a lesson were two completely different things. In that case, I'll leave." Su Ruoxin looked angry when he heard this. "Let's make an appointment when we have time." Yang Bo didn't care at all. Anyway, they were just hack buddies, and they didn't even look at where they hooked up. As long as we are all comfortable, it's fine. If one party is not comfortable, forget it. Su Ruoxin looked at Bart deeply, and then left. "Grandfather, what is this woman Su Ruoxin thinking?" Yang Bo waited for Su Ruoxin to leave, and then called the ancestor directly. The patriarch of the Altina family listened to Bart's chattering about the princess's help while working. After hearing this, he asked back, "What do you think she means?" "I think she seems to be trying to sow discord between our nobles." Yang Bo said, "It seems that you are not stupid. This matter can not only reduce some of the helpers of the prince, but also cause some conflicts among our nobles. It is not only our Altina family and Harlan family, but the family of the princess represents the emerging forces." The patriarch of the Altina family said, "This woman is too smart, which is not good. Tomorrow's noble meeting. You should be quiet and wear an ear." The patriarch of the Altina family specifically ordered, "As long as no one provokes me, I will eat and drink and watch the jokes. Remember to wear formal clothes tomorrow. Don't embarrass me." Okay. I won't embarrass you. What era is it? And you are still wearing antique clothes?" Yang Bo complained and hung up the phone. The patriarch of the Altina family shook his head when he heard this, and he was getting more and more confused about Bart. Then Yang Bo returned to March Star. It was sunny in the past 2 days, so the garden behind the mountain was being built. It is a valley about 8 kilometers long, with a vertical drop of more than 200 meters. The widest part is 1.5 kilometers, and the narrowest part is 200 meters. Various engineering robots are transforming the entire valley. Different flowers and plants are planted in different places, such as some shrubs and trees in the widest place, and vines and the like in the narrowest places. This garden is named Wanhua Valley. The cost of the entire project is about 4 billion. Because the widest span of 1.5 kilometers requires the use of rare energy metal alloy materials. There are only 9 people in the entire project. And the rest are all robots. These 9 people just need to sit in the office and watch the robots work according to the drawings. However, the construction period is a bit long. About 3 months. Mainly because of the rain. Some projects cannot be done after the construction of Wanhua Valley. It has an independent energy system, control system, irrigation system, etc. Su Wei still has some opinions about Yang Bo spending so much money to build such a large garden. At the same time, she was very touched. Because Yang Bo not only helped her become a superpower, but also spent so much money on her. Yang Bo didn't care. He could earn money again if he lost it. Moreover, Yang Bo thought that there was another mutant species on March Star. And maybe this black rock bee could produce some benign mutations under his own experiment. However, it is not the time for experimentation yet. We have to wait until the black rock bees reproduce enough populations, and then use their eggs, larvae, adults, etc. for experiments. Su Wei cherishes her chance to become a superpower. So every day, apart from playing games, she spends most of her time training her mental superpowers and sleeping when she is tired. Today's noble meeting is over. So I'll go back and look at what I got from the Carter family. Using interstellar creatures to make mechas is a very good idea. The method of making interstellar biological mechas is to first implant biochips into interstellar creatures, and then shape the interstellar creatures into the appearance of mechas, either as a whole or in parts. Then, the shaped interstellar creatures are used to form mechas, and the users control the chips in these mecha creatures through neural connection. Moreover, the Carter family has also developed interstellar biological weapons. That is, a chip is implanted in the brain of an interstellar creature to control the interstellar creature to release attack methods. And an intelligent program can also be implanted in the chip. Interstellar creatures can be made into weapons, like intelligent laser turrets. One advantage of making such weapons out of interstellar creatures is that they can absorb energy and store energy autonomously. The research of the Carter family is still very impressive. But my spiritual seed control is more advantageous than chip control. The next morning, Yang Bo entered the underground laboratory again to attend the noble meeting on Devon Star. Su Wei was training Shingon Bao. Not to mention that the gerbil Yang Bo chose was indeed smart and spiritual. Now Su Wei asked Shingon Bao to take something, and this little thing could basically identify it. But it still had some shortcomings in color identification. Yang Bo turned into Bart and returned to the territory of Devon Star. With the help of the maid, he put on a dress. It's so ugly. Yang Bo looked at the tall hat on his head. There were various decorations on the tall hat, all of which were some garbage and worthless gems. These gems were valuable when they were on the mother planet. But now they are not valuable at all. The hat is green, and the clothes are also green and black, which feels a bit like a tuxedo. The back of a tuxedo is separated, but the back of this dress is not separated. There is also a green badge on the chest, because the Viscount is green. Then, there is a pair of green and black long boots, and they are high heels. The flying car he is riding has a big green badge on the door. The venue of the noble meeting is in the City Council Hall of Wandao City. The Viscounts sitting around Yang Bo are all green-hatted. The whole venue looks a bit like a stadium. But half of it, the one in the front wearing a red dress and a red tall hat, is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Then the purple, blue, gold, silver and green colors spread out in circles. The lowest rank is at the highest. In front of Yang Bo is Alan wearing a silver hat. Fatty, why do I feel like you've lost weight? Oh, don't mention it. The ancestors set etiquette teachers to teach me etiquette. Why do we, as trash, learn this? And we have ugly clothes. Alan sighed. I thought you were squeezed by Amanda. Yang Bo said, with her little strength. I made her obedient and took the initiative to let me go to Paradise Island. Alan was beaming with joy when talking about this. Remember to return the membership card. It is said that there will be a few top girls coming to Paradise Island. I'm going to buy one this time. What's it like to play with girls worth hundreds of millions? Tell me. Alan looked like he was gossiping. What are you looking at? Haven't you heard men talk about women? Yang Bo suddenly scolded another young man, who was separated from him by 2 people. This is Hardy from the Harlem family, the big bastard who lost billions to him. It is said that this guy took billions and hired a killer to kill him. If you want to talk about women, go to the bar. This is a noble meeting. Hardney has been in a bad mood recently. He always feels that the eyes around him are a little strange. As if these people are muttering behind his back that he is a big idiot and a big bastard. So when he heard Bart and Alan talking about women worth hundreds of millions, he curled his lips. Unexpectedly, Bart saw it. But Hardney was not afraid and put a big hat on him. You are the biggest victim and idiot of the TMD empire. You made me lose 50 million. And you still have the nerve to talk about others here. Alan heard someone talking big and immediately pointed at Hardney and cursed. If you don't have the ability, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Just like me. Bart, I know that I am a waste. But I never come out to embarrass myself and cause others to lose money. Of course, some idiots don't know themselves. Yang Bo also cursed. Stop talking. I also lost 20 million in that challenge. Some idiots have no ability, but only know how to brag. A Viscount noble, who lost money next to him, also joined in. Who are you talking about? Hardney immediately stood up and pointed at Yang Bo and the person who just spoke. Everyone, come and see. This big idiot caused others to lose money and didn't allow others to say it. Yang Bo immediately stood up and said loudly, a waste should know itself. A waste should not come out to harm others. You are such a big idiot. And you still have the nerve to come out, attending the noble meeting. You embarrass our nobles. Ugh. Then Yang Bo spat on Hardney's face in public. Ugh. Alan, the fat man, saw Yang Bo doing this and spat at him. Yeah. Then the two wastes from Devon high-fived each other. Ah. Hardney's recently suppressed emotion suddenly broke out. Since Hardney lost last time, he felt so depressed. If others looked at him for a second, he felt that they were laughing at him. I'll call you him. Call you back. Some idiots are not strong enough. But they just want to come out and make me lose 80 million. A loser pretends to be a genius. Many other nobles around lost money and took this opportunity to curse. Bart, I want to challenge you. Hardney wiped his face, feeling sick and ready to vomit, and pointed at Yang Bo and shouted, you think I'm as stupid as you? My swordsmanship is not good enough. If I accept your challenge, won't I replace you as the biggest idiot in the empire? Yang Bo looked smug and proud of himself. The nobles around shook their heads when they saw Bart like this. Alan also added, you should know yourself. Don't think that you are a genius just because your family hired two people to brag about you online. Don't you know how capable you are? You. Hardney came up and wanted to beat Yang Bo violently. And his body was also shining with energy. Pa! But Yang Bo jumped up and dodged and slapped Hardney in the face. Fatty. I slapped your hand full of saliva. Yang Bo yelled in disgust. Alan was not weak at all. Seeing Yang Bo slap Hardney, he jumped up and slapped Hardney back. Hardney was actually also a level. But the two wastes on Devon Star were able to make such a big name on Devon Star because they were strong enough. If the two were not strong, they would have been beaten into a joke. You dirty your hands by hitting such a big idiot. Yang Bo kicked Hardney away. Then a Count nobleman next to him also helped kick him. Probably because he lost badly. Hardney flew forward. Some people had long disliked this guy. After all, the majority of people who lost money were nobles. He was kicked even further by a man in the middle. The nobleman looked like a marquis and cursed, which family is this bastard from? Don't you know this is a noble meeting? Hardney was caught by someone. But his face was swollen like a pig's head. At this time, Alan threw Hardney's green hat at him. Big idiot. Go back to your manor and cry. Chapter 769 Fighting Duel. Let's go. Let's have fun, Alan said to Bart. Yang Bo also smiled at the fat man in front of him. Bart, Alan, and Hardney were driven out for disrupting the order of the noble meeting. Hardney was jumping up and down in the distance and cursing. I didn't expect that there were such trash in the empire who didn't dare to accept other people's challenges. Bart, weren't you very good at fighting just now? Do you have the ability to accept the challenge? I know myself well. I am not good at swordsmanship. I will never compete with others in swordsmanship, and then cause others to lose money. And I will also be called the biggest idiot in the empire. Yang Bo said loudly without even looking at Hardney, who was jumping up and down. There were many people around who were holding back their laughter. These were the guards and butlers who served the nobles. Are you still a man? Hardney's face was normal now. But being humiliated like this, it seemed that the whole world was watching his joke. Why don't you send me your fiancé? I heard your fiancé is quite famous. Yang Bo chuckled. Bart, you're interested in Hardney's fiancée? How much do you know? Do you want me to help you collect information? Alan's eyes were full of excitement. Bart, you shameless bastard. A waste from Devon Star. You still want to be after my fiancée? You're just like the fat guy next to you. You have to rob a woman if you can't find one. Hardney was jumping and cursing in the distance. You were the one who said whether I was a man first. I'm not interested in men. Yongbo said helplessly. Bart. Mecha. Equestrianism. Fighting. Boxing. Whatever you choose. If you are a man, accept my challenge. Hardney is now crazy. He has to find someone to vent the grievances and frustrations he has suffered these days. Didn't you say I'm not a man? Why don't you let your fiancé try and see who can last longer? Yongbo smiled. And the smile was as vulgar as it could be. This is good. This is good? Alan was still adding fuel to the fire. The reason why Hardney didn't dare to do it was because his superpowers were not as good as Bart's. The slap Bart gave Hardney just now made him realize that the trash on Devon Star could be so famous because of their strong individual strength. But challenges are different. Because challenges have many rules. Don't be so babbling here. I'm fighting you just to prove whether I'm a man. Do you think I'm the biggest idiot in the Empire? Yongbo pouted. Fatty. Let's go. We might as well not hold this shitty conference. Bart, I told you long ago that we should go to Paradise Island to have fun. Alan agreed with this. You look like a green lizard in this outfit. Yongbo looked at the green clothes he was wearing. Bart, you just want benefits. Even though I lost money. But I'm richer than you. Tell me, what do you like about a man? Hardney sneered from a distance. You lost to the cleaner of the Alliance. So you come to me to seek a sense of existence. Right. You're richer than me. How much money can you give? I heard that you also borrowed usury. Yongbo said impatiently. Nonsense. You are talking nonsense. For someone like me, I still need to borrow usury. Hardney was also very excited when he heard Bart say that he took usury. Fatty. Does this guy have anything valuable? This guy has a small spaceship. The latest model. With stealth performance. And the fastest speed. It is said to be worth tens of billions. This is prepared by his family for his marriage. And it is considered his personal property. The ownership of other things is problematic. If their family does not give it to you at that time, this matter will be very difficult to deal with, Alan said. But Bart, you have to think clearly. Since this guy is challenging you, he must be prepared to restrict you in the rules, Alan said again. Hee. It's not like we haven't been beaten before. We are afraid of who we are. Yongbo laughed. The biggest idiot in the Empire. I heard that you have a newest spaceship. So I will give you a chance. Yongbo said directly. I said before. You don't dare to compete with me in swordsmanship. How about all other things? Hardney sneered in his heart when he heard Bart thinking about his spaceship. How about fighting? Let me tell you first. I am best at fighting. Yongbo said directly. Okay. The rules are regular fighting. Hardney heard Yongbo say that he was best at fighting. And directly stated the challenge rules. Because it was Hardney who challenged Yongbo. The challenge rules were determined by Hardney. No problem. Regular fighting is the same as regular swordsmanship competitions. With special equipment worn. And the main thing is to compete in skills. The score is also recorded according to each hit part. Bart? Shouldn't you take out something? I just took out a spaceship? Hardney smiled and looked at Bart like an idiot. You, a big idiot, took the initiative to challenge me. Besides, you know I have no money. Otherwise, if I lose, I can accompany your fiancée for a few days to let her know if I am a man? Ha ha ha. This method is good. So that some big idiots will not say you are not a man. Alan laughed beside him. Bart, some things can't be solved by talking hard. You keep calling me a big idiot. When you lose, you will know who is the big idiot. Hardney said in a flat tone. Accept the challenge. We are in the big arena. Although I lost, I dared to challenge the cleaners of the Alliance. And you, a rat in the sewer, only dared to laugh at us heroes in the dark corners. I think the Imperial Noble Council should take back all the titles of waste. The existence of people like you will only consume the limited financial resources of the Empire, Hardney said loudly. Hardney, if that's the case, do you dare to bet a little bigger? If either of us loses, we will give up all our titles? Yongbo was speechless when he saw this guy hypnotizing himself like this. He can't see the situation clearly. And he still says he is a hero. I agree. If you become a pauper in the future and can't afford to eat, come to my house and be a slave. Ha ha ha. Hardney laughed and left without looking back. Is this guy an idiot? Alan looked at Hardney and said suspiciously, It's probably because I've been too depressed during this period. After all, the title of the Empire's biggest idiot is not easy to bear. Yang Bo could probably guess the other party's mentality. This so-called genius is most afraid of encountering a major blow. Not only did he lose so much money in the last challenge, but he also felt that he lost unfairly and was scolded by people around him. Bart, one of the two big losers on Devon Star, and Hardney, the Empire's biggest idiot, had a conventional fighting battle. The news spread quickly, but other nobles were just watching the joke. The loser on Devon Star was not a good person either. Another loser went to rob someone else's good girl and took her back to be his wife. It was destined to be recorded in the history of the Empire. As for the other loser, Bart, he was worse than Alan. It was said that he robbed the princess and finally gave up out of necessity. Hardney, the Empire's biggest idiot, had no self-awareness at all. Not only did he lose a lot of money, but he also made many nobles lose money. The noble parliament quickly approved this duel, and the duel will be held in the Grand Arena at noon tomorrow. Because within the Empire, duels between nobles can be said to be commonplace. There are all kinds of duels. Some are about yardage. Some are about brewing, cooking, and even fishing and hunting. The most bizarre thing is that both sides slap each other. Master, after Yang Bo returned to the territory, Jerry, the butler, was speechless. He was fine when he left in the morning, but he didn't expect to be kicked out in the end. I said I wouldn't go, but the ancestors insisted that I go. Tomorrow, I will bet on Hardney to win for 1 billion. I just need a spaceship. Master, Hardney is the vice chairman of their Planetary Fighting Association. 2 billion. 2 billion for me to win. Yang Bo immediately raised the bet after hearing this. Master, I mean that Hardney's fighting skill is very strong. That's why I asked you to bet 2 billion. I'll go to the laboratory first and come back tomorrow morning. Is Her Highness Su Ruoyan looking for you again? Tell this little bitch that it is impossible for us nobles to marry their royal family. And tell her not to come to me. Yang Bo didn't know why the other party came to him. She wants to discuss the use of space mecha with you. Butler Jerry was speechless. Your Highness, how could she ask you to marry? Reject her directly. Butler, you know that I am not good at mecha driving at all. But help me order 2 advanced mechas with more comprehensive performance, which is cooler than driving a flying car. Yang Bo left the territory after saying that. Chapter 770 exposed. Butler Jerry was a little speechless when he heard what his young master said. A high-level mecha costs at least hundreds of millions. And how much does a top-level flying car cost? And the young master's idea is just cool. But there is no way. The young master is rich now. He returned to the villa on March Star through the laboratory. Why do I feel that every time I pass through space like this, my body strength seems to change a little? And this mecha seems to be changing too. The changes in oneself can be known through feeling. As for the changes in the mecha, the data reflects that when the mecha moves in space, it will consume its own energy, because the mecha itself will form a space energy field. It is this space energy field that the mecha can be retracted into a separate space and can move in space. Now the energy consumed once is 5% lower than the first time. Of course, this data may also be related to the distance of space movement. But this is even more unreasonable, because the distance to the laboratory of the Dimension Company was much shorter than the distance to Devon Star now. As for whether the distance of movement is long or short in the specific space, it is difficult to say, because according to what White and the other two said, the space is not parallel, but exists in the entire space, which is irregular. However, White and the other two are now busy studying ultra-high temperature materials. After the ultra-high temperature materials produce results, I will let them study related things. He changed into his own appearance and returned to the first floor. Yang Bo, you are here so early today. Su Wei was wearing home clothes and controlling a manual robot to clean the house. Today I just did some statistics. Let me do it. I'll do it myself. It's very simple. The storm outside is too scary. Su Wei wore a pink t-shirt with 3/4 sleeves, white shorts, and a pair of transparent slippers. She looked young and beautiful. Today her hair was not tied into a ponytail, but a headband. This planet is like this. It is precisely because of such storms that it attracts many tourists. These tourists travel through the storm. And some tourists like to travel through the huge waves. Modern technology can travel freely and safely in such storms. When I can go out, I want to go and see it. Su Wei nodded when she heard this. In fact, I can take you out now. My flying car is also good. No. I'm going to practice my superpowers now. Su Wei shook her head. Then I'll go cook. I want stir-fried pork. And the meat you cooked and then stir-fried? With mushrooms in it. Su Wei hurriedly shouted when she heard Yang Bo was going to cook. Yang Bo made an okay gesture. And Shen Gongbao lay on the machine in front of Su Wei. Yang Bo found that the pink energy on Su Wei seemed to have some effect on animals. As if it would make them smarter. Of course. There is only one test subject. Shen Gongbao. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that this guy was previously kept in captivity, and is now free range. And the pink energy on Su Wei is not her main superpower. Her main superpower is still mental power. While Yang Bo was cooking, a group of people in Oma City looked at each other. Isn't this guy who issued the task teasing us? In a guest house? 3 men and 2 women were a little annoyed when they saw the information in front of them. Is the information wrong? A cleaner can actually have a villa of fortress level, and more than 1.8 million square kilometers of land. Not to mention that it is independent of the city. A white-haired young man couldn't believe the information. The information is definitely not wrong. These can be publicly checked. A middle-aged man with yellow hair was unhappy. The nobles of the Blue Water Empire are all idiots. They are still talking about it after issuing the mission? And they don't even know who the opponent is? Only a few of us can break into a fortress-level villa? I thought the cleaner lived in an apartment. The key is that this fortress is independent of the city, on a high mountain ridge. Even if we buy stealth equipment, we don't have enough ability to break into the fortress. Even mechas may not be able to open such a fortress, let alone us. Feed back the matter. There are so many idiots in the Blue Water Empire, but they don't know that Yang Bo owns such a large area of land. Either ask the mission issuer to increase the money, or we give up the mission. We originally thought that we were dealing with a cleaner who lived in an apartment. Not only can we get a sum of money for the mission, but this cleaner also has tens of billions in his hands. An older woman among the 5 said, "This is the only way." Then some nobles of the Blue Water Empire saw the information sent back, and their eyes almost fell out. What kind of a cleaner is this? This cleaner has more than 1.8 million square kilometers of land. This must be a conspiracy of the Alliance, finding some people with fake identities to slap the faces of our Blue Water Empire nobles. The Alliance is a treacherous, despicable, shameless and cunning villain. Of course, this news was inevitably spread, because this news itself was passed from the Brotherhood to the nobles. The media of the Blue Water Empire reported it one after another. Conspiracy. Yang Bo's case is a huge conspiracy. Yang Bo, using a fake identity and fake news, is not a real cleaner, but a tool launched by the Alliance to target our young generation of nobles. Yang Bo, a cleaner can have more than 1.8 million square kilometers of land. Yang Bo, a cleaner who lives in a villa of the highest level of civilian fortress. Yang Bo is a big liar. Yang Bo is just a tool launched by the Alliance. These articles reported in detail that Yang Bo has more than 1.8 million square kilometers of land and a coastline of 2,000 kilometers. And he also lives in a fortress-level villa worth hundreds of millions. This news broke out in the Blue Water Empire in an instant. Those nobles who lost to Yang Bo posted messages on their social accounts. Yang Bo is a big liar. Now those nobles who lost to Yang Bo said with confidence that Yang Bo is a big liar. Not a cleaner at all. It was a conspiracy of the Alliance against us. So it is normal that we lost. And these nobles asked the Alliance Sword Association to deprive Yang Bo of his membership and all his achievements. Yang Bo didn't see his background exposed until he arrived at Devon Star the next day. But there was nothing he could do about it, because a lot of information in the Alliance was public. Of course, no media knew what Yang Bo looked like yet. Although the government had photos of Yang Bo, they didn't dare to make them public. Facing such a celebrity, if he sued the government, a large number of people would be in trouble, and they might even face huge claims. TSK. This TMD cleaner is richer than me, the Earl, and has a larger land area than our family. More than 1.8 million square kilometers of land. What a shitty cleaner. Alan was shocked when he saw the relevant news. Alas, Yang Bo now looked like Bart, driving a flying car with a fat guy to the arena to participate in the duel. and pretended to sigh. I bought you to win today. If you lose, I'll strangle you to death. But the fat guy Alan then said to Bart viciously, I bought myself to win with 2 billion. Yongbo replied with a look of disdain. Wow. Don't you know that Hardney is the vice president of their planet's fighting association? I know. I wanted to buy 500 million. But when I heard that he had this identity, I added 2 billion. Yongbo answered seriously. You are really rich. I seriously suspect that you got all this money by robbing outside in recent years. Fatty Alan cursed angrily. Hee hee. I always bet 500 million for Yongbo to win. Yongbo said with a smug look on his face. Every time? Fatty Alan was stunned when he heard the news. I only lost once. And then I made several times the profit every time. The highest one was almost 10 times the profit. I'll strangle you to death. You won my money. You deserve it. How do you know Yongbo will win? I don't care who will win or lose. How many times will I make by betting on Yongbo? There is no profit in betting on the other party. The game is for excitement. I find that you, the fat guy, do not have the most basic qualities of a gambler. If gambling can determine the win or loss through analysis, then is there any need to open a gambling game? Yongbo said with a smug look on his face. Alan slapped his thigh. I was led astray by those idiots. If the analysis can be 100% correct, there is no need to gamble anymore. Then Alan looked constipated. Yongbo saw this guy and immediately mocked him. You bastard. You won't bet on the other party to win. Right? Then I will lose you to death. In normal circumstances, isn't it normal to bet on you to lose? Fat Alan said righteously. You are doomed to lose today. Even if you lose, I will fight hard to beat the other party. Yongbo immediately spoke loudly after hearing this. When Alan saw Bart like this, he reached out to strangle Bart. I will strangle you to death first. You bastard. You actually hope that I will lose. Get out. You bet on me to lose first. Okay. The two drove to the Grand Arena. Today, the Grand Arena was also crowded with people. Of course, it was impossible to arrive on time this time. Bart. Someone shouted before entering the arena. What are you doing? Yongbo saw Su Ruoyun surrounded by guards from afar. And next to her was the fat man's newlywed wife Amanda. The guards stared at Bart closely, fearing that this guy would do something rude to the princess again. Where have you been recently? I have looked for you several times. Su Ruoyun asked directly. I'm busy doing experiments recently. Ha ha. The waste from Devon Star actually said that he was doing experiments instead of fooling around with women. As soon as Yongbo finished speaking, someone next to him laughed. Chapter 771. I thought who was farting in the street. It turned out to be a big idiot who lost billions. Yongbo looked back and found that it was his old acquaintance Bald Rip. The Carter family has plenty of money, and it is not a loss to spend billions to prove that the genius they cultivated is a big idiot. When it comes to insulting people, Alan and Bart have an unparalleled tacit understanding. Bald Rip heard this and pointed at the two Devon Star idiots and cursed. You two Devon Star idiots. What right do you have to say that we are big idiots? And it was Yongbo, the big liar, who deceived us. Everyone saw Bart start to speak venomously again. You big idiots hype that you were deceived on the internet, which is deceiving yourself. Everyone go to the Alliance to check and see how long it took for the big liar you mentioned to obtain 1.8 million square kilometers of land. And you too shamelessly said that you were deceived. What conspiracy of the Alliance? Even the running dogs of the imperial government also chided to say that they were deceived. Conspiracy traps are nothing more than the lackeys of the conquered, who are ordered by you nobles to bark at others. To tell you the truth, although I am a waste, I know myself well, and will not ask the family to spend billions to prove that I am a big idiot. I am a waste. Other people around also grinned when they heard Bart's words, because what Bart said was true. But they just didn't check the background of a cleaner. As long as they paid a small amount of money and sent information to the relevant government departments of the Alliance, such as the Land Management Department, they could obtain information on the land ownership of the entire planet. For example, if you want to know the land information of March Star, you can entrust relevant lawyers to check it. Or you can pay to send emails yourself. Of course, you can check it yourself. But you must first know the jurisdiction of these governments. And there is public information. The big idiot of the Carter family has caused me to lose tens of millions. That Alan cursed beside him. Rip's hands trembled when he heard Bart expose his people and hype Yongbo as a big liar. We are all nobles here. Put away your tricks to deceive civilians. In the eyes of those of us who know about it, your tricks are very pitiful, and ridiculous, and very stupid behavior. Can you not post messages on your social accounts? I feel ashamed to see your self-deceiving messages. Ah! Do you know how ridiculous your behavior is in the eyes of those people in the alliance? No wonder our nobles have a bad reputation in other countries. After Yang Bo finished speaking, he gave Rip a classic international friendly gesture. Alan also spat on the ground. Ah! Bah! I'm a noble like you. I'm ashamed. Amanda looked at Alan's rude appearance and shouted angrily, Alan! Madam! I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about these ignorant guys. These guys want to be the heirs crazy. Alan laughed. Bart, you're a bastard. Rip was exposed in public, and his thoughts on the social account were so angry that his face turned pale. To be honest, I look down on you rubbish, who usually pretend to be cool on social accounts. I always bought you to win. Thank you rubbish for letting me win tens of billions. I didn't buy much each time. Just 500 million. Of course I lost once. Thank you big idiots. Thank you so much. Bart's subsequent remarks angered many nobles at the scene. Bart, you are a bastard. Bart, do you still have any awareness as a noble of the Blue Water Empire? Bart, you win money if you win. And you are still showing off here. Don't you know how much money we lost? Everyone looked at Bart's indifferent expression. I won tens of billions. I don't care whether you win or lose. It's all your dog eyes that can't see these fake geniuses clearly. I saved all the videos these idiots posted on their social accounts. Now seeing these idiots' videos showing off, I almost woke up with laughter. Besides, I'm not the only one who buys. Each time I buy at most 500 million. This proves that there are still a small number of people among our nobles who are like me and have seen through the faces of these people. If you change your opponent to duel, can you not find out the opponent's situation first? The nobles around couldn't refute Bart's words. In fact, this is the inherent thinking and face of the nobles. They always think that others are not worthy of being on an equal footing with themselves. They are unwilling to admit that Yang Bo's swordsmanship is indeed better than theirs. For the sake of face, they have to pretend to post videos to challenge the opponent. You'd better bet on me to win today. Otherwise you will lose ugly again. Everyone saw Bart's words and Rip's pale face. And several young people who lost to Yang Bo in swordsmanship also had black faces. I think Bart is very unreliable. People like him are shameless. And their personal strength is very strong. Who knows whether what he said is true or false? But he seems to have built a high-end laboratory and invested tens of billions. Don't you know the tricks here? Most of them are people whose families want to flatter him and take other people's girls home to be his wives. And who knows if he is true or false when he said he bet on the cleaners of the alliance to win? Yes, I also said that I won money. Bart is just relying on his own strength to stir up trouble on Devon Star. He is definitely not Hardney's opponent in conventional fighting. But if Bart loses, he will have to give up his noble title. If he continues like this, he will not be able to get married in 2 years, and his family will take back his title. But Hardney, this idiot, is not reliable. If this continues, our imperial nobles will be finished, and the younger generations are worse than the previous ones. Well, let's go watch the game first. Hardney, this big idiot, actually used the new spaceship that his family gave him for his wedding as a bet. Hardney's family didn't expect him to be a big idiot. The spaceship was given to him before. If Hardney loses, what will his fiancée think? TSK. You should ask what his fiancée thinks now. His fiancée's family must be angry. Maybe even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is angry. Hardney's family is willing to give a new spaceship just because they see that the other party has a relationship with the Crown Prince. When His Royal Highness the Crown Prince takes the throne, he can just get some benefits and get back tens of billions. I think this is a struggle between the nobles. Bart's reputation is so bad anyway. Hardney, this big idiot, will be criticized no matter whether he wins or loses. The nobles who were watching were talking about it. There weren't many secrets in the noble circle. What was the identity of Hardney's fiancée? Why could Hardney marry the daughter of such a small family? It was because of the relationship with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Although some of these nobles were unreliable, they had seen and known a lot of things. Once something happened, everyone could guess it. So many people thought that Bart's duel with Hardney this time was because Bart's reputation was already bad. As for the title, it was not Bart's personal, but the family's. The Altina family was going to use Bart, a scumbag, to drag Hardney down. Now Hardney would be called a big idiot no matter whether he won or lost. Using the new spaceship that was going to be married as a bet seemed to be a bit of a disgrace to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Although it had nothing to do with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince on the surface. Hardney's face was ashen. He was scolded by the clan leader, his father, and his uncle last night. Using the title and the spaceship for marriage to duel with a scumbag was equivalent to putting himself on the same level as the scumbag. Moreover, this matter will cause dissatisfaction from the fiancé's family and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Insidious, despicable, cunning and shameless. Hardney gnashed his teeth in anger as he watched Bart walk into the arena with a proud and triumphant attitude. Then Hardney's followers repeated the general words Bart had just said outside. Hardney's face turned pale, and he quickly took out his smartwatch. Last night, he posted on his social account that Yang Bo was a big liar, not a cleaner. Sure enough, many of the comments below made Hardney's face pale. The comment with the most likes, "This idiot. Don't you think that Yang Bo's information is only now public? Yang Bo's relevant information can be found on the relevant websites of the Union government a long time ago." The second comment, after identification, "This person is a pure idiot." Of course, the one who can comment under Hardney's speech is definitely a noble. If a noble scolds a noble, the worst that can happen is that he will lose some money. Commenters definitely dare not scold a noble. The third comment, "I bet this idiot will quickly delete his self-deceiving remarks and then prove that he is a big idiot again." Hardney was so angry that he almost crushed the watch in his hand, and then decisively deleted the video and cancelled all the accounts. Hardney, "I'm quitting the internet. Out of sight, out of mind." However, at this time, Alan, one of the two big wastes of Devon Star, shouted loudly, "Hardney, why did you cancel your account? I haven't finished reading the comments yet. Fatty, stop acting crazy here. You are rubbish who openly snatches other girls back to be your wife. You are not worthy of talking to me." Hardney saw that this fat guy was talking about something irrelevant, and he also answered angrily, "Do you think I'm smart? My wife is smart, talented, and has a good family background. I just don't know if your fiancé will still marry you after knowing your stupid behavior. The waste of Devon Star is indeed a waste." Alan, the fat man, was criticized by Hardney, but he was complacent and kissed Amanda next to him. Audience, I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shameless people. Hardney was depressed by Alan's shameless words. Facing such a shameless person, he really has no way to deal with it. You expose his shortcomings, but he is complacent. Ha ha. Alan laughed when he saw Hardney's depressed look. Alan and Bart had been subjected to rumors and bullying from others before. However, after the two of them had completely let go, they found that it was others who were uncomfortable. So they completely let themselves go and acted in a rough style. They would beat others, spit on others, and insult others at any time. Anyway, the worst thing they could do was to pay money. They were also very rude in their speech, without any aristocratic etiquette and demeanor. When the two of them had completely let go, they found that the rumors they had before were much less, and no one dared to offend them easily when they went out. So the worse they were, the better they felt. No matter where they went, others would accompany them carefully, fearing that these two guys would accidentally turn the tables. Anyway, these two people found a little thing and made a fuss. They were aristocrats, and the law could not punish them. The worst thing they could do was to pay money. Fatty, don't go out with me in the future. What can you say to such a big idiot? It lowers our level. Everyone saw Bart's disgusted look again, even more speechless. Which big idiots actually bet on Hardney to win? Everyone saw Bart looking at the real-time projection of odds trading, and then said loudly, "My Bart is so bad. Isn't he good at fighting? You big idiots. Just wait to lose money." It turned out that Bart saw that there were only more than 4 billion bets on himself to win, while there were more than 20 billion bets on Hardney to win. However, the nobles present waited and still bet on Hardney. This regular fighting season is unlimited. That is, there are no restrictions on actions, but only restrictions on superpowers and strength. Duels are popular in the Blue Water Empire, so a duel can extend to many modes. Thank you all for coming to watch the unlimited conventional fighting duel between the Honorable Hardney and Bart. The host came on stage. At this time, Hardney and Bart were wearing equipment. The two wore tights like diving suits. This tights is to limit the use of strength and superpowers. The lower triangle area and the head are protected. Because it is a regular fighting match. The two wore gloves again. Someone will ask, what will happen if the strength is exceeded? Of course, it is a foul and points are deducted. Those who can participate in the regular fighting match here are very confident in their control of their strength. If you can't control your strength and keep fouling, you deserve to lose. The host is still talking. But the host doesn't dare to let the two parties express their opinions. It is foreseeable that once these two people express their opinions, they will probably be very unpleasant. Before the game, Yang Bo also asked to keep his personal portrait confidential. Although the two idiots of Devon are very famous, many people have never seen or recognized them. The nobles have absolute portrait rights, which are stronger than the personal privacy of the alliance. Of course, Hardney, who took photos and posted them on social networks, does not count. This is why Alan was able to snatch Amanda away easily, because the princess still had guards. And Amanda did not know one of the two idiots of Devon. Otherwise she would probably be on high alert. Even the princess saw Yang Bo rushing into her mecha cockpit, and she didn't know who he was. Start. As the host said start, everyone saw Hardney kick Bard directly with a flying kick. Bard was not to be outdone, and also threw a flying kick. Then the two of them kicked each other twice with equal strength. Bard, I'll show you who's the loser. Hardney waved his fist, and shouted loudly. Barking. The word Bard made Hardney grit his teeth in anger. Hardney moved quickly, and directly hit Bart with a hook with his right fist. Of course, this was a feint. And the real move was a left hook. What Hardney didn't expect was that Bart actually did the same move. And the two fists collided head-on. Hardney also made a move with his left hand. But Bart also did the same with his left fist. Hardney used his foot again. And then the 2 feet collided again. The two people collided fiercely, using the same moves, fist to fist and foot to foot, which dazzled the people in the stands. Bart, you're copying me. Hardney jumped away and shouted loudly. Bart didn't say anything and threw a flying kick directly. Hardney saw Bart flying towards him and also jumped and kicked. But the next second Bart suddenly landed on the ground. And Hardney was ecstatic because this flying kick was going to hit Bart's head directly. But Bart unexpectedly dodged Hardney's flying kick by moving sideways. As Hardney landed, he punched Bart with his fist. But the next second Bart grabbed one of Hardney's hands with both hands. Hardney saw Bart doing this and knew that this guy was going to throw him. So he secretly exerted his strength. Sure enough, the next second Bart moved sideways. And then something unexpected happened. Bart grabbed Hardney's hand, turned around, and then kicked back with both feet. Hardney was actually pressed down by Bart from behind. It turned out that Hardney thought Bart was going to throw him. So he pushed back. But Bart actually pushed back. Then the two of them used their strength together. Hardney cursed Bart in his heart for being so mean. At the moment of falling to the ground, Bart kicked Hardney's head with his right foot. But Hardney reacted quickly, and quickly blocked his head with his other hand. But the next second Hardney felt himself flying into the air. It turned out that Bart's move was a fake move. He squatted on the ground, and then threw himself back with both hands. Hardney felt something was wrong and quickly spread his legs apart, so that he could throw himself to the ground and his legs could support a force first. But the next second, Bart's hands loosened. And then he stood up and hugged Hardney's body in the air, and slammed his head hard on the ring. The audience, who saw this scene, felt the power of this move. If it weren't for the limited power and superpowers, Hardney's head would have been broken. KO. Bart wins. This action was actually very fast. The fight between the two sides was dazzling. And it was less than 2 minutes from the beginning to now. Everyone in the stands was silent, because this accident came too quickly. Ah! I forgot to wear a helmet. But the next second, the nobles on the scene were speechless, because everyone heard a spitting sound. And then Bart's curse. Bart, you made me lose again. Alan's voice sounded first. Shameless. Hardney, thank you for your spaceship. Everyone heard Bart's murderous remarks again. Chapter 772, A New Identity. Bart, I don't accept it. You are cheating. Hardney finally reacted and jumped up immediately. Because it was a regular fighting season, Bart didn't use much strength, just to show that he did this move well. Hardney was just a little confused. He didn't expect to lose all of a sudden. He was fighting back and forth just now. Alas, this is the so-called new generation of our nobles, under the watchful eyes of the public. He still didn't admit defeat. but thought it was someone else's fault. I'm really worried about the future of our empire. Everyone felt so weird when they heard these words coming out of Bart's mouth. You are a good person, Bart. Remember to ask the butler to give me what I should have. You will no longer be a noble in the future. So you better be careful when you speak. Otherwise you will be killed by someone. And at most you will have to pay a sum of money. Hardney was so angry when he heard Bart's words that he wanted to curse. But he swallowed it back, because he knew that what Bart said was true. I'll treat you. I must treat you. Alan didn't expect Bart to win. When Bart took off his equipment, the fat man said, as a matter of course, Are you willing to let your lover go to Paradise Island? Yang Bo asked strangely after hearing this. Why are you so vulgar? Can't I satisfy my lover myself? What's in your mind? Alan narrowed his eyes and looked serious. Just treat us to a meal and buy some things by the way. Then let's go! Yang Bo is not a stingy person. He bet 2 billion and won a lot of money. And then, there is a new spaceship. When we see Hardney in the future, we will tell him to roll over and slap him. He is no longer a noble. You can slap him. Amanda heard what Alan said and said angrily, Do you think others are fools? They will still hang around in front of you without their noble status? Oh, my Amanda is smart. Why didn't I think of this? Alan, the fat guy, actually said sweet words. Bart, can't you really drive a mecha? Su Ruoyun and Amanda asked Bart together. Everyone can drive a mecha, but they are not that good. This time I won money, so I will buy 2 of the latest mechas, which are much cooler than flying cars. Yang Bo said, as he handed the menu to the 2 ladies. Doesn't your laboratory manufacture space mechas? Amanda asked in surprise when she heard this. Of course not. A few people can't make it at all, if they make some other gadgets. Otherwise the money will be placed in the Imperial Bank, and those bastards will take it out to lend money, and make money for others. Alan nodded when he heard this. You still have to use the money yourself to feel at ease. Amanda and Su Ruoyun also shook their heads at the 2 people thinking. Bart, can you really repair space mechas? No. The 3 scientists in your laboratory are the top space research experts in Dimension Company. They are scientists, not maintenance workers. Alan was also curious when he heard this. What research does your laboratory do? Just some material research. Oh, how about we find a place to play after dinner? Go ahead and play if you want. I'll treat you. I have things to do. Alan heard Bart say this and asked unhappily. What can you do? Watch the scientists work. What if I don't watch them cheating? Yes. Alan looked like he really did. Amanda rolled her eyes in anger. Why did she end up with this guy? After the meal, Yang Bo wandered back to Bart's territory. Butler, I'll leave the spaceship to you. After returning to the territory, Yang Bo first said to Butler Jerry, Your Highness is here. Yeah. I didn't expect you to get it done. Su Ruoxin said with a smile after seeing Bart. He was just looking for death. Are you here to pay him? Yang Bo said. I didn't expect your fighting skills to be so good. Su Ruoxin actually lost money. The Fighting Association calls it routine, and ours is called actual combat. Besides, with Hardney's status in the association, who wouldn't give him some leniency? Don't touch me? Su Ruoxin saw Bart sitting next to her and stretched out her hand to touch her. If you come to me for a reward, you should act like you are giving me a reward. Yang Bo picked up Su Ruoxin again and went upstairs. In the evening, Yang Bo came to the laboratory again, and then returned to March Star refreshed. Su Wei was still sleeping. This is how mental superpower training works. People get tired easily. The best way to restore mental strength is to sleep. Yang Bo was cooking leisurely, and when the meal was ready, he asked Shen Gongbao, who was watching her mouth, to call Su Wei to eat. As a rodent, Shen Gongbao eats everything. Every time Yang Bo cooks, as long as the fragrance spreads a little, this little thing will run around and follow his feet, staring at Yang Bo's movements with a pair of eyes, begging Yang Bo to reward him. Soon Su Wei came down in pajamas. All of them are what I like to eat. Su Wei took a look first, left a word, and went to wash her face. During the meal, Su Wei and Yang Bo sat together. On the ground next to the table was Shen Gongbao's rice bowl, and this guy was eating quietly. Yang Bo, what superpowers do your other 2 girlfriends have? Su Wei asked curiously while eating. In fact, Su Wei wanted to ask a long time ago, but she didn't have superpowers before, so she felt a little embarrassed to ask. Now she is also a superpower. so she has the confidence to ask. One is natural energy, and the other is fire energy. Yang Bo used a public chopstick to pick up a piece of twice-cooked pork and gave it to Su Wei, and answered, "Thank you. Natural energy is to promote plant growth." Su Wei now has a general understanding of the classification of superpowers. It's a bit too distant for us to say thank you to our family in the future. For now, we can only see the effect of promoting plant growth. There should be other applications in the future. Yang Bo said again to Su Wei's reminder of thanking him. Yeah, I'll try not to say it in the future. Does fire energy release flames and fireballs? For now, it just releases flames. Wow, this super energy is so cool. Your super energy is amazing. And mental power is very rare. Yang Bo. Mental power training. I feel a little confused. Because I think pushing the ball alone doesn't seem to be very effective. And the growth is limited these days. After Su Wei finished speaking, she ate the meat that Yang Bo had given her. Yang Bo also had a headache when he heard this. Although he had strong mental power, his mental power was not cultivated by himself. Although everyone's superpowers are different, the development direction and the effect and means of use are different. But some things can still be learned. I'll think of a way later. Yang Bo thought of Wang Muxue, who was also a mental power user, and a top one. Yang Bo also hoped that Su Wei could go further in superpowers, because according to the current situation, he could live for a long time. Watching the person you like grow old and then die is actually a very painful thing. Yeah, Su Wei nodded, and did not ask Yang Bo what he would do specifically. Su Wei was actually a little concerned about Yang Bo's other two girlfriends, but she was the only one in this family, and the other two girlfriends did not have any traces of living here, which made Su Wei feel much more at ease. Because in the Empire, many princes have more than one woman, but only one is the legitimate wife, and the rest are concubines. Yang Bo actually had a question in his mind. That is, where is Su Wei's mother? It seems that Su Wei has never mentioned her mother. However, things in the noble family are sometimes a bit messy, and some things are hard to say. So Yang Bo didn't ask. After dinner, Su Wei saw Yang Bo using his mental power to control the washing of dishes and tidying up the kitchen. And she was envious. Yang Bo's mental power can control many processes at the same time. Washing the dishes, drying the dishes, and then putting the dishes in the right place, like an invisible assembly line. Then the two of them came to the internet room. It's really hard to understand. There are 300 genders in your alliance. I don't understand why some people think they are a stool. Su Wei came to the alliance and found that many things in the alliance made her feel strange. I don't understand it either. Some people think they are trash cans. But the movies you make here are still very good. There are many restrictions on our movies. Yang Bo hugged Su Wei, and they watched a movie. In Su Wei's arms was Shin Gongbao. This guy can now take a bath by himself. As long as the water is ready, this guy will run into it to swim. Shin Gongbao is now plump and feels good to touch. The next day, Yang Bo came to the laboratory again and prepared to take out the things that the Carter family swept. This should be a light energy interstellar creature. Yang Bo opened a wooden box and found a round ball with an unknown solution in it. There was an energy crystal nucleus the size of an egg in the solution, and the whole crystal nucleus was white. Then I found that there were electricity, fire, and green in other wooden boxes. I wonder if they were natural or life energy. The light ones were the most, followed by electricity and green. There were about 40 in total. The big ones were the size of goose eggs, and the small ones were only the size of quail eggs. I also found a roll of notes in a wooden box. These notes were made of very thin metal, with dense text on them. Brian. What surprised Yang Bo was that the owner of this note was Brian. Could it be that as the royal pharmacist, he secretly colluded with the Carter family? Then the emperor would definitely not allow this to happen. So he found an excuse to kill Brian? Yang Bo looked at the note carefully, and found that it was Brian's experience in studying the energy crystal core of interstellar creatures. In it, Yang Bo saw a bold guess. That is, the direction of human genetic evolution is completely wrong. Because Brian guessed that the current energy creatures are all influenced by interstellar creatures. And interstellar creatures have been proven to be not carbon-based creatures, but silicon-based creatures. Brian guessed that ancient martial arts should be the correct direction of human genetic evolution. And he also raised a question. That is, if humans use genetic drugs for a long time, they will continue to pollute the world they live in. And eventually ordinary people will not be able to survive in the world. And the offspring after genetic evolution, although they look normal now, no one knows whether this gene will collapse at some point. No wonder people from the big families in the alliance basically don't inject genetic drugs. It turns out that the pharmacists have discovered this a long time ago. Then the genetic evolution drug used for Su Wei and others? Yang Bo felt a headache again. But this is also something that can't be helped. Because everyone has different talents. And those with poor talents have to use genetic evolution drugs. As for the harm caused by this, the note is just a guess. As for radiation, the entire universe is full of various radiations at all times. It's just that the planet has an atmosphere, so it shields most of the harmful radiation. Huh? Yang Bo looked at the rope tied to his hands. It seemed to be made of hair? So Yang Bo got some samples. Disguise. Then Yang Bo watched himself become another person. Brian? As Yang Bo guessed, the person in disguise was Brian. What's the matter with this Brian? Is this note owned by the Carter family left by Brian? Or was it obtained by the Carter family at an auction? The death of a Grandmaster of Medicine is definitely not a small matter. If the royal family kills the Grandmaster, what kind of impact will it have on others? Will this not push other Grandmasters to other nobles? Find a chance to ask Su Ruoxin. I'm afraid Su Ruoxin doesn't know. But it's easier to do things with this new identity. If this Brian dies, it will be convenient for me to do things. If he doesn't die, it's just right to take the blame for myself. One more identity can bring a lot of things. Yang Bo happily accepted these biological samples. The reason why Brian chose to use this metal to record text. High-tech storage systems will also disappear with the change of time. Even the data stored in the optical computer is likely to be wrong after a certain number of years. In fact, any storage method has its shortcomings. This kind of handbook is made of an energy alloy, which is not only thin and light, but also resistant to high temperature and energy corrosion. The thin roll looks as thin as paper. The biggest gain this time is this biological sample. Of course, for me. Then Yang Bo took out the optical computer and connected it to his own equipment. Then he directly switched to the mechanic state and changed to the password-free state in 2 minutes. There are a lot of data recorded in the optical computer, mainly related research materials and research data. Research on interstellar biological energy crystal cores. Research on interstellar biological biochip implantation. Research on interstellar biological neural control signals. Research on the integration of interstellar biological and space quantum communication equipment. Training interstellar biological. Shaping of interstellar biological. Research on interstellar biological self-energy control system. Energy conversion system. Energy storage system. An energy release system. There is a huge amount of information in it, all of which have been made by the Carter family at a huge cost over the years. Forget about this interstellar biological mecha. When Yang Bo saw the interstellar biological mecha test number 1 in the information, he felt a little uncomfortable. This so-called interstellar biological mecha is like a large maggot with a tail. People have to get into this interstellar biological body. Then you can control the interstellar biological, fly directly in the air, and then use the tail to release energy to attack. An artificial control cabin is installed in the body of the interstellar biological body, like a coffin, and people lie in it for neural connection. Test product number 2 is a little better, and it feels like a 4-legged spider. The same person has to get into this interstellar biological body. The latest research is now test product number 120. This test object is a bit like a humanoid mecha, but it looks a bit creepy. The outer shell of the mecha is like the shell of those insects, and the 2 hands are not hands, but 2 large pincers. In addition, the biggest shortcoming of the interstellar biological mecha is that once its own energy is exhausted, the person inside cannot get out for the time being. The interstellar creature needs to accumulate a certain amount of energy to control the control cabin inside. The testers had thought about adding an external energy source to the control cabin, but this would cause a conflict between the energy used by the control cabin and the energy of the interstellar creature itself. It would be better to make a set of external equipment directly, and then people would ride on the interstellar creature and use the interstellar creature as a mount. The Carter family probably didn't hold back on this kind of research, and then disguised themselves as interstellar creatures to cause trouble. I didn't go to the territory of Devon today, so I took a general look at the things I got. In the evening, when I returned to the villa from the laboratory, Yang Bo was thinking about how to tell Wang Muxue that he wanted her mental training method while cooking. Of course, Yang Bo would never let Su Wei learn from Wang Muxue. so as not to lead Su Wei astray. Shin Gongbao was staring at the busy Yang Bo next to him, expecting Yang Bo to give him something to eat. Shin Gongbao, go and call Su Wei to eat. Seeing that it was almost time, Yang Bo said to Shin Gongbao. Hearing this, Shin Gongbao ran up to the second floor happily. Yang Bo watched this guy jump over 3 steps, and then jump over 3 more steps. This guy's energy seems to be a little stronger. Is it because he has eaten too much recently? Or is he affected by Su Wei? Yang Bo muttered to himself. At the same time in Oma City, the 5 people in the apartment laughed at the funds that arrived. It seems that Yang Bo has offended these nobles too badly. Since these nobles have added money, then we have to do things quickly. Since we can't invest in Yang Bo's villa, then he must come out. We'll take action after he comes out. The alliance doesn't have the death penalty anyway. If you're brave, you can end up in jail for decades. These 5 people are a killer team of the Brotherhood, and we've already reserved enough funds. If we're caught, we'll hire a lawyer to sue us. If we're not caught, we'll split the money. The leader of the 5 people spoke up. Others nodded. This Yang Bo himself is not very strong. How old is he? It's just the regular season of the sword competition. If it was a free competition, he would have been beaten into a pig's head. This guy still has tens of billions on him. Be careful when you attack, and try to catch him alive. If it weren't for the tens of billions on this guy, we would definitely not accept this order. Second brother and third sister, you will be responsible for taking turns to follow. Fourth brother and fifth sister, the 3 of us will wait here. Once the second brother and third sister send news, the 3 of us will act immediately. Second brother and third sister, if the 3 of us are caught, you will retreat first, and then hire the best lawyer for us. The leader of the team is a young man, and he assigned tasks to everyone. Got it, big brother. The other people nodded, because in the eyes of these people, Yang Bo's own strength is limited, and no matter how strong the superpowers are, when facing high-tech weapons, there is not much difference. Which is also the reason why killers are prevalent in this world. Chapter 773 Bullying. It's no wonder that this assassin team of the Brotherhood didn't wait for a few days before they found out that Yang Bo had gone out. What do you think of my outfit? Sitting in the flying car, Su Wei asked Yang Bo to look at her outfit. Of course, no problem. Yang Bo took a careful look and then answered. This was the 3rd time Su Wei asked. Su Wei was wearing a blue and white floral dress, a 3/4 sleeve white shirt on the upper body, a single ponytail, a pink and white hairpin on her head, and a beige bag. She was wearing white socks and white leather shoes on her feet. She looked young and beautiful. She didn't have any other accessories on her body, only a smartwatch on her hand. Today was the day when Zhang Buizhen entertained Yang Bo and Su Wei. Su Wei's energy fluctuations had been restrained. These clothes were bought by Su Wei and Lu Jingxiang when they were on Tianyun Star. Yang Bo knew that Su Wei asked him to see if it was appropriate, mainly because she was afraid that if she dressed badly, others would say something about her. You are very beautiful now, Yang Bo praised again. Su Wei smiled sweetly at Yang Bo, with 2 deep dimples on her face. Yang Bo directly controlled the flying car to fly to where Zhang Buizhen lived. Zhang Buizhen had a party at home. On the one hand to entertain Yang Bo and Su Wei, and on the other hand to entertain the mutant animal that Yang Bo found last time that looked like a pangolin. Yang Bo gave Zhang Buizhen the cigarette that Su Wei gave him last time. This thing has a shelf life, and it is almost like waste after the shelf life. Yang Bo himself does not smoke, so he decided not to give it away. What Yang Bo didn't know was that when his flying car left his land, someone informed others, and then other vehicles followed him. Zhang Buizhen still lives in the rich area, where every household has a strong sense of privacy, and the villa where Zhang Buizhen lives is surrounded by a large area, all of which he bought. There are various guards arranged inside, such as mechas, which are just the most basic. After the roofs of several villas are opened, there are more powerful energy weapons. As for drones and the like, let alone. In addition, the security of the rich area itself is very strong, and there are more than 1 laser warning turret. Fourth brother, this is the specialty that Su Wei and I brought you from the Blue Water Empire. When he arrived in front of the villa, he saw Zhang Buizhen waiting for him at the door of the villa after getting off the car, and Yang Bo handed the gift to Zhang Buizhen. On the other side, the butler Niu Bo had already opened the car door for Su Wei. Thank you, Niu Bo. Su Wei naturally heard Yang Bo talk about Niu Bo, and Yang Bo introduced him when parking the car. Ms. Su. You're welcome. Nyobo replied politely. Thank you. Brother and sister-in-law. Zhang Buizhen said with a smile after seeing the tobacco Yang Bo sent. Fourth brother. Su Wei also shouted while holding Yang Bo's arm. Come in. Zhang Buizhen led the two people into the villa. The three people walked forward, and Nyobo followed behind. The watch on Nyobo's hand vibrated slightly. Nyobo took a look and sent a series of messages. The flying car following Yang Bo stopped outside the rich area. Big brother. The person driving the flying car looked at the prompt on the screen inside the flying car. The private area could not be entered without permission. So he turned around and looked at the team leader sitting in the back seat. Fourth brother. Find a place to stop. We can't act recklessly here. The eldest brother looked at the warning laser turret standing next to the rich area, then looked at the laser gun in his hand and spoke. It turned out that the eldest brother brought the fourth brother and the fifth sister to attack Yang Bo. The fourth brother, who was controlling the flying car, stopped the flying car in the nearest parking area after hearing this. Besides, Yang Bo brought Su Wei to Zhang Buizhen's house. This is a good thing. Zhang Buizhen opened the tobacco sent by Yang Bo and knew that it was a real luxury. A little thought. Yang Bo smiled and sat down. You and your sister-in-law are really destined to be together. I didn't expect that you can play a game together. I have always been worried that you, a nerd, can't find a girlfriend. Zhang Buizhen said, while making tea for the two of them personally. Ha. It's fate too. Yang Bo gently squeezed Su Wei's hand. I didn't expect you to have such a high talent in swordsmanship and have achieved such great success. Now the Alliance Swordsmanship Association has expanded a lot. This is all thanks to you. Even the number of members on our planet is about to exceed 1,000. Zhang Buizhen said while pouring tea for the two. Yang Bo looked at Zhang Buizhen pouring tea for himself and laughed. It's just that the regular season limits the use of strength. If I really compete with superpowers, I will lose very badly. And in the last few games, I basically fought hard, thinking that there would be no loss if I lost anyway. And I might win billions if I fought hard. When Su Wei heard Yang Bo say this, she thought of the noble disciples who were deceived by Yang Bo. I'm afraid they are still unwilling to accept it now. Although Su Wei didn't know what level Yang Bo had reached, it was definitely not what it seemed. This is also your luck. Zhang Buizhen nodded and believed it. When are you going to get married? Zhang Buizhen asked again. Wait 2 more years. Su Wei has just reached adulthood. Yang Bo and Su Wei have discussed this matter, and they will get married after Su Wei's first stage of superpower growth enters a stable period. Yes, you young people should get familiar with each other first. At this time, Nyobo came in. Master, we caught some uninvited guests outside, and they came with the guests. Ah! Yang Bo was also surprised to hear this. Su Wei squeezed Yang Bo's hand nervously when she heard this. Who is it? Zhang Buizhen asked when he heard this. They didn't say who it was, but they found some prohibited energy weapons on their flying cars. Nyobo said again. At this time, in a parking lot outside the rich area, the leader of the killer team looked at the 2 mechas around him, and several guards wearing armor. The leader of the assassin team has been controlled, and even his 2 accomplices have been controlled. The 3 never thought that this wealthy area would have such a strong security force. As soon as they stopped the car, someone came to check their identity. Originally, no one in the Alliance could easily check other people's identities. Even the police could not check other people's identities smoothly without solid evidence of illegality. However, the security personnel here directly used the laser cannon of the mecha to hit the flying car. The 3 people in the assassin team did not dare to resist at all. It's okay to offend the police and scold them in the Alliance. But if this kind of private security really shoots and kills someone, the worst that can happen is that the other person will go to jail. In the Alliance, if a private bodyguard or private security kills someone, the worst that can happen is that he will pay money and go to jail. Moreover, the prisons where these private bodyguards are imprisoned may also be provided by the same company, or even by the private prisons opened by this security company. The reason for this result is that the rich need these security guards to protect themselves desperately. So the 3 people knew that if they didn't follow the orders of these people, the other party might directly use the mecha to smash the flying car and themselves into pieces. However, the 3 people didn't say anything. But the bad thing was that laser weapons and even small missiles were found on the flying car. Yang Bo didn't know who was going to deal with him, and guessed that it might be the trouble caused by his winning money. On the one hand, It was the killer hired by the nobles of the Blue Water Empire. And on the other hand, he had so much money that someone would definitely be thinking about it. It's hard to say which side of the people it was. Yang Bo. It seems that you have offended many people by winning money this time? Zhang Buizhen guessed that Yang Bo won money, and the nobles of the Blue Water Empire were dissatisfied. Fourth brother. I want to install some security measures in my territory, such as some energy weapons, and drone systems, etc. The most advanced ones. Yang Bo's heart moved when he heard this. Just in time for him to build a warning system to protect the safety of the territory. In the past, I was not afraid of anything alone. But now that Sui is here, I'd better be careful. It's not known whether the Ashes organization will make a comeback. Don't let Sui get hurt and regret it. Another point is that after you have these things, you can study how to deal with them, such as your photoelectric superpowers. How to interfere with these warning systems. I'll find a connection to get you the most advanced military equipment. Now that you have money, safety should be the first priority. Zhang Buizhen nodded and promised Yang Bo. Thank you. Fourth brother. I'm pretty useless. My mechas and superpowers are not good. But I still want to buy 2 advanced mechas. And the configurations are as high as possible. The reason why Yang Bo wants 2 is to get one for Su Wei. The other mecha will be studied by himself. The latest mecha must have unique features. Don't forget that you have forging skills. When the time comes, you can help Su Wei modify a mecha. It is equivalent to customizing a mecha. Of course, there must be a test product before the modification. If Su Wei has the talent for mecha driving, then find a way to get Su Wei a space mecha. I have several space mechas in my hands. I can just modify them when the time comes. I have metal superpowers and want to change the appearance. And the color is easy. That's fine. Although I've fallen out with my family, I won't have any problems with that. I'll hand these people over to the police. But I'm sure they won't get any results. Zhang Buizhen also knew that the laws of the alliance were often ridiculous. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. In addition, the mutant you found last time, after our preliminary tests, the energy of this mutant was very mild. According to the existing test results, it is the best raw material among all the genetic evolution drugs. There are quite a few mutant creatures living on your land. Don't you think? Zhang Buizhen said this, ready to see what Yang Bo's attitude was. Fourth brother has been very kind to me, so I'll let him develop it. Besides, I don't know anything about these. How should we protect these mutant animals? How should we develop them? Yang Bo pretended that he didn't know. Then let's sign a letter of intent first. And wait until the complete test results come out. And then we'll sign a formal cooperation agreement? Zhang Buizhen was also very pleased with Yang Bo's words. Thank you, fourth brother, for helping me make a fortune together. And Su Wei also brought good things this time. Yang Bo repeated the story of the Black Rock Bee. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you for bringing such a precious species to our planet. I toast to you, sister-in-law. Zhang Buizhen was also very moved after hearing this. Black Rock honey is a top luxury product. I didn't expect Su Wei to be able to bring bees to March Star. Fourth brother. You're polite. Su Wei picked up the teacup generously. If we can successfully produce honey, I will definitely help my brother and his wife to open up the market. Although Zhang Buizhen values Black Rock honey, he has no intention of getting involved. The reason why luxury goods are luxury goods is because their quantity is limited. The production of Black Rock honey is very small. So this thing is a top luxury. No matter how high the price is, it is useless if the quantity is small. And the total market is not that big. Thank you, fourth brother. If we want to expand the garden in the future, we will have to trouble fourth brother for administrative approval. Yang Bo and Su Wei picked up the teacup together. You're welcome. You're welcome. We are brothers. Zhang Buizhen chuckled. Then the two signed a cooperation intention for mutant animal development. Now they can only sign a cooperation intention, because no one knows what the final experimental results of mutant creatures will look like. How are you doing in the second world game? I just created a game character and met a group of robbers who killed my game character directly. Now I have to wait more than 2 months to recreate the character. Zhang Buizhen asked Yang Bo about the second world game again. I'm doing okay now. Just killing rabbits and the like. Yang Bo didn't tell the truth. Because of you, the Alliance seems to be relaxing the review of the second world game now. This game was not known before. And now many people in the Alliance are protesting, demanding that the government review this game and open it to players. In fact, The Second World Game has applied for review before, but the government refused, because the Second World Game is accessed through nerves in the Blue Water Empire. Zhang Buizhen talked a lot about the Second World Game. Yang Bo didn't have any opinion on this matter. The Blue Water Empire can't open remote control clones to everyone. There must be a large number of people playing virtual games. The Blue Water Empire just uses these game players to screen. Those who play well continue to remotely control clones, and those who play poorly are directly sent to play virtual games. Zhang Buizhen was killed by bandits when he went online. Maybe it was just a virtual game. A new character can only be created 3 months after the character dies. Not every game player has the courage to play this broken game after dying several times in a row. Let's go back to Devon Planet and see which bastard hired someone to kill me again. I have to give him a good beating. Yang Bo muttered in his heart again. After Yang Bo and Su Wei had dinner, Zhang Buizhen gave Su Wei a luxury bag. It is said that the fabrics used to make the bag were all produced on the mother planet. Yang Bo. It must be those nobles who can't afford to lose. Su Wei couldn't wait to say after returning home. It may not be those nobles in your country. It may be that other people saw that I have tens of billions and wanted to rob me. Yang Bo quickly hugged Su Wei to comfort her. It must be those nobles. The nobles in our country are no longer the same as before. Most of them are garbage. Most of the young generation of nobles now eat, drink and have fun, and do some incredible things for face. I have more than 20 brothers and sisters. Some people have done things that are hard to say. This is what I know. I don't know more. Other nobles have done more ridiculous things. Su Wei hugged Yang Bo and said. Yang Bo nodded. The nobility has been passed down for so many generations, and they have so many privileges. So there are all kinds of people, let alone other things. Look at the descendants of the ancient emperors on Earth. How ridiculous they were at the end of the generation. The nobility is almost like this. Which is why the nobility have more children. Because most of them are useless. Do you want my brother to ask? Su Wei looked up at Yang Bo. No. There is nothing I can do after hearing it. After all, the distance is so far. Wait until the alarm system of our territory is installed. Well, those nobles deserved it. The next day, Yang Bo changed his identity to Bart and went to Devon Star. Master. Butler Jerry was also a little curious about his master's long stay in the laboratory. Could it be that his master was really doing experiments? What's the matter? Yang Bo asked casually. Hartney doesn't want to give us the spaceship, but wants to pay for it, Butler Jerry said. No. We must have a spaceship. And I just need one. Yang Bo shook his head when he heard this. The clan leader gave another invitation. Yang Bo knew it was from the royal family when he saw the red invitation. He was a little puzzled. And even more puzzled after opening it. Is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince crazy? Inviting me to attend a cocktail party for young talents? Butler Jerry pretended not to hear the rumors about his master. Your Highness, are you trying to win me over? Then go and see what conditions His Highness offers. Butler Jerry was speechless when he heard what the young master said. Are the conditions offered by His Highness enough? Can you leave the family and follow His Highness? Young master. Rip challenges you to a duel. Butler Jerry said again. What? I didn't offend this bastard. Did I? Rip seems to have set his sights on the money that the young master won. Butler Jerry said. Does this T&D think I'm a soft persimmon? Yang Bo said as he opened his watch. Bart, since you said that those of us who dare to challenge the cleaners of the Alliance are all idiots, and you said yourself that your swordsmanship is not good, then let's compete with others. Bald Rip challenged Bart in a light tone. It's not that I, Rip, look down on you. Bart, you can pick any of these abilities that the nobles have. As long as you can beat me, I will give you 5 billion. If you lose 5 billion to me. And then you admit that you are a big idiot. This is a new video that Rip posted on his social account. This bastard is doing it on purpose, knowing that I can't do anything except fighting. Yang Bo cursed angrily. Young Master is right. Mainly because Young Master said that he'd bet on Yang Bo and won money. These people must be unhappy. Butler Jerry nodded. Oh, I am such a jerk. I show off when I have a little money. Butler, what do you think will happen if I don't agree to the challenge? Will I be called a big idiot? Faced with the young master's question, Butler Jerry simply answered with one word. Yes. Chapter 774. Don't be an idiot. You're a big idiot. But I don't want to give away the money I've earned. Jerry, the butler, was not surprised to hear his master say this. Then Jerry, the butler, saw his master start to leave messages under Rip's social account. Rip, when you dueled with the cleaner? I bet 500 million on the cleaner. I'm so grateful that you lost. Besides, there's no need for me to duel with you. You think I'm as big an idiot as you. Would I waste 5 billion? As for who is the big idiot, I believe many people can see clearly. Yang Bo left a message under Rip's social account. Bald Rip is such an idiot. He thinks other people are the same as him. If Bart accepts Rip's challenge to duel, he would be such an idiot. Bart never said he was a genius in public. Idiot Rip used to say he was a genius every day. Genius to him idiot. Made me lose 50 million. Although Bart's behavior is a bit uncivilized, I think Rip is even more stupid for treating Bart as an idiot. Rip lost money from the cleaners of the Alliance, and wants to get it back from his family. It's a pity that Bart is shameless. Did Rip get kicked in the head by a horse? To duel with Bart, he has to use this method to kidnap Bart? Don't you see what the shameless bastard has done? Rip's behavior now is too outrageous. Rip looked at the comments that kept coming under his account. His face turned green. Rip did want to make a fortune. After all, Bart said he won so much money. Although Rip is a genius in the family, this is billions. If he doesn't get these billions back, his position in the family will plummet. Especially Bart, the shameless one, actually ran to his account to provoke him. HP quickly posted another video. Bart, you don't dare to accept my duel challenge. You are not a man. Unexpectedly, Bart replied immediately below, don't treat me as a big idiot. I won't be fooled by you. You are all men. But just 1 or 2 people gave money to the cleaner. And the cleaner made more than 40 billion. Then, there were many comments below, almost all of which scolded Rip. These people lost money. After all, Rip was full of confidence before the duel with the cleaner. In the end, he lost miserably. As people who lost the bet, they only looked at the results and didn't understand Rip. So they scolded this guy under Rip's comments. This idiot is coming again? I didn't think this idiot was so stupid before. After my personal evaluation, Rip is an idiot. This idiot thinks Bart is as stupid as him. Bart got billions. How could he let you make money? That's billions, not tens of dollars. The Carter family's trash made me lose 20 million. Rip was anxious. Why did they only scold me and not Bart? The bastard? So he quickly posted another video. Bart, you are not a noble of the Blue Water Empire. Why did you bet on the cleaner to win? Since you want to bet on the cleaner to win, get out of the Blue Water Empire. Rip, you are not smart. Are you? As a qualified gambler, how much money can I make if I bet on you to win? How much money can I make if I bet on the other party's cleaner? If I knew you were a big idiot, I would have bet 2 billion. This big idiot doesn't blame himself, but blames the gambling? I suggest Rip to get the money back and say that he was cheated. Yes, Rip should sue the official Swordsmanship Association and the organization that opened the gambling. I support Rip to do this and see if I can get my lost money back. Rip, I'm watching you. If you don't return the money we lost, you're not a man. This is the first time I've seen that you can't bet on others to win. Although I lost money, and Bart's actions did hurt the hearts of us in the Blue Water Empire, Bart did nothing wrong. I feel sick when I see Rip. This big idiot. What's the brain circuit of this idiot? Rip was a little confused. Why did he curse himself more and more when he posted videos? Rip didn't know how many people lost money because of his bet with the cleaner. If people who didn't lose money do think Bart is a little less manly. But for a person who lost money, no matter how good Rip's reasons are, saying you are a big idiot is a big idiot. If you are not a big idiot, can you make me lose money? The main reason is that these noble geniuses, the personality, ability, and final results of their performances before and after form a huge contrast. Rip was scolded and cancelled his social account. Butler Jerry was a little speechless when he saw his young master personally leading the rhythm and forcing Rip to cancel his social account. It is conceivable that the reputation of his young master as a bastard will spread further. Bart, good job. Don't spend the money you won. If you feel that the money is not safe in your pocket, I will give it to you. Alan called and agreed with his brother's approach. But the next sentence revealed his true thoughts. Membership card of Paradise Island. Before Yang Bo finished speaking, Alan hung up the phone. At this time, the patriarch of the Altina family called. Ancestor, What did you say? The signal here is a bit bad? I will call you later. Butler Jerry saw his young master answer the phone, said something hurriedly, and then hung up again. Then, Butler Jerry saw his young master's figure flash and disappear. White, after the material test results, it will be my turn for the space mecha. Right? Yang Bo came to the laboratory and saw White doing data statistics. So he spoke. Boss, don't worry. White knew that Boss Bart was talking about using energy metal to build a new mecha. We have already completed the design, and it happens to use the ultra-high temperature materials we made this time. When the time comes, the performance of the mecha will be beyond imagination. The higher the temperature the material can withstand, the better its performance will be, and the more explosive it will be when used in the energy transmission system. White could only briefly explain it to Boss Bart. Very good. Just tell the butler what materials you need. Yang Bo also wanted to forge a mecha, but the mecha is a very comprehensive thing. The data of various systems in it must be calculated, and there is also compatibility between data, etc. These are not something he can handle alone. Of course, if I am determined to do it, I can do it with enough time. But Yang Bo doesn't need to use the ready-made people, and he has to work hard. This is not Yang Bo's character. Boss, there are still some problems with the materials. When White said this, he looked at Yang Bo carefully. Yang Bo had a bad feeling and asked, "What's the problem?" The manufacturing of this material still depends on you, because there is no way to accurately control the temperature at such a high temperature at this stage. White explained. You mean, I will be a coolie to make materials in the future? Do you know what my identity is? You want me to make these materials? Yang Bo's eyes widened instantly. Boss, please listen to me first. There is no way. The control of the material process temperature must be precise. Although the artificial temperature can reach the temperature we want in an instant, the duration is not enough. And this material is very expensive. These materials will eventually be used in the core control system of the energy system. Boss, you only need a little time to make a lot of profits. White explained as clearly as possible. Yang Bo looked a little depressed when he heard this. He thought he was just helping in the experiment, but he didn't expect that he would have to help with the material production later. You must think of other methods. If you can't think of other methods, don't study this project. I don't have time to stay in the laboratory every day. I am a dignified viscount. I have money, but I don't spend it on eating, drinking and having fun, but work as a laborer in the laboratory every day. White was speechless when he heard this. Boss, how long have you been in the lab? Every time you come to the lab, you rush to other places to hang out. Boss, if you only come 5 days a month, we can earn tens of billions every year. White hurriedly said. Only this little money? What made White speechless was that his boss still complained that the money was too little. Boss, there is really no way now. The manufacturing of materials requires stable and precise temperature control. If the temperature does not need precise control, it is easy to achieve. White had to explain. Let's talk about it here for now. If I had known that I would be a coolie, I should not have invested in this laboratory. Yang Bo returned to March Star. The impatience he showed during the experiment on Devon Star was mainly due to his personality problem. A Viscount would definitely not want to be in the lab all day. As for Yang Bo himself, it was not a big problem, and he could also exercise the fire energy superpower and control of fire energy. Suwei was still sleeping, curled up with the quilt. Yang Bo came to the internet room and sent a message to Mu Shui directly. Wang Muxue was dealing with the fleet's affairs when she suddenly saw Yang Bo's initiative to send a message. She felt a little strange and thought for 3 minutes before replying, "Is there anything bothering you? Yang Bo, you are a psychic superpower. How did you train your superpowers? Wang Muxue, have you reached the point where you need to train your psychic power? What level have you reached in your superpowers? Yang Bo, stop being so gossipy. Okay. I just want to ask you how you can train your psychic superpowers well. Wang Muxue, is this your attitude when you ask for help? Yang Bo, will you tell me or not? If not, just pretend I didn't ask. Wang Muxue, there are many kinds of mental superpowers, and you need to carefully distinguish them to know. Yang Bo, do you think I'm stupid? Wang Muxue, I can give you my experience in training mental power, but you have to answer me a question. Yang Bo, deal. Wang Muxue, what superpower do you have? Yang Bo, light. Wang Muxue, light? Yang Bo, It's light. Hurry up and give me your experience in training mental superpowers. Wang Luxue, you have reached the point where you need to train your mental power. So your level may be level? Yang Bo, women who are too smart make men very vigilant and disgusted. Wang Luxue, do you want me to give you a skybreaker? Yang Bo, no. Wang Luxue, I'll have someone send the things to your company. Yang Bo, no. You send it to me directly? Wang Luxue, how can this kind of thing be transmitted over the internet? Yang Bo quickly got a roll of hand notes. The material was a bit strange. It seemed to be the fur of some animals. A bit like metal. The text above is very elegant, and the writing is also very beautiful. It turns out that there are many kinds of mental power. And there are many kinds of mental power attributes. The mental power is good at different directions, and has different attributes. Some mental power only increases one's perception. This kind of mental power is mainly used for various researches to subtly amplify the energy fluctuations of the research. For example, if you study pharmacy, you need to increase your mental power and perception. When testing, you can keenly grasp the energy fluctuation reaction of the medicine. Another attribute of mental power is concentration, which is suitable for control. There is another attribute of mental power, which is tenacity. It can release mental power and pull it far away. This is suitable for controlling the crack space. My mental power seems to be able to do all three? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. But I am different from ordinary people. I directly add skills, while other people have to train continuously. Yang Bo showed this handbook to Su Wei. Ah! Su Wei was also a little surprised to see the handbook in her hand. This seems to be used by a woman? But Su Wei's next sentence made Yang Bo know that the focus of women is not simple. This is a woman's. I just asked her for it. Yang Bo admitted it generously. This person's mental power is very terrifying, and may have surpassed the A level. Su Wei felt relieved when she heard this, because Su Wei felt that such a woman must be very old. Yang Bo couldn't say too much. The cooperation with Wang Luxue was also private, so this kind of thing can't be said casually. I didn't expect that mental power has so many attributes. I will try at first to see what the attributes of my mental power are. Su Wei carefully read the beginning and found that mental power is really not simple. If you don't understand anything, ask me, and I'll ask her later. Yang Bo nodded. At the same time, he warned Su Wei, everyone's superpower attributes are different, even if there are two superpowers with the same attributes. So this notebook can only be used as a reference. You have to figure it out yourself during use. What about you? Su Wei was a little curious about how high Yang Bo's mental power was now. Maybe I'm a genius. I can use it after using it. I don't know what my attributes are. When preparing the potion, I feel that my mental power also increases perception and concentration. But I also have the attribute of tenacity. After Yang Bo finished speaking, his mental power moved, and Li Kong flew out from his neck, like a small silver fish, swimming around in this room. Although it was not the first time that Su Wei saw Yang Bo controlling Li Kong. Every time she saw it, she felt that Li Kong controlled by Yang Bo seemed to be alive. Su Wei could also learn some relevant information on the Shuilan Empire website. But it was very limited, because no one would easily show these things of their own. Su Wei also imagined that one day, she would be able to use Li Kong with ease. The hunting meeting in the Second World game is about to begin. Su Wei spoke again. I remember this. Yang Bo nodded. There are some tricks to the use of power in the Second World. Perhaps because the individual strength of the people in the Second World is too weak. They will try their best to use their power to the peak. The next day, Yang Bo took time to go to Xia and Annie. In the suburban park. Take out the communicator of the third master. Bart's communicator is used inside the Shuilan Empire, while San's communicator is used here. This is also why Yang Bo disguised himself as Bart to check his identity when he arrived at Devon Star. There is a lot of information on it. Zhang Buizhen needs to continue to repay the money because Mr. Zhou has not received the reward after completing the task. Zhou Rui sent a message saying that what San needs is ready. Then, there is a pirate group that asked me to intervene in the dispute between me and the Pirate Alliance Council. That is, to do after-sales service. Of course, I have to pay. This pirate group is called the Dawn Pirates. It is a second-rate pirate group with 2 small warships and a base in an unknown place. This pirate group has a batch of supplies. The Pirate Union Council initially gave 15% of the original price, but later only gave 10% because of some things. The total price of this batch of goods reached 600 million credit points. If Yang Bo intervenes, He will have to charge a hard work fee of 10% of the total price of the goods. Yang Bo also found that the Pirate Union Council had breached the contract, which was to compensate for the loss of the Silver Moon pirate spaceship. It has not been 2 months since the account was transferred. Very good. Very good. Yang Bo decided to let the people of the Pirate Union Council suffer a loss, and at the same time let Li Yong earn some credit. But now is not the time to send a message. Yang Bo came to Annie and Xia first. You forgot about us after having a princess? Annie said a little jealously when she saw Yang Bo coming. Nonsense. There is no princess. Yang Bo was annoyed and hugged Annie to compensate. Generally, after in-depth communication, Annie and Xia will no longer have any resentment. You are so powerful. Can the princess bear it? Xia felt her body bones soften, and she asked after she recovered. Annie and Xia did not believe Yang Bo's words and asked. Su Wei is just an ordinary person. She just used the superpower potion. When her superpower is stable, I will take you to see her. Yang Bo knew that Su Wei also wanted to meet Annie and Xia. Ordinary people? An ordinary person I met in the game. Not a princess. You also know that ordinary people can't survive in the broken place of Shuilan Empire. And Su Wei is just 18 years old. 18 years old. As expected. You men like young people. As if I don't like you? Who shouted so loudly just now? It's because you are too strong. Yang Bo. Your physical fitness is growing too fast. Why do I feel that the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger? Annie rolled her eyes. Was that what I wanted to shout? It was out of control. Chapter 775. The Second World Noble Hunting Conference. After having fun with Annie and Xia, on the way back to the villa, he sent a message to Zhang Boizhen as Mr. Zhou, saying that he would come to get his reward in 3 months. Then he sent a message to Zhou Rui, saying that he would come to get the things he bought when he was free. Zhou Rui's things bought from the Bounty Hunters Union arrived. As for the pirates, he didn't care about them for the time being, and he had to find out the situation first. He bought a lot of delicious food, and then came to the garden behind the mountain. The main body of the garden behind the mountain has been completed, and the whole valley is covered by a huge cover. The huge cover spans the mountains on both sides of the valley. The layout of the garden is not simply that there are plants in the valley, and on both sides of the valley. There are also some plants in the entire space. In this huge garden, there are corridors going back and forth, and you can appreciate the beauty of the entire garden. Now there are countless robots working inside the garden. The temperature, humidity, moisture and sunlight of the entire garden are intelligently controlled. The black rock bees have hatched, and this thing is like a giant wasp on Earth. This kind of bee is very strange. After hatching, all the bees are the same. If there is no queen bee in this group of bees, a new queen bee will be born, and it will naturally transform into a queen bee, and some will transform into drones. Research shows that this is caused by the smell of the bee colony itself. If there is no queen bee smell in this group of bees, a new queen bee will be born. In fact, animals naturally change their sex in nature, mainly to protect the reproduction of the population. This kind of bee is very ferocious, and they not only bite, but also sting people. This kind of bee has another characteristic. That is, they only store a small amount of honey. However, under the influence of their own energy, bees collect honey by first sucking nectar into their stomachs, and then returning to the hive and spitting it out. It is for this reason that honey carries very little energy of this kind of bee, and these honeys ferment at a certain temperature to form a special flavor, and different flowers have different flavors. Bees can adjust the temperature of the hive by flapping their wings. It's a bit like the ventilation system in a human building. If it's too hot inside, the fan will be a little stronger, and if the temperature inside is low, the fan will not be started. It's a pity that the reptile doesn't give skills. Yang Bo looked at these black rock bees, and there was a very faint energy glow on their bodies, with a little silver. Now is not the time to do experiments, because this population is not very large, and now this population has not yet produced a queen bee, because it has just been hatched for a short time. Yang Bo, I found that my mental power attributes are different from what is recorded here. After returning home, Su Wei was training and was still pushing the ball. But now the ball was on a smooth table. It was in the plate before because I didn't have enough control to control the direction of the ball. When the ball was turning and moving, the direction of mental power was different. When Su Wei can completely bend the ball left and right on the table, she can use paper to fly in the air. This is not strange at all. Even mental powers with the same attributes are completely different when used. The content recorded above is just for your reference. Yang Bo said. Well, I'll try again. Sui nodded. How to use superpowers depends entirely on your own perception. And it is difficult for outsiders to explain clearly. Today I went to see the garden behind. And they have begun to lay out the control system and install the energy system. Great. I must go and see it when the garden is built. Your villa is so big. Cleaning it makes me exhausted. Leave it there and let me clean it. I feel uncomfortable sleeping every day. But my mental energy is too much. And I feel very tired. Don't work too hard. Now you are a superpower. And your lifespan has been greatly increased. But my strength is still far from yours. Yang Bo was a little speechless when he heard Sui's words. It would probably take a long time for you to reach my level. And there are not many people in this world who can catch up with him. Others have to practice hard, and there are many accidents. As long as you find the right goal, it is easy to practice a skill to the top. Don't try too hard. Be careful not to hurt your foundation. Okay. I know. I'll pay attention. Sui smiled sweetly and nodded. At night, Sui curled up under Yang Bo's arms like a kitten, with one leg restlessly hanging on Yang Bo's body, hugging Yang Bo like a big doll. It feels so comfortable to hug you. Sui put her face on Yang Bo's chest. Of course, the two of them were wearing pajamas. Me too. Yang Bo enjoyed Sui's feeling of dependence. This little woman's feeling was what Yang Bo wanted. Yang Bo is not that interested in strong women. It's okay to play with them. But it's not okay to take them home as wives. The next day, Yang Bo did not go anywhere else, but entered the second game world. Sui also plays the second world game now. But for half the time, Mao Mao is now fat and has been changing his fur. His head looks a bit like a snow leopard on Earth. Sui basically never leaves the academy in the game. Yang Bo put on the hunting suit used by nobles for hunting today. The nobles have been holding back for a spring, a summer, and half an autumn. Finally, they can run on the land without restraint. Now it's time to officially show their strength. The hounds raised at home and the tamed mounts. The hunting meeting is now basically only attended by young nobles, because the older nobles are basically fat and have been hollowed out by alcohol and sex, and no longer have the bravery of their youth. Sir Handy, the game character controlled by Yang Bo, came to the meeting place at the city gate. Sir, Yang Bo saw Locke riding a tall horse. I knew you didn't ride a horse. I'll take you there. Locke saw that Handy didn't ride a horse, so he pointed to the two horses beside him. Thank you. Sir, Yang Bo replied politely. Today is our exclusive hunting ground in Green City. There are very ferocious beasts in it. You have to be careful. The beasts are particularly ferocious at this time because they are facing winter. If they are hurt at this time, it means they can't survive the winter. There are bears, leopards, and even tigers in the hunting ground, as well as deer and wild goats. Locke introduced the hunting area today. Also be careful to prevent being accidentally injured by others. Locke said meaningfully. Today, the nobles of Green City are basically out in the city, with at least more than 100 fully armed knights. And the nobles' carriages are one after another. The older nobles and their wives will not go into the mountains to hunt. They will wait in the camp for the young men to return triumphantly. These noble wives are not very good. These noble wives opened the curtains of the carriages and showed their beautiful sides. Yang Bo's game character sat on the horse and held the saddle tightly, and the reins were led by Locke in front. More than an hour later, this place was about 15 kilometers away from Green City. This place has been prepared for a long time, with tents, fences, and barbecues. There are barrels of fine wine. Young men, we have prepared the fine wine, and the rest depends on you. The mayor of Green City shouted loudly. Yang Bo looked at the hunting area today. It turned out to be a large flat area with various tall trees. It was hard to tell how big the forest was, but looking at the vague mountains in the distance, it was probably quite large. The nobles are really extravagant. They use such a large forest for hunting. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Most of the forest was deciduous trees, but there were also evergreen trees. There were 40 or 50 young nobles in Green City. They were all riding horses, holding bows and arrows, and the hounds had stretched the rope straight. However, these people looked down on Handy because he was the only one who didn't ride a horse. With the sound of a horn, the noble servants released the hounds in their hands. Hundreds of hounds rushed directly into the forest. This is why the nobles are not afraid of other thieves or robbers when hunting. These hounds are large dogs. Imagine 100 wolfhounds. And they are trained to deal with wild beasts. What will happen to the bandits? Yang Bo had no choice but to control the game character to run towards the distant mountain. Others laughed when they saw the scene. Mr. Rabbit Hunter, I think you should learn horsemanship as soon as possible. Mr. Rabbit Hunter, your actions will embarrass you in front of these beautiful ladies. These nobles also raised their glasses to tease Yang Bo. At this time, Yang Bo suddenly heard the sound of dogs barking in the distance. And the barking was very urgent. And the sound seemed to be coming towards him. The hounds are chasing prey. Yang Bo knew what was going on instantly. He took the bow in his hand. And the sound of the dogs barking became more and more urgent. A gray shadow rushed out of the forest directly. The gray shadow was very agile. And it jumped over the bushes and thorns in a few jumps. The gray shadow left the forest area. The gray shadow came to the farmland area and saw the tents and nobles in the distance. These nobles were shouting loudly, "Damn it!" It turned out to be a wolf. This wolf did not stop, but continued to run. Where there is land, there is an irrigation ditch. This wolf jumped over the ditch. But when it jumped over the ditch, the wolf saw a person holding a bow in the ditch. It turned out that Yang Bo heard that there was prey coming, and saw this ditch, and jumped directly into the ditch to hide. Whoosh! The wolf crossed the ditch, but fell directly to the ground. Night vision +1. Yang Bo? At this time, some nobles in the camp had already ridden their horses and rushed over. Before Yang Bo could see his prey, he was picked up by the other party. Our Mr. Rabbit Hunter was blessed by the goddess of luck and achieved the first victory of today's hunting. And our Mr. Rabbit Hunter's archery skills are extremely excellent. The one who ran over was the city lord. Although he was old, this distance was no problem. It turned out that Yang Bo pierced the wolf's eyeball with one arrow, leaving a complete fur. And it was an adult male wolf. This wolf's skin can reach the top grade. Mr. Rabbit Hunter hopes that you will continue to work hard. The city lord praised generously. Thank you for your compliment. I think you will have good luck too. Yang Bo controlled the game character and rushed to the distant mountain while talking. The city lord laughed and took Yang Bo's prey back, because the prey needed to be processed immediately. Now the hounds chased out because there were too many thorns and bushes in the forest. When the hounds saw someone took the prey away, they returned to the forest. Yang Bo controlled the game character to run for nearly 20 minutes before reaching the foot of the mountain. Anyway, I have already harvested. Let's find a place on the mountain. Maybe there will be prey driven out again. Let's wait for them. Yang Bo had experience in hunting in his previous life. This thing depends entirely on luck. If you are lucky, you will get something soon. If you are unlucky, you will not get anything even if you run through several mountains. The same goes for fishing. If you can catch fish, you can catch fish quickly. If you can't catch fish, no matter how you make a nest or change your position, it will be useless. He found some more stones to bring with him. In fact, the most delicious beast is the pheasant. Although Yang Bo couldn't taste the taste, it was also good to bring these pheasants back to replenish the character's body. The nobles watched Handy climb up the mountain and disappear into the woods on the mountain. Handy is really blessed by the goddess of luck. His luck is really too good. It really takes good luck for a foreigner to get a noble title. And Handy is a good person. He donated 1,000 gold coins to Green Academy. And Handy's archery skills can be said to be close to that of a master archer. But his strength is not enough to reach the range of a master archer. Handy is still young. In fact, I think he can be given the power seed. In fact, being a master archer is not good either. Once he becomes a master archer, our lucky rabbit hunter will most likely be called up to the front line. Don't forget that he has saved 3 nobles. We green need the lucky rabbit hunter. A group of nobles were in the tent area, chatting. At this time, the servants had skinned the giant wolf, and the wolf blood had been mixed with fine wine. Each noble present had a glass. If Yang Bo knew, he would probably be shocked. He didn't know if there were any viruses or parasites in the wild animal. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that the first beast hunted every year would be considered a gift from God by the nobles. The nobles believed that blood was the source of power. Yang Bo did not see this scene on the mountain because it was blocked by trees. Yang Bo found a relatively safe place, which was a big rock on the mountain. The reason for finding a safe place was that he was not sure what kind of beast would come out from where after being disturbed by so many hounds. He could hear the barking of hounds in the forest in the distance. In fact, this hunting method also depends on luck. If there is no hunter in the direction where the prey escapes, then these hounds can't catch up with the beast at all. If there is a hunter in the direction where the prey escapes, then it will die. In addition to the barking of hounds, there are also the shouts of nobles. And the sound is getting smaller and smaller. It seems that this is all I have gained today, Yang Bo muttered to himself, and then let the game character lie on the stone and look at the sky. Hey! Yang Bo found that there seemed to be an eagle in the sky. And this eagle was circling in the sky. Is there any trouble? This idea just popped up in his mind. And he heard the sound of pheasants flapping on the mountain behind. Chapter 776, Eating Meat. Yang Bo controlled the game character and hurriedly checked. The scene he saw made Yang Bo laugh and cry. It turned out that 2 male pheasants were fighting for other female pheasants. These 2 male pheasants were flashy and had long tails. Yang Bo quickly chose a male pheasant, which had a longer tail. The tail of this male pheasant is more valuable. Just when Yang Bo was about to take action, the pheasants suddenly stopped fighting and stretched their necks. Other pheasants that were originally looking for food nearby also stretched their necks and pricked up their ears. Then, they scattered in the next second. And Yang Bo looked into the distance. He saw a leopard running over from a distance, panting. This was a leopard with black spots on its body. The leopard ran and looked back. And then the leopard jumped onto a tree branch, panting heavily and looking vigilantly at the direction it came from. Ah! Yang Bo didn't expect that he would wait for something to happen, and something would actually come to him. So he prepared to shoot the guy with a bow and arrow. But he didn't expect that the leopard suddenly stood up on the tree branch and jumped off the tree, running away. This action was unexpected by Yang Bo. But soon another prey appeared in Yang Bo's sight. A grizzly bear. A very fat grizzly bear. The flesh on the grizzly bear's body was shaking when it ran. The grizzly bear was also panting heavily, probably because it was also startled by the sudden appearance. The grizzly bear had just climbed up the hillside when he found a man suddenly standing up on a stone in the distance. Yang Bo drew his bow and shot an arrow in one go. The eye of the grizzly bear, which was still panting, was immediately pierced by an arrow. The arrow went straight through the grizzly bear's eye and entered its brain. The grizzly bear suddenly fell to the ground. Yang Bo immediately picked up the second arrow and quickly bent his bow and shot the arrow. Because he did not give the skill, Yang Bo suspected that the grizzly bear was pretending to be dead. The second arrow quickly penetrated through the other eye of the grizzly bear. Sure enough, this time the grizzly bear twitched a few times. Tier +1. After giving the skill this time, Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Then he took out a whistle and blew it. The whistle was to ask people in the camp to help. The location where Yang Bo controlled the game character was not far from where the nobles camped. This grizzly bear was too big, and Yang Bo could not move it alone. And it was easy to damage its fur when carrying it. If this shiny fur was damaged, its value would be greatly reduced. Soon 2 people came to the camp, and they were the people in charge of handling the prey in the camp. Your Excellency, Sir Handy, you are simply amazing. Grizzly bears are one of the most cunning prey, and they often pretend to be dead. The 2 young men looked at the huge fat bear and praised Handy. Then the 2 went back to call for help, because the grizzly bear was too big. Finally, several knights came and carried the fat grizzly bear directly back to the camp. Lucky rabbit hunter. The nobles in the camp saw such a fat grizzly bear with 2 arrows in its eyes. Everyone looked at Handy with admiration and thought that this guy was very lucky. In ancient times, luck was also a superstition. In fact, the nobles present all thought that Handy could bring good luck, because 3 nobles present were spared from disaster because of Handy. In addition, although Handy did not ride a horse during this hunt, he was the one with the biggest harvest. At least it seems so now. This has already won the first place. Thank you for the compliment. I think luck will also be brought to everyone, Yang Bo said modestly. Yang Bo then found that the wolf he had just hunted had been disassembled, and all kinds of meat and internal organs had been cleaned and then grilled. Experienced hunters were measuring the size of the grizzly bear, because the fur of animals of different sizes has different uses. At this time, there was another barking in the forest. A young noble, with a leopard on his back, just rushed out and was about to show off loudly. Suddenly saw the wolf's skin stretched to one side, and someone was cleaning the grease on the skin. Then saw a fat grizzly bear. After hearing what happened, he wanted to cry, but had no tears. He brought several hounds with him, and the hounds were injured. But he was still not as lucky as Handy. In fact, wild animals are also very smart. They ran away long ago when they heard the sound of so many hounds from afar. It's just that some wild animals ran in the wrong direction and encountered other nobles. Yeah. When the grizzly bear was dissected, the nobles raised their glasses one after another. And even Yang Bo picked up the glass. Yang Bo saw a noble cut a piece of raw bear meat with a knife, nodding while eating. Yang Bo was afraid that this buddy would die of parasites or unknown viruses after returning. Then more than one noble did this. Handy, you are so awesome. A charming lady, wearing a low-cut dress, a hat, and holding a wine glass in her hand, approached the game character controlled by Yang Bo. Thank you for the compliment, madam. Yang Bo knew that she was a widow by the black hat she wore. The hats worn by the ladies were of different colors and styles, representing different marital status. A pure white hat represented unmarried, and white with other colors represented married. This lady was about 40 years old, with obvious wrinkles on her face, and the powder on her face was too thick. I wonder if Handy is interested in visiting my home. The lady made a naked invitation. I'm sorry, ma'am. I still have a lot of classes to finish in the academy. Yang Bo politely refused. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, clone brother. It's not that I don't want you to have sex, but you are too old. If you can meet a young one, I will definitely let you have sex. The wolf meat was finally roasted, and all the nobles ate and drank. During the journey, many noble ladies came to chat with Handy, but Handy politely refused them all. Among them, there were two noble girls who looked pretty good, although they had freckles on their faces. But it was not easy to do things in broad daylight. Other noble youths who got the prey one after another came back triumphantly. But they were all hit. But everyone thought Handy was lucky. They ate meat and drank until the afternoon. And then everyone left leisurely. At this time, most of the nobles were already drunk. Handy, how about I invite you to the bar for a drink? Yang Bo controlled the game character to ride on the horse. Because Locke was drunk, he couldn't ride a horse. So Yang Bo rode on his own. There was no need to hurry on the way back. So he just had to sit on the horse, and the horses would follow the team. The curtain of a carriage was opened, and a young lady with a red face invited Handy. Yang Bo rode on the horse through the window of the carriage, and could see that the lady's husband was drunk. It just so happens that I have a house in the city. Yang Bo saw that the lady was pretty, and not too old. Probably in her 20s. So he decided to let the clone have some meat. That's great. Where is it? The lady was obviously a little drunk, and her low-cut dress was about to reveal her. Yang Bo told her where his house was in the city. After returning to the city, the lady asked the knights at home to send her man back. Then she called another carriage. It was also the first time for Yang Bo to live in a house in the city. There was some wine in the house, but Yang Bo did not plan to open the wine. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Yang Bo opened the door, and it was indeed a noble lady. After closing the door, the two hugged each other directly. Yang Bo directly hung up the following content. There was really nothing to see. The clones were also quite brave in this regard. This noble lady was really white, but a little saggy. The main thing was that she was big, and her figure was also impeccable. This noble lady was also quite intense. I don't know if it was the stimulation of alcohol or she was unsatisfied. After hanging up, Yang Bo quit the game. In fact, the private lives of these nobles in the game are very messy. The nobles are rich, have status and position, and some women throw themselves at them. These nobles are tired of playing outside, and they can't satisfy their women when they return home. So these noble ladies find men outside again. And most of the nobles get married not for love, but for benefits. How was the game today? Yang Bo finished the game and prepared the meal before letting Su Wei get up to eat. Today I was lucky in the game. I won the first prize, and won the first place in the hunting competition. Yang Bo told the story. I also want to find a woman for Adam, and let Adam have a bunch of children. Su Wei was not surprised that Yang Bo found a woman for the game character, but spoke up. Yang Bo felt strange when he heard this. Now Su Wei's control method is okay. If it is neural access. If a man chooses a female character, and a woman chooses a male character, then what will it feel like when doing these things they like? Maybe some people in the Blue Water Empire create female characters to satisfy some psychological fetishes. Yang Bo guessed in his heart. Yeah. Yang Bo just nodded at Su Wei's idea. I've played other games before, and you can get married in them. But there has never been a game character giving birth to a child. I don't know if the characters in this game can give birth to children. After all, this game is so real. Su Wei talked about the past while eating. Yang Bo felt that this possibility was very small. And clones definitely did not have the ability to reproduce. Because the Blue Water Empire did not want to change the second world. And the lives of clones were also problematic. Who knows if the genetic genes of clones will change? Even in real society, most clones do not have the ability to reproduce. Will you play the game tomorrow? The city lord said today that he had something to talk to me about. And he would talk about it tomorrow. It was mysterious, and I didn't know what it was. Yang Bo nodded, not knowing whether the city lord was drunk, and said it casually. And said something about power seeds or something like that. Chapter 777 Seed of Power. The lord of the city asked you to go. There must be something good. My brother's character in the game died. After my brother got the gold coins we mailed. He wanted to use the gold coins to bribe the officers who managed them. But he was killed by the officers. Su Wei talked about Su Hai's tragic experience again. Yang Bo was speechless. Su Hai was still thinking about using gold coins to bribe officers on the battlefield. I really don't know what he was thinking. In any case, criminals have a very low status in the second world game. After they go to the battlefield, they are cannon fodder. Even if they surrender to the other side will still organize these surrendered guys as cannon fodder. On the contrary, civilian soldiers will be accepted by the other side if they surrender. As for the nobles, they will be treated with good food and drink when they are captured, because the nobles will pay the ransom. In other words, capturing the nobles of the other side is equivalent to making a fortune. Your brother is also a fool. If people know that he bribed the officer will be punished. And someone remitted gold coins to your brother, which proves that there is someone behind your brother. If the officer blackmails your brother for a long time, and the person behind your brother knows about it, the officer will get into trouble. It's better to kill him with a knife, and take the money without any trouble. Yang Bo said to Su Wei. It's too late for my brother to regret now. It will take him 3 months to build a character. But he decided to pull a group of people to be robbers next time. He said he wants to buy 500 gold coins. Su Wei said again. As long as he pays, I will sell the gold coins to him at that time. Yang Bo nodded. Su Hai, this guy, still wants to break the rules of the game. The second world is free. But there is also an official of the Blue Water Empire. If there is real freedom in the game, people would have rebelled long ago. With the morals of these game players. If there is no restraint, there would be no grass growing in the game long ago. After dinner and cleaning up everything, Yang Bo and Su Wei leaned together to watch a movie. The heroine in this movie is so ugly. Let's change one. Su Wei looked at the heroine in the movie. This is the movie that the Alliance has made in recent years. This heroine is also a beauty pageant champion. There are too many buffs superimposed on her. Yang Bo shook his head. It's still a movie from our empire. The male lead is handsome, and the female lead is beautiful. Your empire is aristocratic. So of course it's normal. Our country's politicians come up with these things to cater to voters. At this time, Yang Bo's watch received a message. It turned out that Lu Jijia asked him and Su Wei to have dinner. The two chatted and agreed on a time. Not long after, Wang Mushua sent another message. Is my experience in mental training useful to you? Yang Bo, keep it secret. Wang Mushua originally sent a message to get some information. But she didn't expect to get such an answer. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. Tell me if I can give you some advice. Yang Bo, thank you. No need. Wang Mushua couldn't get any information from Yang Bo. So she couldn't know what the attribute of Yang Bo's mental power was. Then she sent another message. How is your light attribute superpower now? Do you need relevant training techniques? Yang Bo, I feel that I have trained well myself. Thank you for your concern. I won't reveal anything. Don't try to find out other people's superpowers in different ways. This is extremely impolite. Wang Mushua, I'm doing this for your own good. Yang Bo, thank you. I don't want you to think. Su Wei saw Yang Bo sending a message and asked. Who is this? It's the person who gave you the hand strap. She asked how the training was going. And I said it was confidential. Yang Bo was not surprised at Su Wei asking this question. Because the personal privacy of the Empire was not as perverted as that of the Alliance. And you couldn't ask others this or that. Let's meet each other in the future. I will thank the senior in person, Su Wei said very politely. Her identity is more sensitive. Let's talk about it later. Oh, I miss my father a little bit. Then send him a message. I'm afraid he will scold me. Yang Bo was a little speechless when he heard this. Su Wei was still a little too naive. Without her father's consent, Su Hai arranged to send his sister away. However, Yang Bo did not intend to expose it. Instead, he said, then wait until your superpowers are fully developed before sending a message. Then we will take the children back together. Well, let's have more children by then. For a family, there must be enough children. Su Wei nodded. Women in the empire have this advantage. They all want to have children. On the contrary, women on the alliance side don't want to have children. To put it bluntly, this is actually a conspiracy of the big families or powerful people in the alliance. Ordinary people don't want to have children. But these big families and powerful people try their best to have children. It is difficult to say that factory babies have family inheritance. And it is difficult to say that they can form some families. In other words, the path for ordinary people to become new families is cut off from the foundation. Babies born in factories contribute to the enterprises of these powerful families. Then waves of factory babies have become disguised slaves. Then these factory babies don't want their offspring to be like themselves when they grow up. So many people choose not to have offspring. In addition, factory babies don't experience the warmth of family and can't imagine what a family is like. In addition, the public opinion guidance. In addition, with the continuous growth of women's rights, many men in the alliance are unwilling to have girlfriends at all, and would rather buy a robot girlfriend. Yang Bo knows all about these things, but he doesn't want to change them, because it's too difficult to change the entire alliance. Now those nobles over there are still a little bit upset about losing to you. They privately say that you are a liar, and that your technology can't beat them, and you use conspiracy and tricks. Su Wei leaned in Yang Bo's arms, with a slightly dissatisfied tone. They must be unwilling to lose money. Let them say it. Yang Bo laughed. Alas, I used to see these noble geniuses, polite and gentlemanly in their words and deeds. I didn't expect that they would be like a rogue after losing. Su Wei sighed. The nobles of the Blue Water Empire are rotten. The big families of the Alliance are rotten. And the warlords of the Crimson Empire are even worse. This world is just a huge makeshift team. The next morning, Yang Bo entered the second world game and found out that the lover of the game character was called Marina. Handy. You are great. I will have a drink with you next time. Marina left after saying this. Of course, Yang Bo knew that these ladies were just playing around. Let the game character wash up, and then control the game character to find the city lord. The city lord obviously hasn't woken up from the happy atmosphere yesterday. His eyes are dull and red, and he looks like he hasn't woken up yet. Lucky Handy. I'm sorry, I haven't been so happy for a long time. You must also attend the hunting party next Sunday. The city lord nodded at Handy, who was dressed neatly, and spoke. Thank you, sir. I will definitely attend. Yang Bo nodded. Handy, you have to remember that Green City is our foundation. Without Green City, we are nothing. I believe you have heard of the Black Armor Cavalry Regiment. You must be very curious about how these Black Armor Cavalry can have such a strong physique and can wear heavy armor. This is about a training method of knights. The Power Seed. You must have heard of power in Green Academy. The Power Seed can finally release the power. However, not everyone releases the Power Seed. The power can grow in the body. The warriors with power seeds have a strong difference in explosive power and physique. Heavy armor warriors and heavy armor knights are all people with power seeds. Of course, accepting power seeds will be dangerous. There is about a 20% probability that the whole person will never have any power growth in the future. Lucky Handy. The rest is up to you to choose. But you can first see what kind of combat power the knights with power seeds have. The city lord said naggingly. Yang Bo understood what the city lord meant, which was to let himself become effective in green. For these nobles, the kingdom is ranked second, and the first place is their city. Sir, I am willing to serve Green City. Very good. The mayor of the city clapped his hands and praised Handy's words, because Handy was lucky enough. Not only did he save the 3 viscounts in the city, he also thwarted 2 conspiracy attacks by the Tiger Thieves group and the Red Turban Thieves group, and killed many of the other side's personnel, to make Green City more famous. Of course, there is also merit. These two major bandit groups are rampant in the kingdom, and several nearby kingdoms. Killing members of these bandit groups is more meritorious than killing members of other ordinary bandit groups. And they can even get rewards from the Continental Nobles Council. The Continental Nobles Council is a council composed of the great nobles of all kingdoms, empires and principalities, mainly to fight against the invasion of foreign races. Of course, there is no need to tell Handy about these things, because his level is too low. The Black Armor Cavalry Regiment is the Ace Cavalry Regiment of Green City. At the Black Armor Cavalry Regiment's garrison, Yang Bo looked at the knights training in black armor. This black armor is forged iron armor, which is full-body plate armor. Yang Bo controlled the Bionic Man to lift this set of plate armor, but couldn't lift it. And the mounts here are obviously different. The mounts are tall and strong. Handy. This is Fenin, the leader of the Black Armor Cavalry Regiment. A Viscount. But soon a Count. The city lord pointed to a gorilla-like man. The reason why this person is called a gorilla is because this person is tall and strong. Fenin is a bald, white-skinned man. He is bald because it is convenient to wear armor because the lining inside the heavy armor is thicker. He is at least 2.2 meters tall. The clone controlled by Yang Bo is about 1.8 meters tall. Handy. Thank you. It is because you cracked the Tiger Thieves group last time and made great contributions to us. So I have enough merit to be promoted to Earl. Fenin stretched out his hand. This guy's hand is as big as a basin. But he has a mouthful of yellow teeth when he speaks. Fenin, show your power seed to our lucky Handy, the city lord said. Handy, your body is a little too thin, so the failure rate of releasing the power seed is very high. But you are lucky and may succeed, Fenin said with a mouthful of yellow teeth. Chapter 778 Lucky Man. Yang Bo reached out and touched the other person's hand. It's nice to meet you. You give me a mountain-like feeling. Haha. Thank you for the compliment. Fenin opened his mouth and laughed. I'll show you, Fenin said then. Fenin reached out and took a javelin, which is more accurately called a javelin, because in cold weapon combat, bows and arrows are not omnipotent, and other weapons are needed when encountering some armored infantry. This is originally a training ground. Fenin roared. The other black armored cavalry in training immediately made way. About 200 meters. A target, Fenin roared immediately. And there was no other preparation. And the javelin in his hand was thrown out instantly. 320 meters per second. Yang Bo watched the javelin quickly hit the target. And a data quickly appeared in his mind. You must know that this is a cold weapon. And the target in the distance has been shattered. And the javelin directly sank into the target's earth wall. Subsonic speed? Yang Bo knew that some composite bows on Earth could reach this speed. Sir, is this the effect of the power seed? Yang Bo was really surprised that an ordinary person could exert such strength without any tools. I am not the strongest. The leader of the Kingdom Knights can directly blow up a wall with his javelin. Yang Bo heard the other party say this, and guessed that the javelin of the leader of this knight group must be able to reach supersonic speed. If it is made of all metal, the power it exerts will be considerable. But I can only throw 7 such javelins at most now. And I have to rest for at least a week after that. Fenin nodded and answered. Lucky Handy. Are you willing to accept the power seed? The city lord asked beside him. Yang Bo didn't know why the city lord wanted to release the power seed for his game character. But the other party brought him to see it obviously to make him agree. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that people in this civilized society are more superstitious. Handy, the game character, has excellent archery skills, and he accidentally saved 3 nobles in the hunting meeting. Others had war horses and hunting dogs, but Handy won the first prize. In the eyes of these ancient people, this is luck. If Handy's strength increases, it will be more beneficial to the entire Green City. I am willing, but I don't know how to do it. Yang Bo thought this might be the way to use power. It's very simple. Take off your shirt and sit here. Then it will release the power seed directly into your body. If you can feel the power increasing within 7 days, it means you have succeeded. If you don't feel it within 7 days, it means you have failed. But you have to think about it. There is a 20% chance that your strength will never increase again, the city lord said directly. Yang Bo now wishes he could be a neurointervention game character so that he can experience the so-called power seed. Okay. Yang Bo nodded. Fenin is also one of the few people who can release the power seed to others. The power seed in the body must grow to a certain extent before it can be released to others. The city lord said again. Thank you, sir. I want to find a chance to treat you to a drink. Yang Bo had to speak to Finan. If he didn't promise some benefits, who knows what the other party would do when releasing the seeds. Thank you. But I can drink a lot. It's okay. I just got a bonus. Yang Bo didn't care much about the gold coins in the game. Thank you. Finan opened his mouth wide. Yang Bo took off the clothes on the upper body of the game character. Finan shook his head a little when he saw the thin body of Yang Bo's game character. But the order of the city lord cannot be disobeyed. Yang Bo focused on Finan's hand, and then saw the other party take a deep breath. Then, there was a bulge on the other party's arm that kept moving. Then he saw that this bulge was in the palm of the other party's hand. The bulge in the palm of the hand was about the size of a quail egg. This bulge seemed to be beating. Then he saw that the other party pressed his hand under the navel of the game character. Huh? Yang Bo felt that this kind of power operation seemed to be the martial arts described in the novels before. Finan's hand stayed for 10 minutes. And after letting the other party take his hand away, the other party's palm was red. And there was also a red spot under the navel of his game character. After Finan releases the power seed once, he cannot release it again within a month. Handy. You have to thank Finan. The city lord said again. I will prepare a generous gift. Since the city lord said so, Yang Bo certainly would not be stingy. Haha. Thank you. For the Tiger Thieves group, we also have to thank the Lucky Handy. If you hadn't discovered their traces, we wouldn't have been able to kill so many of them and destroy one of their bases. Finan laughed. I wonder if I can drink in this situation. If I can, let's go have a drink now. Of course, including everyone present. Yang Bo felt that it was necessary to get along well with these black-armored cavalrymen. Of course, there is a very simple method. As long as you feel hungry anytime and anywhere within these 7 days, the power seed will grow. Half of the people in our cavalry regiment cannot feel the existence of the power seed, but their power growth is indeed affected by the power seed. Finan shrugged. Then let's go. What are you waiting for? Lord Mayor, do you mind having another drink with us? Yang Bo looked at the mayor, who was not quite awake. Today I am indeed a little bit in a bad mood. I need a drink to refresh myself. Let's go to the Wild Rose Bar. I heard that there are several new women there. When the mayor heard that he was going to drink, he immediately became energetic. Yang Bo controlled the game character to put on his clothes. And then a group of people went to the Wild Rose Bar to drink. If the power of the game character increases quickly, I will find a way to go to this planet. Go as Bart. Even if I am discovered. It's okay. Yang Bo decided to give it a try. I didn't ask for much. As long as I could increase my power by more than 10%, I would go there. Because of my current total power, increasing by 10% is not a small number. Wild Rose Bar. I didn't expect so many people to come to drink early in the morning. Yang Bo directly took out 20 gold coins and asked the bar owner to go up. Everyone could drink and eat as they pleased, and the rest of the money would be left here. And Finan could come to drink as he pleased in the future. Seeing this, Finan high-fived Yang Bo to express his gratitude. Of course, it was just a light touch. If such a big slap was really given, the game character controlled by Yang Bo would at least have broken bones. Handy. I tell you, once you feel hungry, you should eat more and use more strength. And the power seed can also make you stronger in the man's aspect. I now have 6 women at home, and I have several lovers outside. If you have any problems in the city in the future, just come to me. If anyone makes trouble for you, I will smash his dog head. Finan assured Yang Bo while drinking. Yang Bo found that Finan was not very smart, but he was very strong and could drink. The big cup of wine was like a small wine glass in front of him, and he drank 1 cup at a time. The other people in the Black Armor Cavalry Regiment were the same. They were all muscular and big, and they were all bald. The city lord was already hugging 2 dancers beside him, and his hands had reached into the dancers' clothes. One of the dancers even reached out to touch the city lord's bottom. Others also smiled obscenely when they saw the scene. Damn noble life. Yang Bo sighed in his heart. Yang Bo himself did not drink much, and he was served barbecue in the middle of the meal. The city lord ran away behind him. And of course, the 2 dancers disappeared. They drank until the afternoon. And the total cost of this meal was 16 gold coins. There was no other way. There were more than 100 black armored cavalrymen, and each of them had a wine barrel. A small barrel of 20 to 30 kilograms, which was placed directly in front of everyone. Moreover, these guys ate meat, and put it directly into their mouths without cutting anything. These guys eat one meal each. And the amount is enough for my game character to eat for 2 days. However, these guys have such strong strength and such strong physique. So they need to eat a lot. Because in this kind of society, the only way to supplement nutrition is to eat more meat. By the way, Yang Bo saved another 20 gold coins in the tavern. When Fenning comes to drink in the future, he will use this money to entertain him. Because Yang Bo thinks that if he wants to sneak to this planet and experience the power seed, he still has to find Fenning. At that time, at worst, he will disguise himself as Handy. Now he will build a good relationship first, and then ask the other party to make another move in private, without anyone knowing. If the clone's power does not increase, he will not go for the time being, and go again when the opportunity is right. Now Yang Bo has regarded this planet as his own. The Blue Water Empire is hiding now, which gives him a chance. It is very difficult to find a habitable planet in the vast universe. What does the city lord want you to do today? Su Wei was teasing Shingon Mao, and saw Yang Bo had finished the game and asked. It's... Yang Bo told the situation again. I feel that some people in the second world game are superstitious. But this is also in line with the historical background. Just like this low-level civilization planet, full of religion and superstition. Not to mention this low-level civilization. Even our Shuolan Empire still has many secret religions. And there are also cults. And some other messy sects. There is a Joy sect, which regularly lets believers mess around together. Su Wei said. We have it in our alliance too. In fact, this has nothing to do with civilization. People are full of all kinds of ideas in their bones. Yang Bo said. If the more developed the civilization, the higher the IQ of human beings. Then, there were so many scammers in the ancient times on Earth. And there are still so many scammers now. The key is that there are still many people who are deceived. Because civilization is developing. And these scammers are also developing. Similarly, there is no pure religion. There are some interests in it. That's right. Now that civilization is so developed, the crime rate is still not low. Su Wei nodded. The next morning, Yang Bo entered the second world game, and his eyes lit up. He found that the hunger of the game character was high. Is it so lucky? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. In the March Star Sword Association, the president looked at the data of Yang Bo's game character and squinted his eyes. The assistant to the president was depressed. Yang Bo is too lucky. The power seed has only a success rate of 1 in 10,000. Yes, it is precisely because the success rate is very low that the number of black armored cavalry regiments is very small. The number of black armored cavalry in Green City has not exceeded 120 since the city was founded. The president nodded. Should we interrupt the game and study this game character now? The president's assistant asked. It's meaningless. At this stage, scientific means can't detect it at all. This is not the first test. But everything still depends on the superior's arrangement. The president shook his head. Could it be a genetic problem? Our genes are different from those of people on this planet? The president's assistant asked again. Maybe. But let's see the situation first, and report back in 7 days. If this game character is to be taken back, Yang Bo's good luck in the game will end. The president also laughed. He has 40 billion. Can you please stop mentioning 40 billion? You are doing me the greatest harm. The president's assistant gnashed his teeth when he heard 40 billion. You have lost 200 million. It will take you 15 years to pay off your debts. The president followed the other party's advice, but said something from a different angle. Chapter 779 A Bit Perverted. And this is only if you don't get married and stop gambling and losing money. The president ignored his assistant's sad eyes and continued. I swear I will never gamble again. You are all liars. The president's assistant said with gritted teeth. I'll just treat it as a fart. The president laughed. Besides, Yang Bo found that the data of the game character in the game was abnormal. And the game character would have a few days of rest after receiving the power seed. So Yang Bo ordered a lot of milk, beef, eggs, and honey for the game character. Then he started strength training. Yang Bo trained the game character's leg strength and hand strength. Leg strength was to tie sandbags on the legs for running training. As for the hand strength, just do push-ups. When the game character is tired enough, he will rest and eat. After recovery, continue training. Today, Yang Bo did nothing but train his game character in the game. Before leaving the game, he ate 2 kilograms of beef, 1 kilogram of milk, and 5 eggs. Prepared to check it out the next morning. Su-wei already knew what happened in the game because she had a private chat with Yang Bo when she was in the game. TSK. Yang Bo deliberately went into the game early the next morning. Unexpectedly, the hunger level of the game character went up again. This time, Yang Bo was sure that the power seed was effective for the game character. The next day, he continued to train. Thanks to the logistic supply of the academy, Yang Bo's game character had everything he wanted to eat. In 6 days, the biggest change in the game character was that he ate more. Now he can eat 5 kilograms of beef, 2 kilograms of milk, 10 eggs and a lot of bread a day. The power of the game character increased by 100% in these 6 days. It's a bit abnormal. If I accept the power seed, I can increase it by 100% in 6 days, haha. Haha. Yang Bo almost laughed out loud when he thought that his power could be doubled. Because the arrows shot by the bow used by the game character's power in the past were basically only 60 to 70 meters away. After 6 days, Yang Bo used the bow trained in the academy to shoot arrows up to 120 meters. Of course, the range of this longbow in the academy is also farther than the original hunting bow. I must go to this planet to see it. Yang Bo will not go for the time being, because he wants to see how long the game character's power will stop growing. This is a very rare experimental opportunity, and it depends on whether there are other side effects in the future. Just collect experimental data to lay the foundation for his own power seed in the future. In addition, Yang Bo has no time to go at this stage, because if he wants to go, he must go as Bart, although he knows the general location of this planet. But if you want to go, you must hitchhike, because the Blue Water Empire must have warships stationed in the space of this planet, and there must be personnel exchanges and material supplies. You also need to find the secret department of the Blue Water Empire responsible for this planet. The growth of power seeds will continue to grow, but it will grow faster in the first month. If you don't understand, you have to ask. So Yang Bo controlled the game character and found Feinen, the leader of the Black Armor Cavalry Regiment. When the other party heard Yang Bo's question, he answered, "Then the growth in the first 3 years will be faster, and after 3 years it will basically be very slow. Just like my current power increase is very slow. Even if I train every day, my annual growth rate is about 5 per thousand now, which is already very good. After all, I have been receiving power seeds for 15 years. 90% of people's power seeds only grow by 1 per thousand after 10 years. Yang Bo nodded after hearing what the other party said, and then asked, "What is the highest growth rate?" It's hard to say, because everyone keeps the growth rate of their own power seeds confidential. You also know that some nobles and cities are not only unfriendly, but also have conflicts. So when some geniuses appear in a city, it will arouse the vigilance of surrounding cities, because the rise of a genius is likely to bring unnecessary trouble to the surrounding cities. Handy. Do you understand what I mean? Feinen said with a smile. Yang Bo nodded. Well, a powerful neighbor will make people uneasy. Yes. Thank you for the wine. You're welcome. I wonder if I can do the power seed a second time. Yang Bo asked now. Of course. But the failure rate of the second power seed is higher, and there is a 50% chance that the power will no longer increase. Feinen nodded. Yang Bo asked this question in order to sneak to this planet to find this big guy in the future, and then disguise himself as the current game character to help him with the second power seed. At the same time, Yang Bo was puzzled. The Blue Water Empire must know these things and is researching them. But why is there no news? Does the royal family want to monopolize this secret? Or are there some things that cannot be solved by science and technology? Or even that this method is only effective on specific planets? Different environments create different civilizations. This is easy to understand. Just like the acupuncture points and meridians described in the ancient Oriental medical skills on Earth. No scientific means can be found, but there are practical applications. After all, Yang Bo had experienced a lot of massage in his previous life, although most of them were not regular. Or is it that the genes of the people of the Blue Water Empire are different from those of the people in the second world? Yang Bo now has many questions in his mind, but he still has to experience it himself to find out what is going on. Let's observe for 3 or 4 months first. The reason why Yang Bo wants to observe the game character for 3 or 4 months first is that the second world game is more dangerous from the harvest to the next spring. In winter, the frequency of robbers is higher, because in winter, everyone is idle. Some farmers, who are usually busy farming, have transformed themselves and gathered into bandit groups to attack farms and ranches. Some farmers simply want to make a fortune, while some farmers have no food to survive the winter. So they might as well come out to make a fortune. When the busy farming season begins next spring, public security will be much better, because those who can't survive the winter will either die or make a fortune. And then, there will be more food in the spring. So many people will not take risks. Yang Bo set up strict AFK training for the game character. And then he quit the game. Today is the day of Lu Jijia's banquet. So Yang Bo took Su Wei to dinner. Yang Bo, what do you think of my clothes? Su Wei was wearing a V-neck beige dress, which added a sexy charm. Su Wei's figure is still very good, and Yang Bo's one hand can't hold it. It's just that Su Wei used to like wearing sweatshirts, so it can't be seen. In addition, after being trained by Yang Bo recently, it seems to have grown a little bit. Your style is mature. It doesn't suit you. Just wear a sweatshirt. You are not old now. There is no need to wear such mature clothes. Let's wear couple clothes. Yang Bo said quickly. Yes. Su Wei nodded quickly when she heard that they were going to wear couple clothes. So Yang Bo and Su Wei both wore white base, red striped couple sweatshirts, couple hats, and white couple shoes. Oh! Kiss! Yang Bo looked at Su Wei's apple face, wearing a hat and a ponytail, which made her face look rounder, and the breath of youth came to her face. Then the two kissed, and then went out together. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. No wonder she can charm Yang Bo in the game. After Lu Jijia saw Yang Bo and Su Wei, his eyes lit up, and he thought the two people were a good match. Yang Bo was originally a nerd, and Su Wei in front of him looked like a girl with no scheming. It was just a pity that my aunt didn't seize the opportunity. But my aunt was born in the family, so she might have considered more. Thank you, Brother Jia. Su Wei also followed Yang Bo and called Lu Jijia Brother Jia. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were also there. They noticed the changes in Su Wei. Su Wei used to have a faint fragrance, but today there was no fragrance. The two of them felt very strange. The three women whispered to each other during the meal. This bracelet is very beautiful. This is a retro pirate-style bracelet. Sister Su Wei, do you want to order one? Although it looks good, I don't like this style. They also have animal cartoon styles. Let me see. The three women were exchanging bracelets, bags, clothes, shoes and the like. I see construction going on in the mountains behind you? Lu Jijia bought a teacup for Yang Bo and asked. Yang Bo nodded. Build a garden in the back. Our planet has a half-year storm season, and it feels boring at home. I didn't expect you to win so much money this time? Lu Jijia was also very envious of Yang Bo. In fact, I also fought hard. Fortunately, it was the superpowers and strengths limited by the regular competition. Otherwise, I would definitely not be able to beat them. And some noble disciples of the Blue Water Empire were arrogant, and I took advantage of the opportunity. I thought it was very simple. That is, it doesn't matter if I lose. And if I win, I will have billions. So I'll give it a try. Yang Bo brought out the same rhetoric as before. You know what? Lu Jijia really believed it. The nobles over there are like that. The nobles are high and mighty, which has cultivated their current character. Now they are still attacking you online, saying that you are a big liar, saying that you can only use some conspiracy and tricks. These guys just can't afford to lose. Let them curse. Anyway, I won money, and it's normal to curse a few words when I lost money. The people over there also discriminate against cleaners and curse with our netizens online. Don't you plan to accept any endorsements? Lu Jijia asked after taking a sip of tea. These capitalists in the alliance want to make $10 back for $1. Maybe some guys are eyeing my 40 billion. And then set up some contract traps or disputes. Anyway, I don't believe in the bottom line of these capitalists in the alliance. Besides, I have enough money now. In addition, I have signed a cooperation agreement with my fourth brother, and I will have a lot of income at that time. Yang Bo's words were full of disbelief in the capitalists of the alliance. Lu Jijia did not refute this, but nodded. Someone will definitely want your huge sum of money. Hundreds of billions. Many companies can't make so much money. Well, after signing the endorsement contract, you will have to show up. Maybe the nobles of the Blue Water Empire will want you again. That's true. After the dishes were served, Su Wei ate a piece of local mushrooms, and her eyes lit up. This mushroom tastes so good. This is a local specialty. with a small output and a limited time of production. Yang Bo nodded. This kind of mushroom is actually slightly poisonous. And it is precisely because of this toxin that its flavor is more unique. So everyone has to limit the amount of this mushroom they eat. And it is also a monopoly. After dinner, they came to the company again. Lu Jijia and Yang Bo drank tea alone in a room, while Su Wei, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen talked about women in the room next door. Brother, what is the level of your superpowers now? How do you use them? Lu Jijia asked after pouring tea for Yang Bo. It's just SOSO. I can release about 12 attacks. Be careful recently. Some people have set their sights on your 40 billion. Although I am no longer working in my original field, I am still well informed. You also know that the efficiency of our planet's warning system is very low. Although the parliament has passed the budget, you also know that the government is procrastinating. Hearing this, Yang Bo asked solemnly, who are they? There are the Brotherhood and the Free Mercenary Organization. The main reason is that your background is too simple. There is also unconfirmed news that the Red Earl has also set its sights on you. These terrorist organizations kidnap, extort, and kill people. Ah, what should I do then? Yang Bo was speechless. The Red Earl organization was really haunting. Believe it or not, if I annoyed myself, I would go and destroy their nest. Chapter 780. Going into politics? The Red Earl's lair is a troublesome thing for others. But Yang Bo can find it if he really wants to. Paul, the first deputy leader of the Light Pirates, who participated in the last pirate conference, is also the military advisor of the Light Pirates. Yang Bo released the spiritual seed to this guy. This guy has 3 identities. The first is the first deputy leader of the Light Pirates. The second identity is an intelligence officer of the Central State of the Crimson Federation. The third identity is a Great Knight of the Red Earl organization, who can directly contact the Red Earl's high level. And the two sides often contact each other in the game. Yang Bo can easily find these high-level people through the game, and then through the photoelectric superpower. For example, Paul contacts the high-level people of the Red Earl in the game. And Yang Bo can also create a character in this game, and approach the high-level people of the Red Earl. It's just that the network address of the high-level people of the Red Earl often changes. And it takes time for Yang Bo to track them down. At the same time, Yang Bo of the Ash organization can also find the other party's lair. Last time, the Ash organization used a strange bug to drill through the door of the battleship armor on the 3rd floor of Yang Bo's villa. Yang Bo caught the bug at that time and released the spiritual seed. Then he deliberately let the bug escape and pretended to be the Red Earl to extort money from the Ash organization. Now this bug is being taken around by the Ash organization. This bug is a mutant bug, and its teeth can easily crush any metal. Yang Bo wrote down all the places where the bug went. Of course, he didn't know some places, because the bug was mostly locked in a ceramic container. This bug has little effect on ceramics. Red Earl organization and Ash organization. If they come to trouble me again, Yang Bo decided to give them a fatal blow. This news has not been confirmed, but you should be careful when you go out in the future. Lu Jijia didn't know whether the news was true or not. However, Yang Bo had 40 billion in his hands, and many people were indeed thinking about it. Of course, these people didn't know the relationship between Yang Bo and the biggest controller behind March Star. I have asked my 4th brother to order the most advanced mecha. I will use mecha to travel when I go out in the future. Anyway, mecha can be controlled by voice. Yang Bo could only pretend to be careful when he went out in the future. You just said that you have another cooperation with young Master Zhang? Lu Jijia nodded. Yang Bo has this line, and he can buy whatever he wants. Although Zhang Buizhen has fallen out with his family, people outside are now more optimistic about Zhang Buizhen. And when doing business, people don't have a grudge against money. Another mutant species has been discovered. The energy of this mutant species is more gentle. If it can be made into a genetic drug, the success rate will be higher, and the side effects will be lower. They have a living area, which is on my land. Yang Bo's words made Lu Jijia extremely envious. Lu Jijia now regrets that the land he bought was easy to build a house, and the environment was relatively good. Although Yang Bo's land is in large pieces, it is all dangerous coastlines, and there are also some Gobi inland. I didn't expect to find mutants again now, but there is no way. Lu Jijia bought the land for commercial development. Commercial development requires a good geographical environment and geological data. These are all investigated by the investigation company. because such land has the value of appreciation. Although any building can be built anywhere in society, the cost of each building is completely different. Just like the fortress built by Yang Bo himself. This fortress with independent energy and independent survival system can be enjoyed anywhere on the planet, even if it is built on an alien planet. But such a fortress is very expensive. The villas purchased by ordinary people still use centralized supply of energy and water, etc., which can reduce costs on a large scale. Not everyone can take out hundreds of millions to build a villa, because such a villa will also be highly valued, and the annual tax will also be a large sum. If this mutant creature can really become a genetic drug material, our planet will be favored again. However, Lu Jijia then realized that his land will still increase in value. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. Lu Jijia never asked Su Wei's identity, because he knew that Yang Bo would not answer. And there was no confirmed news from the Blue Water Empire. So he knew that Su Wei must have disguised her identity. Are you going to marry your sister-in-law? Lu Jijia asked with a smile. She is still young. Wait another 2 years. Yang Bo nodded. Today I realized that your sister-in-law is the best match for you. But I heard that she is an ordinary person. Yang Bo chuckled and said meaningfully, not now. I knew it. Lu Jijia was not surprised to hear this, because he knew how high Yang Bo's pharmacist level was. I would like to trouble Brother Jia to keep it a secret. That's for sure. I received news that the potion you prepared was sold for hundreds of millions of credit points per bottle at some auctions. Lu Jijia said mysteriously again. Ah? Is the price so high? Yang Bo looked surprised. The only thing we need to worry about now is that someone will come to cause trouble. Lu Jijia didn't say too much. Then why don't we configure some more medicines and ship them from other places? This is too difficult. No matter what channel is used to ship such physical objects, it is easy to track. Then what should we do? In fact, there is nothing to worry about. As long as we are on our planet, no one can turn the world upside down. It seems that I did the right thing to order a set of the strongest ground defense system from my fourth brother. Lu Jijia was a little envious when he heard Yang Bo's words, and nodded at the same time. You are right to do this. You have so much money now. You must strengthen your own security. It is best to get a drone system. Whoever invades your place in the future will be killed directly. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. Have you ever thought about the path of politics? Lu Jijia asked again. Huh? I seem to hate this. And I personally don't think I'm cut out to be a politician. Yang Bo spoke up after hearing this, and didn't refuse, because he wanted to hear Lu Jijia's thoughts. This is your ordinary opinion. Do you know that being a politician, especially a famous politician, has many privileges? The more famous a politician is, the more resources he can get. Imagine that after you become a politician, no matter where you go, you will be escorted by warships and protected by the most elite guards in the special forces. Every day, there are dozens of warning satellites, constantly analyzing various data to protect your safety. Just like the Speaker of the Union Parliament, although he cannot mobilize the army on the surface. Who among the military leaders in the army does not give him face? How many enterprises and companies want to find him to solve problems? And do you think that many decisions are made by him? In fact, the mistakes are made by his staff team behind him. The government can send countless A and A+ level guards to protect him. Yang Bo almost rolled his eyes when he heard this. Although the position of the Union Speaker has many privileges, there are also many people watching him. If he wants to get to this position in politics, it may take him 100 or 80 years, and he will have to do many things that lose his conscience in the middle. Although he has many means and can climb up quickly, there are some things that go against his conscience that Yang Bo still doesn't want to do. Being able to climb to this position, a work can influence many people. Of course, for those who have reached this position, they don't care about right or wrong, but only the amount of benefits. Brother Jia, you must be joking. The Speaker of the Union. There are so many people in the entire Union, but only he is there. Yang Bo said with a chuckle. It would be a shame if you don't go into politics with your current fame. Forget it. I'll just be a free and easy landlord. Yang Bo shook his head. If he wanted to go into politics, he would definitely use Bart's identity. As for his identity in the Alliance, there is a ceiling, no matter how rich he is. In the Blue Water Empire, Bart's identity has infinite possibilities. Lu Jijia felt a little bit sorry when he heard this. It would be great if he had such a big reputation. The Sword Association is going to hold a party. Do you want to attend? Yes. Yang Bo decided to participate, because he intuitively felt that the president of the Sword Association might know some inside information about the second game world. The Sword Association has developed thoroughly because of you this time. Logically, they should give you a special contribution reward. I'm afraid they dare not. Because after all, they are sent by the Blue Water Empire. If they give me another reward, I'm afraid they will offend all the nobles in their country. Alas, these nobles of the Blue Water Empire are just like the descendants of the big families in our alliance. They are all stupid. Look at the rich second generation in our alliance. Alas. Yang Bo also pretended to sigh. After drinking tea, Yang Bo took Sui home. We played for a long time today. We have to intensify our mental training when we go back, Sui said while in the flying car. No need to rush, Yang Bo said with a chuckle. Are you going to the Sword Association's party? Yang Bo asked again. I won't go. I don't like fighting and killing. I'd rather train my mental strength at home. I still have Shingongbao to keep me company. And Shingongbao is smarter than all my pets. This guy is getting smarter and smarter now. He can understand a lot of what I say. Do you have any smart Shingongbao in your lab? Do you still want to raise one? I just think Shingongbao is a little too lonely. He sleeps alone in his nest when I sleep. Then I'll look for him again. How about I go and take a look? Of course. Will it not delay your experiment? It won't delay. Yang Bo was ready to take the opportunity to give Sui a few more gerbils to see if the pink energy on Sui had any effect on the gerbils. Chapter 781 Unexpected Battle. Wow! Sui was stunned to see so many gerbils in Yang Bo's underground laboratory. There were adult gerbils, furry little gerbils, and some gerbils that were just born and had very little fur on their bodies. These newborn little guys had pink paws and noses, and were chubby and looked very cute. Sui's eyes were not enough to see them. And these gerbils all ran over to stare at people when they saw people coming. Do we have to kill them all for the experiment? Sui asked this question. And Yang Bo's heart skipped a beat. A small number of them will indeed be killed for research. Is it for drug testing? It's for drug testing. First of all, animals must be used for experiments to know the side effects and success rate of drug testing. So soft. These gerbils were fed fat by Yang Bo's automatic feeding system. And there was no problem with cleaning. Sui reached out to touch a big gerbil, but it ran away as soon as she touched it. These gerbils look different. Some are round and good-looking, and some are not so good-looking. This is still an ordinary gerbil. And this is a gerbil with a little energy. Yang Bo said this because ordinary gerbils have a shorter lifespan. In addition, when Sui trains her superpowers, some of her superpowers will overflow and cause certain damage to ordinary gerbils. Sui looked at them one by one, and some of them were very smart. They took the initiative to run up and look at Sui. Looking at Sui curiously, Sui touched these guys and didn't run away, and looked like she was enjoying it. How many do you think I should choose? Choose 2 more, so that if 2 of them fight, there is 1 to stop them, Yang Bo said seriously. Ha ha. Sui also laughed non-stop when she heard this joke. Yang Bo, can you try not to kill them in the future? Sui looked at Yang Bo and asked after returning to the top. No problem. Yang Bo nodded in agreement. Because Sui said this just to make herself feel better. Sometimes you have to lie to girls. Besides, Yang Bo will not kill these gerbils in a short time. As for the invisible mice, they were not shown to Sui. We have to wait until these guys reproduce to a certain extent before they can be used to brush a batch of skills. At that time, use the black rock bees to refine a few potions to see if they can catalyze the mutation of gerbils. Although Yang Bo cannot brush skills on reptiles, he can use alternative methods. Thank you. How about we build a zoo for you behind the mountain and raise more? Forget it. I don't have the energy to take care of more. I just feel a little sorry for Shingongbao being alone. Sui felt a little sorry for Shingongbao. But Shingongbao didn't feel that way at all. Seeing Sui holding 2 of her kind in front of her, she actually pounced on the other 2 and attacked them. The other 2 were scared and screamed, and Shingongbao acted very fiercely. Ah! Sui didn't expect this scene. This is how animals are. Each animal has its own territory. Sui felt that Shingongbao was lonely, but Shingongbao felt that this territory could only belong to him. Sui picked up Shingongbao, and this guy stared at the other 2 of his kind in the distance with his eyes, and made threatening sounds from his mouth. How could this happen? Maybe Shingongbao regards the house as his territory. and any of his kind coming in is an invasion. Then what should we do? How about locking up Shin Gongbao and putting these two down? Yang Bo found that when he said this, Shin Gongbao actually looked at him with a pair of eyes, which seemed to be very confused. Want to lock me up? Or send them away? Lock them up first, and see if they can be together later. Su Wei was reluctant to lock up Shin Gongbao, so only the other two unlucky guys were locked up. Yang Bo thought it was funny. Humans are sometimes like this. Just like to think according to their own thinking. After Shin Gongbao was put down, he came to the side of the cage and stared at the two of his kind in the cage with a bad look. Su Wei's expression on her face is quite interesting now. Yang Bo pretended not to know. Anyway, everything was left to Su Wei. The next morning, Yang Bo entered the second world game and found that the hunger level of the game character was still relatively high. Today has been 7 days. Are the genes of clones different? These clones are likely to use the genes of people on this planet. But it's not certain. Today is the day when the city lord invites people to hunt. The nobles don't go hunting every day, but only on Sundays. Because according to these nobles, everything is God's, including these animals. And the mountains, rivers and streams all have spirits. Going out hunting on Sundays will not offend the beast gods, because the beast gods don't go to work on Sundays. Although this statement is a bit weird, Yang Bo thinks it is okay because it gives animals time to survive. Of course, Yang Bo guessed that it was more likely that the nobles could not stand running so far to hunt every day, just for food and drink. The meat of wild animals is not as delicious as the meat of livestock. The domestication of livestock is for better taste and better breeding. Lucky Handy. How do you feel? The city lord looked very good today. Perhaps because he was not working. So he was very energetic. I feel good. I have to eat a lot every day now. That's good. Sir, can you tell me if any of us can domesticate birds? Such as eagles. The city lord's carriage was next to Yang Bo's mount. No. There are some scouts in the army who can domesticate. The city lord shook his head. Last time I found an eagle circling over our heads when we were hunting. I found it again this time. I don't know if it is the same one. Yang Bo pointed to the distance. The city lord was obviously old and blurry, and quickly asked the knights around him to help. The knight looked at the distance and saw an eagle. He nodded quickly. Master, there is indeed an eagle. Handy? Are you sure there was an eagle last time we hunted? The city lord's face changed drastically. I saw it clearly. I thought one of our nobles could tame it. Yang Bo nodded. Stop! The city lord felt that something was wrong. It took 15 minutes from the city lord's order to the whole team stopping. I also saw an eagle last time. I looked up and saw it when I was relieved under the tree. Other nobles gathered, and one of them said that he saw it too. Go back. The city lord gave the order. So the whole team hurried back. Yang Bo clearly felt that the whole team was a little messy, and the atmosphere was a little depressing. The eagle hovering in the sky began to hover directly above everyone's head. Find a way to kill it. The city lord gave the order. The others looked at each other, and they were not sure about the distance. Because to deal with this kind of eagle, only one hit will kill it. Although the other nobles had bows and arrows, they were not sure. Handy? The city lord shouted hurriedly. My bow has a short range. Yang Bo answered hurriedly. I have it here. A viscount shouted loudly. This is a horn bow, which seems to be made of a large bison horn. Yang Bo took it in his hand and tried it. He sighed in his heart. Fortunately, there was an external torque device in the game, so he could feel the power in his hand. He put the matching quiver on his back. Then Yang Bo carefully observed the movements of the eagle in the sky. It was hovering over everyone's head, and I don't know who it was marking the direction. At this time, everyone heard the bell ringing in Green City. Yang Bo understood instantly that someone wanted to make a big deal. If these nobles were surrounded by bandits while hunting, would the soldiers in the city come to rescue them? If not, the nobles would probably be killed. If they were to rescue them, would they run into trouble if they sent soldiers out of the city? Or would the other party simply send people to rescue the nobles, and then wait until the city was empty of soldiers to attack the city? It was this horn sound that changed the eagle's movements. It was at this moment Yang Bo jumped to the ground and shot an arrow directly. The eagle in the sky was indeed frightened by the horn sound, and didn't notice that someone on the ground was bending a bow. By the time he saw it, it was too late. He was pierced by an arrow and fell to the ground in the distance. Flying +1. Well done. Go directly to Green Academy and ask Green City to close the gates." The lord of the city shouted loudly. Locke didn't expect Yang Bo to jump off his mount, so he made a circle and let Yang Bo ride on the horse again. Someone in the noble team blew the horn. Not long after the horn sounded, the bell sounded again in Green City. Lord of the city. A small-scale bandit group was found. Green City has closed the gates and strictly prohibited everyone from entering or leaving. Yang Bo heard someone report to the lord of the city. After another 10 minutes, the horn sounded again from the back of the team. Lord of the city. There are cavalry behind. About 100 cavalry. The lord of the city was also shocked. If he went hunting again today, he might be surrounded in the hunting ground. Now the whole team doesn't care about the horses at all. But the speed of the carriage is still not as fast as the speed of a single mount. Yang Bo could even see the smoke and dust covering the sky behind him, which was the unknown cavalry. Yang Bo estimated the position and shot an arrow directly into the sky. The arrow flew up to the sky and then fell down suddenly. The cavalry chasing behind were in a dense formation, and the arrow fell down and just touched the cavalry. A horse was hit by the arrow and fell to the ground all at once, and the formation of the entire cavalry was instantly messed up. Behind the noble team, there were also more than 20 knights lined up to protect the noble team. If the opponent rushed too close, the noble knights would hinder the opponent's speed. After the formation of the pursuers behind was in disarray, they had to reorganize the team, because if they continued to run, the entire cavalry formation would be out of sync, and it would be easy for the noble cavalry in front to kill them. Horsemanship +1. Archery +1. Yang Bo didn't expect that he could kill 2 people with just 1 arrow. These 2 proved that they were local natives, not players. Damn it! The leader of the pursuing cavalry looked at the noble team going away. Leader. At this time, someone took the arrow on the horse. Viscount Ankas. Very good. There was a small badge on the arrow. Yang Bo used someone else's bow and arrow. The leader of the pursuing cavalry watched the noble team enter Green Academy. These unknown cavalry originally came from the hunting ground and had already run a long distance. So after this momentum was frustrated, it would take enough time to reorganize. The catapults of Green Academy have been taken out, as well as a lot of giant crossbows. Knights, attack, and support the people on the farm and ranch. The city lord quickly issued the first order. For hunting down a bandit knight, Green City will reward 50 gold coins. And for hunting down a bandit, the reward will be 10 gold coins. These damn bastards. The city lord was furious now, because if he hadn't been reminded and was careful, he might have been caught. Yang Bo could only watch the noble knights form teams and rush out of the academy. Of course, these people have changed horses, and Green Academy has plenty of war horses. In the distance, some small groups of bandits are attacking those farms. The farmers in these farms also took up various weapons and occupied the sturdy buildings. These farms are used to these things. As soon as they find something wrong, everyone drops their belongings and goes to the strongest building. Small groups of bandits can't do anything to these strong buildings. However, these guys are very good at sabotage. They start hunting livestock in the farm and set fire to the livestock's fodder. However, these thieves didn't expect the noble knights to come. A large part of these thieves don't have mounts. Even if they have mounts, they can't be compared with professional off-duty cavalry. WOC. Yang Bo found that there were more than 200 cavalrymen chasing them. A large black mass. If you go hunting today, you may not know what the result will be. Although the nobles brought a lot of knights, there are also many nobles, and they have families. The gate of Green City opened, and 50 black armored cavalrymen stood in front of Green City. Those unknown cavalry teams originally wanted to split up to rescue other saboteurs. Seeing the posture of the black armored cavalry, the 200-plus cavalry teams of unknown forces did not dare to split up. Watching his companions being hunted down one by the noble knights, Yang Bo found that this tactic was very clever. The black armored cavalry directly restrained these unknown cavalry. If these more than 200 unknown cavalry teams wanted to attack the black armored cavalry, the black armored cavalry could return to the city as quickly as possible. But if these unknown cavalry teams wanted to escape, they had to guard against the charge of the black armored cavalry. In addition, there were those active noble knights. The situation became delicate in an instant. Yang Bo came to the side of the city lord and looked at the map carefully. Then, they sneaked away, because Yang Bo found that if these unknown cavalry wanted to escape, they could only enter from a valley on the right. because these miscellaneous cavalry wanted to fight against the black armored cavalry on the plain that was courting death. 40 minutes later, the unknown cavalry team had 300 or 400 more infantrymen. These infantrymen held long spears in their hands. These people had red masks, and some covered themselves with black masks. Everyone took a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. If the city lord did not let everyone come back today, they would be surrounded by these hundreds of infantrymen and hundreds of cavalrymen. The infantry or cavalry of the unknown force began to retreat slowly. At this time, Yang Bo was already on the mountain behind Green Academy. To be precise, it was 1.5 kilometers away from the battlefield. And there was a valley below. The place where this valley led to was the place where Yang Bo's novice village was. The cavalry and infantry of the unknown force now had a total of 500 or 600 people. And these 500 or 600 people slowly retreated. The black armored cavalry and the nobles' cavalry pressed on each other from 2 directions. The black armored cavalry didn't dare to charge, because the long spears in the hands of the infantry would cause damage to the cavalry. And there were more than 200 cavalry in this group, which was not a small number. So now they could only slowly follow and look for opportunities. The leader of the bandit group was shouting loudly, because if the current situation was not good, the whole thing would collapse. The cavalry could run first, but so many infantry would definitely be finished. Moreover, if the cavalry ran around in the valley, it would cause chaos. Hee. Yang Bo hid on the cliff, watching the other side slowly move towards the valley in front of him. These people's team was in a mess, and they would collapse immediately if there was any disturbance. Seeing that the enemy was about to reach the valley entrance, the leader of the bandit group also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they entered the valley, there were many ways to get rid of the enemy. Now the cavalry did not dare to separate from the infantry first, because once the cavalry separated from the infantry behind might drop their spears and turn around and run. It was because of the cavalry next to them that the infantry of these bandits could boldly hold their spears and slowly retreat. Back 3 steps. Stop! The leader of this group shouted loudly. The cavalry and infantry of the bandit group now rely on each other. Puff! The leader of the bandit group looked at the extra arrow on his chest and wanted to look up at the cliff. But unfortunately, he had no strength and fell to the ground all of a sudden. Taming +2. Yang Bo, there are indeed people with power beyond ordinary people in this world. Last time, there was a +2. The leader fell to the ground all of a sudden. The people around him were still a little surprised, but they saw the arrow on the leader's chest. Then another person fell to the ground. Riding +1. A siren suddenly sounded on the cliff. When the bandits heard this sound, they thought there were many archers on the cliff, because just when the siren sounded, another cavalryman fell to the ground. Swordsmanship +1. The whole team scattered, and the infantrymen dropped their spears and turned around to run. The cavalrymen ignored the infantrymen. At this time, the anxious infantrymen directly pulled down the cavalrymen next to them, then rode on their horses and ran away. The cavalrymen of Green City, as well as the black armored cavalrymen, charged at the moment they heard the siren on the cliff. 50 black armored cavalrymen and hundreds of noble knights charged together. These black armored cavalrymen had an extra flying axe, and then threw the flying axe one after another. 50 flying axes smashed directly at the cavalry of the bandit group with a sound of breaking through the air. The first flying axe had just flown out, and the second batch of flying axes of the black armored cavalry group smashed out again. The noble knights also picked up their throwing weapons, flying axes, and short javelins. Yang Bo was still shooting arrows, aiming at the cavalrymen who were running in the front of the bandit group. A cavalryman's mount fell to the ground, and the cavalrymen behind him couldn't avoid it and rolled together. Riding +1. The cavalrymen of the other bandit groups who fled behind had to take a detour, because this place is about to enter the valley. The width is getting narrower and narrower. I don't know how many cavalrymen fell in front. Finally, a fallen cavalryman brought down several cavalrymen behind him, and the road to the valley was blocked. At this time, the black armored cavalrymen without any obstacles had already rushed into the fleeing cavalry team. Riding +1. Archery +1. Spearmanship +1. Stealing +1. Lockpicking +1. Yang Bo looked at the one-sided massacre at the entrance of the valley. The black armored cavalry was like a giant hammer, smashing the cavalry of the bandit group directly. Several cavalrymen of the bandit group abandoned their horses and ran directly into the valley, because the road to the valley was blocked by the dead mounts. Before Yang Bo could make a move, He was chopped to the ground by the flying axes thrown by the black armored cavalry. The black armored cavalry occupied the entrance of the valley. The other members of the bandit group had no chance of running past the cavalry in the open wilderness. At this time, the noble cavalry began to hunt down other cavalrymen of the bandit group in groups of 3 or 5. Locke looked at Handy standing on the cliff with a complicated look in his eyes, and then hurried to chase the other cavalrymen of the bandit group. This was a great achievement. Chapter 782 The Words of the City Lord. Yang Bo could see clearly from the mountain that some members of the bandit group had escaped. First of all, the noble knights had just consumed the physical strength of their mounts and had just started to clear out the small bandits that were causing trouble outside Green City. Just now, they charged and killed another wave. As for the black armored cavalry regiment, they mainly dispersed the groups of bandits. This gave some lone bandits a chance. Some ran along the ditches in the farmland, and some ran directly to the nearby mountains. The infantry of the bandit group was scattered by the cavalry, because these infantry knew that the cavalry running in front was the first target of the pursuers behind. Yang Bo had no way to deal with this situation, mainly because of today's situation. Neither the black armored cavalry nor the knights around the nobles were prepared. If they were prepared, each person would have 2 or 3 mounts. But it would be difficult to face the infantry all over the mountains. Especially these infantry ran up the mountain. It was an hour later when Yang Bo returned to the academy. There is a path behind the academy that leads to the mountain, where there are 2 castles. These 2 castles are the last line of defense of Green City. Once Green City and the academy below are breached, they can only hide in the 2 castles at the top. There is no unbreakable fortress in any world. Lucky Handy. Everyone came up to pat Yang Bo on the shoulder when they saw Yang Bo coming back. Of course, the people who could pat him now were all nobles. Good. The city lord was also very happy. The city lord felt relieved. Today was the day he invited the hunting party. If this group of nobles were surrounded by these thieves in the hunting place, even if they could escape, they would pay a huge price. The bandit group not only has cavalry, but also long-lance infantry. Originally, I thought that this group of bandits would run away calmly. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, someone disrupted the bandit group's retreat and killed the leader of the other party. He vented his anger for himself. And of course, he also made great contributions. The other party was able to organize so many bandits. And he was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, he planned for more than one day. And maybe he had started planning half a year in advance. The eagle that the nobles saw when they went to the hunting meeting last time must have been used by the other party for reconnaissance. Thank you for your compliments. Your wise command allowed us all to escape from danger in time. Yang Bo also flattered shamelessly. Ha ha. Ha ha. The city lord laughed without any image when he heard this. No matter what, today's sudden war was still commanded by himself. In this world, a war with a scale of more than hundreds of cavalry is already a big war. Many times, the conflict between 2 countries is just a few hundred cavalry charging. Sir, according to preliminary judgment, this incident involved members of 3 thieves groups, the Red Turban Thieves Group, the Tiger Thieves Group, and the Knife Thieves Group. At this time, someone came to report. The person reporting also brought a lot of evidence. Pieces of red, black, and gray turbans. These damn bastards. In addition, according to our preliminary judgment, the commander this time should be the Red Turban Thieves Group. The deputy leader of the Red Turban Thieves Group nicknamed Hawkeye. Hawkeye, ranked 3rd in the Red Turban Thieves Group. This person is good at taming eagles. And the Kingdom Knights have been discovered by this person's eagles when they surrounded and suppressed the Red Turban Thieves Group several times. Ranked 31st in the wanted list of the Continental Nobles Council, and 3rd in the wanted list of the kingdom. Yang Bo was not surprised to hear this. The Red Turban Thieves Group has developed into a secret organization. Maybe someone at the scene is a spy of this organization. Maybe those honest farmers have transformed into members of the Red Turban Thieves Group. However, to organize such a large-scale operation, the other party's means are indeed very clever. Because the more people know, the greater the possibility of information leakage. This matter is not that simple. These damn guys organize so many people. Why don't we have any information at all? The lord of the city looked at several nobles. These nobles are responsible for security and information collection in the city. The infantry of the Red Turban Thieves Group is not bad. They are developed from the surrounding farms. But so many cavalry. There is no way there is no information about mounts. equipment, and weapons. Green City has established close ties with various villages, farms, and ranches. Someone must have cut off Green City's information channels. Yang Bo nodded to the mayor's judgment. Find out their identities. I want to know who wants to take away our Green City and plunder the wealth in our city. Some people are no longer satisfied with the power in their hands, but want to obtain the entire Green City. Once Green City is breached, all our wealth will be reduced to zero. The next step is to find them and hang them. These damn moles. I declare Green City temporarily closed. The mayor gave a speech to the nobles present. The nobles present were all in shock and looked at the nobles in charge of the Green City intelligence system, because everyone knew that this was not normal. But these nobles said nothing. It would definitely take time to investigate this matter. But such a large-scale bandit group action must be related to certain villages. Maybe the whole village is full of bandit groups. Then the city lord issued a series of orders. The black armored cavalry returned to defend Green City, and the cavalry of other nobles began to trace back along the traces of the bandit cavalry. Handy, you are in the academy. You will bring us good luck. I will report today's events to the king, the city lord said before leaving. Yang Bo's game character gave all the nobles a sense of luck. If Handy hadn't asked the city lord casually today, then everyone's experience could be imagined. However, some people had complicated eyes, and the nobles were not united, and some even had hatred. The academy was also on high alert. Although the bandit group had been disbanded, no one knew whether there would be other bandits. The infantry of Green City and the militias of various farm organizations began to clean up the battlefield. These killed thieves will be hung up. Of course, the valuable things on these thieves must be handed over, and some clothes and other things will be divided up by the militia and infantry. Then these clothes will be washed and repaired and flow back into the market. These militias and infantry are very skilled in doing these things. One by one, the thieves were stripped naked and thrown on the ox cart. Wooden poles were erected at the gate of the city, and these stripped bodies would be hung on the wooden poles. Yang Bo couldn't comment on this kind of thing, because once the thieves broke through the city, everyone in the city would face massacre. These thieves would not take anyone away. After they robbed the things, they scattered and transformed themselves into diligent and honest farmers or other people. Oh, it's too dangerous. Su Wei heard that such a big thing happened in the second world game today. Su Wei, I found that the way to exercise strength in this game seems to be real. Yang Bo decided to let Su Wei exercise strength. Ah? Su Wei was obviously a little surprised by the news. Chapter 783 Equipment Update. I wonder who designed this game in your country. Do you want to give it a try? Yang Bo asked with a smile. Let's not do it. How can we take the things in the game seriously? Su Wei felt a little incredible. It's just a game. But there is a way to use power. I'll do a move, and you'll know if it works or not. Yang Bo couldn't explain much. It was impossible for him to say that he defeated the nobles with the power in the game. Su Wei became interested when she heard this, and the two of them went to the gym on the third floor. But the curtains were drawn because it was the storm season outside. It was easy to see some animals being hit by the huge storm on the glass. And then, their bodies were smashed and washed away by the rain. There was no smart projection equipment installed on the glass of Yang Bo's villa. If smart projection equipment was installed, the windows could be transformed into various scenes. Yang Bo directly and slowly made a meteor punch. The first and second moves. Ha ha. This slow motion was a bit funny. And Su Wei giggled. Do you understand? Yang Bo stopped his movements and asked when he heard Su Wei's smile. I'm a smart person. Su Wei confidently followed the movements she saw. The first movement was normal at first, but when she switched to the second movement, she fell down all of a sudden. Ah! Su Wei screamed. However, Yang Bo had already prepared and took Su Wei, who was about to fall to the ground, in his arms. Hee hee. Seeing Su Wei's somewhat confused look, Yang Bo kissed her to straighten her up, and then smiled. How could this happen? Su Wei felt a little incredible. Recalling Yang Bo's previous actions carefully, Su Wei, who didn't believe in evil, continued the second action. Still between the first and second moves, the conflict of her own power caused her to become unstable. But this time Yang Bo directly used his mental power to support Su Wei. After several times in a row, Su Wei finally realized that there was a deep mystery behind this seemingly funny action. Did you lie to me? Su Wei also slowly completed this action, but as long as the action was a little faster, Her own power would be out of control. How could I lie to you? Yang Bo walked to a sandbag and gathered his strength. He pushed the sandbag away at once, and the sandbag began to shake. Yang Bo completed the first and second moves in a very fast manner. Huh? Su Wei saw Yang Bo complete it, and then tried it herself, and almost fell down again. Is there any trick in this? Su Wei finally reacted. The trick is that this kind of power must have a target, because when we hit someone, the amount of power we exert on them will also result in a reaction force. We must use this reaction force to quickly transfer the power on our body. Yang Bo explained the tricks of these two moves in detail and demonstrated them at the same time. Su Wei nodded and started practicing on the sandbag. However, the first time she was hit directly by the swinging sandbag. Her moves were interrupted. The second time she didn't do a good job of recovering her power. She almost fell down again. It took Su Wei almost an hour to perform the first and second moves completely. Oh! I didn't expect you to be able to comprehend these things in the game? Su Wei looked at Yang Bo. Her eyes seemed to be shining. Hee hee. Yang Bo couldn't explain more. He just smiled. The next day, Yang Bo entered the second world game again. Handy. Good job. Yesterday's battle killed a total of 507 bandits, including 221 cavalrymen, which will be recorded in the history of Green City and the kingdom. You killed a total of 15 cavalrymen, including Hawkeye, the deputy leader of the Red Turban Thieves group. We also found a secret technique of taming eagles in Hawkeye. After entering the game the next day, the dean came to find him in person and reported the results of yesterday's battle. Yang Bo nodded. Yesterday, from the beginning to the end, the first 3 cavalrymen were confused by his own arrows, killing several of them. The remaining 12 were all sniped by himself from a high position. The reason why there were only 12 at that time was, on the one hand, because of his own strength, and on the other hand, he mainly prevented the cavalry from escaping into the valley. Killing the cavalry in the front can stop the ones behind. Another thing is that the black-armored cavalry from Green City rushed too fast. You are now the best archer in our Green Academy. Dean Eddie looked at Handy, and was very satisfied. Thank you for the compliment, Dean. It's all thanks to the academy that I was trained. Yang Bo seemed very humble. You have made a great contribution this time. You have successfully defeated these bandit groups. Otherwise, the bandit groups would probably have all evacuated. And now it has been found that there is a village that is in collusion with the bandit groups. And everyone in the village is a member of the bandit group. According to reliable information, there are more villages involved, and even some nobles in the city. Some of the mounts of the bandits were stolen from the city. Someone sold the equipment to the bandits privately, the dean said again. In fact, Yang Bo had already had a premonition yesterday, because it was very unusual for such a large group of bandits to suddenly appear. Green City did not receive any warning information. Eagle, I would never have thought that he would rely on the eagle to escape from the encirclement of the Kingdom Knights many times, and sometimes even cause damage to the Kingdom Knights. But this time, he also lost his life because of the eagle. The dean sighed again. Green City will definitely have a lot of vacancies this time. Do you have any ideas? The dean asked again. I'm still young. I need to train for a few more years. I don't have any experience in managing anyone now. Yang Bo quickly refused, mainly because he didn't have time and was immersed in the game every day to manage others. I think I am an excellent soldier, but not necessarily an excellent officer. Yang Bo added. Well, if you want to be an officer, I'll help you. Now that you have the power seed, go to the Academy's warehouse to pick out a set of equipment. I suggest you pick a set of light armor. Archers should still have enough flexibility. The dean spoke again. Thank you, Dean. Yang Bo knew that the light armor the dean was talking about was equipment similar to fish-scale armor. There are few heavy armor archers, because archers are mostly long-range kills. Heavy armor is more equipped for infantry and cavalry. Of course, if Yang Bo's game character strength increases faster in the later stage, then he can equip heavy armor. Heavy armored archers are not equipped on a large scale. And there is another factor of equipment, because the military expenditure of each country is limited. Instead of equipping heavy armored archers, it is better to equip 1 archer and 1 heavy armored infantry. Another advantage of light armored infantry is that they can be used as archers. In addition, you also need to learn to ride a horse. An excellent archer can play a stronger role than a simple cavalry. The dean spoke again. Yang Bo nodded, And he also wanted to learn to ride a horse. Not to be like those knights. With one man and one horse. At least he should be able to shoot arrows on the mount. So that his survival rate on the battlefield will be greatly increased. Because many people are unwilling to face the tough guys on the battlefield. You don't need to do anything else these days. Just focus on training, and don't leave the academy easily. Because there may be lone thieves or even small groups of thieves outside. Hawkeye's rewards are quite a lot. Not only from the kingdom, but also from the Continental Noble Council. Of course, the rewards from the Continental Noble Council will be issued later. At least 3 months later. Because Hawkeye's body will be transported to the kingdom first. The Dean said again. Thank you, Dean. Yang Bo nodded. Not long after the Dean left, Locke came to Handy again. Handy. Cavalry merit? All can be traded. Including Hawkeye. Yang Bo naturally knew that although he was a knight now, he had no foundation in Green City. To put it bluntly, if he wanted to be an official now, he didn't know what the final outcome would be. Because he had no foundation and no available people. He would have other people under his command. And he might be blamed at any time. In addition, he did not have time to be an official and manage so many people. And do all kinds of miscellaneous things. So these merits are useless to him now. Including Hawkeye. Ah? Locke was a little surprised that Handy did not want Hawkeye's credit. Then wait a minute. Locke left in a hurry again. It didn't matter whether Yang Bo wanted these credits now. Anyway, everyone in Green City knew that he did it. They all knew that he had enough ability. And that was enough. Of course, it also depends on what price the other party offered. Pure gold coins would definitely not work. Although he didn't want to be an official, Yang Bo still wanted to have a territory. In this way, when he touched this planet in the future, he would have a safe place to stay. Even if he was hiding, he needed a safe place. If possible, he could also build a place to isolate energy under the territory. Or even build an energy vibration laboratory, so that he could run back and forth between several laboratories. As for how to control these laboratories, Yang Bo had already thought of using interstellar creatures. He controlled so many interstellar creatures with his spiritual seeds, and directly dispersed them to these laboratories. He directly set up the automatic start program for the laboratories. And the interstellar creatures only needed to press the start button. Of course, what to do in the middle, and what to do in the laboratory would require subsequent experiments by White and the other three. Yang Bo came to the warehouse of the academy, which had a lot of equipment in it. The academy was originally a fortress, forming a horn with Green City, attacking and defending each other. Then Yang Bo was very entangled, because the bow of the cavalry archers was completely different from the bow of the infantry. In the end, Yang Bo still chose an infantry longbow, and the Dean said that he could exchange it after his strength increased. He also chose a set of top-quality light armor. That is, fish-scale armor. TSK. Su Wei went into the game and saw that Yang Bo's game character was wearing a set of metal fish-scale armor, which made the whole game character look more majestic. Chapter 784 Land. The entire light armor is handmade, with black armor plates stacked layer by layer with ropes, pressed on the brown leather armor, like layers of fish scales. The reason why the leather armor is brown is that there is a layer of something similar to natural gum on it, mainly to prevent rain and moisture. The entire light armor is divided into many parts: helmet, hand guards, wrist guards, shoulder guards, chest armor, and leg armor. In addition to the longbow used by archers, Yang Bo's game character looks particularly majestic with the blessing of such a brand new light armor. Su Wei knows that in the game, the value of armor is very high, and armor is not allowed to be equipped by civilians. Only nobles and soldiers can equip metal armor. Even the 3-layer leather armor used by ordinary infantry is a strategic material. Ordinary hunters are equipped with single or double layers of leather armor at most. Awesome. Yang Bo also asked with a smile. Great. You have made such a great contribution this time. I wonder if you will be given an official position. Su Wei controlled the game character and took Mao Mao for a walk while chatting privately. I don't plan to be an official. I have no foundation now. If I am an official, I will be a commander without any troops. Maybe the people below will make trouble, and make trouble for me. Yang Bo walked Mao Mao with Su Wei and sent a message to explain. In a room of the March Star Sword Association, the president of the association laughed. See, this is a smart person. Some people want to be an official when they hear about being an official. You don't even look at the morals of the nobles in the second world game. If you really don't have any foundation to be an official and take someone else's position, you may be beheaded soon. The assistant to the president was so depressed. Yang Bo had made great contributions in the second world game. He would not be an official if he was in his place. If he were in his place, he would definitely become an official and manage a large number of subordinates. Hearing the president say this, he wanted to refute, but could not find a reason. Soft. At most you can just give it a try. In the end, the assistant to the president could only say these words. It's the softy you mentioned. He won 40 billion in reality, and got such a status in the game. Although Yang Bo did not choose to be an official in the game. Who doesn't know his ability as a member of Green City? There will be more contributions in the future. Without a foundation. Don't think about those unrealistic things. The president laughed. You are so boring. I want to vomit when I hear 40 billion now. The assistant to the president stood up and wanted to leave after speaking, but wanted to see what Yang Bo planned. Yang Bo was chatting privately with Su Wei in the game. I've sold all my merits this time, and I'm going to see if I can get a territory around Green City. Recruit some people first, and train some teams. Yang Bo's words were just lies. In fact, he wanted to find a territory just to make it easier for him to settle down on the planet of the second world in the future. It's better to have a worse territory. Not too good. Because a too good territory will be coveted by others. Oh, you're almost going to have a territory? Su Wei sent a message in surprise. I just don't know how much this Hawkeye is worth. If the value is enough, I think these nobles in the city are willing to exchange some territories for it. Yang Bo replied. The territory is also very troublesome. Su Wei nodded and replied. This will also make it easier for me to recruit game players in the future. Yang Bo sent another message. Of course, if these game players want to eat and drink in my territory, they have to pay in real life. Are you collecting rent? Of course. If you don't want the game characters to freeze to death or starve to death, they have to pay. Do they have to work for me? Otherwise, I, as a noble, will send them to the war front as cannon fodder as criminals. You are so cunning. Su Wei thought she knew Yang Bo was joking. But she didn't know that her brother's game character was sent to the front because of robbing Yang Bo. These guys in the Alliance are really obsessed with money. The assistant to the president of the March Star Sword Association was speechless when he saw this scene. Then do you believe that he wants to do this? Collect money until his hands are soft. These game players have to pay in real life. And they have to work in the game. The president laughed. I won't watch it anymore. The assistant to the president turned around and left. I want to see how Yang Bo can still be so arrogant if his game character is recycled for research. The assistant president left after saying this. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that his game character might be recycled. Yang Bo controlled the game character and began training in light armor. These protective gears have been tested in actual combat. Maybe they are not ergonomic, but they are more inclined to actual combat. These protective gears will not affect people's performance between actions, or the impact will be minimal. At the same time, Yang Bo also adapted to the longbow used by archers. The longbow used by archers has a long range, and there are several types of arrows, including heavy arrows for heavy armor defense and armor-piercing arrows. These are not cheap because they are all made of fine iron. If they were in battle, these arrows would be marked so that they would know who got the credit later. Su Wei took Mao for a walk and then logged off the game. Pasture? Not long after logging on the next day, Locke came in a hurry. Someone was willing to exchange a piece of pasture for Hawkeye's credit. This pasture is not small, and it is not far from Green City. It is in the direction we can see. But this pasture also has disadvantages. Half of it is barren mountain. The mountain is full of various stones. Only less than half of the area can feed livestock. Locke pointed to the distance. The most important thing is that there is not much land for planting. Only less than 100 acres can be used to plant crops. Locke spoke again. The crop yield in this world is very low. How about going to see it? Yang Bo didn't care whether the land could make money. The key was to see how the place was. As for half of the mountain, it would be even better. At that time, he could build some laboratories under the mountain. No one would care about the territory if it didn't make money. In the game, you have to keep making money to supplement the territory. Let's go! Yang Bo and Locke rode to the land, which was about 7 kilometers away from Green Academy. The territory is a mountain. On the other side of the mountain is a steep cliff. And on this side of the mountain is a gentle slope. Half of the mountain is full of rocks and shrubs. Only the lower half of the mountainside can feed livestock. The good news is that there is a stream in the territory, and the stream water comes down from the mountain. Only a small area below is terraced land, and the rest is the kind of hillside. On one side of the territory is a river valley that is about 10 meters high. Of course, when it rains heavily in summer, the water here may be full. On the other side is a raised hill. The entire area is still very large, about 3 or 4 square kilometers. The core of the ranch is on the raised hill, where houses are built. But they all look like wooden buildings, and there are no stone buildings that can resist the bandit group. This tax? Yang Bo's only worry now is tax. Yang Bo also knows that good land will definitely not be his turn. The foundation of the nobles is land. Only with enough land can there be enough food to feed enough subordinates. In fact, most of the income of the nobles in this world comes from land. It seems that the caravans of those great nobles are very profitable. But they also have to face many dangers. Don't worry about the tax. It's just based on the land you can cultivate. There is absolutely no problem with the parliament. You saved everyone this time. Hawkeye's contribution is big and small. Locke spoke again. Yang Bo understands this. In his previous life, he watched the news and saw someone in a county doing something that became a hot topic. Why can't so many people who do better than him become a hot topic? This is the same thing. It can be big or small for different people. If they have connections behind them, they can naturally give a push. And if there are people above them to support them, it is easy to climb up. It doesn't matter. No matter how well you do. No matter how hard you push yourself. If there is no one above to support you, it's nothing. Just like this Hawkeye. Although he is a wanted criminal by the kingdom and the Continental Parliament, if someone pushes him, then it will be a big victory. If no one pushes him, he will just be a wanted criminal. Now there are 5 families in this ranch, including the housekeeper. These will also be transferred to your name. You don't have to pay any price. And of course, the other party will not compensate. Then it's settled. Yang Bo nodded directly. Okay. Locke was very happy that Handy didn't ask who the other party of the transaction was. In addition, the merits of other cavalry will still be based on the previous price? Locke asked again. Sir, do you want to keep a few merits? Yang Bo asked. My merits are enough. Locke answered meaningfully. Yang Bo felt that he had to get rid of Locke in the game because he felt a little unreliable. Locke was obviously a native, but someone might have implanted a chip in his head. As for why the Blue Water Empire did this, it must be that they wanted to get what they wanted through Locke. And the Blue Water Empire must have more than one person. Once this kind of thing is discovered, it is very likely that other people of the same kind will be found from various clues. Many times modern people have an inexplicable sense of superiority, thinking that they are smarter than ancient people. This idea is wrong. Yang Bo dare not look down on anyone in the second game world, especially these nobles. If you think that nobles are stupid, you are wrong. This is also the biggest reason why most gamers do not mix well in the second world game. Therefore, Yang Bo feels that Locke's method has a big problem. Once this routine of brushing merits is discovered by others, it is easy to find other people with the same routine. Unless the Blue Water Empire does not follow the rules of the second world and directly uses warships to airdrop, then the Blue Water Empire's approach has a high chance of failure. Just like when you read a novel, you can tell at a glance whether the results have been brushed or not. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. Is the sir going to be promoted? Yang Bo asked. Chapter 785 Li Yong's request. Well, Green City is too small. Locke just said these few words. Green City is indeed not big. The city is only about 3 square kilometers. Of course, it is not a small project to surround 3 square kilometers with a city wall. And there is an inner city inside the city. It governs hundreds of villages. And the richest one is the basin of Green City. The rest are either in this ravine or on another mountain. Do a good job. I am very optimistic about you and look forward to our reunion. Locke patted Handy on the shoulder. Yang Bo saw the mysterious look of the other party and didn't care at all. It is still unknown who took the credit for Hawkeye. However, although Green City is not big, the nobles in it are inextricably linked with the nobles in the royal capital. The patriarch of the Green family holds an important position in the royal capital. The nobles and the royal family in the second world game are also a contradiction. Most of the small nobles in Green City are mixed with the royal family. Besides, Other nobles also want their disciples to be scattered all over the country, or even all over the world. If the family is only in one place, a war may destroy the family. Besides, there are natural disasters. If the family is only in one place, once it suffers from a natural disaster, it is likely to bring disaster to the family. In fact, the ancient families on the earth spread everywhere to spread risks. The procedures were completed the next day. The ranch was named Shishan Ranch. Shishan Ranch only had 120 acres of arable farmland. The annual tax is 1,200 copper coins, and the tax for 1 mu of land is 10 copper coins. In addition, there are 35 people, and each person has a head tax of 10 copper coins. There are only 35 people in the 5 households of Shishan Ranch, and the housekeeper's family has 8 people. The housekeeper is an old man. The old man has 2 sons, 2 daughters-in-law. The eldest has 2 children, and the second has 1 child. There are also 4 other families. One family specializes in raising cattle. One family specializes in raising sheep, and 2 families are farming. The housekeeper's family is responsible for miscellaneous things. The housekeeper's eldest son can do some carpentry, but it is very rough. His name is Danny. The second son is a bricklayer named John. As for the names of other civilians, there are all kinds of black stones and big trees. These civilians don't even have surnames. Master. The housekeeper's name is Tony. Tony's eldest daughter-in-law is the chief cook in the kitchen, and the second daughter-in-law is in charge of miscellaneous things. Looks like he is in his 40s, but he is actually in his 20s. I ordered a batch of fodder and a batch of food, which will be delivered tomorrow. Here are 200 silver coins for your expenses. There is nothing to do in winter. Can we build a road to the mountain and dig a cave directly on the mountain? If we encounter robbers, we can hide in the cave. Yang Bo looked at his broken place. It is no problem to build a stone building, but the price is too high. A castle with slightly higher defense will cost tens of thousands of gold coins. Master, we can do it according to your method, but it is more expensive, and we need to buy various tools for digging stones. Butler Tony looked a little embarrassed when he said this. I'll find a way to get the tools. As long as you work, you'll get food. I'll go check it out tomorrow. Yongbo certainly knew why the butler looked a little embarrassed. Because the nobles in this world have the right to recruit civilians from their own territories to work for them for free. These civilians have to bring their own dry food when working for the nobles. Master, you are kind. Butler Tony quickly bent down and said that he had heard of Master Handy, who had killed many bandits. The next day, Yang Bo brought the butler and his 2 sons to the mountain to check. The lower half of the mountainside was better, and the upper half was basically all stone. After walking for a long time, I finally found a slightly flat small platform on the mountain, about 20 to 30 acres. There were steep cliffs in front and behind, and the other end of the small platform was a stream going down the mountain. Although there was little water now, there was still some. There was also a small pool with a trickle of water flowing down the mountain. Yang Bo had carefully looked at it when he went up the mountain, and when he went down the mountain, he chose a winding road, trying not to move the big rocks as much as possible, and just built a road between the big rocks that people and livestock could walk on. It was just that the section to the small platform needed to be made of stone steps, and that section was about 10 meters high. The reason why Yang Bo did this was, on the one hand, to prevent the people in his territory from being idle, and on the other hand, these people in the territory obviously did not live very well. On Earth, if there were 100 acres of land, it would be enough to feed a lot of people. But here 100 acres of land would be enough to feed 2 families. The food of 1 acre of land is probably only more than 100 kilograms, and half of it must be paid to the owner of the territory. And the other 10 copper coins per acre are also borne by the tenants. Winter is a disguised way to feed these people, and work makes them strong. No one knows if there will be any accidents in this damn world. Green City has been surrounded by the thieves more than once. Civilians who can run into the city are of course fine, and many people who can't enter the city must have suffered outside. Shishan Ranch is so far away from Green City. It is impossible to bring all the people with their families to the city, and the thieves will not give this opportunity. Of course, Shishan Ranch is relatively poor, but Yang Bo has to guard against the revenge of the thieves. After all, he ruined their big plan. Don't ask the thieves if they know it. Some of these damn nobles in the city are not good people. Repair the road below. and reward 2 copper coins for repairing 1 meter. But the premise is to repair it well. After bringing the butler down, Yang Bo offered an additional bounty. If the civilians in these territories don't give some benefits, they can repair several meters for you in a day. Merciful master. Generous master. Butler Tony quickly complimented. However, the housekeeper's ability was limited, and he kept repeating these 2 sentences. Of course, a housekeeper who was too smart would never stay in such a shabby ranch. Gather everyone. I will announce this matter. Yang Bo spoke again. When several families heard that they could get 2 copper coins for building 1 meter of road, they were a little anxious. Not to mention that they also provided meals. Master, you are kind. Master, you are too generous. These civilians kept repeating these 2 sentences. It took another day to buy some tools, some salt, and some food. Then they just left it alone, because the original owner of this ranch didn't care about it either. Then the second world game was idle, and the game character was trained in light armor every day. In the morning, the game was idle, and then he came to Devon Star under the pretext of entering the laboratory. Hey! After coming out of the laboratory on Devon Star, Yang Bo took out the watch of the third master. This is the watch used to contact Lin Yu and others. It is the watch that Bart used in the Alliance. Lin Yu sent a message to himself, saying that someone wanted to contact him. Third master, where? How to contact? Soon Lin Yu replied, contact in the game. Third master, no problem. What game? What time? Send it to me when the time comes. Lin Yu, how often will you come to see me? Third master, I am busy with business recently. I will come to see you after I finish the business. Lin Yu, okay then. What does Li Yong want to find me for? He took the initiative to contact me. It seems that the matter is still more difficult. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Master. Butler Jerry saw Master Bart coming back and hurried up. Nothing will happen, Yang Bo said carelessly. The spaceship has been transferred to the young master's name. In addition, the mecha that the young master wants will be delivered within half a month. The clan leader gave me a list. After entering the living room, Yang Bo looked at the paper list. Ah! It was all about some girl's information. At first, Yang Bo was a little surprised. But after reading it, he realized that these were all good girls. With his reputation, no one would even look at them. So the meaning of giving them to him was obviously to let him rob them. Grandmaster, are you asking me to rob them? The housekeeper looked at his young master, who had come to his senses, and did not speak, but just bent down to show his affirmation. TSK. I think these girls are all good. Butler, please ask the ancestor if we can snatch them back together. Butler Jerry really heard his young master's unique answer. These girls will leave after the noble meeting, and the longer the time is, the more likely they are to be engaged. Butler Jerry did not follow his young master's bastard thinking, but spoke up. It's better to have a fiancé. Ahem. I mean there is only one opponent with a fiancé. Butler Jerry was not surprised to hear his young master's words, because his young master could say anything, and it was even more likely to do anything. Otherwise, how could he be called one of the 2 bastards and 2 wastes on Devon Star? Butler, please keep an eye on these people and see when there is a chance. Yang Bo decided to do as the patriarch of the Altina family wanted. It's better to lean on a big tree for shade. He would not leave the family unless it was absolutely necessary. At worst, he would snatch one back, get married and have children. Yes. Butler Jerry nodded. Do you think I should disguise myself? I'm afraid it will be difficult to get it now. Master, you are wise. The second world game is very popular recently. How is it? Yang Bo pretended to ask again. This game is very popular and very difficult. But now it is restricted to enter. It is said that no new players will be accepted in the next 6 months. Butler Jerry explained. Who is in charge of this department? Are these bastards looking for a beating? I'm going to take them all out and beat them up. Please make an appointment for me. If they dare not give it, I will call them again. The housekeeper nodded when he heard what his young master said. Although the young master was a bit of a jerk, he was still very careful in doing things. Go and do your work. Can we play the game of the league here? Yang Bo asked again. This requires a dedicated line. There is no restriction on you. Young master. Then open a dedicated line for me. Butler Jerry didn't know what his young master was going to do. And as a housekeeper, he wouldn't ask. I haven't even shown up yet. And these bastards are here to provoke me again. Yang Bo went online, and found that many nobles posted videos online to provoke Bart. These bastards must have taken a fancy to the money Bart won. These nobles are worse than the previous generation. 2 hours later, Lin Yu sent a message to Yang Bo. Lin Yu met with Li Yong's people offline on Tianyun Star. At this time, Yang Bo was able to play the game of the league. In a business casual game. The virtual game is very well done, making Yang Bo feel like he is in a real city. Well, why don't you say hello to the boss? Yang Bo said carelessly when they arrived at the meeting point in the game, which was under a street lamp next to a busy square in the game. Boss! Li Yong is now also a virtual character, playing a balloon vendor, because this game is about playing various roles in the game to run a business. Well, is there anything you want me to solve? Yang Bo nodded and asked. I wonder if the boss can play the game now. Aren't you talking nonsense? I'm not playing the game now. I need the boss to enter a game to help me. It's a mecha game. Li Yong had no choice. Li Yong was now interning in a fleet, and was the captain of a reconnaissance ship. Why play a mecha game? This is actually a remote control game. I'm doing a mission now. I know the boss's mecha control level. Li Yong also risked his life. The pirate leader's mecha control level is needless to say. He was a master in several live broadcasts. WOC? You actually use players to train your intelligence system for free? I'm going to change my identity and sue you to bankruptcy. Yang Bo pretended to speak. Isn't it the game I played last time? Yang Bo looked like he suddenly realized something. Li Yong could only nod his head. Anyway, he was now on the same boat with the guy in front of him. This mission is very important to me. I'm still in the internship period. If the mission can be successfully completed, I may be able to get more things. I agree. How to do it specifically? Someone will tell you the details. Okay. Yang Bo knew that the rest was for Lin Yu to contact him. Mecha Game is the first game Yang Bo played, and now it is in the internal test of Mecha War. In the past, Mecha Game was played on Green Devil Star, and it was a monster killing mode. However, since Green Devil Star became autonomous, most of this game has become a virtual game, because the mutant lord of Green Devil Star protested against the invasion of the Alliance's mechas and interference in his territory. Even Yang Bo couldn't operate the mecha back to his territory on Green Devil Star, because the game would issue a warning if it approached the territory. Therefore, in mecha games, once the gamers have to bite the bullet and enter the area they should not enter, the game department will directly switch to virtual. It doesn't matter to others, because they are just playing games. But it is too unfriendly to Yang Bo. You can get skills by killing some mutant creatures with remote control, but virtual games have nothing. And now the newly added war mode is a battle between the mechas of both sides. It is also very simple to get the qualification for the internal test. Just test the hand speed. Log into the game with Bart's identity, and read the rules of the war mode carefully. In the previous mecha games, if the mecha was damaged, you had to pay for it. But you don't have to pay for it in the war mode. There are two types of war modes. One is real-time battle, which is the kind of room opening. Yang Bo guessed that this is a virtual game. The other is a war mode with a mission plot. Seeing the second mode, Yang Bo muttered to himself that this should be the remote control mode, because Li Yong just wants to play a mission in this mission plot mode by himself. Who are the military's actions targeting? Are they anti-government armed forces? There is no official news? Will the news be announced only after the battle officially begins? Li Yong is now the captain of the reconnaissance ship, which means he is on a reconnaissance mission. Yang Bo easily passed the internal test qualification using Bart's identity. Wow! Don't let the Alliance go to war with the Blue Water Empire, and I remotely control and attack my own people? The military of the Alliance is too insidious. Maybe the opponent is also playing this game. Yang Bo suddenly realized something. Then Yang Bo started to name the game characters, and directly named him Brother Dao. Then someone used this name. He named him Brother Dao. Then someone else used it. Random, the nagging crow. Yang Bo directly changed his name to Old Dao. Past. Chapter 786 Rookie. It's really painful. Yang Bo complained in his heart. The current mecha game is precisely a mess of remote control and virtual games. The room encounters are all virtual, and the tasks are also virtual remote control. After entering the game, you must first improve your ranking. That is, to let the military realize that your control ability is very strong, and then give you remote control tasks. This is also revealed by Li Yong through his own people, who contacted Lin Yu offline. So Yang Bo now enters the mecha game to improve his ranking. For other game players, mecha games are virtual games, so they are very lively. But Yang Bo has no feeling for this kind of virtual game. But in order to help Li Yong, of course, he also wants to see what the Alliance is doing. And at the same time see if he can brush up some skills. If you want a high-level mecha, you still have to charge money. The current mecha game has become a Krypton Gold game. Even if it is a free mecha. If you want better performance, you also have to buy accessories to upgrade it. Yang Bo still chose the free 3rd generation mecha to play the game first. Yang Bo used the most advanced game simulation cabin of the Blue Water Empire. The view from inside is the same as that from inside the mecha. And the various controls are exactly the same as inside the mecha. It's just that the cockpit door of the mecha now shows a game screen for preparation. Rookie, get out. Rookie, go to the other side. Rookie, I'll give you 100,000 game coins. You go to the other side. Yang Bo directly clicked on the matching mode. A 5-on-5 canyon encounter. As soon as I entered and clicked ready, several teammates started to send voice messages. Rookie, get out of here. The 4 teammates used the 12th generation mecha at the highest and the 9th generation at the lowest. And they were all modified and looked very cool. Only Yang Bo chose a new mecha and had no wins or losses, no experience, and no level. It was obvious that he had just entered. Are you stupid in playing the game? I can come in. Which proves that I have enough strength. Yang Bo cursed angrily. You are a stupid idiot. So what if you have skills? A teammate responded tit for tat. Wait. You rookie. Don't follow me. Don't follow me either. The ranking will drop again after this round. These newcomers are really unconscious. The 4 teammates had no way to stop Yang Bo from leaving on his own. This map is a canyon map, divided into red and blue sides. The blue side defends, and the red side attacks. The area of the entire map is 20 kilometers times 20 kilometers. The blue side's camp is in the lower left corner, and the red side's camp is in the upper right corner. The mission is to break into the cave of the red team's camp and destroy the so-called signal relay station inside. The red team's camp is at the highest point of the mountain on the entire map. The red team's camp also has 2 warning laser turrets. The difference between the red team's camp and the blue team's camp is 1,200 meters. And the range of the 2 laser turrets covers the entire map within the field of view. That is, the field of view of the laser turret can cover everything. There are many small ravines on the entire map, but only 2 large river valleys are not within the field of view of the laser turret. All other routes require crossing the mountains. And once you cross the mountains, you will be exposed to the laser turret's field of vision. So the focus of the 2 sides' competition is these 2 river valleys. The game officially begins. Haha. There is actually a rookie on the opposite side. We will definitely win this time. Come on. Blue guys. The red defender shouted loudly on the map public channel. Yang Bo chose the river valley on the right, and the other 4 teammates quickly ran to the left. The rookie is on the right. The teammate betrayed Yang Bo at the first time without any martial ethics. Yang Bo didn't care at all, and directly controlled the mecha to rush up from the right. Not to mention this advanced virtual game cabin. It feels exactly the same as the mecha. And the seat and the entire virtual cabin vibrate when the mecha runs. The rookie is coming up on the right. The teammate reported again. Yang Bo looked at the map, and the 4 teammates formed an attack formation and rushed directly from the river valley on the left. Huh? Yang Bo rushed for about 10 kilometers without encountering any enemies. But his teammate next door was sniped by the enemy. There is a sniper. It is an upgraded heavy laser sniper rifle. Why is it not raining yet? The weather in this kind of map is random. If it rains, energy weapons will be greatly reduced. Yang Bo controlled the mecha and jumped in the river valley, using the flying backpack to glide and jump for short distances. The main thing is to use the terrain to hide the figure of your mecha. Otherwise it will be difficult to break through if it is locked by the opponent's sniper rifle or laser weapon. Rookie! On the distant mountain, a player of the red team directly released a drone to scout the valley. Drones cost money, and each mecha can only carry a limited amount of equipment. The player saw that Yang Bo's mecha was a free new mecha, and the weapon in his hand was also a blank weapon. I'll go meet him. The player was controlling an 11th generation mecha, which also had the ability to fly. As a mature game player, bullying is the most basic ethics and morality. especially when a rookie is in front of him. Mature game players can't help but take action. Because it's so damn cool. 3 of the 5 people on the red side go to intercept the 4 people on the other side. As long as the time is up, and the blue side doesn't destroy the equipment, then the red side wins. Another player who stayed behind, holding a high-energy laser gun, answered with a when he heard this. It's really painful. This virtual game doesn't have any superpowers. In remote control combat, you can use the passive detection ability of sound waves to find the opponent early. But this is a virtual game. However, Yang Bo still found the drone flying over the sky. After the drone flew over, Yang Bo became more careful. Just after jumping, a shadow was seen coming down from the sky. Yang Bo pushed the joystick, and the whole mecha slid to the right instantly. Boom! This shadow was an 11th generation mecha, holding a high-energy cutting weapon with a stream of light, and it directly chopped on the ground, and the broken stones flew all over. The player of the 11th generation mecha didn't expect Yang Bo to dodge so quickly, and caught up with him in an instant. Yang Bo pushed the joystick of the flight backpack hard. The whole mecha flew out instantly. But the opponent's mecha followed closely. And the opponent's Krypton Gold mecha is faster. The 11th generation mecha looked at Yang Bo's mecha and counted silently in his heart. Because the flight backpack of the 1st generation mecha only supports the mecha to stay in the air for a short time. The jumping distance is limited. Feeling that it is almost done, the 11th generation mecha instantly accelerated and swooped towards the landing point of Yang Bo's mecha. Seeing that it was about to cut the opponent's mecha, it was unexpected that the opponent's mecha suddenly fell vertically. They were still a few meters away from the estimated point of the 11th generation mecha. The 11th generation mecha had no time to react because it accelerated to the highest speed. Then the 11th generation mecha's eyes went black, indicating that he was eliminated. WOC. The player of the 11th generation mecha on the red side was a little confused and quickly watched the video. Sinister, despicable, treacherous and shameless villain. The player of the 11th generation mecha saw his mecha being thrown directly by the rookie who fell. You must know that the 11th generation mecha is now flying at super high speed. The rookie's blank mecha weapon could not cause fatal damage to him. But because of his super high speed, it was like a knife placed there, and his mecha hit it at high speed. The other players in the game were a little confused. The 4 teammates of the blue team were suppressed by the 3 opponents with energy weapons. The red team was a little confused. An 11th generation mecha was killed by the rookie mecha. What's going on? What's going on? The eliminated players could not send messages to the players who were not eliminated. So the red team had no idea what happened. The blue team's game players also sent messages. But Yang Bo did not reply at all. Yang Bo picked up his mecha weapon, and he couldn't use the opponent's mecha weapon. Then he controlled the mecha and rushed directly to the opponent's camp. The red team's remaining players paid close attention to the valley where the rookie player came from. Sure enough, he saw the rookie's mecha from a distance. So he began to release high-energy lasers. Yang Bo also saw that the opponent was on the top of the mountain far away, and saw the high-energy laser weapon in the opponent's hand. Yang Bo quickly turned sideways and hid behind the stone next to him. Boom! The high-energy laser hit the stone directly, smashing it to pieces, and the smoke and dust scattered. Then the rookie mecha rushed out instantly, using the smoke and dust from the high-energy laser hitting the stone just now as a cover, and then rushed behind another stone, shortening the distance again. Ha ha! The remaining game player laughed, then continued to release high-energy lasers. When the high-energy laser blew up the stone again, the red team's remaining players directly locked the opponent's front, who knew that the opponent actually jumped to the left. The red team's remaining game players followed and adjusted the direction, seeing the opponent's mecha weapons exposed outside. The mechas were hidden behind a huge rock. The remaining red player sneered and did not intend to attack again because the opponent was too cunning. After about half a minute, the remaining red player felt something was wrong. Suddenly found that another person in the team was eliminated. I've been fooled. The remaining red player slapped his thigh. The rookie had obviously dropped the mecha weapons, and then moved horizontally along the ravine to his companions. Yang Bo did move along a ravine directly to the 3 teammates who blocked him, and behind one of them. Although the opponent finally reacted, the opponent was using laser weapons, and there was no time to change to melee equipment, and was directly beaten to death by Yang Bo. The remaining gamer quickly aimed his eyes at the other 2 companions, because the other two companions began to evacuate. However, the remaining gamer found that the damn rookie jumped out from the previous place again. It was just like a flea. The remaining gamer opened fire angrily. However, on another road, the 4 players of the blue side were in a complicated mood. But they were very happy to chase the 2 long-range snipers of the red side. The laser guns in the hands of the 4 players of the blue side quickly fired to suppress the long-range snipers. The long-range snipers were beaten without any ability to fight back, and could only flee in embarrassment. Because the sniper needs to keep a distance and occupy a certain terrain advantage to suppress the opponent. The terrain occupied by the 3 people originally blocked all the routes of the blue side, forming crossfire with each other. But now there is 1 less person, and they were afraid that the rookie would touch their backs. So the 2 had to evacuate, who knew that this damn rookie would go back to the original path. The remaining red team player kept firing at the rookie player, but the damn rookie player used the mecha weapon in his hand to block his vital parts. Although the high-energy laser gun is powerful, it is not fatal to the mecha weapon. Although the mecha weapon was beaten into a pit, the opponent's rookie player jumped and approached him quickly. Then at the critical moment, the high-energy laser gun actually cooled down, and the red team player realized that he had ignored the excitation frequency of the high-energy laser gun. The red team player dropped his high-energy laser gun and picked up the mecha weapon. It turned out that the energy of his own mecha was insufficient, because the high-energy laser gun consumed the energy of the mecha itself. The red team player was directly chopped to the ground by the rookie player with a few big moves. If the mecha itself has insufficient energy, its performance will be reduced by a certain percentage. A bunch of idiots. Yang Bo quickly entered the cave and destroyed the mission objective. Before the room was dismissed, Yang Bo directly typed out 4 words. Chapter 787 Lao Lu must die. Yang Bo looked at the time, and the game lasted less than 2 minutes. Then he won the MVP of the game. Then he joined the game again. Yang Bo was not in a hurry to spend money, because he felt that the current mecha still had room for improvement. Wait until he feels that the mecha has no room for improvement, and then spend money. In the second game, Yang Bo was randomly assigned to the blue side. Yang Bo pretended to be a rookie and successfully attracted a 12th generation mecha of the opponent, and then successfully killed the opponent, and took this opportunity to break through to the red side's camp. The other side was still fighting lively, and he won the MVP of the game again. In fact, this virtual game also has a matching mechanism. That is, Yang Bo was not a master at the beginning. The hand speed of mecha control is one aspect, and the most important thing is the on-the-spot reaction. No matter how fast your hand speed is, once the on-the-spot reaction can't keep up, it's useless. The third matching game started soon, and Yang Bo controlled the 3rd generation Xiaobai mecha again, this time on the blue side. Although the red team has a laser warning turret, the 2 river valleys are the blind spots of the laser warning turret. Yang Bo's rookie mecha soon attracted some gamers who liked to bully the rookies, and they came alone to bully the rookies. Then, they watched helplessly as the rookie who was chased by them suddenly killed them and made their screen black. Then the gamer who was killed cursed loudly. Obviously, the rookie was pretended by other masters to be a trap. After Yang Bo tricked the opponent, he either went directly into the opponent's camp or harassed the opponent from behind from another place. This operation was extremely coquettish and insidious. Yang Bo didn't want to do this, just because the performance of the mecha was like this, in one game after another. As long as Yang Bo's rookie mecha appeared in the game would end in 3 minutes at most. An hour later, the whole game knew that there was a big liar pretending to be a rookie in the game. And this rookie liked to hang around under other people's noses, attract the so-called masters to go out and bully the rookies. And when the masters go out, they will be killed by the opponent. This guy used the 3rd generation mecha. So when Yang Bo matched another game, Lao Dao, you are too unkind. You cheated me in the last game. Lao Dao, do you have the confidence to finish this game in 3 minutes? Lao Dao, fortunately you are in the same group with us. As soon as he entered the matching room, teammates spoke one after another. I will go by myself later. Heroes, act according to the situation. Yang Bo certainly knew how much hatred he had attracted in the game now. As expected, at the beginning of the game, the opponent shouted in full screen, Lao Dao, if you have the ability, go to the right lane. Lao Dao, have you heard a saying? The game can be lost, but Lao Lu must die. I'll wait for you on the right lane. Yang Bo said simply. Then he went to the left, and the other teammates went to the right. The 4 players of the opponent rushed to the right in unison, and they must kill Lao Lu as soon as possible. But they found out that they were fooled when they made contact in the middle. Oh no! Lao Dao. You bastard. You don't keep your word. Go back to defense. Why the hell did I get entangled by others when I went back to defense? Be careful at home. The red team players who stayed at home were alert. I saw him. He's coming behind you. The player who stayed behind shouted loudly in the channel. This damn Lao Lu. The 4 players who were entangled were also anxious when they heard Lao Lu coming behind them. The players who stayed behind heard this and quickly started the mecha to chase Yongbo. The Lao Lu. I just left the camp and found Yongbo's mecha. I was fooled. This insidious, despicable, shameless and cunning villain was waiting for me in a place I couldn't see. The player who stayed behind shouted quickly. What the hell are you chasing me for? You don't know how to be careful. The 4 players on the red team didn't finish their words, and saw that the avatar of the player who stayed behind turned black. Old knife. I'm not done with you. Several players on the red team knew that they were fooled again. In less than 2 minutes, the players on the blue team also sent a message. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, it was shown that the camp was breached and the energy of the signal station was destroyed. This Lao Lu. I will kill him next time I see him. Several players on the red team were furious. 2 hours later, Yongbo was speechless looking at the black screen. These guys didn't care about the camp at all. They wanted to kill him first. He could beat 1 mecha. How could he beat 3 mechas at the same time? Some game rooms are even named Lao Dao. Come in and die. Lao Dao is a bastard. Lao Dao. You are a big liar. Yongbo had no choice but to change to the 9th generation mecha. Lao Dao? You guys changed the mecha? Didn't you see someone just broadcasting live? And didn't care about the 5 mechas in the camp and went to besiege Lao Dao. And successfully killed Lao Dao before losing the game. Yongbo was speechless when he heard his teammates' comments. Yongbo, who was equipped with the 9th generation mecha, was several levels more flexible and aggressive. It was very difficult for the opponent to easily kill Yongbo's mecha with 1 or 2 mechas. It took more than 4 hours for Yongbo to play 100 games, and his winning rate reached a terrifying 100%. Although Yongbo's mecha was blown up many times, his teammates quickly won the game. Then Yongbo continued to work hard and rushed to the first place in 1 day. There were more than 6,000 people in the internal test of the mecha war game. In total, more than 240 games were played, and the winning rate reached 100%. At the beginning, the game account of Lao Dao gave people a feeling of being old 6. But in the end everyone found that this TMD was really strong. Although Yongbo's game character died many times, he had to take away at least 2 opposing players. This is because this game has become a Krypton Gold game, and some players' equipment is really TM perverted. The forum is already going crazy, because everyone knows that you need strength to achieve good results in this game. The most popular post is Lao Dao a Mecha Master or a Mecha Grandmaster? First floor, what a crappy game. There are Mecha Masters playing? Mecha Masters play real mechas. Second floor, I think it might be a Mecha Master. Mecha Grandmasters are not so boring. Third floor, I think at most the level of these people in the Mecha Master is too low. Fourth floor, the winning rate of the third floor is 14%, ranking outside the top 1,000. And you have the nerve to say that others are bad. This post has more than 4,000 replies. Of course not 4,000 game players replied. Some of them replied multiple times. Continue tomorrow. Yongbo saw that the time was almost up, and he would return to March Star. And then he could play 2 games with plots tomorrow, and try to get access to remote control tasks tomorrow. The housekeeper saw that Master Bart had played games for almost a whole day, and then went to the laboratory, and shook his head. After Yongbo arrived at March Star, he first played the second world game. There was nothing big, so he let the game character train on his own. The power increase of the game character handy began to decrease, but it was still very fast for others. Don't make the game character into a heavy armor archer, and then bring a bow and a hammer. Yongbo thought that the other party had finally rushed to the front, and faced a heavy armor warrior wielding 2 hammers. He was probably depressed to vomit blood. Then he cooked. Yongbo enjoyed the feeling of cooking for Su Wei. Of course, there was a follower next to him when he cooked. Shin Gongmao was watching next to him, and there were 2 sneaky little heads in the distance. Those were two of Shingongbao's kind. But the two did not dare to get close to the kitchen. Otherwise, they would be chased by Shingongbao all over the house. Shingongbao is much stronger than the other two. Now Shingongbao has accepted the other two. Of course, as the leader, go and call Su Wei down for dinner. Yang Bo said this without looking at Shingongbao. Unexpectedly, Shingongbao rushed directly to the second floor. This guy can now cross 5 steps at a time. The whole body turned into a black shadow and rushed directly to the second floor. Came to the room where Su Wei slept. And the whole body fell on a pressed bell. The bell rang immediately. Su Wei was actually awake. But she was a little lazy because she ate at about the same time every day. Shingongbao saw that Su Wei was not moving. So he stretched out his 2 paws on the bell and pressed it with his whole body. At the same time, he stared at Su Wei on the bed vigilantly. Sure enough, when he saw Su Wei lift the quilt, Shingongbao ran away. Su Wei originally jumped up to catch Shingongbao, but she didn't expect that the other party ran away. After Su Wei came downstairs, Shingongbao's other 2 companions dared to show up. Shingongbao looked at his 2 peers and raised his head to stare at them. Shingongbao saw that Su Wei was going to touch his 2 peers, so he had to run over and let Su Wei knead them. At the same time, his little eyes stared at his companions fiercely, as if to say that you two are worthy of competing with me. While eating, Shingongbao threatened his 2 companions in a low voice. Shingongbao's 2 companions also ate voraciously, and looked at Shingongbao vigilantly. After dinner, let's practice boxing. Okay. Su Wei was thinking about practicing Meteor Fist. Of course, no problem. The moves of Meteor Fist are too weird. And the way it uses power is beyond everyone's expectations. That's true. I don't know who developed the second world game. This seems to be developed by the Sword Association. The Sword Association exists very old. There are some very old organizations in our country, and I don't know what they do. There is also a mysticism major in the school, and the people in it look mysterious. I haven't seen them recruit students, so I don't know what they are studying. There are many strange majors in our alliance, but I don't have the opportunity to study them. Are the mechas coming? Su Wei was also thinking about the mechas, because one of them was for her. It will take a few more days. If Su Wei had a talent for mechas, Yang Bo would get her a space mecha. Speaking of which, your territory in the second world game loses money every year, and it can't support many people. I'll think of a way to do some handicrafts later. Yang Bo planned to inspect his territory after finishing the things at hand, to see if there were any wild edible things or medicinal herbs on the mountain. At least on the surface. He had to pretend that he was working hard to develop his territory. Do you want to be a noble in the game? I'd better forget it. I'm short of time now. And I don't like fighting and killing. Su Wei shook her head. Now her focus is all on superpower training. The higher the level of superpowers, the longer she will live. Otherwise, when she is old, Yang Bo will still be young. Chapter 788, Stealing People. Yang Bo nodded when he heard this. It was a good thing that Su Wei could practice superpowers with all her heart. It can only be said that the way her strength grows is different from that of ordinary people. After eating and cleaning up, the two went to the gym upstairs. When you start training, your strength is a little smaller. The strength of each move will increase gradually. If you start fighting, it's another matter. Yang Bo talked carefully. But even so, Su Wei can only perform the first 2 moves at most, and the third move cannot be released. This is because of Su Wei's own strength and control of strength. In fact, sometimes when ancient people have limited conditions, they will try their best to force out all their potential. On the contrary, people like Yang Bo, who are extremely powerful, usually rely on brute force and superpowers when fighting with others. Of course, that is when Yang Bo has not met someone with similar strength to himself. If there is someone with similar strength to himself, then he has to work hard on the skills of using strength. Su Wei finished training. Panting. Now Su Wei was wearing a training suit and a simple ponytail. Her face was red, and a few strands of hair were floating on both sides of her face, making Yang Bo want to kiss her. Too tired. This way of running power is really difficult. Su Wei wiped the sweat off her face and said, "You can go wash up now. Do you want to wash together?" Yang Bo asked with a smirk. "Go find your girlfriend. I won't wash with you anymore." When Su Wei heard Yang Bo ask her to take a shower with him, she felt her hands were sore. Because the last time she took a shower with Yang Bo, her hands were sore. "Then go wash up quickly. I'll wait for you in the bedroom." "Yeah." When can we meet your other two girlfriends? Sui said again. No problem. Don't think too much. I just want to see what their superpowers are like. Yeah. Yang Bo agreed. But how could he not think too much in his mind? At night, Yang Bo did not go to Annie's place, but hugged Sui. The two of them were like close friends. It was just a little uncomfortable, because Sui's figure was really good. Of course, it was just to satisfy his hand addiction. The next day, Yang Bo first arranged the characters in the second world game to go offline for training tasks, and then became Bart's appearance and returned to Bart's territory. Master, this is the whereabouts of these ladies in the next few days. Butler Jerry followed his master and took out a thick stack of information. Yeah. Yang Bo took the information and prepared to play games. But before playing games, Yang Bo still planned to see what was going on the Blue Water Empire. Sword Saint? This look really revealed a big news. It was said that the Sword Saint's granddaughter was going to be engaged to a certain prince. Yang Bo quickly looked up the Sword Saint and found that there were 3 Sword Saints in the Blue Water Empire. It was said that these people's superpowers had reached A+, and their swordsmanship was said to have reached the level of Grandmaster. Double superposition gave him the title of Sword Saint. I really want to fight these old guys, but it's not convenient to reveal my strength now. Speaking of which, the Sword Saint's granddaughter looks like my aesthetic. Yang Bo looked at the Sword Saint's granddaughter on the internet again. She was tall and had long legs, a good figure, black hair, black eyes, and a white complexion. She had an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and a pair of big eyes. She was definitely a top-notch beauty. Of course, Yang Bo was just muttering in his heart now, and he didn't have any ideas. It's true that Yang Bo likes beautiful women, but he doesn't like to use force or threaten. Everyone is willing, and both sides happily communicate with each other. Yang Bo entered the mecha game again and found that his ranking dropped from the 1st to the 6th, because the time of the star is not fixed. He sleeps at night, and some places are daytime. However, Lao Dao's reputation resounded throughout the mecha game. Yang Bo is not going to play the PvP mode today, but the PvE mode, which is the task clearance mode. According to Li Yong, remote control will be in these task clearance modes. At the same time, Yang Bo looked at the Doomsday Dungeon game again and found that the Doomsday Dungeon game has been upgraded and opened more heavy weapons to players. Could it be? Seeing this news, Yang Bo's heart moved. Could it be that the Alliance has found a way to neutralize the weird energy of this planet? Because opening heavy weapons means that the number of zombies will continue to decrease. That means this planet may also be turned into a habitable planet? What the Alliance must do is to make this planet habitable for humans. If you want to destroy such a planet, it is too easy. Just one shot will shatter the entire planet. In fact, there is another way to neutralize the strange energy on this planet, which is to use a super energy bomb. But the super energy bomb will kill all creatures on this planet. This is obviously not what the Alliance wants. And the super energy bomb will also cause damage to the planet and severe radiation, which may cause the entire planet to collapse directly. Li Yong, who was far away on a reconnaissance ship of the First Fleet, is now the trainee captain of the reconnaissance ship. If this mission is successfully completed, he can be officially promoted. Although Li Yong is the son of the boss of the First Fleet, the army also has its own system, without relevant command ability. No matter whose son you are, don't think about controlling a warship, because if a waste becomes the commander, it is easy to cause huge losses. Besides, the army is not a one-man show. Not to mention that there is a parliament watching covetously. If the boss of the First Fleet finds that Li Yong has no command ability, he will just let Li Yong do a sinecure, because an incompetent person doing a real job will only affect the entire family. Li Yong saw the message sent to him by his family yesterday, and then looked at the mecha game forum, and felt a little strange. This Lao Dao is his boss, the most wanted criminal in the Alliance. The reason why it is said to be once is because the official Alliance believed that the pirate leader had been eliminated, so the wanted order was cancelled. Who knew that there was news that he was not dead later? However, there is no evidence for these, so the Alliance no longer has a wanted order for the pirate leader. There are also many people who scold Lao Dao on the forum, mainly because this master made a rookie mecha to seduce other players, and then killed them. These killed players scolded Lao Dao for being shameless. He has such high strength, but he still pretends to be young to bully the weak. Lao Dao went from a rookie to the first place in one day. And his record is 100% victory. Everyone naturally knows the real strength of this guy. These guys are just bragging on the internet. Li Yong shook his head. If his boss really met these people in real life, he would probably slap them to death. It goes without saying how violent his boss is. Several live broadcasts have shown this vividly. As for his boss saying in the live broadcast that he has become a good person, no one believes it. Li Yong looked at the virtual projection again. There was a large meteorite belt in the virtual projection. There is a huge planet in the meteorite belt, and the diameter of this planet reaches more than 200,000 kilometers. However, this is a gas planet, which is full of various rare elements and various gases. To be precise, this is a huge abandoned mineral planet. In order to mine various rare elements, the Alliance built huge mining equipment. And these huge mining equipment are inside this gas planet. These mining equipment have been abandoned. But there are reports that the anti-government armed forces have built a huge base in the abandoned mining equipment. Li Yong's reconnaissance ship is to use the various equipment it carries to conduct reconnaissance on this place. However, the situation inside this gas planet is complicated, because it is full of various high-energy radiation, various gases, and even some liquids. Therefore, the detection equipment of the reconnaissance ship can only detect the periphery. For deeper places, only drones or unmanned armor can be used. The reconnaissance ship has sent out 60% of its own reserve drones and unmanned armor. But so far, it still knows nothing about the interior of the planet, mainly because the situation is too complicated. On the one hand, the planet itself is complex, and on the other hand, the structure of the mining equipment inside is complex, and this mining company has long gone bankrupt. So the structural diagram of the mining equipment cannot be found. Of course, as a modified person, they can live in this environment, because they are already half machine and half human, and they do not need oxygen to live. But they need enough energy. The reconnaissance ship has no way to enter this gaseous planet, because there are various meteorites moving at high speed inside. This planet also has a huge meteorite belt outside. Alas, Li Yong has always been upset about having an extra boss, although his father said not to care. He never thought that he would take the initiative to ask others now. And Li Yong also had a fierce ideological struggle. If this planet is not explored clearly, if there is a base of anti-government armed forces inside, it will be a huge blow to his future development. Because if this little thing cannot be done well, how can he add burden? Although he is already a major general, he is incompetent. Lao Dao, aren't you playing PvP? With Lao Dao here, we will definitely be able to pass the level this time. After Yang Bo entered the game, he heard his teammates' questions and typed a reply. There's nothing challenging over there. Lao Dao, are you a mecha master or a grand master? Yang Bo, nothing. I just like playing games. Are you new to this game? Just now. Oh. After hearing Yang Bo's explanation, the teammates didn't say anything. The story of this level passing is to defend a fortress and stop the enemy's mecha attack. It should be noted that the enemy already has air superiority. Not only can there be attacks from warships in the sky at any time and anywhere, but also attacks from various fighter drones. The only advantage is that in this mission, you can replenish ammunition unlimitedly and replace mecha batteries unlimitedly. Yang Bo is now equipped with a 13th generation mecha, and the entire team has 10 people. Yang Bo is not interested in this kind of virtual game at all, but it is still very fun to play. Yang Bo is holding a heavy high-energy ray sniper. Harvest the invading mechas one by one, and the fighter planes dropping bombs in the sky. High-energy ray sniping is mainly aimed at the reconnaissance equipment of the enemy mecha. Mechas also have many weaknesses. The radar and optoelectronic equipment of mechas cannot be hidden in the thick armor, but these parts are relatively hidden, and the area is relatively small. For example, the main optoelectronic equipment, which is exposed outside, is probably a little bigger than a soybean, like a miniature camera. So if you want to hit these places, and in the high-speed movement of the mecha, you still need very abnormal technology. After half an hour of game time, Yang Bo won the MVP of the whole game again. It hurts. Yang Bo felt painful. It was fun to play virtual games, but he didn't want to play at all. It took 5 hours to play 5 games in a row. Then Yang Bo quickly retreated, seeing that there were still more than 3 hours left. Go and rob one. Yang Bo was going to rob a woman and marry her. Anyway, he couldn't think of free love as a noble. Let's go out and have a look first. If any of you are unlucky enough to be met by me, I'll choose that one. Yang Bo didn't choose anyone in particular. The girls given in the information were all from noble families, and they couldn't even think of falling in love. So Yang Bo figured it out. Since no one wanted to fall in love, what difference did it make to be with someone? Of course, if he was stopped on the way to rob someone, it would be even better. On the one hand, he could give an explanation to his ancestors, and on the other hand, he could continue to be single. Jerry, the housekeeper, saw the young master go out in disguise, and began to prepare, because according to his young master's methods, he would definitely be able to snatch back a wife. Girls like to come to places that sell luxury goods the most. Before the noble meeting of Devon Star came to a conclusion, the two sides were arguing on various issues, because there are not only conflicts between nobles and the royal family, but also conflicts between nobles. No one wants to harm their own interests, and no one wants to let their opponents gain benefits. So there are too many beauties in the luxury mall of Devon Star. But not every beauty is a good girl. This one looks good, but judging from the way she walks, I don't know how many men she has been through. This one is also very good looking. Not in the information. It should be from a hostile family. Yang Bo muttered in his heart as he walked. And it is obvious that the girls who come here have two guards around them. Some girls also flirt with the guards around them. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first, let alone the chaos among the nobles. Finally, Yang Bo found a target. With golden curly hair, white skin, blue eyes, and wearing a white dress with green floral patterns. Wu Mei, 18 years old, is a junior student at the Imperial Military Command Academy. Her family is the famous Beihai Wu family. The ancestor of the Wu family used to be a pirate on the sea, and then was recruited by the empire. He suddenly became the largest maritime merchant in the past. Later, when the empire opened up colonies on the mother planet, he acted as a pioneer. After 2 generations of hard work, he finally became a great noble of the empire. The Wu family now mainly engages in interstellar mining and warship manufacturing. Hee. Yang Bo smiled and walked over directly. Wu Mei also had 2 female bodyguards around her. Yang Bo was now pretending to be a young man. The 2 bodyguards looked at the people passing by with vigilance. Unexpectedly, an inconspicuous young man suddenly took action. Don't come over, or you ladies will die with me. The 2 guards were about to take action when they saw that the other party actually took an electromagnetic grenade. Other people around saw this scene and hurriedly protected their masters and hid far away. Get out of the way. Yang Bo ran directly with the frightened Wu Mei. Although the security of the mall appeared, they were also dumbfounded when they saw the bright electromagnetic bomb in Yang Bo's hand. Get out of the way. Then, they saw the young man who took the hostage took a noble badge and wore it on his chest. Bart. Someone saw this noble badge and immediately shouted, because each noble badge is different. WOC. This bastard really came out to rob the lady. Help. In the chaos, I don't know which noble family's disciples also started to rob girls. Debbie, I've been pursuing you for so long, and you still rejected me. The noble disciple, who was holding the girl hostage, shouted loudly and ran away. The guards behind him stopped the girl's guards. Yang Bo rushed out of the mall. But at the moment he rushed out of the mall, Yang Bo quickly rolled on the ground. Then a few strands of hair fell down. It turned out that right next to the door of the mall, a woman was holding a soft sword in her hand. And this soft sword was an energy weapon at first glance. Of course, Wu Mei was out of Yang Bo's control during this process. Shameless. The girl holding the energy soft sword pointed at Bart and cursed. You let my wife go, and you become my wife. Yang Bo saw the girl in front of him. Isn't this the granddaughter of the sword saint? He rushed up while cursing. Ning Shui looked at Bart, who rushed up, waving the energy soft sword while cursing. Shameless scum of the empire. I will teach you a lesson today. Ning Shui's own strength has not only reached the peak of B level, but also has an energy soft sword in her hand. And her swordsmanship has reached the master level. So facing Bart's charge, she not only did not retreat, but wanted to teach Bart a lesson. The energy soft sword in her hand attacked Bart directly. But the next second, Ning Shui found that her hand was held by Bart. Then the next second, her eyes went black. It turned out that Yang Bo quickly grabbed the other's wrist with one hand and knocked Ning Shui unconscious. There were still people who wanted to come up in the distance, and Yang Bo threw an electromagnetic bomb directly. These people ran away quickly when they saw the bomb. because the switch on the bomb had been turned on. However, when the bomb landed, it did not explode. Everyone came over to see that it was a fake bomb. At this time, the damn Bart had already hugged Ning Shui and jumped onto the flying car in the distance. And then the flying car flew away directly. Butler, quickly turn on all the weapons systems in the territory. No matter who comes, just shoot them down first. Yang Bo gave the order directly after getting off the flying car with Ning Shui in his arms. Absolute Butler nodded and immediately activated the territory's weapon defense system. The newly installed and purchased laser defense tower suddenly lit up. Anyone who approached a certain distance would receive a warning message. If they did not retreat, they would be directly blown up. But after entering the hall, Butler Jerry looked at the girl brought back by his young master and widened his eyes. Young master. Ning Jiansheng has a hot temper. Butler Jerry quickly persuaded his young master. This little bitch ruined my plans. I've already snatched Wu Mei away, and I'll soon be the old man's grandson-in-law. Besides, how can a crappy swordsman compare to a laser defense tower? At worst, I'll have a baby with his granddaughter and then leave the territory. Butler Jerry was speechless when he heard his young master's asshole words. Chapter 789. Jerry was about to say something when he saw his young master open the communicator. Fatty, what do you want from me? As soon as Butler Jerry heard this name, he knew it was another bastard from Devon Star. Bart, you are so awesome. You haven't been doing anything lately. I thought you had changed for the better. I didn't expect you were just pretending to do this to paralyze others. You actually stole my dream girl. Ning Shui is my dream girl, Alan said loudly in the communicator. Get out of the way. You'll be my wife from now on. Yang Bo scolded angrily. Aren't you afraid that Ning Jiansheng will come and beat you up? Alan asked on the other side. I'm his grandson-in-law. Why would he beat me up? I just spent a lot of money to build a few laser defense towers in the territory. Yang Bo replied with a grin. You are so shameless. You actually said you were someone else's grandson-in-law. Do you know how many disciples Ning Jiansheng has? Who let this little bitch ruin my plan? I had already captured someone else. Do you know that there were a few people in the mall today who also took women back? Alan's words scared Yang Bo. They are shameless. You are the most shameless. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to post my wedding photos with my wife on my social account. Be careful that Ning Jiansheng will cut you into 18 pieces. Bah! I am his beloved grandson-in-law now. Ugh! Alan made a nauseating sound on the other side. Ning Shui woke up and looked at Bart with gritted teeth. You'd better let me go, or my grandfather won't let you go. Ning Shui didn't cry or make a scene, but said calmly, hee hee. Ning Shui was now wearing a restraint collar. Yang Bo picked her up, and then took a flying car to fly over his territory. The most advanced regional energy defense system in the Empire. Unless your grandfather uses a warship, no one can come in. So don't have any illusions. Your grandfather will forgive me after we have a child. Asshole. Shameless and despicable. You asked for this. Do you think I want to bring you back? And adults have to pay the price for what they have done? My grandfather will definitely kill you. If he has the guts. Let's go to my territory first. Let's go back and take wedding photos. Ning Shui gritted her teeth and pounced on Bart with her teeth and claws. But Bart hugged her tightly. Ning Shui kicked, bit and scratched. But Yang Bo's current physical strength was not afraid of Ning Shui, who had no superpowers and no weapons. You'd better cooperate. Don't force me to strip you naked for photos. Yang Bo threatened directly. Ning Shui burst into tears. Why are you crying? If you really married the prince, you might have become a widow long ago. After the flying car landed, Yang Bo asked the maid at home to change Ning Shui into a wedding dress. But Ning Shui refused to change. So Yang Bo took a simple headshot of the two of them. Don't be so desperate. If you die, I can just use your biological sample to clone someone. After taking the photo, Yang Bo let her go. Yang Bo would not force the other party on the matter of men and women. Then Yang Bo posted a message on his social account. Bart, got married today. Then he also posted the photo just now. Then he immediately posted another set of photos, which showed several charged laser defense towers. And he also posted a description, the most advanced regional energy defense tower in the Empire. If you want to be a guest, it is best to say hello first. And those who intrude without permission will bear the consequences. This photo instantly caused a sensation, and many people wanted to scold Bart. But this guy had already closed the comments. So many people scolded Bart on their own accounts. Everyone was speechless when they saw the energy defense tower of his territory posted by Bart. Unless someone uses a warship to attack Bart's territory, it would be too difficult for any mecha, any fighter plane, or even any powerful individual to attack it. As for whether warships can be used to deal with Bart, this possibility is very small. Ning Shue's smartwatch was not recovered. In the room upstairs, she was crying to a middle-aged man, Grandpa. The middle-aged man had silver hair, sword-like eyebrows, and star-like eyes. He was a handsome middle-aged man. After hearing Ning Shue's story, he was also speechless. I have contacted the patriarch of the Altina family. There is no reply yet. Try to ensure your safety now. Don't anger this Bart. This guy is a jerk. Ning Qingshan didn't have a good solution now. Ning Qingshan himself also looked at the photos Bart sent. With the value of his territory, the energy defense tower worth billions, only a warship can break through him. Although he is a sword saint, if he is hit by such an energy defense tower, he will become a ball of fire. In fact, Ning Qingshan felt that Ning Shue shouldn't be nosy. Bart didn't rob Ning Shue originally, but Bart was a bastard. If he ruined his good deeds, he would definitely not be done. But now there is no way to say that. And I have already asked His Majesty, Ning Qingshan said again. Ning Shue heard this and hurriedly asked, what did His Majesty say? His Majesty has agreed. Ning Shue was relieved to hear this. This damn bastard. This kind of person really embarrasses the nobles of the empire. Grandpa, this bastard wanted to take wedding photos with me just now, but I messed it up. Xiaoshu, what you have to do now is to calm down and think calmly about your current situation and how to ensure your own safety. I can't find a breakthrough point for the time being. There are not many people who can talk to this bastard on Devon Star. Ning Qingshan said again. I will try my best to ensure my own safety. Ning Shue also knew that there was no good way now. At this time, Yang Bo was downstairs answering a call from the patriarch of the Altina family. Bart, you are such a jerk. Ning Qingshan has called me. You should release the person quickly, or you will be cut into 18 pieces by Ning Qingshan in the future. The patriarch of the Altina family did not expect Bart to be so unreliable. He had a way to deal with the list of people he gave, but he did not expect this incident to happen in the middle. Ning Qingshan was originally the emperor's man, and the nobles had no contact with the emperor's people. Besides, the other party is a sword master, who has taught many students and has a complicated network of relationships. Ancestor, you can't simply push this matter onto me, who let her ruin my good things. At worst, I will stay in the territory and not go out. Otherwise, I will send the person back after the child is born. Jerry, the butler, heard his young master's answer and quickly bent down and went out, because he was afraid that if he continued to listen, he didn't know what more stupid words he would say. Ning Qingshan doesn't dare to kill you, but if he sees you cut into 18 pieces at a time, he will cut you dozens of times a year to see if you are afraid. The patriarch of the Altina family gnashed his teeth when he said this. If he has the guts to come, I will stay in the territory and not go out. And I have also bought a mecha. I will drive a mecha when I go out in the future. The patriarch of the Altina family was speechless when he heard Bart's words. You let the man go. We have nothing to do with their family. They are the emperor's diehards. The patriarch of the Turner family said earnestly. Now it's a relationship. Don't talk about anything else. Ancestor, I can't snatch him now. Besides, he has already offended you. Just tell others that they have already slept together. Asshole. The patriarch of the Altina family hung up the phone after hearing this, because he was not sure whether what this bastard said was true. After hanging up the phone, the patriarch of the Altina family saw the emperor sending him a message. Your Majesty, I can't do anything about Bart. And he said he has already slept together. The patriarch of the Altina family called the emperor, and after the call was connected, the patriarch of the Altina family also answered helplessly. The emperor of the Blue Water Empire was still so calm. After hearing this, he simply replied with 3 words. I know. The emperor personally called Ning Qingshan again, just now. The patriarch of the Altina family has replied to the message, saying that the two have become de facto husband and wife. When Ning Qingshan heard this, the veins on his forehead were about to burst, because this was obviously a lie, and he had just called his granddaughter. But facing such a lie, Ning Qingshan was also somewhat helpless. Your Majesty, are you going to let people like Bart do whatever they want? Qingshan, Bart is a nobleman. And he is also a disciple of the Altina family. You also know that the relationship between the royal family and these big families is not harmonious. And speaking of the matter, Bart's target is not Xiaoxue. The emperor of the Shuilan Empire spoke. But if you personally want to do anything, I can pardon you. But you have to think clearly about the interests involved. The emperor of the Shuilan Empire had only this answer. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ning Qishan now feels very tricky. If he doesn't show up for this matter, then he will lose face. But the other party is now in a tortoise shell. And he is powerless. And there is no way to really kill the other party. If he really kills the other party, his family will definitely be retaliated by the Altina family. Because this matter was not simply Bart snatching his granddaughter. It should be his granddaughter who ruined Bart's good deeds. As for Bart snatching other girls, whether it was illegal or not, or what, it was handled by others. After Ning Qinshan hung up the phone, he took a deep breath and thought carefully about how to deal with this matter. Bart, are you crazy? Su Ruoxing called. You stinky woman. Are you crazy? You just come up and curse? Believe it or not, I will tell you everything between you and me. Yang Bo started to curse at this woman. And he also cursed directly. Do you know that Ning Jianqing's family is from our royal family? Su Ruoxing asked with a breath held. Who the hell asked her to ruin my good thing? Now that the matter has been done, it's up to you to do whatever you want. What's so great about your royal family? Don't always use your shitty royal family to pressure others. Yang Bo also asked back in a bad mood. Su Ruoxing gritted her teeth when she heard this. I want to come to your territory. Get lost. Yang Bo hung up the communicator after saying these two words. And blocked Su Ruoxing by the way. If you are a sex buddy, you must have the awareness of a sex buddy. And you still point fingers at your buddies. Shit, Prince. The Emperor didn't even treat his son as his own son. I'm afraid the Emperor didn't know how many sons and daughters he had. As for Ning Shui, let her live in the territory for the time being. If she really doesn't want to do it later, just let her go. So Yang Bo didn't meet Ning Shui now, but started to practice mecha in a fake way. Jerry, the butler, saw his young master practicing mecha and thought that he did a good job. If he had a mecha, he would have more security. People on the internet were scolding Bart. Some people even drove flying cars and fighter planes to approach Bart's territory. But they received warnings from the energy defense system before they reached the territory. These people left cursing again. Because Bart, this bastard, would definitely dare to open fire. The patriarch of the Altina family sat in the flying car. And Ning Qinshan also sat in it. The two listened to the warning from the flying car. Warning, this is private territory. Please change direction. 12 kilometers away from the attack distance. Warning, this is private territory. Please change direction. 10 kilometers away from the attack distance. Warning, this is private territory. Please change direction. 0.1 kilometers away from the attack distance. The flying car finally stopped at a place 0.1 kilometers away from the attack distance. It's not that I don't want to help. But now this bastard can't be contacted. The patriarch of the Altera family was not afraid to sit in the flying car with his sword master. And said lightly. Ning Qinshan was also speechless. Because the patriarch of the Altina family contacted Bart in front of him. But he didn't expect the other party to say that he was on his honeymoon and had no time to deal with it. And then hung up the call. And this matter is a bit unpleasant to say. It was your granddaughter who ruined Bart's good thing first. The patriarch of the Altina family has no choice now. He robbed a woman in the street. First of all, let me correct one thing. He robbed the daughter of a nobleman. In addition, he broke the law and will be punished by the law. Your Majesty has promised to grant me amnesty. Then go in and kill him. I won't protect this bastard. If you want to settle it with him privately, then I have nothing to do with it. Our Altina family will never interfere in the feud between you two. The Altina family patriarch's tone was still very calm. Ning Qinshan gritted his teeth when he heard this. Go in? I'm afraid he would be shot into ashes by the laser turret before he even went in. Should you settle it privately, or should we negotiate to settle it? Your Excellency, think it over carefully. We will not evade our responsibilities. The Altina family patriarch continued. Ning Qinshan felt a headache. Even if his granddaughter came back now, she couldn't become the prince's fiancée. But he couldn't swallow this bad breath. So Ning Qinshan didn't know what to do now. So he decided to go back and discuss with other people in the family. Ning Shui was very nervous. She looked at Bart driving a mecha in the distance in front of the window. Now her superpowers were imprisoned, and a few maids with low strength could easily control her. She was afraid that Bart, the bastard, would force her to do something to her. But what made Ning Shui feel relieved was that Bart, the bastard, left after the mecha training. Ning Shui also knew that her grandfather and the patriarch of the Altina family could not enter the territory. Ning Shui spent a night in fear, and nothing happened that night. The maid was just outside the door. But just after breakfast, Bart appeared again. Ning Shui was thinking about how to deal with Bart if he wanted to do something bad today. Unexpectedly, the other party treated him as if he didn't exist. Yang Bo played the mecha game today, and just after entering the game, he saw a task email. It's finally here. This virtual game makes me want to vomit. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 790 Mission in Progress. In the PvE mode of the mecha game, the enemy camps are either unknown forces or anti-government armed forces. Click on this mission email. First of all, the mission email indicates that this is a special plot mission triggered by the player. After a careful look, you will know that the military is targeting the anti-government armed forces. He accepted this mission without hesitation. But what surprised Yang Bo was that this mission was not just for himself. It was 5 mechas in the copy mode. On the screen of the virtual game mecha cockpit, a virtual commander was introducing the situation. A 200,000 kilometer diameter gas planet. Abandoned mining equipment of a mining company. The interior of the gas planet is full of storms, meteorites, high energy radiation, and unknown liquids. The main reconnaissance target is the abandoned mining equipment of the mining company. However, it is not known what the inside of the mining equipment looks like now, because the mining company has been bankrupt for a long time, and all the drawings are gone. Of course, this is probably also a conspiracy. Then it is time to prepare for the mission. And each mecha can choose its own equipment. What equipment do you bring? Yang Bo directly asked his teammates tentatively to see whether his teammates are human or unmanned mechas. We haven't encountered this situation before. How about we divide the work and cooperate? In this case, you must bring melee equipment. Look at the gas inside. Energy weapons are not very useful inside, unless they are energy weapons of the battleship. I also think that melee equipment is brought. There are situations that indicate that there are many storms inside. What surprised Yang Bo was that these players were actually real. However, the names of these players were not on the leaderboard, which means that these players may be remotely controlled by soldiers on the battleship. Yang Bo looked at the gas planet. There were many unknown things and a lot of dust inside. Energy weapons would indeed be affected. But one thing to consider is the mining equipment and the situation inside the anti-government armed base. So Yang Bo brought a short energy gun, then an energy shield, and finally a mecha weapon. He brought a one-handed hammer, which did not have an energy system. That is, it was just a simple physical attack. No one could say for sure whether the radiation inside would affect the system inside the equipment. Li Yong must have sent drones and unmanned mechas to conduct reconnaissance without results. So he found himself. Otherwise, according to the appearance of the son of the first warlord, it would be so embarrassing to come to ask for help from the pirate leader. At the beginning of the mission, 5 mechas were hung outside a strange fighter. Because the universe is a vacuum, the speed of this fighter is very fast. It reached a speed of several thousand kilometers per second. The huge gas planet blocked the sky and almost blocked all the vision of the mecha. There are many meteorites outside the gas planet. Will the anti-government armed forces hide in these meteorites? Should they have been scanned by the military? Yang Bo thought to himself as he looked at the huge meteorite belt. The speed has reached several thousand kilometers per second. The interior of the gas planet is very unstable, so there is no detailed structural diagram at all. The storm inside the gas planet will run everywhere, driving everything inside. The mining equipment is at the core. To be precise, it is a mining spacecraft. This mining spacecraft is mainly used to extract rare elements from the entire gas planet. The internal pressure of a gas planet is also very high. In addition, there is still a core inside the gas planet. This core has a very high density and a very large mass. And there is a thick layer of ice outside this core. The fighter penetrated the meteorite belt. And then the fighter began to fly around the gas planet and slowed down. Yang Bo looked at it and saw that in more than 20 minutes, the fighter had traveled a distance of more than 3 million kilometers. Then it took about 5 minutes to slow down. And then the fighter drove directly into the gas planet. You can see a huge vortex on the gas planet, and the diameter of these vortices can reach tens of thousands of kilometers. Entering the interior of the gas planet feels like entering a room full of smoke and dust. The vision is not clear at all, and the mecha radar is turned on. It was found that there are also many solid materials inside the gas planet. Flying at high speed. WOC. Yang Bo saw that the radar showed that it seemed that a mining robot flew directly over, and this mining robot had been hit with many marks on its body. Of course, this robot is not humanoid, but a vehicle style. The outside has been hit and pitted, and some places have even been hit by some high-speed material to create a hole. Arrived at the mission target area, suddenly a voice came from the mecha, which was the voice of the fighter. 5 mechas separated from the fighter at the same time, and the fighter continued to drive inside, apparently also serving as a reconnaissance mission. The outer area of the gas planet can be scanned by the warships outside. Just after jumping out, a mecha in the same group was hit on the head by something at high speed. The entire mecha lost control. And of course, this mecha was offline. No matter how advanced human technology is, it is impossible to explore everything in the universe. Some meteorites cannot be detected at all, and they are small and fast. Yang Bo's radar kept sending alarms, warning of the appearance of meteorites and other high-speed flying objects. Finally, everyone saw the mining spaceship. Now it no longer looks like a spaceship, and the whole thing looks like an ice lump. This is actually a self-protection method for mining spaceships. No matter how thick the armor is, it will not work in such a place, because these high-speed flying solid materials will quickly wear out the armor of the entire spaceship. So humans used a stupid method, which is to extract water vapor from these places, and then form a layer of ice lumps on the surface of the spaceship. These water vapors will also condense some dust during the condensation process. And because it is a gas planet storm, as long as the ice lumps are formed, it is easy to absorb other dust and water vapor, and the protective layer outside the mining spaceship will become thicker and thicker. Shall we go in first? Someone in the team asked. I think we need to observe it for a while. Yang Bo felt something was wrong. If the anti-government armed forces chose this place, wouldn't it be too obvious? How about we act separately? Someone suggested. Anyway, in this kind of place, the main thing is reconnaissance. If we really encounter a large force of anti-government armed forces, there is no difference between 1 mecha and 4 mechas. I also think that everyone should scout separately. If we encounter anti-government armed forces, we will have completed the mission. I'll go to the core to have a look. Then we two will get on the mining spacecraft. One will meet outside, and the other will go inside to have a look. Then I'll go around. Yang Bo always felt that the anti-government armed forces could not be so stupid. Yang Bo controlled the mecha to turn around inside the entire gas planet. The diameter of 200,000 kilometers is too large, and the main reason is that the vision is not good, and it is filled with all kinds of dust. Some dust is even wrapped in ice, forming pieces of special meteorites. There are also some parts that may be mining machines. Suddenly, a mecha was flying by at high speed, which immediately attracted Yang Bo's attention, because this mecha is a 13th generation mecha, and it looks like an unmanned mecha. This mecha has pits and pits on its body, and it is missing a leg. But there is a point that attracted Yang Bo's attention. Yang Bo controlled the mecha to quickly catch up with this unmanned mecha. Li Yong on the reconnaissance ship was nervously watching the screen of the 4 mechas. The internal structure of the mining spacecraft is very complicated, and 20 unmanned mechas have lost contact inside the mining spacecraft. Li Yong still has some opinions about the boss not entering the spacecraft, because Li Yong feels that there must be some unknown threats inside the spacecraft. Now seeing his boss actually chasing an abandoned mecha, he is also a little curious. Yang Bo's mecha quickly caught up with the abandoned mecha moving at high speed. On one side of the mecha body, Yang Bo saw a hole. Zoom in. Analyze. Li Yong was also a little surprised to see the hole on the side of the mecha body. The hole is not very big, with a diameter of only about 5 millimeters. So it is not very obvious on the mecha, and the hole is in a hidden position of the mecha. Sir, it's not energy damage, nor physical damage. According to the existing traces, it seems to be a hole drilled by some kind of machine. After intelligent analysis, the people on the battleship quickly reported. Yang Bo is now looking at the hole on the mecha and scanning it by zooming in. Wow! Yang Bo found that this hole is like the one left by the mutant bugs that planted the spiritual seeds. The mutant bugs can easily chew through the doors made of battleship armor. In other words, There are likely to be such bugs inside this gaseous planet. Of course, the greater possibility is that the anti-government armed forces have such biological weapons. Yang Bo carefully disassembled the abandoned mecha. When the mecha was disassembled, the people on the battleship took a breath. The appearance of the mecha looks like a 5mm hole. But the inside of the mecha has been damaged. But this damage feels weird. For example, the shielding layer outside the control system is a special metal that can absorb and shield radio waves. To be precise, it protects the control system from external electronic interference. The shielding layer is broken, but the circuit inside is not broken. The special protective shell protecting the mecha's optical brain was also broken, but the optical brain was still intact. I'm afraid there are these bugs inside the mining spacecraft. Yang Bo had a bold guess. At this time, deep into the mining, the mecha inside the spacecraft suddenly lost contact, without any signs or any danger. This made the other two people in the team very nervous. What is still uncertain is whether these bugs are domesticated by the anti-government armed forces, or do they live here on their own? Yang Bo now has only one question. But seeing that the mecha has been destroyed like this, but the bug is not here, it is very likely that it has been domesticated by the anti-government armed forces. Yang Bo still remembers that after he caught that bug, he deliberately let the bug go. At that time, the bug was placed in the dormitory building of the company. The bug directly gnawed a hole in the battleship armor window frame of the window, and then was taken away by the people of the Ashes organization. Yang Bo threw the mecha away. Everyone come together. Let's go inside and take a look. The person who sent the message was outside the mining spaceship. I have found that there are traces of human survival on the core. Another person who went to the core of the gaseous planet to check sent a message. Captain? Seeing this scene, the other people on the spaceship asked Li Yong what to do next. Li Yong did not speak for the time being, because he wanted to see how his boss would react. I'll go to the spaceship. Yang Bo decided to go to the spaceship to take a look. Under normal circumstances, the anti-government armed forces would definitely not be inside the mining spaceship. But if the anti-government armed forces can control this small bug that penetrates metal, then the possibility of it being inside is very high. Send 10 more drones, and 2 drones to the coordinates of the drones in the core of the gas planet. Li Yong gave the order instantly. The others hurried to execute it. Yang Bo came to the place where the mining spacecraft was, and the mining spacecraft was also moving inside the gas planet. It has now become an irregular ice lump, which is about 2 kilometers long and about 800 or 900 meters in diameter at the thickest point. Yang Bo successfully came to the entrance, which now looks like a large ice cave, which is obviously the passage opened by the drone sent by the military before. Shall we all go in? Asked another player, who was controlling a drone mecha on the surface of the spaceship. Then let's go in together. After passing through more than 100 meters of ice, we arrived at an entrance to the spaceship. From the entrance of the spaceship seemed to have been abandoned. After entering the interior of the spaceship, there were only a few traces of human intervention. Yang Bo quickly grasped some of the conditions of the spaceship through remote photoelectric superpowers. Now the interior of the spaceship is not a vacuum environment, because there are many other gases inside the gaseous planet, but the gravity is relatively low. As long as there is air, sound waves can be transmitted. Through the continuous transmission of sound waves, Yang Bo soon found a place with major suspicion. His sound waves can only detect a small part of the spaceship, and the other areas are closed. In this small area, Yang Bo found traces of suspected insects. The energy contained in this kind of insect itself is very low, so it is difficult to detect it with the energy detection mode of the mecha. The 2 mechas are one in front and one behind, and Yang Bo's mecha is in front. The interior of the entire mining spaceship is like a large factory. Huh? The mecha walking behind looked at Yang Bo's mecha in front and knocked on a wall. There were also ice blocks on the walls inside the spaceship. It was obvious that the spaceship had lost energy, causing the temperature inside to drop. After the mecha's hammer knocked the ice blocks, it was found that there seemed to be a door here. Brother, do you know this? The mecha control player following Yang Bo asked curiously. Of course, the player controlling this mecha is likely to be a soldier on the spaceship, but he did not reveal his identity. I used to do spaceship maintenance. Yang Bo answered directly and concisely. Then Yang Bo took out the mecha's energy gun and fired directly at a certain position on the door. The internal defense of the mining spaceship is not very high. On the one hand, it is for civilian use, and on the other hand, The mining spaceship mainly has external defense. The energy gun quickly punched a hole in the door. Then Yang Bo's mecha swung the hammer and smashed it. The door was smashed open. After the door was smashed open, there was a maintenance passage inside. Brother, do you have a bomb? Throw one and see. Yang Bo asked the mecha player behind him. The mecha player behind him asked, what kind of bomb do you want? Shockwave bomb. The mecha behind him took a shockwave bomb and handed it to Yang Bo's mecha. Yang Bo directly turned on the shockwave bomb and timed it. Then the mecha's hand reached in and threw it directly towards the inside of the spaceship. Boom! After about a few seconds, there was a loud bang, and a huge amount of air gushed out of the maintenance passage. No one knew why Yang Bo did this. Only Li Yong's Yang Bo might have a deep meaning. Then, in an instant, the mecha behind said in surprise, unknown communication signals have been captured. Li Yong quickly gave an order, analyze these signals. At this time, Yang Bo asked his teammates for another electromagnetic bomb. Then the mecha threw the electromagnetic bomb fiercely. But this time it was not the maintenance channel, but the other side of the mining factory. The huge electromagnetic shock brought by the electromagnetic bomb affected the communication signal. After the electromagnetic bomb exploded, Yang Bo controlled the mecha and came to the area where the electromagnetic bomb exploded. Then everyone saw a bunch of bugs floating in the air, and the people on the spaceship quickly captured the screen through the mecha. It was found that this kind of bug had one big end and one small end. Everyone saw the game player named Lao Dao controlling the mecha, and was about to take the bug for a closer look. Enemy attack. Suddenly the game player named Lao Dao shouted loudly. Then, there were several dense lasers, and Lao Dao's mecha was hit by lasers in several places. But fortunately, it was not a vital part. Lao Dao quickly turned on the energy shield, then picked up the energy gun and started to fight back. Call for reinforcements. Call for reinforcements. The mecha behind quickly found a place to hide, and then called for reinforcements. This was explained at the beginning of the game plot. If you find traces of the enemy, you can call for reinforcements. However, before the mecha behind finished shouting, it was found that the opponent had turned off the engine. Yang Bo controlled the mecha and quickly came to the entrance of a machine. A cyborg was dragged out from inside, and a hole had been punched in the head of this cyborg. Anti-government armed forces. The people on the spaceship saw the metal on the cyborg. However, the mecha could not enter the entrance of this machine. A mecha behind skillfully pulled the cyborg out, then dismantled the things on the other party and took out something. Yang Bo guessed that it might be something important. Then he pulled out 2 killed cyborgs from 2 hidden machines. These cyborgs have become semi-mechanical, so they can survive without oxygen as long as they have energy. Follow closely. Yang Bo held an energy shield in one hand and an energy gun in the other. Then he directly opened the flight backpack of the mecha in this small space. Boom! The mecha weighing more than 100 tons directly hit a door at super high speed. The interior of a mining spaceship is not as strong as that of a military spaceship. So although this door was covered with ice, it was still directly knocked open by the huge mecha. As mentioned earlier, the interior of a mining spaceship is a huge factory. So these doors can be passed by mechas because there are many engineering equipment that need to pass through it. After the door was knocked open, many lasers came over. The people on the battleship took a breath of cold air, because there was a base inside. The fully armed modified people were holding various energy weapons. However, the player named Lao Dao stunned everyone instantly. The energy shield in this guy's hand was open to the maximum, and the energy gun in his hand seemed to be firing randomly. But the battleship's intelligence system quickly captured a picture. That is, the robot of the anti-government armed forces was hit directly in the head by Lao Dao's energy gun. This kind of energy gun of the mecha is like a human pistol. This energy gun may not have such great lethality against other mechas, but against these robots, it is like a 12.7mm machine gun. It may not work for armored units, but it can be used to attack people, no matter what kind of bulletproof vest you wear. Reinforcements. Send 200 remote-controlled bionic people, 20 unmanned mechas, and 5 swarm drone systems. It's time for us to make contributions. Li Yong shouted loudly. Yes. Everyone on the battleship was ready to go. After entering, use electromagnetic drones to carry out a preliminary coverage attack. Be careful of weird bugs. Bring back the corpse of the bug. Li Yong issued a series of orders. Yang Bo's mecha didn't stop at all, because Yang Bo was a little annoyed now. These cyborgs didn't give any skills at all. I don't believe that there are no real people in such a big base. Yang Bo kept firing the energy gun in his hand. Some of the cyborgs of the anti-government armed forces were blown up by the sudden energy gun before they had time to fire. The factory inside the mining spacecraft was also separated. Yang Bo took 10 seconds to clear the cyborgs in this section of the factory. Are these cyborgs making fighter planes? Yang Bo looked at the transformed spacecraft mining factory. These cyborgs were producing some parts. Then Yang Bo controlled the mecha and slammed into another door. This door was knocked open, and there were 4 mechas inside. These 4 mechas attacked Yang Bo with mecha weapons. Yang Bo was not afraid either, and rushed up with a hammer in his hand. The companions following behind Yang Bo also rushed up with mecha weapons. The energy shield was also thrown aside by Yang Bo, who held a hammer in one hand and an energy gun in the other. The hammer in the right hand of Yang Bo's mecha directly blocked the opponent's mecha weapon. The energy gun in his left hand fired directly, and the energy gun directly hit an optical probe of this mecha. The cockpit of this mecha suddenly became dark. Then this mecha was kicked out by Yang Bo. At the same time, the hammer in the mecha's hand blocked the mecha weapon in the hand of another mecha next to it. But Yang Bo's mecha was pushed back a few steps by the huge force. At the same time, Yang Bo's energy gun was aimed at the optical probe of this mecha. Then he accurately hit the photoelectric probe of the opponent's mecha. And then Yang Bo's mecha turned sideways and stretched out his foot to hook one of the opponent's mecha's legs. The opponent's mecha rushed over directly, and Yang Bo's hammer in his hand fell down hard on the opponent's head. The opponent's mecha's head was immediately deformed by the huge hammer. Then Yang Bo's mecha's hammer hit the back of the opponent's mecha hard. Mecha repair plus 16. Yang Bo was very moved. And finally he had a skill again. The first mecha whose photoelectric probe was broken quickly switched to other probes and rushed up again. Yang Bo's mecha directly activated the flight backpack in this small space, and the whole mecha kicked the opponent's mecha out with a flying kick. The opponent's mecha directly hit the wall, and the mecha cockpit had been deformed. Damn! Another cyborg. Yang Bo felt a little angry. If he didn't give a skill, it must be another cyborg. On the other side, Yang Bo's companions were defeated by the other 2 mechas. Yang Bo. Chapter 791 Unhappy. There are 2 types of people in the anti-government armed forces. One is the modified people. Most of the modified people are modified from people with poor talents. The other part of the superpowers with good talents will not be modified. So at this time, it depends on luck. Yang Bo did not expect that his companions would be so bad. The 2 mechas of the anti-government armed forces did not expect that the mechas from the Alliance this time would be so powerful. The 2 mechas rushed towards Yang Bo together, and both mechas held melee weapons in their hands. It can be seen that the mining factory here has been transformed into a processing plant. Some mechanical parts are being produced, with various operating systems and energy systems. Yang Bo controlled his mecha and rushed up. However, during the rush, the energy guns in the mechas kept firing. The drivers of the 2 mechas had no idea what a perverted opponent they were facing. At the moment when the 3 mechas were about to touch, the energy gun used by Yang Bo's mecha hit the photoelectric probes of the 2 mechas. The cockpits of the 2 anti-government armed forces suddenly went black, but returned to normal in just a moment because there was a backup system. The mecha on the right just returned to normal when it found a black screen again. And then the power system, energy system and control system of the entire mecha all failed. It turned out that at this moment, the mecha controlled by Yang Bo turned sideways, dodged the attack of the 2 mechas, and used the hammer in his hand to smash the head of a mecha. Then this headless mecha, with its huge inertia, directly hit a machine. The other mecha wanted to take this opportunity to target Yang Bo, but the headless mecha was sandwiched between the 2. When the headless mecha rushed out, Yang Bo had already opened his flight backpack, and the huge mecha rushed up instantly. The remaining mecha of the anti-government armed forces held a huge mecha weapon in his hand. Yang Bo relied on the hammer in the mecha's hand to block in front of his body. The hammer came into contact with the opponent's mecha weapon, and Yang Bo's mecha had an acceleration, so it instantly pushed the opponent's mecha back a few steps. The moment they were put together, Yang Bo threw away the hammer in his hand, and the mecha's fist hit the opponent's mecha's head fiercely. Mecha weapons are not very useful in close combat. The anti-government armed mecha did not expect that the Alliance's mecha would actually give up the weapon in its hand. When his mecha's head was hit hard by the opponent's fist, and the mecha cockpit kept sounding warnings, he threw away the weapon in his hand. But at this time, Yang Bo's mecha turned around and threw the opponent's mecha on the ground. It didn't matter after it fell on the ground. He kicked the mecha cockpit hard again. The anti-government armed mecha slid more than 10 meters away. Forging plus 16. This time the opponent gave a forging skill. The cockpit of the headless mecha on the other side was just opened. And the person inside was directly blown up by the energy gun. But this mecha master didn't give any skills. Yang Bo didn't plan to chase him anymore. Because there were obviously other people in this factory producing various parts. Because it is not sure whether these people are all cyborgs. Because cyborgs also need costs. Cyborgs are elite fighters in the anti-government armed forces. And ordinary people in them just do other jobs. His mecha broke 2 doors in succession. Now these 2 spaces are no longer suitable for ordinary people to survive. Or low-level superpowers to survive. If he breaks another door, and there are ordinary people or low-level superpowers inside, the survival system will be broken instantly. Maybe dozens or hundreds of people inside will die directly. These gases in the gaseous planet are not only toxic and harmful, but there is no oxygen at all. Call for reinforcements. Call for reinforcements. Suspected civilians found. Yang Bo was too lazy to chase. Mainly because there are a large proportion of cyborgs among the soldiers of the anti-government armed forces. Then he took the bombs on his teammates' mecha and took them with him. There must be more than a few mechas in this base. Mainly because these cyborgs don't give skills. It's boring to play by yourself. Reinforcements will arrive in 25 minutes. A voice came from the communication channel. Li Yong watched his boss cleanly and neatly eliminate 4 anti-government armed mechas. And he was not surprised at all. Yang Bo controlled the mecha. While on guard, he looked at what parts were produced here. Some were parts of fighter planes. And some were parts of mechas. It looks like this is a production base of anti-government armed forces. Yang Bo was attracted by several large boxes and opened them violently. After seeing the contents of the boxes, Yang Bo regretted why he was so naughty. There was actually a bunch of man-made energy stones in this box. And it looked like they were used on warships. The container for the energy stones was also marked with some information. This information showed that these energy stones were the batch of energy stones that were stolen from the Central Reserve Warehouse some time ago. Li Yong on the warship suddenly realized after seeing these energy stones. No wonder his boss seemed to know everything. It turned out that his boss also had transactions with the anti-government armed forces. His boss robbed these things last time and actually sold them to the anti-government armed forces. Then his boss controlled the mecha to get these things back. And then he made a contribution again. TSK. Li Yong felt that his boss seemed to have made a lot of money. He made a lot of money by selling the same thing. And now he took it back and made a contribution for himself? Could it be that the news of the anti-government armed base here was leaked by my boss? Don't mention that my boss has a shameless character. He can do such a thing of turning his face and not recognizing people. Yang Bo knew that he would definitely be misunderstood by Li Yong. At this time, the door in the distance opened. This time 6 mechas appeared. Run! Yang Bo found something wrong when the door rang. When he saw several mechas, the joysticks of the flight backpacks were pushed to the bottom. The whole mecha slid out on the floor. There were 6 mechas, 2 of which were holding high-power energy guns for mechas. A bit like Gatling. 2 mechas fired more than a dozen micro-missiles. There were 2 other mechas, holding mecha-cold weapons in their hands. And they chased Yang Bo directly. However, Yang Bo's reaction was beyond the expectations of these mechas. Because these mechas saw Yang Bo's position in the monitoring. So they came up and concentrated their fire on the previous position. I didn't expect that the mecha controlled by this bastard of the Alliance would actually fly out horizontally. Yang Bo's mecha was running in front. And behind him was the energy gun of the anti-government armed mecha, hitting various things behind and making sounds. Yang Bo's mecha rushed out of the door of this area in an instant. At the same time, he threw an electromagnetic bomb casually. Instantly detonated more than a dozen micro-missiles that were tracking. The lethality of this micro-missile is okay, but it is limited by its size. So it is not so strong in anti-electronic interference. Moreover, these more than a dozen micro-missiles were passing through the door between the 2 factory buildings. And the electromagnetic bomb exploded at this time, which is equivalent to the electromagnetic bomb exploding almost next to these micro-missiles. The impact of the explosion of more than a dozen micro-missiles is very considerable. Of course, the impact of these more than a dozen micro-missiles is mainly on the anti-government armed mecha. Because these micro-missiles have not passed through this door yet. The 6 mechas were somewhat unstable due to the huge shock wave. In the fire and fragments of the explosion of the micro-missile, a black shadow rushed over. The shadow slid forward like a bowling ball. The 6 mechas of the anti-government armed forces never thought that a mecha of the Alliance would dare to fight back. 4 of the 6 mechas fell to the ground due to the sliding. One of the mechas was hit on the head by Yang Bo's mecha. Then Yang Bo's mecha held an energy gun in his other hand and kept firing. The photoelectric probes of the 2 standing mechas automatically locked onto Yang Bo's position. And the next second these photoelectric probes were hit by the energy gun. Alliance bastards. The anti-government armed forces were so angry that they cursed in their own channels. Because the spare photoelectric probe was also hit by the energy gun. The photoelectric probe of the mecha is very small. How difficult is it to hit something the size of a soybean when moving at high speed? These mecha masters never thought that someone could use the energy gun to such a perfect level. The photoelectric probe originally relies on energy waves for detection. But the energy of the energy gun is more concentrated and higher. And it instantly destroys the components in the probe. This kind of probe is generally scrapped in mechas. And this part may not be broken. Without the photoelectric probe, the energy gun of one of the mechas naturally has no effect. However, the 2 mecha masters reacted quickly and instantly opened the protection in front of the cockpit, so that the cockpit is directly transparent. However, before the 2 mecha masters could react, their mechas fell to the ground again. It turned out that the shameless Alliance mecha actually opened the flight backpack directly on the ground. The 2 unprepared mechas were knocked to the ground again. Yang Bo had now thrown away all the weapons in his hands. He controlled the flying backpack with one hand and used the other hand to support the ground. And the entire mecha flew up at once. Just as the mecha was about to hit the ceiling of this small factory, the body of the mecha changed. And then the entire mecha instantly fell to the ground. In other words, Yang Bo's mecha took off from the ground, drew an arc, and returned to the place where it took off, forming a perfect circle. And he happened to step on the cockpit of the mecha. Shooting +16. Yang Bo's operation made everyone on the battleship dizzy, because the picture changed too quickly. Yang Bo also felt his adrenaline surge. The thrilling action just now was too thrilling because the height of the floor here was only more than 30 meters. If it was a little later, the mecha would have come into close contact with the ceiling. It's not that Yang Bo is confident in his skills, but remote control. Now the mission is almost completed. If it fails, it's fine. Anyway, the mecha is not his own. 2 of the 6 mechas were lost. Yang Bo's mecha fell to the ground and scrapped one mecha. Then he grabbed a pair of legs of one of the 2 mechas whose photoelectric probes he had just knocked off. Then he grabbed it suddenly and smashed it hard against a mecha next to him. The mechas are all more than 100 tons. And Yang Bo hit the opponent's vulnerable part. That is, the mecha cockpit. It's a pity that he didn't give any skills this time. The people on the battleship saw Yang Bo waving a huge mecha in his hand, just like holding a large baseball bat. He smashed the other mechas around him. Combat +16. The mecha masters only gave this skill later, when Yang Bo threw the deformed mecha on the ground. It was less than 30 seconds since Yang Bo's mecha was attacked. Then Yang Bo stepped on the cockpits of the mechas one by one. The cockpits were deformed and blood was flowing out. But Yang Bo still didn't let them go. When the people on the battleship saw this scene, they felt like a mecha's big foot was about to step on them. Yang Bo originally thought that the opponent was not dead, but he didn't expect that after stepping on them one by one, he still had no skills. Yang Bo looked at his mecha again. The full power used just now caused the energy system to overheat. However, reinforcements arrived at this time. It turned out that Li Yong transferred the reinforcements that were transferred to the core of the gas planet directly here midway. And the reinforcements of the large army had not arrived yet. Looking at the unmanned mechas and bionic people rushing in, Yang Bo knew that his mission was completed. Sure enough, the next second the game showed congratulations to the player for completing the reconnaissance mission. And the reward was so many game coins. Unhappy. Yang Bo always felt unhappy after leaving the game, because the skill ratio of these cyborgs was too small. The anti-government forces are not as good as the Red Earl, and the people of the Ashes organization. The reason why Yang Bo muttered like this was because the latter 2 organizations would not use cyborgs to kill themselves, and they all had skills. After Yang Bo left the game, he did not play the game again. He went out to look at the blue sky of Devon Star. March Star is now in the storm season, so it is difficult to see sunny days. Young Master, The clan leader said that the clan will not care about you anymore. If you are cut into 18 pieces by Ning Jiansheng, the clan will not stand up for you. Butler Jerry reported carefully. What is the ancestor doing? It was not he who proposed this matter. I am doing this for the clan. If I am not doing this for the continuation of the clan, would I do this? Yang Bo asked indignantly. Your Majesty seems to have agreed to Ning Jiansheng's amnesty. Butler Jerry said this again. What is the old emperor doing? Does he still want to be the emperor? You don't stand up for us nobles. Do you? You become the emperor and kick us, the former heroes, away. Butler Jerry heard his young master's nonsense and pretended not to hear it. Can the territory be self-sufficient? Yes. Then close the territory first, and allow people to leave but not enter. Also, help me buy the top-level armor. I don't believe in a mere swordsman. I'll talk about it after I've practiced well. Butler Jerry heard that his young master was still very scared when he heard that his young master was not indifferent and wanted to buy top-level armor. In fact, Yang Bo was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was eager to try and wanted to compete with Ning Jiansheng to see who was stronger. It's just that now is not the time to show off. Be a low-key person. When everyone thinks that you are not good enough, some 250s will jump out and want to step on this useless stinky shit. Yang Bo opened the internet. Bart was completely famous in the Blue Water Empire. Of course, notorious. Many people criticized Bart online for openly snatching people in the mall. Yang Bo also posted a message on Bart's social account. I have decided to close the territory for 18 years. When I open the territory, I will be the one who barks at Tour and others. I also wish myself a happy wedding. Jerry, the butler, saw his young master's suicidal behavior. And sure enough, many people came out to strongly condemn Bart's behavior the next second. There are also many young talents who directly posted videos saying that they must cut Bart into 18 pieces. The Altina family has publicly stated that what Bart did has nothing to do with the family. The patriarch of the Altina family is also very troubled because Bart's ability to cause trouble is too strong. This kind of person will only bring more trouble to the family. Ning Jiansheng represents not only himself, but also a new force that wanders between the royal family and the great nobles. If the Altina family does not handle this matter well, it will not be able to attract other talents. In the process of development, the noble family will continue to absorb talents from the society. If the family has a bad reputation, it is not easy to absorb talents. Yang Bo did not take the family's statement seriously at all. I'll go to the laboratory first. Butler Jerry saw his young master leave the laboratory again after saying a word. Ning Shui was relieved to see that damn Bart left the manor again. The family held a meeting. But there was no way. Ning Shui was also very anxious now. But the confinement collar was on her neck, and she could not use her superpowers at all. And even if she had superpowers, she would not dare to leave, because the energy warning tower was not vegetarian. If the relevant permissions were not enabled, people who went out would also be attacked by the energy tower. This damn bastard. Why did I bother to meddle in other people's business? Ning Shui regretted it now. If she hadn't done anything, these things wouldn't have happened. What made Ning Shui angry the most was that those young talents who had pursued her before didn't care about her when she got into such a big trouble. And some people in the family seemed to be gloating over her misfortune. It was because she had the best talent in the family. And now that she was not in the family, some people got the benefits. We must find a way. We must find a way. Ning Shui quickly sent a message to her best friend. Ning Shui found out that her best friend had blocked her. She called her friend immediately. But she didn't expect that she had blocked her too. Why is that? Ning Shui sent messages to the people who were pursuing her again. 5 out of 10 had deleted her. And 2 didn't even reply. The replies from 3 people made her so angry that she vomited blood. Mrs. Bart, don't harass me anymore. This was the first one. The second one, even though I don't care about you, our family won't allow you to enter our house. After all, things are so serious now. The third one, let's not contact each other anymore. And I'm not interested in married women. Ah! If Ning Shui stood up and said that Bart didn't touch her, no one would believe it. Even if she went to the hospital for a checkup, no one would believe it. Because science and technology are so advanced now. Bart, you are a despicable, shameless and vulgar scoundrel. Ning Shui could only curse and smash things in the house. Chapter 792, Make a Mecha? Yang Bo returned to the underground laboratory on March Star, and then began to conduct experiments on shaping interstellar creatures. Of course, Yang Bo did not want to make any interstellar biological mecha, but wanted to make an interstellar creature that could be remotely controlled, so that he could build a space energy vibration laboratory on other planets in the future. At that time, this laboratory would not need other people, but only these interstellar creatures controlled by themselves with spiritual seeds to control this laboratory. In this way, confidentiality can be achieved and they can freely travel between several planets. The method used by the Carter family is to implant biochips and use biochips to influence the growth of interstellar creatures. The Carter family has shown through research that the growth shape of interstellar creatures is not inherited. That is to say, the interstellar creatures of the previous generation have the shape of spiders, and the next generation may have the shape of locusts. Interstellar creatures are determined according to their growth environment and their energy properties. There are also studies that show that interstellar creatures themselves have no properties, but they absorb different energy, so their growth direction is different. The biochip is to tamper with the memory of interstellar creatures, so that interstellar creatures feel what they should look like. Of course, the shaping of interstellar creatures has shortcomings. The original free growth form of interstellar creatures is the most beneficial to their current energy properties. In other words, as long as you see the appearance of an interstellar creature, you will know what kind of property it has. It is relatively simple here for Yang Bo. Yang Bo took out an energy stone. Then he used the spirit seed to control an interstellar creature that was sleeping and absorbing energy. Spider shape. Yang Bo was going to choose the spider shape. The spider shape has many legs and can touch many buttons to control the equipment in the laboratory. The interstellar creature was controlled by Yang Bo to come out, and was still a little confused. But the self-awareness of the interstellar creature was not very strong now. When the interstellar creature sensed the energy fluctuations of the energy stone, Yang Bo immediately felt that the interstellar creature had an extreme desire for these energies. So he controlled the energy of the interstellar creature when absorbing energy, and used the spirit seed to constantly simulate the shape he wanted to shape. According to the research of the Carter family, as long as the interstellar creature has enough energy, their growth rate is very fast. As long as there is enough energy to support their shaping, it is also very fast. While Yang Bo used the spirit seed to simulate the shape he needed to shape, he controlled the interstellar creature to change. Then, the interstellar creature absorbed energy, and its body was slowly changing. 3 hours later, Yang Bo looked at the black big spider in front of him, and was a little confused, because there are 2 tentacles on the head of this spider. In the process of shaping, it is not what you want. And these 2 tentacles are not what you want. The whole spider is about the size of a basin. Its body is not hairy like other spiders, but a very smooth leather, and its body is blue. It feels like a fake spider made of blue artificial leather. As for why it is blue, it is because the energy stone absorbed is of water attribute, and this spider has no eyes or mouth, because spiders do not see the world with their eyes, but detect it with their own energy waves, which is a bit like radar imaging. As for the 2 tentacles on the head, these are the tentacles that release energy attacks. Attack! Yang Bo took this spider to a laboratory specially for testing. One of the tentacles on the spider's head directly released a blue light. In the distance was a battleship armor with a hole punched in it. Is the water attribute attack so powerful? Yang Bo felt a little surprised. The second time he released the attack, Yang Bo found that this interstellar creature used pure energy attacks. It feels weird. Yang Bo had returned upstairs to cook. Just now, he used the spirit seed to control the spider in the basement, and felt weird doing various things. Although this interstellar creature looks like a spider, it does not crawl like a spider. It is suspended in the air through its own energy. So when Yang Bo used the spirit seed to control one leg of this spider to do something, it felt very difficult and weird. It is not possible for interstellar creatures to give orders directly. For example, if you tell an interstellar creature to run over, this guy will fly over directly. It will not run like the conventional understanding. These interstellar creatures only have instincts and do not think. The Carter family also did research. Interstellar creatures are particularly brutal because they only have instincts and no emotions. Moreover, interstellar creatures will kill each other if one is strong and the other is weak, and the gap between the 2 reaches a certain level, then the strong one will definitely kill the weak one. As for more research on interstellar creatures, the Carter family has not done it either. However, it is said that there is a cycle for the outbreak of interstellar creatures, which is related to the expansion of the universe. The expansion of the universe is related to the energy overflow from the core of the universe. The energy overflow from the center of the universe will cause the advanced interstellar creatures living in the energy-dense area to move further away. Because these interstellar creatures cannot bear this kind of cosmic energy overflow and will be directly crushed into powder by the energy impact. Low-level star creatures have no choice but to move further away when their territory is invaded by advanced interstellar creatures. Moreover, this cycle of cosmic expansion is also the period of reproduction of interstellar creatures. Because the overflow of cosmic energy will bring more energy, and interstellar creatures can reproduce better. However, it is unclear how long this cycle is. It has been about 700 years since humans discovered interstellar creatures on a large scale. At that time, humans suffered heavy losses. But it was precisely because humans discovered interstellar creatures that they studied interstellar creatures. This has led to the rapid development of current scientific and technological civilization, especially in the use of energy. It's time to eat, Yang Bo said, and Shin Gongbao disappeared in a flash. However, this time, Yang Bo knew that Shin Gongbao had been caught by Su Wei before he came down after 20 minutes. Every time Shin Gongbao went up to call Su Wei for dinner, the two would compete with each other in wits and courage. Su Wei wanted to catch Shin Gongbao, but Shin Gongbao wanted to eat. So Su Wei pretended to sleep most of the time. When Su Wei didn't get up, Shin Gongbao kept pressing the bell. But after a certain period of time, Shin Gongbao would jump onto the bed and call Su Wei in person. As long as he found Su Wei moving, Shin Gongbao would go downstairs first. Sure enough, half an hour later, Su Wei came downstairs holding Shin Gongbao. Then Su Wei went to wash her hands and face. Shin Gongbao looked at Su Wei's back and blew out 2 breaths from his nose. Seeing 2 companions sneaking around in the distance, he immediately pounced on them and beat them up. The other 2 saw Shin Gongbao pounce on them, and they were so scared that they screamed and went to find Su Wei. Shin Gongbao saw that the 2 guys were spineless, so he went to Su Wei to complain and came back. Let's go to the garden tomorrow to have a look. Okay. Of course. The garden at the back has been built. Yang Bo plans to put 2 interstellar creatures in the garden so that he can observe the situation in the garden at any time. Intelligent systems are very reliable in 99.99% of cases. But there is also a 0.001% chance of something going wrong. So far, no intelligent system dares to say that it will not make mistakes 100%. At night, Su Wei lay in Yang Bo's arms and sighed slightly. What's wrong? Yang Bo felt the heat on Su Wei's body and felt very warm. I have become a superpower now. But I can't find someone to share with. Su Wei leaned her head on Yang Bo's chest, 1 foot on Yang Bo's body, and used Yang Bo as an oversized pillow. Yang Bo put his arm around Su Wei and said with a smile, when I became a superpower, I couldn't find anyone to share my power with. In fact, I was more lonely than you. I have lived under the control of the intelligent system since I was a child. I did whatever the intelligent system told me to do. In the end, I felt like a robot. Now 40% of the people in our alliance still live this kind of life. There are no other people in their lives. Only the internet and themselves. Su Wei now understands the welfare system of the alliance. When she heard Yang Bo say this, she nodded. It feels abnormal just to think about it. I wonder how you got here. It's okay once you get used to it. I didn't think there was anything else in life before. Life seemed to be unchanging at that time. It was basically the same for 365 days a year. There was nothing else to do except playing games. It proves that you have a connection with playing games. You met your 2 previous girlfriends through playing games. And you also met me through playing games? Su Wei chuckled when she heard this. Indeed. It's mainly because I don't go out much. Sister Jingxiang and Sister Kursen are not bad. Su Wei pricked up her ears when she said this. I have always been wary of girls from families like them. The elite education they have received since childhood is completely different from the welfare education we have received. They will think more about themselves. Yang Bo shook his head. Yeah. Su Wei was very satisfied with this answer. The next day, the 2 of them played the game characters in the second world game and hung up. Then the 2 of them took a flying car to the garden behind. Ah! Su Wei and Yang Bo parked the flying car on the mountain on one side of the valley. After entering the artificial garden, they were right on the cliff of the valley. There is also a row of railings on the edge of the cliff, and many plants are entangled on the railings, and the plants are full of flowers. Looking over, the huge valley is a sea of flowers. because it needs to support such a huge building. There are some pillars in the middle. Between the pillars is the corridor, and the floor of the corridor is also transparent. There are railings on both sides of the corridor, and many vines are entangled on the railings, which are full of colorful flowers. Through the transparent floor, you can see the scene below the valley, and you can also see the scene below from the railing. It feels like a glass plank bridge, but the glass plank bridge is only high, and now it is not only high, but also a sea of flowers. There are also means of transportation here. A special small sightseeing boat. This small sightseeing body is just a carrier below, and there are transparent materials around it. Black rock bees. Su-wei saw the nest of black rock bees. The nest of black rock bees is black, and it looks like a black rock from a distance. Let's not get close to them now. The black rock bees have a very bad temper. These guys actively attack any creatures that approach. Of course, these black rock bees do not cause any harm to Yongbo. And the sightseeing body they are riding is not afraid of black rock bees. Su-wei took a lot of photos, because there are really too many flowers here, of various varieties. Yongbo is going to cultivate some mutant flowers someday. Most of the mutant flowers in the wild are aggressive and poisonous. Cultivating them by yourself is definitely to cultivate ornamental mutant flowers. And you can use energy to give this method to cultivate mutant seeds in large quantities. Maybe we need Annie's help on the way, because Annie's superpower is natural, which can help these mutant plants overcome production difficulties. Of course, the whole process must be very long, and it is impossible to get results all at once. After playing for 2 hours, the two left the garden. Here you can also see 3 tall energy warning towers in the distance. This is the territory defense system built by Yongbo. Anyone, any non-car, or any man-made object who wants to enter his territory must first obtain permission. Otherwise he will be attacked. Wildlife, on the other hand, will not be attacked. Yongbo found a huge bug in this system. Don't forget Yongbo's camouflage ability. Not only for humans, but also for sneaking into other people's territories. And he can completely disguise himself as a wild animal. I'm going to send these pictures to my brother. After returning home, Su-wei happily sent a message to Su-hai. After he creates a game character, he can come to me if he can't make it. Yongbo also smiled. Yeah. Su-wei nodded. Su-hai received the message from Su-wei, and he was still happy for his sister, because this garden was worth a lot of money at first glance. It was not an ordinary hand to be able to turn a valley into an intelligent system garden. Su-hai sent a message. I feel relieved to see that you are doing well. If you are not doing well, I will feel guilty. After all, I let you go privately. Su-wei, thank you. Brother, the black rock bees have been successfully bred. Su-hai, well, come back and have a look when you have time. I will talk to my father. Su-wei, thank you. Brother. Besides, Yongbo already has a territory of several square kilometers in the game. Su-hai, how is that possible? It is still possible to obtain a noble title in the second world game, but it is absolutely impossible to obtain a territory. Su-wei, it is a ranch. Not very big. About 6 square kilometers. Su-hai, it must be a lie. How much does such a large piece of land cost? The key is that money can't buy it. Land is the lifeblood of those nobles in the second world. Su-wei, you can create a new character. If you can't make it, come to Yongbo's territory. Su-hai, humph. I will have enough gold coins by then. I will form a team by myself. Whether I am a businessman or do something else. How can I do worse than last time? Su-wei, the second world game is not as simple as you think. Su-hai, I don't know the character of the nobles in it yet. As long as there are gold coins, everything will be easy. You ask Yongbo to leave all the gold coins to me. I won't talk to you anymore. I have something to do. Su-hai felt uncomfortable because what his sister said was probably true. It must be Yongbo, the big liar, who deceived the nobles in the second world. When the time comes, I will expose him, make him a criminal, and then be exiled, so that he knows what it feels like to be a criminal in the second world game. Su-hai made up his mind. I definitely don't want to see how big his ranch is. I want to find out how he cheated. But if the trick is good, can I use this method? Su-wei has long known about her brother's character. He says one thing and does another in private. Su-wei is happy and trains her mental power. Shingongbao. Su-wei can now control the small pieces of paper to fly everywhere. So she lets Shin Gongmao chase them. Shin Gongmao ran over happily. Yang Bo has already arrived at Bart's territory at this time. My mecha has changed a lot after moving back and forth in space. If the energy metal of this mecha was only average before, it is now top-notch. It seems that the energy field of the mecha has absorbed a lot of space energy due to the space jump. Today, I will continue to do experiments with White and others. This is basically the last experiment. After this experiment, we can get accurate data of ultra-high temperature materials. Yang Bo also looks forward to this day, when this ultra-high temperature material can bring him great benefits and improve his status. Boss, it's actually a bit of a loss to sell materials alone. How about we sell the energy engine of the mecha? White and others want to make a lot of money. Then have you ever thought about who made the energy engine of the mecha without the Blue Water Empire? Yang Bo shook his head. It doesn't mean that your things can be sold in large quantities if they're good. If you sell materials alone, it will be very popular. But once you want to sell the energy of the mecha, it will touch other mecha energy engine manufacturers, material suppliers, and other related interest groups. These are all monopolized by the nobles. They have many ways to make our energy engines have no profit. First of all, the energy engine must be connected to their standards. Unless we build the mecha alone. Yang Bo's eyes lit up when he said this. Private customized mecha. This is possible. Anyway, the ultra-high temperature materials produced by oneself are definitely limited. After all, one's own energy is limited, and one does not have so much time. Is it okay for us to manufacture mechas? Boss, it's still difficult to develop a new mecha by yourself. You can find a bankrupt mecha company and buy their patented technology and complete sets of things. Mechas involve a lot of patented technologies and a lot of standards. White tried to explain how many technologies a mecha has. You guys go ahead. Yang Bo was ready to let Jerry the butler check. Master, there are no bankrupt mecha companies in our empire. But there are in the Alliance. The Alliance once had a Golden Shield Technology Company, Limited, which produced some mechas, but their company went bankrupt a long time ago. Jerry the butler was also a little surprised that his master wanted to buy a mecha manufacturing company. But it was not the first time that his master acted like this. Then where is their technology now? Find out as soon as possible. Yang Bo knew this Golden Shield Technology Company, Ltd. Chapter 793 Development Direction. Master, manufacturing mechas is not a good project. Interstellar society is now relatively stable, and most mechas have become choice for the rich. The military's mecha replacement plan is also very slow, and mecha manufacturing companies are struggling to support themselves. The Alliance recently opened up mechas for civilian use. In fact, to allow mecha companies to survive. No matter what kind of mecha. There are people making it now. What kind of mecha are you going to make? Master? Butler Jerry heard that his master wanted him to do this. And he probably wanted to make mechas. So he spoke up. Yang Bo was not surprised to hear this. Because Bart's butler was not an ordinary butler. The butlers of nobles must be knowledgeable. Especially the butlers of big families, like the Altina family. To be honest, facing this question, Yang Bo was stunned for a moment. Yes. What kind of mecha do you want to make? What kind of mechas are not available in society now? Are there mechas with various functions? What kind of mecha can you make? I only have ultra-high temperature materials now. Please help me contact them first. Yang Bo felt that he had to think about this problem carefully. Even a custom-made mecha must have certain characteristics. So what are the characteristics of the mecha you want to make? Is it just high power and high speed? Can the speed of a mecha be faster than a fighter? How much power can a mecha have? Besides, what's the point of blindly having high power? The energy reserve of the mecha has not been improved. High power will mean that the use time of the mecha will be reduced. It is equivalent to having only one number 5 battery. No matter how high the power is, the energy of the mecha itself will not change. Mecha batteries can be used for decades, which refers to their lifespan. If you want to improve the energy output rate of mecha batteries, you have to make a lot of changes. Just like the energy output of the battery of a two-wheeled electric vehicle can never reach the energy output of a new energy vehicle. The current output system, the structure of the battery, and even the cooling system. All of these need to be changed. Jerry, the butler, heard his young master say this, and he could only bow slightly. The butler's duty is to obey the master's orders and provide certain suggestions when necessary. Your Highness Suruwashin, I want to visit you. Jerry, the butler, said again. Just say that I'm not here. And this woman came to stay for a few days. And she actually spoke to me in a condescending tone. Jerry, the butler, heard his young master say this, and just bowed to show that he knew. Madam's grandfather is preparing to sue the young master. When the time comes, pay as much as you should. Madam's grandfather has many students, and they represent the emerging forces of the empire. Jerry, the butler, explained again. Don't worry about them. Madam can do whatever she wants. Madam has almost smashed everything in the young master's house. She can smash it if she wants to. And I just want to redecorate it. Butler Jerry was a little surprised to hear this. Does his young master really like the current madam? How could the butler know that the young master in front of him was not the young master before? And he didn't like the current decoration at all. Besides, it's already smashed. So what can we do if we don't redecorate it? Yang Bo returned to the laboratory and found White and asked, White, what fields can this ultra-high temperature material be applied in? White was a little curious about his boss asking this question after he came back from a trip. But he still said, our current materials are relatively simple, mainly used in ultra-high temperature fields, such as mecha engines or spacecraft engines. There are also energy weapon systems. Take the simplest laser gun as an example. On the one hand, it is because of its own energy, and on the other hand, it is because of the material. So can we make energy weapons? Yang Bo asked after hearing this. Boss, making an advanced energy weapon is no less complicated than making a mecha. Take the most basic battery of energy weapons. If you want to increase the power and damage of energy weapons, you must first solve the battery problem. When White mentioned batteries, Yang Bo thought of interstellar creatures. The energy storage system of interstellar creatures can also be seen as a battery. Interstellar creatures convert energy into energy stones and store them in their bodies. So he asked, can we use a high-energy weapon that uses energy stones? White nodded. This is already available. But this weapon does not meet the conditions for large-scale equipment, because no army will equip this kind of individual weapon. Even the warships of various countries will not use energy stones unless there is a war, because the cost is too high. What about similar energy-cold weapons? Yang Bo asked again. Boss, ours is made of high-temperature resistant materials, not energy metal materials. Okay, you guys go ahead. Yang Bo now has a general idea, and can tailor-make various energy weapons for himself, without batteries, just the kind that uses energy stones. As long as the power of the energy weapon is high and the attack power is strong, it will be fine, because it doesn't cost anything to use it yourself. It just so happens that I have some weapons in my hand, all of which are from others that I have mentioned before, such as the floating laser turret, which can follow the user. There are also laser cannons, which are all seized from other organizations. Yang Bo looked at Bart's smartwatch and then looked at Sanya's smartwatch. No one sent him a message. Then he returned to March Star. Yang Bo was in the basement, took off his clothes, and then used a few gerbil hairs to use the camouflage skill. Ha ha. Yang Bo looked at himself in the mirror and turned into an oversized gerbil. The body length is about 2 meters, and it looks like the size of a cow. In the future, if I want to disguise and sneak into other people's territory, I need to find some large beasts to disguise myself. It's a pity that the camouflage ability can't change the size. Such a large rat will definitely be noticed. Even the various defense systems of the Blue Water Empire are a bug for wild animals. Because if the defense system is aimed at wild animals, then wild animals would probably have been extinct long ago. I went upstairs and found Sue basking in the sun in the room on the 3rd floor. I looked carefully and found that she was asleep. Shin Gongbao was also lying in his nest. As for the other 2 of their kind, they were lying in another nest. Although there was a big sun in the room, the temperature was constant. Then Yang Bo came to the internet room and put on virtual glasses. He browsed the internet. Ultra-high temperature materials. If you just sell materials, you can't achieve the highest profit value. Yang Bo searched for weapons first, and the results showed a wide variety of weapons. Energy guns, and energy-cold weapons. There were even energy cannons, and introductions to various energy cannons. Super energy particle weapons, microwave weapons, laser weapons, ray weapons, and ultra-high current weapons. All kinds of them. Yang Bo looked over and found that these weapons were too complicated. The energy system, control system, computing system, protection system, cooling system, and the involved professions were as many as hundreds. Even if it was a simple energy gun, if you wanted to change its power, you had to change the battery first, and then change the control system, computing system, protection system, cooling system, material system, and so on. There are some people on the internet who can modify various weapons, but after the modification, the appearance of the weapons has changed a lot, and the safety will definitely be reduced, because this kind of modification plan has not been verified on a large scale. Of course, this modified plan can only be played by yourself, and it is definitely illegal to sell it. But when Yang Bo visited a category, his eyes lit up. Bombs. All kinds of bombs. Bombs are disposable, so there are fewer things involved. Yang Bo thought about it, and the best thing to use is the electromagnetic bomb. This thing has considerable lethality to both intelligent machines and superpowers. Write this idea down and continue browsing. Then I didn't find any weapon simpler than a bomb. Other weapons are either complicated or require energy materials. Yang Bo himself has no shortage of energy materials. But energy materials alone are not enough. From chips to batteries, to control systems, and so on. Only the structure of the bomb is the simplest. And it does not even need any circuit structure, and directly adopts the mechanical structure. As for the mecha, it is even more complicated. At worst, I can sell the materials later. Yang Bo did not have a good solution for this, because to manufacture a mecha, it is not as simple as buying drawings. A mecha modification studio requires at least 20 people who are proficient in various systems. In addition, there are many professional equipment. If the mecha is not modified properly, it may become a dangerous item. Seeing that the time is almost up, Yang Bo went to cook again. The next morning, Yang Bo did not go to Devon Star, but to the Sword Association. Originally, the association proposed to hold a celebration party for Yang Bo, but was rejected by Yang Bo. He was not suitable to show up now. This time, he came to collect the bonus. Although he did not participate later, his ranking was still there. Yang Bo, congratulations on your ranking of 99th in the International Sword Competition. After Yang Bo came to the association, the president personally received Yang Bo. Huh? Yang Bo was a little surprised. He did not participate in the finals, but he still won 99th place. Because you are not the only one who didn't participate in the finals. Some people lost money and lost face, and also secretly left Devon Star. The president replied with a smile. Yang Bo instantly understood that it must be those who lost to him. In addition, your ranking ranks first in the association of our alliance. The two add up to a bonus of 15 million credit points. President, I don't want this money. Donate it to the association to develop new members. I actually made a lot this time. Yang Bo spoke. At the same time, he felt a little strange. Why did the young man standing next to the president keep his head down? That's your strength. You did very well. The swordsmanship players in the Empire have always looked down on our alliance players. The president heard this and spoke. Yang Bo knew that the Alliance Sword Association and the Empire Sword Association were not one and the same when he heard the president's words. In fact, Yang Bo realized at the beginning that it was abnormal for him to break one record after another. Thank you for the compliment. President, we will have a cocktail party in a month. I wonder if you are willing to attend. Thank you for the president's kindness. I don't like to show up. In addition to the bonus, there are some honorary certificates. These honorary certificates will be kept in the association. Yang Bo didn't dare to take these things home, in case there were other things in them. In addition, we have launched new game equipment. Don't you know? I feel that the current game equipment is enough. I don't care about any equipment when playing games, and I rarely play the Second World game. Although Yang Bo knew that the other party might know his game information, he still had to lie. Actually, I don't like playing the Second World game either, but it's too difficult, the president said with a smile. Yes, this Second World game is indeed very realistic, but it's a little too realistic, and it lacks some of the fun of the game. Yang Bo finished talking with the other party and signed the donation agreement. Big liar. I don't play games very often. Sometimes I play games all day long, but I don't play games very often. The assistant president standing in front of the window imitated Yang Bo's voice just now, watching Yang Bo's car leave. The president laughed when he heard this. Are you going to tell strangers what your strengths and characteristics are? People like Yang Bo have a complicated experience. So he still doesn't trust outsiders. The president rolled his eyes. Don't you believe that he can kidnap the princess? The president laughed when he heard this. It may not be true. And even if it is true, the relationship between men and women is hard to say. But you are jealous when you say this. I will be jealous. The assistant president was speechless. Because no matter in reality or in the game, he is not as good as that big liar who tells lies. That big liar who is a cleaner in the alliance will soon become a baron in the game. And he also owns a large territory. Although this territory is relatively barren. But it is also a land of several square kilometers. What did the higher-ups say about Yang Bo's game character? The assistant president now hopes that the higher-ups will reclaim Yang Bo's game character. The higher-ups think that Yang Bo is helpful to the higher-ups' plan and has accelerated the plan. So Yang Bo's role will not be touched for the time being. In addition, we have to see how high Yang Bo's role can grow. Because his situation is a rare one. With a probability of only 1 in a million. The president shook his head. The president's assistant was slightly disappointed when he heard this. Yang Bo bought some more things before going home. So many fruits. Su Wei didn't expect Yang Bo to come back so soon and buy so many fruits. Most of them are what you like to eat. And the others are some you haven't eaten before. If they don't taste good, give them to Shen Gongbao. Yang Bo smiled and kissed Su Wei. Shen Gongbao is not picky about food. And he doesn't care about meat, vegetables, cold or hot food. After all, he is an omnivore. When Shen Gongbao heard that he was going to give himself food, he stood up on the ground, as if asking what he was going to give him. Chapter 794 Equipment Ranking. Su Wei was very touched and hugged Yang Bo as soon as she came up. Yang Bo laughed and put the things away with his mental power. Although Su Wei was a princess, she was an ordinary person. So the education she received since childhood could be said to be very ordinary. Even few people cared about her. Because everyone knew that such people would sooner or later marry someone else. Besides, an ordinary person didn't have much to invest in. Su Wei had learned more about knowledge and etiquette before. Su Wei's father didn't expect Su Wei to bring much benefit to the family. If Su Wei had superpowers, she would receive different education. So although Su Wei was born in a big family, she didn't have much nostalgia for the family. And she wouldn't consider the interests of the family or her own interests first when encountering things. To put it bluntly, Su Wei's treatment at home was not as good as that of his father's most beloved pet. The living environment and influence of people like Liu Jingxiang, Zhou Kersen, and Zhou Rui were different. Hee. Su Wei hugged Yang Bo and was carried away by Yang Bo. She flew up and flew around the room. Su Wei had seen Yang Bo's superpowers before. But she didn't know what kind of superpower Yang Bo had. How high can you fly like this? The two sat in the room on the 3rd floor, looking at the sea in the distance. Su Wei just sat in Yang Bo's arms and let Yang Bo's hands play tricks in her clothes. I haven't tried it. As a superpower, I have to keep my abilities secret. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. At first, I thought you were really a cleaner. I thought the villa on the mountain you mentioned was a small house. The mountain was also very desolate. I didn't expect it to be such a big villa. Su Wei put her arms around Yang Bo's neck. Her face red. Yang Bo felt the warmth and elasticity with one hand, and kissed Su Wei. In your country, I can't show how powerful I am. Otherwise how can other nobles give me money? You are too cunning. Those who lost to you are having a hard time now. Those who played in the formal competition are better. Especially the disciples of the big families who challenged you. They dare not show their faces now. They deserve it. They think that a cleaner like me is nothing big. Yeah. Su Wei was touched by Yang Bo and felt weak all over. Yang Bo let go of his mischievous hand. And then the two sat on the 3rd floor, looking at the scenery outside. When there is no storm, we will go out to sea on a yacht. How about it? Su Wei looked at the blue ocean and asked expectantly. Well, have you ever been on a yacht before? Only once. Because I'm not a superpower and can't stand the super high speed of the yacht. It's okay now. Yang Bo and Su Wei were watching the sea view warmly. Someone was watching Yang Bo's villa from a distance. I knew there must be something wrong with this kid. And he is definitely not as simple as a cleaner. In a homestay in Oma City, 2 people used professional equipment to watch Yang Bo's territory. I don't know what adventures this guy had on the Green Demon Star. He actually went from a resident to a superpower in a short time. And also won 40 billion from others in a swordsmanship competition. This guy must have some auxiliary superpowers. Maybe it is directly related to the major changes in our Ash's organization. Several of our actions against him have failed, although there is no direct relationship on the surface. And the predecessor of the Ninth Fleet is the garrison fleet of the Green Goblin Star. Why wasn't the flagship of the Ninth Fleet there at the time? If the flagship of the Ninth Fleet was there, our plan would have succeeded long ago. There are 3 people in the BNB. 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men are a young man and a teenager. And the other woman also looks like a girl. The 2 men are discussing in a low voice. And this guy also owns so much land, which is absolutely abnormal. Why did Zhang Buizhen give him so much land? Things are not easy to handle. This guy's territory has installed the latest type of warning defense tower. The girl had been listening to the 2 people talking. Hearing this, she sneered. The organization can have the results it has today because of your wrong ideas. Our Ash's organization is mainly an intelligence system, relying on superb IQ and superb technology. In recent years, you have encountered some obstacles and always wanted to kill people directly. This makes the major families on the Alliance side very afraid of us. Our organization can have today completely because of this wrong idea. The other 2 did not dare to speak after hearing the girls teaching like words. Everyone has weaknesses. We just need to observe carefully. I don't believe that Yang Bo can stay in his territory for a lifetime. As long as he can come out, we have a chance. Now the key for us is to figure out what happened at that time, which caused the big families in the Alliance, who used to cooperate with us, to turn their faces and be ruthless. The girl said again. Yes. How is the Swordsmanship Association? The girl asked the young man again. The association wanted to hold a celebration party, but Yang Bo refused to participate. Waste. It seems that I have to go in person. How long will the association have another party? The association will have a grand party in half a month, and all members of the Swordsmanship Association on the entire planet can attend. The young man said immediately. If you can't contact Yang Bo, then contact others. Lu Jingxiang. Zhou Kersen. It seems that I have to go in person. The girl said. Yes. How is the Ninth Fleet? The girl asked the boy next to her. Our people have entered the fleet, but no news has been sent back. The recent development of the Ninth Fleet is a bit weird. The boy whispered after hearing this. Don't be discouraged. Sometimes no news is good news. If our people send news, let him continue to lurk, and our organization will definitely become stronger again. Red Earl? We don't need to care about these mentally ill people. They are making trouble, and we can fish in troubled waters. The girl sneered when she heard this. Yes. The other 2 nodded. After Yang Bo and Suwei watched the sea view for a while, they went downstairs to cook. Suwei also wanted to learn how to cook. As the 2 cooked, Shin Gongmao followed them. Suwei would throw some leftovers from time to time, and Shin Gongmao would jump up to catch them. He ate them directly, whether they were raw or cold. The next morning, Yang Bo got up first to cook. Yang Bo cooked very quickly because he could use his mental power to do things, and one person was equivalent to several people working together. This morning, Yang Bo steamed some meat buns, some vegetable buns, and some sweet ones. Beans can be made like this? Suwei was eating a bun stuffed with red bean paste. Yang Bo used juice and jam in the red bean paste, which tasted different. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. He really couldn't get used to the food on this planet. Most of the breakfasts on this planet are ready-made, such as some biscuits or bread. Of course, there are also some nutritional supplements. A box of nutritional supplements can provide a person with a day's nutrition. After eating, the 2 went to the second world game again. After Yang Bo went to the game today, he took a bow and arrow to see how his territory was. In the game, Yang Bo also rode a horse. Because of the last bandit incident, these nobles did not go far away to hunt. So the land around Green City was full of nobles with hounds going back and forth. Then the rabbits and pheasants in the farmland suffered. Although rabbits and pheasants are not very satisfying, safety comes first. After Yang Bo arrived at the territory, he found that except for the people who were grazing cattle and sheep, everyone in the territory was repairing the road, and they had already repaired dozens of meters. When everyone saw the Lord coming, they hurriedly stood by and waited for the Lord's inspection. Not to mention, these people repaired the road quite well. They built steps similar to stone paving, and also built drainage ditches. Well done. Yang Bo walked around the road of dozens of meters and nodded. The dozens of people in the territory were relieved to hear this, and the housekeeper was also relieved. Eat better at noon. Add more meat. Yang Bo saw that the food these people brought for lunch was fried beans. When Butler Tony heard this, he said quickly, "Master, this is already very good. In the past, even during the busy farming season, we didn't dare to eat like this. Add a piece of bacon to each person at noon every day. You are my people, and I can't treat you unfairly." Yang Bo looked at the beans and fried them directly. As for water, he drank the mountain spring water not far away. "Thank you for your generosity, Master," Tony said quickly when he heard this. "Thank you for your generosity, Master." The others were about to kneel down to Yang Bo. "That's it. According to this quality, after the road is built, we will also build cattle pens and sheep pens on the mountain. And we will also build a place for us to live. As long as you are willing to work, Master will not treat you unfairly." Yang Bo was afraid that these people would think that it was okay after the road was built, and they would have no place to eat and stop working hard. So he said these words again. "If you encounter bandits, you can leave everything and run to the mountain. Anyway, the things in the farm are not valuable." Yang Bo said again. "Yes." Tony nodded. Then Yang Bo left the ranch and came to Green City. When he arrived at the city guard, he found out that Locke had been transferred. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. It was better for him to stay away from people like Locke who were just trying to gain experience. "Sir, congratulations. Yang Bo is now a nobleman, and he has been promoted after the last reward. But he doesn't have a specific position now because the reward has not been issued yet." Other colleagues in the city guard congratulated him, and Yang Bo generously invited everyone to drink, and took 2 gold coins to the Golden Cup Tavern. The dancers in the tavern saw Handy taking 2 gold coins and wanted to stick to him. However, the 2 dancers looked a bit old, so the clones were not asked to do anything. Then Yang Bo came to the academy again. TSK. Yang Bo easily pulled a bow with the game character, and then shot the target 300 meters away, and hit the bullseye. This is already a master archer. This kind of arrow requires special arrows, because ordinary arrows are not heavy enough and cannot fly so far. The distance of 300 meters is also the farthest in the training ground of Green Academy. In fact, 300 meters is enough. If the power needs to be increased, the weight of the arrow will be increased. There is a kind of all-metal arrow, which can cause damage to heavy armored cavalry and heavy armored infantry. Of course, the price of this all-metal is also very expensive, because the whole is made of fine iron, and the price of an arrow is close to 1 gold coin. Of course, if this arrow hits the heavy armored cavalry or heavy armored infantry, the harvest will also be huge. The entire equipment of the heavy armored cavalry is as high as tens of thousands of gold coins. The equipment of the heavy armored infantry is also several thousand gold coins, because heavy cavalry and heavy infantry are basically plate armor. Strength has increased by about 6 times. Yang Bo estimated that the power seed has increased the strength of the game character by 6 times. Too amazing. What exactly is this power seed? Can it make people's physical fitness better than taking hormones? Yang Bo is now full of curiosity. He doesn't ask for more for his own body. He will be very happy if the overall growth is 50%. The key is that the body flexibility of the game character has also increased. Yang Bo clearly felt this when controlling the game character to make movements. The game character's reaction is faster. The field of vision has also improved. So Yang Bo went to the dean again and prepared to change to a heavier bow. The dean personally took Yang Bo to another stone chamber. These are bows that can only be used by archers. See which one is suitable for you. Dean Eddie pointed to a row of bows. These are heavy bows, with tougher bows and greater pulling force. These bows are all black, but the materials are different. Some are metal, some are wood, and some are horn bows. These wood and metal are all black, and the traces of use on them are obviously used by many people. Yang Bo picked up a wooden bow that was completely black, and then buckled the bowstring. Archers take off the bowstring when they are not in use, then slowly tried it bit by bit. Yang Bo slowly pulled the bow open through the external game equipment. It feels that the pulling force of this bow is still a bit small, and Yang Bo can only sense it through the external game equipment now. Then slowly reset the bowstring. Then take off the bowstring again, and put the bow in place again. Try the one in the middle. Eddie's eyes lit up. When Yang Bo controlled the game character to take this bow, he clearly felt that the bow was very heavy, because it was a metal bow. What was surprising was that the bowstring was also made of metal. and it was woven with some other things mixed in the metal wire. A bit like the thin steel wire rope on Earth. After buckling the bowstring, I didn't expect that I couldn't pull it all open even with all my strength. And I could only get 8 points. Handy. You are now a real archer. This bow is for you to use. You have to return it when you don't need it. Because this bow was forged by a famous forging master in history. It took 10 years to forge it. This bow ranks 6th on the mainland. The dean said. Ah? There is a ranking. Yang Bo was a little surprised. Chapter 795 Method. Yes. Of course. The ones that can be on the list are the masterpieces of some forging masters. These things are also the foundation of our academy. So promise me that you must not lose this weapon. Eddie looked at Handy with some mixed feelings. Eddie didn't know where these outsiders came from. Anyway, news of outsiders can be heard at any time on the mainland in recent years. It seems that these people appeared overnight. And their reputation is very bad. Outsiders have even caused some unrest. As for how to identify who is a foreigner, from the words and conversations of these people, as well as the tone of their actions and words, we know that they are not locals. First of all, these outsiders are very rude. And according to some records, early outsiders even do some things that locals find incredible, like mental illness. The young man in front of him broke his inherent view of outsiders. And the young man in front of him is very humble, polite, and very smart. He became a noble in a short time. And the city lord has also been investigated. These things have nothing to do with the young man in front of him. What is even more valuable is that this young man has great talent. Maybe he can bring the highest honor to the college. Dean, don't worry. Even if I die, this thing will not be lost. Yang Bo nodded slightly. It also has a special matching arrow. But the price of one is 2 gold coins. And it needs to be reserved 3 months in advance. Eddie said again. Of course. Yang Bo felt that according to the growth rate of the game character, it should not take long to fully draw this bow. Besides, if anyone has the ability to snatch this bow away, I will immediately attack this planet and snatch the bow back. Don't forget that Yang Bo has the ability to track remotely. Although his game equipment has passed through several relays, the final signal source is in the space of the second world planet. In other words, the second world planet has been controlled by the Blue Water Empire, but it has not been transmitted. Of course, knowing the place is knowing the place. But where is this place, and how to get there? This requires finding a specific management department. Because Yang Bo believes that the person who manages this department must have a line to the second world, and will also deliver supplies and the like. The universe is too vast, and from one place to another. If there is no space jump, the time will be magnified many times. It should be controlled by the confidant of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. Yang Bo calculated in his mind. At the same time, Yang Bo opened his mouth and said to Eddie, the Dean of Green College, I will order 100 arrows that can penetrate heavy armor first. Of course, no problem. This is a big business. The Dean was very satisfied to hear Handy say this. Because this business involves 200 gold coins. It is definitely a big business. The academy has no income in winter. When Eddie saw Handy going to train with a bow, he wrote a letter and told the city lord about this. After receiving the letter, the city lord nodded with satisfaction. A city with a sharpshooter will greatly improve the city's defense. Although the number of arrows that a sharpshooter can shoot is limited. No one wants to be the unlucky one. These damn Red Turban Thieves group and Tiger Thieves group. The city lord has actually been very busy recently. Because these two thieves groups have released news that they want to retaliate against Green City. Green City won the battle a while ago, which completely angered the two famous bandit groups. However, the two bandit groups cannot gather enough manpower in the short term. Of course, it may also be that the two bandit groups released the news for face. But Green City cannot fail to make preparations. What the city lord is most worried about is that there may be spies from the two bandit groups in the city. Although Handy had performed well before, he has not yet reached the standard of a master archer. The reason why I took Handy to awaken the power seed is a bit of a gamble. Green City's strength must have been almost touched by the two bandit groups. Otherwise, the two bandit groups would not be able to gather so many people. So the city lord will put Handy's trump card aside. So he wrote a letter to Dean Eddie, asking him to inform Handy that he is in the academy. This bow is really powerful. It seems that people in ancient civilizations also have some advanced technology. Yang Bo controlled the game character. But after shooting a few arrows, he found that the game character's strength was much weaker. so he decisively stopped practicing. And then entertained the game character with good food and drink. Because there is no way to sense the power seed. You can only let the power seed grow freely. And there is no special training technique for power anyway. Just keep training your strength and eat and drink well. After Yang Bo set up the hang-up program, he found that Su Wei went to sleep to recover her mental power after training her mental power. So Yang Bo came to the garden behind the mountain, put on protective clothing, and directly took away a few eggs of black rock bees. The reason why Yang Bo did not use his own superpowers is because this garden is controlled by an intelligent system. Although these black rock bees are irritable, they still do not cause any damage to the protective clothing. After Yang Bo obtained these eggs, he returned to the underground laboratory of the villa. He gave these eggs a certain amount of energy. Light energy, electric energy, gravity, and fire energy. Of course, the energy is very little, and it mainly depends on the energy of the egg itself to see whether the eggs can mutate successfully. If the eggs cannot mutate successfully this time, he will conduct several more egg mutation experiments. Of course, adjusting the amount of energy given. If the eggs don't work, change them to larvae. And if the larvae don't work, change them to adults. In the end, if it really doesn't work, he can only give up. I don't know what the pink energy on Su Wei is. It seems that the two new gerbils added later have no changes. Is it because Su Wei's energy is restrained? When Shen Gongbao just touched it, he could still see the energy on Su Wei. Yang Bo thought about other things again. Then he checked the gerbils again. I unexpectedly discovered that two of the invisible mice that I had raised for a long time seemed to be pregnant. Brother, you are finally pregnant. I have been raising these guys for a long time, and I thought they could not reproduce. Of course, whether these guys reproduce or not actually has no effect on my skills. At most, I can draw a few more tubes of blood, and then make it into genetic medicine for other gerbils. It's just that Yang Bo dislikes this process is a bit cumbersome. It's better if they can reproduce themselves. If others hear this, they will probably be angry to death. You increase the skill level like this, and you still dislike it cumbersome? Isn't it just drawing some blood from mutant animals, then purifying it, and then making it into medicine and diluting it, and injecting it into the gerbils, waiting for the gerbils to mutate successfully, and then killing them to gain skills? How can this be called cumbersome? If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would brush up their skills every day. Of course, this also has its shortcomings. That is, the invisible mouse cannot draw blood every day, and it takes at least 3 to 5 months to draw a tube. Zhou Rui is still calm now. Is it because of the third master? Yang Bo thought that Zhou Rui still had a mutant creature, which could make stealth potions. Yang Bo originally thought that Zhou Rui would ask him to help make potions, but there was no movement for so long. Of course, the mutant creature was revealed to Zhou Rui by the third master. Don't worry about it for now. Anyway, the stealth potion is also very rubbish. In the evening, Su Wei looked at the table full of exquisite dishes and widened her eyes. Because these dishes are so beautiful. They are made into various shapes. Yang Bo's current mental power can handle these materials exactly. When I was on Earth before, I drooled when I saw the exquisite plating and exquisite knife skills of those chefs. Although most of the beautiful plating is not delicious, such as carved radishes and carved pumpkins. But this is taste. No matter whether it tastes good or not, it is pleasing to the eye. Oh! Su Wei looked at the little rabbits on the grass in the plate, which were so lifelike that she didn't know where to start with her chopsticks. The body of the little rabbit is a bird's egg. Then, there was a colorful big bird on another plate. This is made of various meats. Delicious. Su Wei picked up a piece of yellow feather, and it tasted like a fruit. It was obviously made of this kind of fruit jam and meat, and then cut by knife skills. I eat so much. What should I do if I get fat? After eating, Su Wei hugged Yang Bo, and they watched a virtual movie together in the internet room. I like plump people, and you are in the stage of superpower training now, so it is time to eat more. Yang Bo also hugged her, and the two lay lazily on the sofa. You said it, Su Wei said, while looking at the virtual projection in Yang Bo's arms. I said it. Yang Bo smiled and said that if he got fat, he would move himself. Aren't you going to find your other 2 girlfriends? Su Wei asked proactively. They can solve it themselves. Ah, there are a lot of machines here in the Alliance. Yang Bo adjusted the virtual projection to some shopping places. Su Wei blushed, looking at the various things sold in the Alliance, shy and wanting to see which made Yang Bo smile. You are so bad. If you go to them, I won't say anything. Your body is so strong, Sui said very reasonably. Don't talk. Our alliance is much more open than yours. Many people buy a robot companion and change it to whatever they want. There are also celebrity models. Ah, let's not watch it anymore. Let's go to bed early. There are also various videos. I won't watch it anymore. If you want to watch it yourself. Sui shyly left Yang Bo and went back to rest. I haven't washed up yet. Let's take a shower together. Yang Bo turned off the virtual projection, then hugged Sui and flew directly to the second floor. Regardless of Sui's opinion, the two went into the bathroom. The next day, when Yang Bo got up, Sui rolled her eyes at him. This man had such a good physique, she said unhappily. If you let me do this again, I'll buy you a machine. I'm just training your hands on ability. Rogue. Hee hee. After breakfast, Yang Bo entered the laboratory and came to Devon Star. He changed into Bart's identity, ignored White and others who were doing experiments, and returned to his original territory. Then he started to search online. I didn't find anything. I just found out that the Sword Association is managing the second game world. The manager of the Sword Association is actually the chief steward of the royal family. Do I have to go to the capital of the Blue Water Empire? Yang Bo felt a pain in his balls instantly. The time between each planet in the interstellar space is not certain. It usually takes 2 months to go back and forth from Devon Star to the capital star. And it takes 20 days even with his latest spaceship. Now Yang Bo can't find an excuse to leave March Star for too long. Will the middle and senior leaders of the Sword Association know about this? They should know. But I'm not sure. How about asking the middle and senior leaders of the Devon Star Sword Association first? But I don't like to kill innocent people. I wonder if there are any bad people in the Devon Star Sword Association. Yang Bo decided to ask the housekeeper to check. But what reason should I find? First, go online to see if anyone has provoked me. And it's the middle and senior leaders of the Devon Star Sword Association. And they deserve to die. Yang Bo really didn't want to release the spiritual seeds to more people, because the more people's memories he read, the worse it would be for him. In addition, the Blue Water Empire already has a spiritual aspect. The superpowers here release too many spiritual seeds. I don't know if others will notice it. Help me see who on Devon Star deserves to die. These bastards are provoking me online now. I want to find someone to beat them up. Yang Bo directly called Jerry the butler. Jerry the butler was relieved to hear his young master's words. Now there are so many people outside scolding his young master. But his young master looked fine a few days ago. This is not the style of his young master. This is the character of his young master now. I have sorted out a list here. Jerry the butler immediately took out a list. Butler knows me. These bastards were defeated by the cleaners, and now they want to get it back from me. The butler took out a piece of information, and Yang Bo read it and praised it. Soon Yang Bo selected a person. This person was not a middle or senior level of the Sword Association of Devon Star. He was a nobleman and a viscount of Wheaton Star, and also the vice president of the Wheaton Star Sword Association. Yang Bo searched for this guy online again, and found that he was actually a member of the enemy family of the Altera family. This guy clamored online that he wanted the Empire to punish him, deprive him of his title, and demote him to a slave. And this guy is not a good person, according to the information collected by the housekeeper. This guy likes teenagers very much, and he likes to force these teenagers the most. The number of times he fined them is as many as 40 times. The Water Blue Empire will be finished sooner or later. And this scumbag is just fined. Jerry, the housekeeper, saw his young master's indignation. But he didn't say anything, because the lady that his young master robbed was still upstairs. Of course, his young master is not as bad as this guy, because his young master never forced others before. As for the lady upstairs, she was forced by the family, just in name. Otherwise, why wouldn't the young master go upstairs? Then Yang Bo started to fiddle with his social accounts. Yang Bo's target person is called Lindy. Yang Bo directly used Bart's account and aid Lindy, sissy who likes butts. I heard you want to teach me a lesson. If you are a man, come to a real free game. Chapter 796 Mecha Unlimited Life and Death Duel. Everyone knows the filthiness among the nobles. But don't hit people in the face. After all, no one's bottom is clean. Lindy was hit in the face by Bart so nakedly, and replied angrily, Bart, you are a scum. You just like those widows. I am not like you who can't find a wife and have to go to the street to rob. You really bring shame to our nobles. When the netizens saw Lindy's reply, they knew that the bastard Bart would definitely not give up. So they waited for Bart's reply. Sure enough, Bart did not disappoint everyone. Bart replied, yes. Yes, there are butts everywhere in your house. Of course you don't need to go to the street to rob. Your brother's butts are free for you to use. Anyway, you are not pregnant. But I don't know if you have a pet? Bart's words are a bit pointed. If you can't get pregnant, just mess around. And the last sentence? Raising a pet is also a bit eye-catching. Lindy was furious when Bart pointed at his nose and scolded him like this. He replied, Bart, you bastard. I want to have a man-to-man duel with you. Do you dare to fight to the death? Bart, I can fight to the death. But I don't want your butts. I like women, not men or dogs. And I don't like to force other men. People on the internet certainly understand what Bart means. Because Lindy is pets. And they are several dogs. Bart's words mean between Lindy and his dogs. Oh, the internet crowd is eating melons. Someone replied under Lindy's comment, you make me sick. Others said all kinds of things. Of course, the one who can say this under a noble is also a noble. Lindy was so angry. It was meaningless to bring up such trivial matters of the nobles. She was not the only one who liked men. Bart was very smart and closed the comments early. Lindy, let's bet all our wealth. Winner takes all. Dare you come? Bart, come on. You are a rubbish that pollutes the reputation of our nobles. And you should have been cleared out early. If I were your father, I would have put you on the wall early. Lindy, Bart, what else can you do except talk? Unlimited mecha free life and death duel. Dare you come? If you don't dare to come, just admit that you peed while squatting. Yang Bo didn't expect that the other party would actually compete with him in a mecha-free game. Bart, Lindy, you are a sinister, despicable and cunning thing. Knowing clearly that I have limited skills in mecha. Lindy, Bart, are you crazy? Would I fight you in your field? If you don't dare to come, don't talk nonsense on mine. You are a loser who wants to steal our wives. You are a disgrace to our nobles. You should be removed from the noble team. Bart, what's wrong with me stealing my wife? That's my ability. People on the internet are disgusted with Bart's shameless words. They criticize Bart online. Ning Shui has a large number of fans online. The genius granddaughter of the sword master. This aura makes many people admire her. And she looks very nice. A top beauty. Now such a person has been taken home by a bastard rogue. Thinking of how such a beauty will be treated in the rogue's home. Everyone feels distressed. Unfortunately, Bart's melee thing directly closed the comments. Lindy, you are shameless. Invincible in the world. People like you are really a disgrace to your family. Just say whether you dare to come. Bart, you can decide the time and place. As if no one can't use mecha. Lindy, okay. Bet all your wealth. Bart, you are out of your mind. I am worth hundreds of billions now. You poor guy want to come to me? When Bart said this, he not only showed his bank balance, but also his spaceship. Bart, and don't talk about your ancestral territory. Even if I beat you, I can't take your territory. See, take out your personal things. I don't have time to deal with you poor guys. Lindy was so angry at Bart's naked show of wealth. He really doesn't have that much personal money. Seeing that Lindy didn't reply, Yang Bo continued to mock online. Are you scared when it comes to money? Look at how capable you are online. It's none of your business if I rob a woman. But if I rob a man, you come out and yell. You have a reason. Just like a mad dog, biting whoever you see online. Lindy's face turned red with anger at Bart's humiliation. Hurry up and find someone to borrow money. These noble disciples may have territories, many sports cars, and usable spaceships. But most of these belong to the family. Just like Bart's territory. Except for the islands he bought. This territory now belongs to Bart in name. But it is not actually his. But the Altina family. Outsiders can't take the territory away even if they win against Bart. To be precise, Bart's territory was given to Bart by the Altina family. And only people from his family can win this territory. It's like the homestead in the village on Earth, which can be circulated within the village, but not outside. This is also the practice of other great nobles, mainly to protect the interests of the family. Bart's words directly made Lindy fall into silence for more than an hour. This is the bottom line of the rich nobles, who can take out tens of billions of funds at any time. Bart's money is real, And the spaceships he won from others are also real. No matter how high your noble title is. If you have no money, you have no money. Nobles without money are worse than civilians. And there are many ruined nobles. Lindy may have money, but definitely not as much as Bart. An hour and a half later, Lindy finally replied, 5 billion. Dare you come? Bart, Lindy. Your life may be worth 5 billion. But my life is definitely not worth it. Not to mention my beautiful wife. I also have a laboratory with an investment of tens of billions. More than 10 billion in cash. And a spaceship. Lindy, come if you are a man. Don't come if you are not a man. Bart, I am unlucky to meet a stinky shit like you who has no money. You are a stinky shit. Just to be stepped on. I agree. I am a waste who steps on stinky shit like you. Bart and Lindy have an unlimited mecha life and death duel. With a bet of 5 billion. The news spread instantly. And the Shueilon Empire has an agency specializing in duels. Soon both parties paid 5 billion in funds, and agreed to the unlimited mecha duel. These vampires. Butler Jerry wanted to persuade his young master, but he couldn't do anything when he heard his young master scolding. I also know that the reason why my young master cursed is because of the 5 billion funds. Once you enter this institution, you will not have 5 billion when you come back. Because you have to collect management fees. You have to collect management fees for your own money. And you have to collect management fees for winning other people's money. Of course, you will definitely not open a special venue for the duel. The venue for the unlimited free duel of mechas is definitely not an ordinary venue. In other words, both parties put out 10 billion. And then, they can only get back 9.6 billion if they win. And the management fee is taken away. Of course, the biggest source of this institution is actually the management fee of gambling funds. Bart vs. Lindy. Unlimited life and death duel of mechas. This duel was scheduled for half a month later. The reason why it was arranged for so long is mainly for publicity and gambling. There are very few life and death duels between nobles. Especially in person. Soon Lindy showed his own Senior Mecha Master certification. And this certification was obtained 10 years ago. As for Bart, there is no news. However, according to relevant information, Bart is not talented in mecha. Because when he was studying before, except for fighting, he was second to last in other subjects. This is the origin of Devon Star's waste. Many classmates who studied with Bart confirmed that Bart's mecha level is very bad. Then, there is relevant news that Bart's record of buying mecha is less than 3 months. Master, do you want to hire a coach? Jerry asked worriedly. What coach? I can practice online. The unreliable answer of his own master made Jerry speechless. Master. Okay. Go find the best mecha driver in our territory. In order not to worry the old butler, Yang Bo decided to show off his skills. Master. Soon when he arrived at the mecha training ground, Yang Bo saw the best mecha driver in Bart's territory. A middle-aged man. And a senior mecha master. He was also the captain of the territory's guard. Let's fight. Yang Bo said directly. The other party nodded. But he still decided to wait and see. After all, it was his own master in front of him. We choose mecha hand-to-hand combat. Yang Bo didn't want to destroy his own mecha. After all, it would cost money to repair it. Although he was not short of money, he should spend and save. Everything is up to the master. Butler Jerry was next to him. And he still felt unsure. But his own master was a jerk. But he still did things with some sense. The two mechas were on the training ground. There were no more people on the scene. Only the butler. Yang Bo didn't want to leak the news too early. To see if there would be a fool to come and harvest again. Start. With the sound of the training system. It started. The captain of the guard found that his young master actually turned on the flight backpack to boost as soon as he came up. He was immediately disappointed. And his young master might lose. Turning on the booster backpack in this narrow place can certainly speed up. But it will also be very difficult to control. Although the captain of the guard thought so in his heart. He directly operated his mecha to move sideways. I believe that his young master's mecha will hit the wall directly. However, this is a training place. Even if it hits the wall, it will not cause much damage. The captain of the guard just dodged to the side, and dodged the fierce thunder attack of his young master. However, what surprised the captain of the guard was that his young master's mecha actually drew an arc after passing him. And the mecha hit him again in a very strange posture. The captain of the guard had no time to react, and the whole mecha was directly knocked away by the young master's mecha. The captain of the guard did not expect that his young master's reaction speed was so fast and his mastery of the performance of the mecha was so thorough. "What's wrong with you? Come again." The voice of his young master came from the communication channel. "Young master, I admit defeat. I am not your opponent." The captain of the guard is also an intelligent person. Based on the skill shown by his young master just now, he is at least at the level of a mecha master. Just based on the performance of his young master just now, I am afraid that the mecha master can't do anything. It's so boring. The captain of the guard left after hearing his young master cursing. Although Jerry, the butler, didn't know much about mecha fighting, he also saw what Master Bart did just now. Just based on the speed of the mecha just now, to control the mecha in such a small space and perform such a difficult operation, his master skills are no longer something he can judge. Yang Bo didn't want to get entangled with these people, and he showed this skill mainly to let the butler bet on him to win, so that the butler wouldn't worry. "Butler, remember to bet 500 million on me." Butler Jerry heard another voice from his master. Yang Bo had just left the mecha training room. Alan called, "Bart, aren't you looking for death? Lindy has the level of a mecha master, and it is said that he is close to a mecha master. You fat guy. Are you here to find out my bottom line again? And then bet on the other party to win? I'm kind enough to help you find out the news about the other party. But you slander me like this. What happened last time? I advised you to take care of yourself. Bet on me to win this time. I'm going to prepare a bomb this time to blow up this bastard. WOC? Don't say it. This is an idea." Alan really took it seriously when he heard it. "Come out and play when you have time. I'm bored alone. Now no one wants to play with me." Alan spoke again. "You and Amanda can make more villains at home." Yang Bo answered casually. "She is just a B-level, and I have already made her obedient. I know that you dare not come out. Otherwise the Sword Saint will chop you into 18 pieces. I just came out to play. And I also play by myself. Who knows if you, a bastard, will leak my information. Am I such a shameless person in your mind? You are not only shameless, but also vulgar. Do you want me to keep your spaceship for you temporarily? In case you lose? Get lost? I am a married man now. Even if I die, I will leave these things to my wife. You are so beautiful that you forget your principles. You just got it back a few days ago, and you are already talking about your wife. Tell me honestly, do you want my help? Will you help me fight? I think you are looking for death. In fact, from various channels and various information, it is shown that Bart's mecha level is indeed not very good, because it is said that Bart is privately contacting other mecha manufacturing companies to purchase the most advanced mechas, and also to purchase super mecha bombs. There are also rumors that Bart wants to buy nuclear bombs. Unrestricted mecha duels allow mechas to carry any weapons, but they are within the legal framework and must be capable of carrying them. Even if they carry bombs, they can only carry a certain number in weight. Chapter 797 Luigi's request. However, this duel is welcomed by the Empire, because both parties are the most hated people. For people like Lindy, liking boys is not a big deal, but forcing a teenager, and even causing trouble, is extremely disgusting. Not to mention people like Bart, a waste from Devon Star, who openly snatches girls on the street. The above two types of people are annoying whether they are nobles or civilians. Now one of the two must die. Butler, help me pay attention to the movements of Lindy and the others. Although before the duel, both parties have to show their weapons configuration. Prohibited weapons are definitely not allowed to be carried. Otherwise, bring hydrogen bombs or neutron bombs, and all problems will be solved. But the right attitude should still be there. Okay, young master. Butler Jerry nodded. When Yang Bo returned to March Star, he found that the news had spread to the Alliance. Bart's reputation in the Alliance is also infamous, and he openly snatches women on the street. This offended a large number of female groups in the Alliance. At least he would be sentenced to life imprisonment, and he might even have to undergo chemical castration. Of course, the reputation of the Blue Water Empire in the Alliance has always been bad, especially the blatant privileges of the nobles. Yang Bo went to the Second World game to look at the game characters. Because of the power seeds, the game characters in the Second World have been training in the academy for some time. Of course, this incident also caused a sensation in the Blue Water Empire. In a short period of time, the total amount of bets on the duel between the two exceeded 20 billion. You must know that there are still 15 days before the game. Ignore the difference in the number of days and time of each planet. Theoretically, it is impossible for each planet to be the same, but it is too troublesome to write it that way. And in the end, there are many ways to bet. For example, after the configuration of the mechas of both sides is made public, you can bet on what weapon the other side will use to kill the other side. And you can bet on how long it will take for the other side to die first. The Blue Water Empire has made this a very mature industry. Of course, it also knows how to attract everyone to bet. At this time, Yang Bo found out that Lu Jijia had something to talk to him about. Brother Jia? Yang Bo called directly. Brother, is it convenient to talk now? Lu Jijia asked after answering the phone. Is it convenient? I have something to talk to you. Brother. Now? It will take more than an hour. Yang Bo did not go to the company dormitory because Lu Jijia asked him to meet him in a tea house outside. Yang Bo. It's different now that there is a woman at home. Look at your spirit and dress now. You are much more handsome than before. Lu Jijia praised Yang Bo after seeing him. Brother Jia has the temperament of a big shot now. And his figure is better. He is not bald and fat like before. Yang Bo chuckled. Men are like this. Once they fall in love, they will start to pay attention to dressing up. You are really capable. In fact, your personality is suitable for my sister-in-law. I originally thought that you otakus like my aunt. Lu Jijia started to make tea by himself and spoke. Yang Bo could only grin. He also liked Lu Jingxiang's long black straight hair and a pair of long legs. But he liked it. Yang Bo. Sorry to bother you. I have a question for you. Then Lu Jijia poured tea for Yang Bo and asked. Brother Jia, just tell me what's going on. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Is this guy going to borrow money? That shouldn't be possible. How do you chase girls? I saw a girl recently, and I felt a little moved. Lu Jijia's next words scared Yang Bo. I don't seem to be very proficient in this. Yang Bo really didn't know how to fall in love. And he was also ignorant about the matter with Su Wei. He only knew how to get money in his previous life. You can't fool me. Lu Jijia smiled and looked at Yang Bo when he said this. Because in Lu Jijia's eyes, being able to hook up with the princess definitely requires enough means. Excuse me. Where did Brother Jia meet? Today I went to the Sword Association to get the second world game external device. And met him in the association. Lu Jijia said. Yang Bo was not surprised to hear this. Because the Sword Association was originally for the elite class. There are several ways to do this. The first is to go around it. Although Yang Bo has little experience in love, he has seen a lot of miscellaneous things. Brother, what do you think? Lu Jijia is now out of the family. And now he has his own say in marriage. Aren't Sister Jingxiang and the others members of the association? It's easier for them to get along with each other. When the time comes, you can ask Sister Jingxiang to invite her out for dinner and tea together. And you will get familiar with each other over time. Yang Bo said the first way. I don't want my aunt to know. Lu Jijia's words surprised Yang Bo a little. But he didn't ask why. The second is to talk more when you have the chance to talk. You are rich now, and you are a member of the March Star Congress. As long as the girl is not blind and your personalities are compatible, there will be progress soon. Yang Bo said again. In fact, Yang Bo didn't know anything. Anyway, he had seen a lot of brainless love plots in his previous life. Then is there anything else? Lu Jijia seemed to be really attracted to this girl. However, Yang Bo was a little bit confused in his heart, wondering if his former boss had been scammed. Of course, his boss used to be a traitor, and he would definitely not be able to hide the general tricks. But he was afraid that some of them had superpowers. Just like the woman at the headquarters of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Her eyes and every move were seductive. Of course, some of these are too obvious, and some superpowers are more hidden. In addition, see if you have common hobbies, and then you can have common topics. Yang Bo said again. I don't know what she does. I just saw her in the Swordsmanship Association. Do you want my fourth brother to help you check? No. No. There will be a party in the Swordsmanship Association in a few days anyway. She will definitely come then. By the way, since she is in the association, she must be a member. So we have a common topic. Yang Bo knew nothing about these things. So he was thinking about how to fool Lu Jijia. Are you short of experimental materials recently? Lu Jijia nodded, and then asked a question. My pharmaceutical manufacturing seems to have reached a bottleneck recently, and I don't need experimental materials for the time being. I am looking at relevant information now. Yang Bo shook his head. How are your superpowers now? When encountering small things, self-protection is not a big problem. Our planet will soon usher in great development. The energy of the third mutant animal discovered is mild. Now the experiment has reached the final stage, and it will not take long to complete all the experiments. That's good. Yang Bo nodded. But we have also been suppressed by other energy potion raw material companies. All industries in the Alliance are monopolized by big families. Young Master Zhang is very annoyed now. Unless our planet gives the raw materials of genetic potions to related companies for operation. Otherwise our raw materials will be equivalent to nothing. Yang Bo heard Lu Jijia say this and muttered in his heart. Could it be that Lu Jijia wanted to help Zhang Bujin? This matter is actually very troublesome. Even if it is to prove that the raw materials on March Star have a higher success rate in making genetic potions than those made from other materials. Others may not necessarily use them. The relationship here is too complicated. It doesn't mean that your things are good, so you must use yours. In his previous life, Yang Bo had seen it when he worked on the construction site. Some projects were specially customized for some bosses. For example, a boss produces a large number of concrete pipes and cannot sell them. Then it won't be long before a town or a township is going to renovate its underground pipe network. Of course, under the banner of environmental protection. Even if there are already pipes, they can be upgraded and replaced with new ones. Of course, the new pipes may not be as big as the original ones. Similarly, the industry behind genetic drugs is too huge, not only related to the origin of genetic drug materials, company operations, genetic drug companies, but also the government and local protectionism. Even if it has been proven that the materials produced by the mutant animals of March Star have a higher success rate, it is very likely that they will not be seen on the local government procurement list. Because now all the Alliance's procurement is through bidding or other means, which are open, fair and just. Although your things are good, but they have not entered. There is no way. This matter may not be easy to solve. After all, large-scale production of genetic drugs still requires a basic drug factory. Yang Bo nodded. Yes, this matter is useless to rely on one or two pharmacists alone. When Lu Jijia said this, Yang Bo was relieved. As long as he didn't show up himself, he could do whatever he wanted. Yang Bo took a sip of tea and pondered for a while, and said, in fact, our planet should not develop too fast now. If it develops too fast and introduces too much capital, it may cause some chaos. What you said is also reasonable. Lu Jijia nodded. Now there is a lot of capital introduced, and the planet is developing fast. But it is easy to introduce capital, but it is difficult to get these capitals to leave. Maya doesn't want to work in the company anymore. She went out with you, and has money now. Lu Jijia said again. So it seems that I can't keep my job as a cleaner? That's not necessarily the case. I plan to open a formal cleaning company, mainly to increase employment. You know that there are storms here every year, and there are a lot of things that need to be cleaned up after the storm. Lu Jijia talked about his plan. It's not good for me to keep my job as a cleaner now. I will send a resignation email to the company later. Yang Bo felt that it was time for him to get rid of his status as a cleaner. It's up to you. Actually, it would be helpful for me if you stayed in the company. After all, you are also a business card. Now many people in the Alliance want to see what the cleaner, who is so popular in the Blue Water Empire, looks like. If you go into politics, your starting point is much higher than others. Lu Jijia felt a little pity. If Yang Bo could help him from this, it would be a great help. Because Lu Jijia felt that Yang Bo was too lucky. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle. He now has a happy family and a lot of wealth. Then I will continue to work in the company. When Yang Bo heard Lu Jijia's words, he knew that the other party hoped that he would continue to work in the company. However, it is not bad to have the status of a cleaner, because there are great tax benefits. Are you really going to get married? Lu Jijia asked such a question. In the Alliance, getting married is definitely a huge test for men, because once divorced, the price to pay is too high. Overall, there are too many laws in the Alliance that favor women. Many couples may have raised several children, but they are not legally married. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. I'm very conflicted now. On the one hand, I like someone very much, but if someone proposes marriage, I will definitely leave her. Lu Jijia said with a wry smile when he heard Yang Bo's words. Yang Bo was not curious at all when he heard this. because people like Lu Jijie, who came from a big family, valued interests very much. Moreover, on the issue of marriage, if a woman rashly proposes marriage, I believe that 100% of the men in the alliance will calm down first, because men cannot be impatient. Marriage is easy, but divorce is difficult, because after divorce, women can get a certain percentage of the man's salary without working. If there are children, they can take up to 80% of the man's salary. Not just salary, but income to be precise. So many men get married, have children, and then divorce. Maybe the ex-wife finds a new boyfriend to live in the house she bought, spending the money she gave to her ex-wife. So marriage is a very sensitive topic in the alliance. If a girl has a man who says he wants to get a marriage certificate, she will be moved to tears, even if it is actually cohabitation. Once they separate, if there is a dispute, the man is likely to bleed a lot financially. This is very normal. Su Wei is not one of those women in our alliance. Yang Bo agreed with Lu Jijie's idea. Of course, these are just my thoughts now. It is very likely that the other party will not like me. Brother Jie, you are quite handsome now. You have status, position and money. The other party should not refuse. At least we can get along for a while. Yang Bo didn't know whether Lu Jijie was just playing around, because a politician like him should marry a political marriage. Of course, it is not convenient for me to ask these things. There is no need to trouble myself. Just listen to what others say. If they don't want to say it, forget it. Well, after the storm stops, how about we go on vacation? Lu Jijie made an invitation. Let's talk about it then. Yang Bo did not agree or refuse. Then the two separated, saying 1 hour is 1 hour. At the same time, Yang Bo was very curious about who could make Lu Jijie fall in love with him at first sight. Is it like when I first met Su Wei? I wanted to take a bite of her face when I saw her. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Could it be someone with ulterior motives? After all, March Star is developing well now. There must be other forces who want to interfere. Or Lu Jijie's political competitors? Yang Bo has already imagined many conspiracies.